He was just a young man struggling at the bottom of society, yet caught in fate's whirlwind, forced to watch helplessly as his mother's condition deteriorated to near despair. Lin Chen quietly listened to the doctor's hushed conversation with family members outside the door, cold numbers hitting his heart like stones. 300,000 for surgery, 3 months between life and death, with only a pane of glass separating death from hope. In the corridor, the man's voice carried suppressed emotion while the woman's face was etched with helplessness. Sharp pain struck, his throat feeling scorched by fire, the scene before him so foreign it was suffocating. Lin Chen was stunned. Was actually lying in a hospital? Chaotic memories flooded his mind like a tide, his head splitting with pain as the world turned upside down. It took several minutes before he realized had transmigrated. This was a transformed world where a meteor impact a century ago had brought endless fog and mutated creatures, leaving cities in ruins under perpetually sickly skies. Lin Chen's new identity wasn't unfamiliar. Living in the most remote old district of SH City, father deceased, mother terminally ill, family finances meager, with his sister Lin Yuqing shouldering the household burdens. Only through his sister's selfless sacrifice could Lin Chen afford to study at the White Crane Martial Arts Academy. Unfortunately, his predecessor had failed everyone's expectations, dabbling superficially in martial arts, hanging around with bad company, and ultimately suffering severe injuries in a brawl, becoming the current Lin Chen. The woman at the door finished speaking with the doctor and hurried in. Seeing him awake, her eyes instantly lit up. This was Lin Yuqing, 25 years old, with refined features, the teardrop mole beneath her right eye adding a touch of poignant beauty. Even when his predecessor was at his worst, this sister had never given up on him. She carefully brought him water, her movements gentle and cautious. Lin Chen softly called out sister, causing Lin Yuqing to freeze. He hadn't used that word since becoming an adult. Grievance and bitterness surged through her heart, her eyes reddening. Yet she tried to comfort him. Xiao Chun, it's okay, I'll figure out the medical expenses, but in the future, could you please be more sensible? Lin Chen was speechless, feeling only a sourness in his heart. His sister left to buy him food, and Lin Chen stared at the ceiling, his emotions in turmoil. His sister was gentle yet strong. His mother had worried herself sick for the family. Compared to his previous life's lonely helplessness, the contrast was too stark. Perhaps this was why fate had brought him here to atone for his predecessor's sins. He slowly sat up, his fingertips unconsciously peeling white paint from the hospital bed's edge. The entire three-bed ward was empty, and outside the window, under the grayish-yellow sky, several mutated crows swept past, their shadows pressing against the glass. Lin Chen stood on the cold floor, his limbs stiff, though his head no longer ached. Suddenly, the old television in the center of the ward interrupted with breaking news that 18th God of Combat Martial Arts Tournament would be held in SH City in 2 months. Prize money of 500,000, 400,000, and 300,000, with a death rate as high as 15, unlimited fighting where any martial art style could compete, with only genetic enhancers and weapons prohibited. The allure of prize money coexisted with the threat of death, instantly igniting Lin Chen's heart. He pulled out his phone. The banking app showed a balance of merely 276.58 yuan, a world apart from his mother's surgery costs. On screen, the competition footage showed fists and feet like wind, muscular fighters unleashing shocking energy waves, the host's voice excited and passionate, while Lin Chen's gaze locked onto the prize amounts, his mind calculating frantically. Only 2 months remained impossible for an ordinary person, but with his predecessor's foundation from White Crane Academy and his own years of free fighting experience from his previous life, perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Lin Chen thought of his mother's suffering, his sister's toil, the familial warmth he'd never experienced in his previous life, and his resolve instantly became unshakable. Clenching his fists, at this moment, his desire to become stronger had never been more intense. Just then, a screen of light suddenly appeared before his retina. Profession, bronze-level fighter. Requirements: 1. Strength, agility, and constitution attributes reaching 10 or above. 2. Master the basics of one fundamental martial art. Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply as he saw clearly displayed on the screen. Character: Lin Chen. Age: 20. Status: weakened. Profession: unemployed vagrant. Strength: 10.0. Agility: 10.1. Constitution: 9.9. Spirit: 10.3. Normal adult male baseline attribute: 9. Lin Chen had played plenty of online games in his previous life, where characters had similar attribute panels. He never expected that after transmigrating, this would carry over. My 4 stats are pretty low. Only agility is decent, which should correspond to speed. Probably developed from all those fights and escapes. But what about this spirit stat? If he met the conditions, could he unlock the profession and become a fighter? Lin Yuqing carried a takeout container of century egg and lean pork congee as she walked from the hospital cafeteria back to the inpatient ward. The early autumn breeze swept through the corridor, making her thin jacket flutter loudly. She instinctively pulled her coat tighter, but couldn't contain the heavy exhaustion weighing on her chest. Her mother's astronomical medical bills were suffocating her, and her younger brother kept getting into trouble. Lin Chen was already 20 years old, yet he still got mixed up with the wrong crowd and fought with people. Though she was relieved he had recovered, the family burden was growing heavier by the day, and she was nearly crushed under its weight. In the stairwell, she could no longer hold on. She crouched down, buried her face in her arms, and wept silently. After this brief release, she wiped away her tears, took a deep breath, straightened her back, and headed toward the hospital room, murmuring softly as she walked. Lin Chen, I brought the kanji back. Once the test results come out, you can be discharged. The door swung open, and her words stopped abruptly. The room was empty, with only a nurse tidying up the bed. Where's my brother? Her heart skipped a beat, and her voice involuntarily rose. The nurse looked up with a calm tone. Lin Chen? He just discharged himself. She handed over the medical record. He recovered very well. All his indicators are even stronger than average people. Does he practice martial arts? Lin Yuqing nodded numbly, fumbling for her phone. Just as she was about to send a message demanding answers, a text appeared on her screen first. Sis, don't worry. I'm going back to the martial arts school. I'll make something of myself from now on. I'll figure out a way to handle mom's medical expenses. She stared at those words, her fingertips trembling slightly. When had her brother become so mature? But 300,000 yuan, how could he possibly handle that? Seeing her dazed expression, the nurse gently reminded her. Family member, are you all right? I'm fine, thank you. She forced a smile, left the room, and sat down on a bench in the corridor, mechanically opening the kanji container. Steam rose from it, but she had no appetite, only staring blankly at the surface of the porridge. Her brother did seem different somehow. This hospital stay appeared to have taught him a lesson. Going back to the martial arts school was good. At least he was willing to turn his life around. But what about the money? Where would the money come from? She gripped her phone tightly, her mind consumed by those relentless numbers. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had already changed out of his blue and white striped hospital gown into a black athletic outfit, with dark brown bloodstains still visible on the hem. The hospital corridor windows were wide open, and the autumn wind, carrying heat waves, car exhaust, and smoke from roadside food stalls, poured in while the thunderous sound of pile driving from a distant construction site continued without pause. The city before him was both similar to and different from the SH city. In his memory, the completely new route maps and unfamiliar station names on the bus stop signs reminded him that this was ultimately not the familiar world he once knew. Beep, his transit card sounded. Following his memory, he got off at the stop marked White Crane Martial Arts School. The martial arts school was more impressive than he remembered. A three-story modern building with floor-to-ceiling glass throughout, sunlight reflecting in blinding flashes, and a golden plaque reading, White Crane Martial Arts School, gleaming brilliantly under the scorching sun. Two stone-carved white cranes at the entrance spread their wings as if ready to take flight. Through the glass, he could see the bustling training scenes inside. On the central ring, two bare-chested men grappled with each other, sweat droplets tracing arcs through the air with every movement. In the equipment area, dozens of trainees bent their backs as they lifted barbells, the metallic clanging causing the rubber flooring to vibrate slightly. At the entrance, Lin Chen's fingers lingered on the door handle for a full 3 seconds, his palms already damp with sweat. The moment he pushed the door open, air-conditioned wind mixed with the smell of sweat, leather, and a faint metallic tang hit him in the face. The receptionist, wearing a pink sports bra, instinctively stood up. Welko, the word caught in her throat halfway through. A flash of surprise crossed her wide eyes before she quickly looked down and sat back down. If memory served, the original owner of this body had apparently harassed her, so her cold reception wasn't surprising. The rhythmic sound of dumbbells in the training area briefly paused, as over a dozen gazes swept over like searchlights. Some curled their lips in disdain, while most gave him only a fleeting glance before continuing their exercises. The emotion was palpable, naked indifference. After all, someone who treated martial arts training like decoration and managed to offend most of the White Crane Martial Arts Academy's students was, in a sense, quite the genius. Exhaling, Lin Chen pressed his lips together and walked straight toward the punching bag area in the corner. The rough canvas surface was covered with dark sweat stains that looked rough to the touch. He rolled his neck, producing a series of crisp, crack sounds. His first punch was noticeably stiff. This body lacked systematic training. His gaze swept over the interface panel. He just needed to achieve beginner level in one martial art and raise his strength and agility to standard values to awaken his profession. The conditions weren't particularly harsh. Power from the waist, not swinging the arms, he muttered to himself. His right hook slammed into the punching bag, instantly creating a deep depression in the canvas. Sweat rolled down his brow into the corner of his eye, making him blink, but he gradually found his rhythm. Just as he was getting into the zone, the sound of boot soles scraping against the rubber floor came from behind him, and a shadow fell over him. Well, look who's here. What made you come so early today? The voice was rough and hoarse, like sandpaper scraping against steel. The newcomer was Zhou Chong, nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, arms crossed over his chest. His camouflage training uniform was stretched tight over bulging muscles, and the scar above his eyebrow twisted as he frowned. Lin Chen recognized him without turning around the basic combat instructor. Zhou Chong disliked him for a simple reason. White Crane Martial Arts Academy held monthly assessments, and those with good results received additional resources. 3 consecutive failures meant expulsion. After 2 defeats, Lin Chen had simply given up, arriving late and leaving early without fail. Instructor Zhou, I had family matters before. I wasn't deliberately skipping training. I'll definitely pass the next assessment, Lin Chen explained calmly. Zhou Chong raised his eyebrows high. Had the sun risen in the west? He snorted inwardly but maintained his professional demeanor, leaving only a dry comment. Huh. Well, I wish you success. With that, he turned and walked away, his broad figure quickly disappearing into the noisy crowd. The academy had collected 100,000 yuan in tuition from each student for 3 months, so they couldn't really kick anyone out before the 3 strikes rule, or dealing with refund disputes would be even more troublesome. Still, he was certain this guy wouldn't pass the final assessment. Lin Chen watched him leave, his shoulders finally relaxing slightly. He rotated his wrists, preparing to continue warming up, when the smell of cheap cologne mixed with body odor approached. Oh my, did our young master Lin take the wrong medicine today? A young man leaned over with his head tilted, his narrow eyes gleaming with mischief. 3 consecutive assessment failures go on your permanent record, you know. It'll be hard to get into other martial arts academies then, so you might as well give up early. As he spoke, he craned his neck toward the entrance. Speaking of which, how come Miss Lin didn't drop you off today? Lin Chen sidestepped to avoid his reaching hand. The speaker was Yu Dai, the only person at Baihe Martial Arts Academy whom his predecessor could call a friend. But in Lin Chen's current view, the guy was nothing more than a fair-weather brother putting on an act. His sister Lin Yuqing had visited the academy once, and ever since then, Yu Dai brought her up whenever he got the chance, with that sticky desire in his eyes practically dripping out. Mind your own business, Lin Chen replied coolly, turning to start warming up his shoulders and elbows. Hey, just kidding around. Yu Dai awkwardly backed down. Gather up in 30 minutes. Zhou Chong's roar hit like a hammer on glass, making the training hall's floor-to-ceiling windows buzz and vibrate. The students immediately formed ranks, with Lin Chen standing at the far edge. Begin stance training. Zhou Chong's sharp gaze swept from front to back. Next Monday was this month's assessment, and everyone knew exactly where they stood. As soon as the command dropped, rhythmic breathing sounds rose and fell throughout the hall. Baihe Martial Arts Academy had 10 basic stance exercises, from White Crane spreads wings to Crane's 9 calls, each targeting different muscle groups and breathing rhythms, serving as hard indicators for testing student aptitude. The month-end assessment required the physique honed through stance work, combined with basic combat moves in unknown battles. The apprentice class had 46 students, each drawing lots 3 times and needing at least 1 victory to pass. Though the class had only been running for just over 2 months, even the least talented had reached the 3rd or 4th stance, and the gaps were already showing. Wow, Brother Zheng is amazing. The 8th stance already. And it's only been 2 months. The sudden cheering broke Lin Chen's concentration. At the front of the formation, a handsome young man, nearly 6 feet 3, was performing the extremely difficult crane dancing in the clouds. His tight training clothes outlined clear muscle definition. Zheng Tong wore a modest smile, though his pride was impossible to hide. Brother Zheng Tong is so impressive. The girl in pink yoga pants, Sun Yan, cooed admiringly, deliberately tossing her big wavy hair and pushing out her flat chest. I've only reached the 4th stance. Others around her looked equally envious. Zheng Tong smirked slightly, his tone casual. Not bad, I guess. That's just my baseline level. Simply put, basic stuff, no big deal. Yu Dai had somehow sidled up to Lin Chen again, nudging him with his elbow. Look at your goddess acting all starry-eyed about to be hooked by Zheng Tong. Lin Chen frowned. Goddess? Sun Yin was decent looking, but just average, and her figure was flat as a board. His predecessor's taste was terrible. Women would only interfere with martial arts training, especially this kind of landing strip. He just said, oh, and focused on getting into the starting position for White Crane spreads wings. Yu Dai had been expecting to watch the drama unfold, but seeing Lin Chen's complete lack of reaction, he couldn't help but freeze. Huh, had this guy changed? Before, just a little provocation like this would make Lin Chen fly into a rage, ready to charge over and devour Zheng Tong. Now look at him, acting all cool. He had to be putting on an act. Looking at Lin Chen's movements again, he was still on the 1st stance. That kind of progress put him dead last. What was he trying to prove by acting so diligent? Yu Dai couldn't help but snicker to himself. The clamor in the training hall gradually subsided, leaving only the rhythmic sounds of breathing and the occasional tension of muscles. Zhou Chong walked among the students with his hands clasped behind his back, his black combat boots striking the rubber floor with dull, rhythmic thuds. Lower your waist 3 centimeters, he suddenly kicked Yu Dai's trembling knee. What are you doing, square dancing? Just as the cry of pain began, Zheng Tong on the other side had already shifted into a new stance. His right leg raised perpendicular to his torso, arms spread like crane wings, clearly the opening form of the ninth stance technique, Crane's call to the sky. So that wasn't Brother Zhang's full strength just now. My God, that's the ninth movement already. I heard the instructor say that anyone who masters 10 stance techniques within 3 months can be promoted directly to the official combat class at White Crane Martial Arts Academy. Excited exclamations rose and fell throughout the hall. Sun Yin dramatically covered her mouth, her eyes filled with admiration. Quiet, everyone. Focus on your own practice. Zhou Chang's roar forcibly suppressed the commotion, yet his brow remained furrowed. This kid hadn't even mastered the breathing rhythm of the 8th stance technique, and he was already showing off the 9th? But as he approached, he had to acknowledge Zheng Tong's advantages: broad shoulders, narrow waist, and joint flexibility far beyond ordinary people. Tuck your ribs, sink your chi to the dantian. He pointed out the details with an expressionless face, while inwardly sighing. If only this batch had 10 students like Zheng Tong, they wouldn't constantly be overshadowed by the Dragon Form Martial Arts Academy next door. He walked to the corner of the training hall and suddenly stopped in his tracks. Lin Chen was still maintaining the most basic, white crane spreads wings, a movement so simple it seemed almost tedious. Why is this kid still practicing the first stance? 2 months, and all that training went to waste. Zhou Chong felt anger rising, ready to find fault, but suddenly let out a surprised huh. The angle of knee bend, the curve of the spine, even the slight upturn of the fingertips, all were as precise as if measured with a ruler. His breathing was long and steady, the muscles beneath his training uniform rippling like water with each inhale and exhale, carrying a hint of unity between form and spirit. In 15 years of teaching, he had seen countless students with weak foundations rushing ahead, but he had never seen anyone practice the first stance technique to this degree. Lin Chen, which stance technique are you practicing? Reporting, instructor, the first stance technique. Lin Chen's tone was calm, without a trace of embarrassment. Sweat beads rolled down his jaw, pooling into a small puddle on the rubber floor. Zhou Chang's temples throbbed. If he said the kid had no talent, his posture was ridiculously perfect. If he said he had talent, why was he still practicing the first stance after 2 months? After holding back for a long time, he finally just shook his head and walked away. Lin Chen paid no attention to this, his entire focus locked on the subtle changes within his body. Muscle fibers reorganized through prolonged trembling, the burning sensation of accumulated soreness slowly transforming into warm currents. On his retina, a system panel visible only to him suddenly refreshed. Physique, 9.9 10.0. Basic martial arts mastery, 100. Conditions met. Career awakening in progress. An electric tremor shot from his tailbone straight to the back of his skull. His vision went black, and he vaguely saw a white crane spreading its wings through the darkness. When the light returned, the system text had turned golden. Career awakening. Bronze level fighter, unranked. Progress, 050. Talent acquired. Martial Arts Prodigy basic level. Martial Arts Comprehension efficiency 30. Muscle memory speed 50. Lin Chen exhaled a long breath of white vapor that maintained its form in the air for a full 3 seconds before dissipating. What incredible talent. Character, Lin Chen. Age, 20. Status, healthy. Profession, bronze level fighter. Strength, 10.0. Agility, 10.1. Constitution, 10.0. The 0.1 increase in constitution seemed insignificant, yet Lin Chen could clearly sense the subtle change as some internal constraint within his body was broken. He looked down and opened his palm. His previously pale skin now showed a faint hint of healthy color. Though the outward appearance showed little difference, seeing his status change from weak to healthy made his chest feel lighter, and a long-lost sense of vitality emerged. Is this the change after awakening a profession? He murmured to himself, his gaze falling on the 4 glowing characters Martial Prodigy in his talent section. Let me try it now. Lin Chen took a deep breath and activated his talent. Instantly, a warm current surged from his spine to the crown of his head. His muscles tightened as if charged with invisible electricity, and his consciousness became crystal clear. All surrounding noise and distracting thoughts were filtered out, leaving only pure focus. This was the state of Martial Prodigy. Without hesitation, he assumed the stance position again. White crane spreads wings had always been difficult for beginners to perfect. The center of gravity would drift, breathing would become erratic, and muscles would inevitably tremble. But now, Lin Chen's feet were planted as firmly as nails driven into the ground, his spine straight as a pine tree, and his breathing long and smooth. Every micro-adjustment was perfectly calibrated, as if his body instinctively knew the optimal solution. In just 3 breaths, he achieved textbook-perfect execution of the first stance. He thought this was his limit, but the words Martial Arts Comprehension Efficiency 30 continued to flash, suggesting there was still room for improvement. Lin Chen was amazed. Incredible. After completing one perfect movement, the enhancement allowed his muscles to automatically lock in every detail. The next second, when he resumed the stance, his muscles seemed to possess independent memory, replicating the perfect posture with millimeter precision. Muscle memory speed 50 truly lived up to its reputation. Without pause, he moved directly to the second stance, a completely new posture he had never attempted before. His understanding, enhanced by the talent, was rapidly analyzed and projected to his limbs. Weight transfer, muscle engagement, breathing rhythm, all elements flowed seamlessly without any hesitation. Not far away, Coach Zhou Chong was demonstrating movements while keeping an eye on Lin Chen. When the first stance was perfect, he could console himself that it was just lucky. But when Lin Chen smoothly transitioned to the second stance with equally flawless execution, Coach Zhou's pupils dilated and his jaw nearly dropped. What's gotten into this kid? As a coach, he knew exactly how much terrifying practice was required to achieve such perfect standards. Even the most talented student, Zheng Tong, only managed 60 to 70% completion on the first few stances when pursuing speed. Yet this failure, who had failed assessments twice, was executing every detail to perfection, looking even more standard than his own demonstrations. Lin Chen's movements were not only precise but carried a fluid, graceful beauty. Zhou Chong stood in the corner of the training hall, his gaze sharpening. That smoothness and composure suggested Lin Chen had practiced this stance routine hundreds, maybe thousands of times. Even he himself could rarely maintain such proficiency consistently. Could this kid have been playing dumb all along? Was his previous image as a waste just an act? Gradually, the other students noticed something unusual and stopped their own movements, their attention unconsciously drawn to Lin Chen. "Hey, look at Lin Chen's form," whispered a tall, thin student. "My God, it's so perfect. I've been practicing for 3 months, and I'm nowhere near that smooth," his companion said, eyes wide. Did he secretly hire a private coach? Hushed conversations spread instantly, with amazement, envy, and confusion filling the air. Lin Chen remained completely absorbed in his practice, oblivious to the surrounding chatter. As he finished the second stance, he didn't pause, but smoothly transitioned into the third. His body seemed activated by some internal switch, instantly grasping the essence of each new movement and executing it flawlessly. So that's it. Suddenly understood. The key lies in the waist and hip rotation, with breathing coordinated to arm extensions. His talent not only allowed him to replicate movements, but also to comprehend the underlying principles, multiplying his practice efficiency and creating remarkable progress. Your professional skill, white crane basic stance, experience 9. Your profession, bronze level fighter, experience 2. Martial arts prodigy was indeed useful. And with beginner in the name, it seemed this talent could be upgraded. The afternoon flew by. Lin Chen was so focused he didn't notice time passing. When Coach Zhou's whistle suddenly blew, he was preparing to attempt the fourth stance, his body already naturally assuming the starting position. "Assemble. Training ends here for today." Lin Chen snapped back to reality, immediately feeling dizzy and lightheaded. Apparently, professional talents weren't unlimited in his status panel. His mental attribute had dropped by 0.3, and his condition showed fatigued. Fortunately, the maximum didn't decrease. He just needed rest to recover. Surprisingly, his strength had increased by 0.1. Students gradually gathered in the center of the hall. Coach Zhou surveyed the group, pausing slightly on Lin Chen before signaling his assistant to distribute the nutrition supplements. "Poor in literature, rich in martial arts, you all understand this principle," Coach Zhou said, hands clasped behind his back. "High-intensity training takes a tremendous toll. Without proper supplementation, progress slows and foundations suffer." The assistant wheeled over a cart, handing out pale blue nutrition drinks to everyone. Lin Chen received a transparent glass vial containing liquid with a mysterious blue luminescence. "This is the Martial Hall's specially formulated nutrition supplement, improving recovery speed by 30%, Coach Zhou added. "Most of your tuition fees go toward this." The surrounding students murmured in amazement. Lin Chen nodded to himself. No wonder martial arts was called a money-devouring beast. Ordinary families truly couldn't afford it. However, he knew government support existed behind the scenes. After the appearance of mist creatures, cultivating martial artists became a strategic necessity, with welfare policies emerging constantly. Once someone became a professional fighter, both money and status would follow. "All right, dismissed." The crowd dispersed in small groups. Just as Lin Chen was about to unscrew his nutrition drink cap, a familiar voice spoke beside him. "Hey, old Lin, you were in great form today." Yu Dai's face, plastered with a fake smile, leaned closer, his eyes fixed greedily on the nutrition drink in Lin Chen's hand. Without giving Lin Chen a chance to speak, he reached out to grab it as usual, muttering a low reminder. "Payment, don't forget." He then jerked his chin toward the corner of the training hall. Lin Chen followed his gaze. Over there, Sun Yin was attentively handing water to Zheng Tong and wiping his sweat, wearing a sickeningly sweet smile. Zheng Tong held his chin high, arrogantly enjoying the attention. occasionally making flirtatious remarks that drew coquettish giggles from Sun Yan. Memories flooded Lin Chen's mind like a tide. His predecessor had indeed promised Yu Dai that in exchange for information about Sun Yan's preferences and whereabouts, he would give him his daily nutrition drink as payment. This unequal deal had lasted 2 whole months. Yet Sun Yan had barely glanced at Lin Chen a few times. Thinking of this experience, he cursed inwardly. His predecessor was truly a pathetic simp. Not anymore, Lin Chen said coldly. Under Yu Dai's stunned gaze, he twisted off the cap and tilted his head back, downing the entire nutrition drink. The mild liquid slid down his throat, and the next second, warmth exploded in his stomach, rapidly spreading through his bloodstream to his limbs. His aching muscles felt instantly infused with new vitality, and even his breathing became lighter. Yu Dai's hand froze midair, his face flushing red. Lin Chen, what do you mean? Lin Chen deliberately smacked his lips, putting on a satisfied expression. Tasty, just lacks flavor. Are you messing with me? What about our deal? I've been gathering information about Sun Yan for you all this time, and now you're going back on your word? That information is useless now, Lin Chen replied calmly. Besides, I never promised the deal would last indefinitely. Yu Dai's chest heaved. Then his eyes rolled as he sneered provocatively. Fine. You don't care? Aren't you afraid Sun Yan will be stolen away by Jingtong? You'll regret it when it's too late. The old Lin Chen would have given in every time he heard such words, but now he couldn't be bothered with such crude provocation and turned to leave. You're overthinking it. I have absolutely no interest in Sun Yan. Yu Dai stood frozen in place, then muttered a curse under his breath. Pretentious. Just then, a delicate fragrance wafted over. Sun Yan approached with light steps. Her form-fitting training outfit outlined her youthful curves, her long hair swaying gently, but her pretty face now carried a cold expression. Yu Dai, where did Lin Chen go? She asked directly, her voice carrying an undeniable demand for answers. Yu Dai's heart skipped a beat. He and Sun Yan had been classmates, and he had long harbored feelings for this acknowledged goddess, though he knew he wasn't in her league. So he had used his knowledge of her to trade for Lin Chen's nutrition drinks. Now, being stared down by her, his tone unconsciously turned sharp. Why do you care about Lin Chen? Sun Yan's brows furrowed, her red lips pouting slightly. Don't misunderstand, I need him for something. Oh, Yu Dai nodded, but fueled by his pent-up anger and some speculation, a strange smile curved his lips. I'm afraid that won't be possible, Miss Sunday. Lin Chen just told me personally that he's lost interest in you and wants you to stop bothering him. Sun Yan's smile froze completely in that instant. Her almond-shaped eyes, outlined with delicate eyeliner, widened in shock, and her glossy lips parted slightly, as if someone had just dumped ice water over her head. Really? Her voice shot up a full octave. Yes, he said. Yu Dai deliberately drew out his words, delivering the final blow slowly. That he's not interested in you anymore. His exact words. Sun Yan's cheeks flushed red at a visible speed, heating up as if they were being scorched. Of course she knew Lin Chen had been pursuing her, but how could she possibly be interested in him? She was Sun Yan so beautiful that her boyfriend should at least be someone like Zheng Tong, with talent, money, and a bright future ahead. Not being interested was one thing, but being rejected was entirely another. Lin Chen used to be at her beck and call, always ready to help, playing the backup role diligently, and he was quite handsome too. But now he dared to say he wasn't interested? What gave him the right? Fine, just fine. Lin Chen, so you've grown a backbone, have you? Sun Yan stamped her foot in anger and stormed off. Her high heels clicked loudly down the hallway as she pulled out her phone and opened Feishin. Lin Chen's avatar still showed he was online, and his last message was still a long paragraph of caring words. She snorted coldly and typed rapidly. Lin Chen, are you there? Why did you tell Yu Dai that you're not interested in me anymore? I think you're being very disrespectful to me, and you owe me an apology. Yu Dai watched Sun Yan's furious retreating figure with secret satisfaction. Damn you, Lin Chen, that's what you get for messing with me. Let's see how you chase Sun Yan now. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had returned to his rental apartment. Water splashed in the cramped bathroom as he rinsed off his sweat with cold water, allowing the nutritional solution's effects to penetrate faster. His aching muscles felt as if they were being filled with energy, the heaviness quickly dissipating and leaving behind a sense of coiled, ready power. Dingaphone notification broke the silence. Lin Chen casually dried his hands and checked the screen. Sun Yan's accusatory message appeared before his eyes. Every word dripped with offended anger and disbelief, as if he could hear her trembling with rage even through the screen. Is this woman insane? An apology? What the hell for? I did nothing wrong. Without hesitation, Lin Chen tapped his finger blocked. As he dried his hair, his vision flickered slightly, and a line of semi-transparent text appeared before his eyes. Upon advancing the primary profession of bronze-level fighter to entry level, the following enhancement paths may be awakened. 6 enhancement directions. Lin Chen raised his hand, his fingertips gently touching the void. With each touch, a gray icon lit up with a faint glow, revealing fragmented descriptions. The first icon, a section of dark steel bone, labeled steel bone, with vague notations about defense specialization. The second icon, a silver-white lightning bolt titled Swift Wind, related to speed enhancement. The third icon, a dancing crimson flame, marked Burning Blood. The description repeatedly mentioned explosive power and consumption, making Lin Chen's pupil's contract dangerous, yet strangely alluring. He continued reading. The fourth icon, a semi-transparent, glowing brain, spiritual connection, seemingly involving perception and reaction. The fifth icon, two overlapping hands, layered force, with descriptions repeatedly mentioning multiple force applications. The final icon was the most mysterious of all, appearing as a swirling vortex labeled Guiyuan, with only 4 words of explanation: energy circulation. Lin Chen withdrew his fingertip, and the 6 icons floating in the air suddenly dimmed, like extinguished flames. His heart pounded rapidly and powerfully in his chest, and he could clearly feel his blood surging. Those 6 enhancement branches each represented a completely different future. This skill tree was unlike the cold numerical values in games. It was a tangible, life-and-death path with power far exceeding any setting on a screen. System, can you explain these branches in detail? He asked in a lowered voice, testing the waters. A line of cold text appeared. Insufficient permissions. Please complete advancement to Black Iron Fighter first. The response felt like a closing gate, simple and merciless. Lin Chen pursed his lips, but wasn't disappointed. At least he had confirmed that professional advancement wasn't simply about allocating points, but about opening entirely new dimensions of growth. 6 enhancement paths: defense, speed, burst power, perception, force techniques, and the most enigmatic Guiyuan stood like 6 doors to the unknown arranged side by side. Which door held the path most suitable for him? He forced himself to suppress these thoughts and focus on memorizing these key terms first. Advancement? He frowned and pressed for more information, and the panel quickly provided additional explanation. Black Iron Fighter is divided into 3 tiers. Each tier advancement allows upgrading of existing professional skills and random awakening of new professional skills. In other words, with each advancement, he would become stronger and gain more abilities. This tangible growth filled his chest with burning anticipation. To advance, he needed to increase his professional experience. As long as he had enough experience, he could achieve a dramatic leap in strength within a short time. With only 3 months remaining, he had to place well in the fighting tournament to gather the 300,000 yuan needed for his mother's medical expenses. Now it seemed not impossible. The wall clock in the room pointed to 10 o'clock at night, with exactly 2 hours remaining before registration opened for the God of Combat professional tournament. Lin Chen sat cross-legged in front of his computer, his fingertips dancing across the mechanical keyboard with crisp clicks, the cold blue screen light outlining his tightly pressed lips and focused brow. He typed the keywords into the browser's address bar: God of Combat official website, and hit enter. The page instantly loaded, filling the screen with a dark red theme. At the center, a slowly rotating holographic projection of an octagonal cage. Around it, knockout moments from previous champions played in looping clips, with punches and sweat seeming to splash right off the screen. Lin Chen's breathing paused slightly as he clicked on Tournament Information. 23rd God of Combat Professional Tournament. Total participants, 2,847. Cumulative viewers, 45.79 million. No wonder it caused such a sensation. Lin Chen muttered to himself as he continued scrolling down. A 3-page list of sponsors prominently featuring multiple conglomerates and companies bearing military insignia. Broadcasting rights fought over by 3 top-tier media companies. Official statistics showing betting turnover had reached astronomical figures. Suddenly, a promotional video on the right side of the homepage began autoplaying. Lin Chen looked up. Inside the octagonal cage, 2 fighters grappled in close combat, their strikes producing thunderous thuds of flesh meeting flesh. The camera zoomed in abruptly as one fighter lifted his leg in a sweeping kick, the whip-like motion almost generating a howling wind sound. His opponent couldn't block in time. His neck twisted at a grotesque angle from the kick, and his entire body flew like a broken rag doll, crashing heavily into the metal cage wall. Flashing red text at the bottom of the screen read, "Warning, God of Combat events carry real risk of death." In peacetime, such brutality would border on illegal, yet here it was broadcast openly under the guise of professional competition. Lin Chen closed the video and clicked on Registration Requirements, reading carefully. 1. Must have legitimate martial arts academy training experience and provide academy certification code. 2. Age 18-35. 3. Must sign a life and death waiver. 4. Pay 1,000 Alliance coins registration fee, fully refundable upon advancing to the top 32. The White Crane Academy certification code. He pulled out his wallet and retrieved a gray-blue student card, his fingertip tracing the string of numbers on the back. Once, he never would have imagined this card would be used to enter a life-or-death arena. Now, it might become the key to changing his fate. The tournament rules were brutally straightforward. Single elimination, but each contestant had one revival opportunity. First-round losers could enter the revival tournament, with a second defeat meaning permanent elimination. Lin Chen opened the tournament map. Preliminaries were distributed across 8 cities, all starting simultaneously. His city, SH, was this year's host city with the most sub-venues and the most convenient transportation. Numbers quickly arranged themselves in his mind. National top 128, 10,000 prize money. Top 32, 30,000. Top 16, 80,000. Champion, 500,000, plus elite fighter certification, a pass to higher martial arts halls. If he could win the championship, he could not only solve his current financial difficulties, but truly enter the ranks of professional fighters. The time in the computer's bottom right corner jumped to 22:30. Just as Lin Chen was about to continue browsing previous contestants' profiles, his phone vibrated abruptly, the caller ID showing sister. He took a deep breath and answered. Sis. Xiao Chun, are you back at the academy? How's training going? Pretty good. After brief pleasantries, another gentle but somewhat weak female voice came through the receiver as the phone was passed over. Xiao Chun, it's Mom. Wang Wanqing's voice was lighter than he remembered, yet still carried that familiar warmth. Focus on your training, don't worry about home. Oh, do you have enough for rent? Should your sister transfer you some more money? Lin Chen felt as if something was lodged in his throat. Due to work commitments, Lin Yuqing lived far away, while his predecessor had used focusing on martial arts training as an excuse to rent a place, when in reality it was just to hang out with his worthless friends. No need, I still have money. Mom, you get some rest. I'll come see you in a couple of days. He hung up the phone. Less than a minute later, his phone vibrated with a message from Lin Yuqing on Feixing. Xiao Chun, don't stress yourself. I'll figure out a way to cover Mom's medical expenses. Focus on your martial arts training, and don't be like before. The message cut off abruptly there, the unfinished meaning crystal clear. Lin Chen stared at the screen, his finger hovering over the keyboard for a long moment before he could only respond with a bitter smile and a simple Given his current image, his sister obviously didn't believe he could immediately produce 300,000 yuan. Reality was even worse. The registration fee was 1,000 yuan, but he had less than 300 in his account. In a few more days, he'd barely have enough for food. Would he really have to swallow his pride and borrow from his sister? Just as he was struggling with this dilemma, his phone vibrated again, displaying Zhang Ming on the screen. This was one of his predecessor's most frequent companions. Hello. Lin Chen answered, his voice cold. Hey, Brother Chun. Finally picked up. Get over to Night Flame Bar right now. I've got us a booth reserved. There are tons of hot girls here, and if you miss this chance, there won't be another. The background was filled with deafening electronic music and rowdy laughter. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. The familiar routine his predecessor always ended up footing the bill after hearing, Brother Chun is so generous. But today was different. His predecessor had lent Zhang Ming several thousand yuan that had never been repaid. If he could get that money back, the registration fee would be covered. Send me the address. He hung up and pulled on a black jacket. Before leaving, he adjusted his collar in the mirror. The young man reflected back had sharp eyes, completely different from his past muddled self. Night Flame Bar was located in the most bustling entertainment district downtown. After getting off the bus, he jogged quickly toward the neon-lit intersection. Both sides of the street were lined with matte-finished luxury cars that gleamed with cold metallic light under the illumination. The people coming and going were dressed extravagantly. Women in skirts that barely covered the essentials, men strutting around like peacocks showing off car keys and expensive watches. Air thick with perfume, sweat, and alcohol hit him as he expressionlessly pushed open the heavy soundproof door. Electronic music thundered while laser lights swept through the darkness, and crowds writhed in the dance area. Lin Chen squinted to adjust to the lighting and walked straight through the packed crowd to VIP booth number 8. The booth held 5 women and 3 men, with empty bottles scattered across the table. Zhang Ming wore a wrinkled white casual suit, his slick-back hair shiny but somewhat disheveled. He was bragging while holding a heavily made-up girl, and immediately waved when he saw Lin Chen. Brother Chun, over here. Lin Chen glanced around. At least 2,000 to 3,000 yuan worth of drinks had already been nearly consumed. Come, let me introduce everyone. This is my brother Lin Chen. We all call him Brother Chun. He's a rich second generation whose family owns mines. Zhang Ming drunkenly patted his shoulder while winking at the girls. Brother Chun is so handsome. Could you buy us a drink? A girl in a silver sequin dress immediately pressed against him, her fingers touching his arm. Wow, such hard muscles. In the past, his predecessor would have been floating on cloud 9 and ordering the most expensive liquor. But Lin Chen merely glanced at the girl and pulled his arm away from her chest. Order whatever you want to drink, Zhang Ming. Am I stopping you? Lin Chen cut off the other man's bragging with a crisp voice. I'm here to collect the money you owe me. The deafening electronic beats drowned out most of his words. Zhang Ming couldn't hear clearly, so he leaned forward and raised his voice. What? I said. Lin Chen projected his voice above the music. Pay me back the 5,732 yuan you owe me. The words hit like a mute button. Zhang Ming's smile froze midair, and everyone in the booth fell silent, exchanging glances without a word. Bro, you must be drunk, right? Zhang Ming forced a laugh and reached out to put his arm around Lin Chen's shoulder. Come on, sit down and have a drink first. March last year, you borrowed 3,000, said it was urgent. July, another 2,700 for an investment. And once, 32 yuan for meal money to buy braised pork rice. Lin Chen brushed off the arm and pulled out his phone, showing the transfer records. Pay up today, or you're not leaving. Zhang Ming's face turned ashen. He looked around at his companions, who were all watching the drama unfold. His pride wounded, he snapped. Lin Chen, what the hell is your problem? Embarrassing me in public like this? Is this small amount even worth making a special trip for? It is. Lin Chen didn't back down an inch. Now. Immediately. Right away. Damn it. Zhang Ming grabbed his glass and smashed it on the floor, shards scattering everywhere. I'm not paying today, so what are you going to do about it? Don't forget who used to show you around. Won't pay. Lin Chen flexed his wrists, the strength from his three-dimensional attributes exceeding 10, making his chest burn with heat. Then let's settle this the man's way. The usually meek Lin Chen's sudden assertiveness caught Zhang Ming off guard for half a second before he grabbed a bottle and swung it. Go to hell. What looked like a vicious strike to everyone else moved like a snail in Lin Chen's eyes. He sidestepped and lightning-fast grabbed Zhang Ming's wrist with his right hand, giving it a gentle twist. A pig-like scream echoed through the dance floor as the bottle crashed to the ground. Zhang Ming's arm was twisted behind his back, pain making him break out in cold sweat. Last chance. Lin Chen leaned down and whispered, pay up, or lose the hand. It's killing me, let go. Zhang Ming howled. Two male companions in the booth started to rush over, but seeing Lin Chen's bulging muscles, their feet automatically stopped. I'll pay. I'll pay. Zhang Ming nodded through tears. Just let go first. Lin Chen released him. Zhang Ming scrambled up and pulled out his phone but hesitated. Chun, brother Chun, I really don't have money. No money? Can't get a loan? Can't sell a kidney? Lin Chen snatched the phone, downloaded several loan apps, linked Zhang Ming's identity, and within minutes cashed out 10,000 yuan, transferring it to his own account. The extra 4,000 is for emotional damages. Zhang Ming's face turned green as water, but he could only keep his head down and stay silent. He really couldn't understand how Lin Chen had suddenly become so ruthless. Lin Chen glanced at the men and women still frozen in place, finally settling on Zhang Ming's twisted face. You all have fun. With that, he turned and left before security could arrive following the commotion. Walking out of the bar, the cool night breeze hit his face. Lin Chen took a deep breath, feeling all the pent-up frustration in his chest finally clear away. His phone vibrated again, a bank balance notification. Current balance, 10,257.5 yuan. Enough for the registration fee and rent. Lin Chen closed the screen, feeling somewhat reassured. But just a few steps out of the bar, the crisp, hurried clicking of high heels echoed behind him. Hey, handsome, wait up. He turned around to see two figures chasing after him from the blazing entrance of the bar. The girl in the silver sequin mini dress had simply taken off her jacket, her bare white shoulders gleaming under the neon lights. The other girl in the red bodycon dress was carrying her heels, running barefoot across the pavement. You look so cool back there. The silver-dressed girl threw herself at Lin Chen's left arm, pressing her ample chest against him. I've never seen anyone so manly. Exactly, the red-dressed girl immediately clung to his right arm, tracing her fingers across his chest. You have this special aura that makes me want to get close to you. I heard Zhang Ming mention, you're a disciple at the Martial Arts Academy, right? The mix of two perfumes and alcohol invaded his nostrils. His former self would have been floating on cloud 9, taking both girls to a hotel room. But the current Lin Chen only found it annoying these nightclub girls were attracted to the martial prowess he'd just displayed, or more precisely, his potential status as a martial artist. In this era, aspiring professional martial artists had limitless prospects. Let go. His tone was cold as he pulled his arms free. The silver-dressed girl didn't mind at all, leaning close to his ear with her sweet breath. Don't be so mean. We sisters can keep you company together, any position you want, whatever you arrange. Lin Chen's gaze darkened. Having lived twice, he understood better than anyone women aren't chaste, they're attracted. Now this theory was being proven once again. Not interested. He straightened his disheveled jacket and turned to leave. Just then, three familiar figures appeared at the street corner. Sun Yin, the goddess in his former self's eyes, along with her best friend Lu Wen and younger sister Sun Ying. Tonight, Sun Yin looked completely different from her plain appearance at the Martial Arts Academy. A light red dress hugged her slender waist, the hem reaching mid-thigh, her long pale legs particularly striking under the dim streetlights. Diamond-studded high-heeled sandals made her already tall figure even more statuesque. Her slightly curled hair cascaded over her shoulders, and light makeup made her features as delicate as a porcelain doll. To her left, Lu Wen wore heavy lipstick and thick eyeliner, her expression sharp and mean. To her right, the younger Sun Ying bore a 70% resemblance to Sun Yin, her white dress making her appear innocent and conservative. The three had obviously just finished shopping at a nearby mall, still carrying shopping bags. A few hours earlier, Sun Yin had noticed a red exclamation mark in her phone's contact list and stared for several seconds. Lin Chen had actually blocked her. Proud as she was, aside from being annoyed, she hadn't given Lin Chen much thought and had dragged her sister and best friend out to clear her mind. At this moment, she was laughing and chatting with her sister when she looked up and saw Lin Chen emerging from the bar. Time seemed to freeze instantly, and Sun Yan's smile stiffened on her face. Just then, those two girls relentlessly pursued him again. Handsome needn't go. The silver-dressed woman hugged Lin Chen from behind, her voice soft and clingy. Whatever position you want, I know them all. The red-dressed woman competed with her. Don't fight me for him. This handsome guy is mine tonight. The scene descended into chaos. Sun Yan's face flushed red. She never expected that after blocking her, Lin Chen would immediately get entangled with two bar girls. She considered herself far more beautiful than them, but her figure couldn't compare at all. She unconsciously glanced down at her own flat chest, feeling even more frustrated. Yin, isn't that Lin Chen? Wasn't he pursuing you? How come? Lu Wen spoke with sarcastic undertones. Lin Chen blocked me, Sun Yin said through gritted teeth, speaking rapidly. Lu Wen immediately added fuel to the fire. He's not stalking you, is he? Sister, maybe it's a misunderstanding? Brother Lin Chen doesn't seem to have noticed us. Sun Ying quietly defended Lin Chen. Ying, whose side are you on? Sun Yin snapped in embarrassment. Do you know how he used to pester me? Always bringing water and towels. I never thought he was this kind of person in private. I'm so disappointed. Exactly. Xiao Ying, you're still too naive. Sun Yin stomped her stiletto heels on the steps, the sharp clicks echoing against the concrete as her light pink skirt swayed back and forth like a taut flag. She pouted, on the verge of tears from frustration. He pursued me for months, and now he just doesn't like me anymore? What does he take me for? Lu Wen quickly hooked her arm and spoke soothingly, while subtly adding fuel to the fire. Yin, don't be upset, just ignore him. With your looks, who couldn't you get? But, Sun Yin bit her lip lightly, Lin Chen's gentle smile suddenly flashing through her mind. I suddenly think Lin Chen is actually pretty good. I don't know why. Initially, when he blocked her, she only felt furious, but when she glimpsed another girl getting close to Lin Chen, a different kind of sourness arose in her heart. Lu Wen was stunned upon hearing this, her mascara-heavy eyelashes fluttering. Didn't you used to dislike him? You complained about him to me every day, so how come? The neon lights from the street flickered, casting intermittent light on Sun Yan's flushed face. She pulled out her phone and stared once again at the glaring red exclamation mark on WeChat. Was indeed blocked. It wasn't her imagination. The feeling was like suddenly losing something important. I'm just a slow warmer. Sun Yan felt increasingly wronged, her eyes growing moist. Lu Wen nodded repeatedly, offering her analysis in a low voice. He's just pretending. Think about it. How attentive was he before? Bringing you water and food, always at your beck and call. This sudden change of face is just to get your attention. He'll definitely come crawling back begging you in a few days. Upon hearing this, Sun Yan's expression softened. Really? Sun Ying, standing nearby, couldn't bear to listen anymore and muttered. Sis, you were the one who looked down on him first. Now that he's backing off, isn't that exactly what you wanted? She suddenly felt her sister was acting a bit like a green tea girl. Ying, Sun Yin whipped around, her carefully curled hair tracing a beautiful arc. I'm just a slow warmer. A girl's youth is precious. Is it wrong for me to be cautious? Her voice trembled as she continued lecturing her sister. You're young and don't understand how to protect yourself. I already gave him plenty of chances. Lu Wen immediately put an arm around her shoulders. Exactly. Everyone knows our Yin is the most soft-hearted, even giving someone with his conditions a chance. Anyone overhearing this would think Lin Chen had committed some grave offense. Sis, Sun Ying asked tentatively. Do you actually like him, or not? Sun Yin blinked her dewy eyes, her lashes fluttering gently. Ying, you don't understand. I was testing him. Society is complicated these days. You have to see how long someone's sincerity can last. But what if you meet someone you like more? Sun Ying pressed. Sun Yin sniffled and said matter-of-factly. Then of course I'd choose the one I like. As the words left her mouth, Zheng Tong's figure invaded her thoughts. A fellow student from the Martial Arts Academy, who wasn't as handsome as Lin Chen, but was a rich second-generation businessman with excellent martial arts talent, making her heart flutter. But, Sun Ying hesitated. Wouldn't that be unfair to Lin Chen? Ying. Sun Yan's tears instantly welled up, her voice trembling with hurt. How can you say that about your sister? I was so considerate of him. She lowered her head, her voice growing smaller and smaller. I didn't even mind his poor family background and allowed him to pursue me. Sun Ying watched her sister Sun Yan's tearful expression, finding this whole drama utterly absurd. Lin Chen had simply stopped pursuing her, yet was immediately labeled a scumbag. Meanwhile, when her sister encountered someone she liked, she could unhesitatingly cast Lin Chen aside without any regard for his feelings. Such double standards were infuriating. Thinking of her sister's description of all the effort Lin Chen had put in, she suddenly felt some sympathy for the man. Moreover, Lin Chen wasn't lacking in admirers. The two girls who had been by his side earlier were quite attractive and had been trying their best to please him. If he were truly as mediocre as her sister claimed, how could such a scene exist? By comparison, it seemed more like Lin Chen had actively given up the romantic opportunities around him to focus on pursuing her sister. I want to go home. Sun Ying couldn't bear to listen anymore, her voice as soft as the wind. Sun Yan's anger was mostly directed at Lin Chen, so she remained caring toward her sister. Are you tired? Should I take you home? No need. Sun Ying forced a smile. You all continue having fun. As she turned to leave, she could still hear Lu Wen comforting her sister. Don't be sad. He'll definitely regret it. Where else could he find such a gentle and beautiful girl like you? When he comes crawling back, I'll definitely help you get your revenge. Sun Ying quickened her pace, almost running away. Only after squeezing onto the bus did she let out a long breath. She had truly witnessed her sister's gentle blade that could cut while smiling. But everyone had overlooked one thing: Lin Chen's position. Sun Ying thought to herself. Even if you don't like someone, you should reject them gracefully. Feelings have never been cheap and deserve basic respect. Sigh. Under the night sky, neon lights flickered outside the bus window, and the upright silhouette from the bar entrance floated in her mind, completely different from the scumbag her sister described. It seemed that the regret her sister spoke of was unlikely to come from Lin Chen. Instead, she found herself curious about Lin Chen. Why had he suddenly changed his attitude toward her sister? At this moment, Lin Chen walked expressionlessly through the crowd, his gaze not deviating even slightly towards Sun Yan's direction. Even if he had seen her, he wouldn't have cared. Such a woman wasn't worth wasting even half a thought on. What exactly had his predecessor seen in Sun Yan? That face that was merely passable at best? Or that artificially delicate demeanor? Her flat figure and affected tone held no appeal whatsoever. Lin Chen sneered inwardly. In his previous life, he had long been accustomed to mature women with natural charm, whose allure came from within. How could Sun Yan's deliberately feigned innocence compare? Sun Yan had never explicitly rejected his predecessor, instead constantly dangling hope, an occasional sweet smile that made him think he had a chance. When he felt down, she'd offer fake comfort to keep him willingly playing the backup role. When she needed help, she'd act coquettish to make him run errands, typical manipulative tactics. Yet the original owner had been like a hooked fish, kept dangling by her haute cold behavior, pitifully foolish. Lin Chen smiled coldly. The current him was no longer that naive young man who could be easily swayed by a few soft words. Strength was everything. Women? Once he reached a high enough position, more excellent people would naturally gravitate toward him. As for Sun Yan, she didn't even qualify for a second glance. The night breeze carried the aroma of street-side barbecue across his face. Lin Chen quickened his pace to leave the bar district, but suddenly heard the crisp, urgent clicking of high heels behind him. Hey handsome, don't walk so fast. He turned around to see the two women who had approached him at the bar earlier. The woman in the silver sequin mini dress was breathing heavily, her ample chest rising and falling dramatically with each breath. The woman in the red dress had simply taken off her high heels and was walking barefoot on the cold asphalt. Lin Chen was forced to stop. I told you, I'm not interested. Don't be so cold. The woman in silver pressed closer, her fingertips gripping his arm. We're just curious about you. Curious? The woman in red moved even closer, her overpowering perfume flooding his nostrils. Curious about everything. Why don't you let us take a closer look? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. In this world threatened by the mist, martial prowess reigned supreme, and powerful warriors naturally possessed an irresistible appeal. He remembered how his predecessor had once groveled before Sun Yan only to be coldly rejected, yet now beautiful women were chasing after him. The irony wasn't lost on him. I'm hungry. Getting some late-night food. He shook off both women and walked straight toward a nearby food stall. The two women exchanged glances and followed like cats. The food stall was brightly lit with harsh white lights, its dozen or so folding tables filled with late-night diners. Lin Chen chose a corner table and raised his hand to order. 30 lamb skewers, 2 grilled fish, 3 fried rice, and a plate of edamame. The owner looked up and sized up his lean frame. Young man, that's quite a lot. Can you finish all that? I practice martial arts. High energy consumption, Lin Chen replied flatly. The women in silver and red squeezed in on either side of him. We're hungry too. Will the handsome guy treat us? The woman in silver cooed. Order for yourselves. Pay for yourselves, Lin Chen said without looking up. Several men at a nearby table quickly turned to look. Holy shit, this guy's got balls, a tattooed young man whispered. Must be a rich kid, right? Just look at that attitude, his companion said enviously. If I had that kind of confidence, I wouldn't still be single. Lin Chen ignored them. The food arrived: quickly grilled fish with crispy skin and tender flesh, lamb skewers sizzling with fat, and perfectly separated grains of fried rice. His enhanced physique and the afternoon's intense training had given him quite an appetite, so he dove in enthusiastically. Handsome, try this. The woman in red picked up a piece of fish and brought it to his mouth. He turned his head away. Eat it yourself. You're so aloof. Handsome. The woman in silver pressed her entire upper body against him. So masculine. Lin Chen frowned and was about to refuse again when commotion suddenly erupted from the end of the street. Oh damn, did he drink too much? What's that smell? Fuck, did he shit himself? A drunk man stumbled out of the darkness, his steps unsteady and eyes unfocused. As he swayed under the streetlight, the light revealed his ghastly pale face. No one noticed that when he stepped into the shadow between two buildings, his upper body had mysteriously shortened by a significant amount. Bang! The drunk man collapsed heavily to the ground, and immediately after, a pungent odor mixing blood, feces, and some kind of putrid stench began to spread. The diners at the nearest table suddenly jumped up. Holy shit, did this idiot just take a dump on the ground? The food stall owner rushed out with a dripping wet mop, grumbling as he prepared to clean up the mess. If you're gonna die, do it somewhere else. Don't mess with my business. His words cut off abruptly, and the mop clattered to the ground. Lin Chen looked over and his pupils contracted sharply. The drunk man's head was gone, his mangled neck looking as if it had been savagely torn by some massive beast. Even more chilling, in the dark alley behind the headless corpse, a pair of eerie green eyes flashed briefly before disappearing. A wolf? No, it was much larger than a wolf, and terrifyingly fast. He shot to his feet, the chair legs scraping against the concrete with a harsh metallic screech. The two women at his table turned pale with fright, following his gaze before erupting in piercing screams. Ah! Their screams acted like a fuse, instantly igniting panic throughout the night market. Diners shoved and fled, tables and chairs overturned, dishes shattered, and cries merged into a cacophony of terror. Only Lin Chen remained motionless, his gaze locked on that dark alley. He was certain he had glimpsed the creature's full form, canine in appearance, but the size of a small calf, with gray-blue fur that gleamed with an eerie cold light in the shadows. A mist creature? How could it have infiltrated the city? Someone called the police. Within 10 minutes, sirens wailed closer, police cars blocked the street, and yellow tape was quickly stretched across the area. Lin Chen was pushed beyond the police line, with the two women clinging to him like octopi, trembling uncontrollably. It was so terrifying. The woman in the silver dress buried her face in his chest. Could you take us home? The woman in the red dress was crying so hard her makeup ran. I don't dare walk alone. Please. Lin Chen glanced at his watch 23:32. I'll call you a ride. His tone was matter-of-fact as he pulled out his phone to order a car. While waiting, he noticed the police officers' grave expressions. One officer was speaking quietly into his radio. Confirmed class mist creature skull devourer. Yes, the special response team has been notified. Skull devourer? Lin Chen mentally noted the name, his heart sinking further. The city was far more dangerous than he had imagined. The rideshare arrived, and the two women reluctantly climbed into the back seat. Before leaving, they pressed slips of paper with their phone numbers into his hands. The woman in silver, having recovered somewhat from her shock, even winked at him. Make sure to call us. The woman in red was bolder, planting a kiss on his cheek with a loud mwah. I'll be waiting for your call anytime. As the car's taillights disappeared, Lin Chen wiped the lipstick from his face and casually stuffed the papers into his pocket, thinking to himself, women really do seem to slow down martial arts training. His thoughts quickly returned to what he had witnessed. Said if mist creatures could infiltrate the city, then the so-called safe zones were a joke. Why had that skull devourer chosen this particular street? Was it random hunting, or did it have another purpose? He looked back at the bar street, still bathed in red police lights, feeling a tightness in his chest. Half an hour later, he returned home and paid the 1,000 yuan registration fee online, officially completing his sign-up for the fighting tournament. After taking a cold shower and changing into clean loungewear, his nerves were still on edge. He turned on the television and switched to the evening news. According to the official report, tonight, at 5:40 in the morning, Lin Chen was already standing in the training ground of White Crane Martial Arts Academy. The headless corpse case that had been repeatedly broadcast on television the night before kept him tossing and turning until dawn, with images of that mist creature tearing through flesh still haunting his mind. Ordinary people would have absolutely no power to resist, he murmured to himself, slowly pushing his palms forward and assuming the starting position of the first stance exercise. Cold air penetrated his lungs, turning into wisps of white mist with each breath that dispersed along his fingertips. His muscle memory was smoother than yesterday, and a system notification appeared, physical strength 10.110.2. With improvement in just half an hour, his attention instantly locked onto his movements like a clasp. As dawn broke, the training ground lights flickered on one by one, and other students gradually arrived. He had already completed the first 4 stance exercises in cycles, and was now standing in the 5th form with an almost sculpture-like posture. Holy crap, is that Lin Chen? A student in blue training clothes rubbed his eyes. Since when does he come this early? Yu Dai pushed open the locker room door with half a piece of bread in his mouth. Seeing that upright figure in the center of the field, the bread dropped to the ground with a thud. Showing off. He cursed under his breath, yet felt an inexplicable panic rising within him. In the apprentice class assessments, he had always only needed to be slightly better than Lin Chen, who was at the bottom, to keep his qualification. If this waste suddenly got enlightened, his safety margin would be gone. Sun Yan also noticed Lin Chen immediately. In the past, even if Lin Chen missed several days, she wouldn't care at all, but after last night's bar incident, she had fire burning in her chest. She wanted to see how long Lin Chen could endure without actively seeking her out. So she pretended to ignore him and walked straight toward Zheng Tong. Senior brother Zheng, I've been having trouble finding the PowerPoint for my sidekicks lately. She casually moved closer, though her peripheral vision remained firmly locked on Lin Chen. Could you give me some individual guidance? Sun Yan was the most attractive female student in the apprentice class, so Zheng Tong naturally agreed readily. Lin Chen didn't even lift an eyelid, his body rising and falling subtly with his breathing. System notifications flashed again. White Crane Basic Stance Experience 10, Bronze Level Fighter Experience 5. The training hall clock pointed to 10 a.m. when Zhou Chong strolled into the venue with his hands behind his back. Continue with stance training. The students took their positions, and Zhou Chong made his usual rounds along the sidelines, focusing successively on Zheng Tong's power generation, Sun Yan's flexibility, and the big guy's striking resistance. Suddenly, his steps came to an abrupt halt. In the center of the field, Lin Chen was completing the sixth stance exercise. His hips were lowered by 3 points, his spine was perfectly straight, and his shoulders, elbows, and wrists formed a unified line. Zhou Chong unconsciously recited the key points under his breath, only to discover that every detail was being precisely demonstrated by Lin Chen, even more standard than his own personal demonstrations. This isn't right. Zhou Chong rubbed his eyes. As a former professional fighter, he knew all too well. Muscle memory required long periods of accumulation with no shortcuts. Yet yesterday this student couldn't even stand steady in basic stance exercises, but today he seemed like a completely different person. Hiding his true abilities? Impossible. Lin Chen's incompetent performance over the past 2 months had been too real. The previous muscle trembling and breathing disorders couldn't be faked. However, he didn't make a scene but observed from the corner of his eye. After watching for a full hour, until Lin Chen began attempting the 7th stance technique, Zhou Chong suddenly blew his whistle. Everyone assemble. He clapped his hands. Today we're moving straight to live combat practice. The students exchanged puzzled glances. According to the schedule, combat training was supposed to be in the afternoon. Draw lots to determine opponents. Zhou Chong pulled out a handful of thin bamboo sticks from his pocket, having everyone draw in turn. Those who drew the same number would be paired together. Lin Chen opened his palm to reveal a bamboo stick with a prominent 7 written on it. The next second, the training hall fell silent. Then whispers began to spread. Number 7 is Zheng Tong. Phew. Thank goodness it's not me. Zheng Tong doesn't look too happy about this. Lin Chen looked up to meet Zheng Tong's condescending gaze. Lin Chen, right? Zheng Tong stepped onto the platform first, wearing a mocking smile. That number 7 seems like someone specifically arranged for you to draw it. Looks like they want to watch you get beaten up. Lin Chen merely nodded calmly, but caught Yu Dai's gleeful expression from the sidelines. The word specifically spoke volumes. As the two put on their protective gear, Zhou Chong glanced at them thoughtfully, but said nothing more. As an instructor, he knew the gap in their abilities, but martial arts was inherently competitive, and friction could actually stimulate potential. The rules are simple. Zhou Chong stood at the center of the platform and emphasized, use combat moves corresponding to the stance techniques. Stop when you score a hit. Zheng Tong attacks first, Lin Chen defends. Clang. The sound of protective gear colliding rang out crisply. Following Zhou Chong's signal, the two touched gloves in greeting. Just as Zheng Tong's glove touched Lin Chen's gear, he suddenly whispered, I heard you're pursuing Sun Yan. A mocking curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Too bad she doesn't seem interested in you. Lin Chen remained noncommittal. Men in their 20s were at their most hot-blooded, especially when it came to women. Zheng Tong deliberately turned his head to look at Sun Yan. In the distance, the girl had her hair in a high ponytail, her tight training outfit outlining her tall, curved figure as she focused on adjusting her wrist guards. Withdrawing his gaze, Zheng Tong lightly tapped his gloves against his chest. Women all prefer the strong. Lin Chen calmly observed Zheng Tong from a wealthy family with outstanding talent, reportedly already approaching the threshold of the 9th stance technique. His predecessor had cursed him countless times out of jealousy, yet Zheng Tong had never once caused trouble for him, which Lin Chen saw as merely a strong person's disdain for the weak. You're right. Lin Chen responded flatly, his eyes showing no ripples of emotion. Zheng Tong frowned slightly. There was none of the expected anger or embarrassment, and Lin Chen didn't even glance at Sun Yan, as if the woman had nothing to do with him. Begin. Zhou Chong's whistle sounded decisively. Almost instantly, Zheng Tong's right leg whipped out like a lash, sweeping directly at Lin Chen's head. The sound of cutting through air was sharp. This was White Crane Skimming Shadows, a technique derived from the 7th stance. Gasps arose from below the platform. This killing move had already exceeded the scope of instruction. Bang! Lin Chen crossed his arms to block hard, the protective gear making a dull collision sound. He only stepped back half a pace, but his eyes lit up. Jing Tong's strength wasn't much greater than his own. Isn't he supposed to be a genius? Is this all? He thought to himself. The system panel flashed by. Physical value, 10.2, 10.3. So getting beaten could also improve physical attributes? When Jing Tong's first strike failed, he immediately changed tactics. His fists and feet came like a violent storm, each strike aimed at vital points. The 9th stance technique, crane beak strike, thrust straight at the throat. The 8th stance technique, willow leaf brushing face, swept horizontally at both eyes, all killing moves. Jing Tong, watch your restraint. Zhou Chong shouted sternly from below the platform, but kept his eyes fixed on Lin Chen's responses. What was astounding was that although Lin Chen was on the defensive, he blocked every attack precisely, his movements clean and efficient without any wasted effort, as if he could predict Jing Tong's every attack. This kid, Zhou Chong stroked the stubble on his chin. This kid's foundation is much more solid than I expected. Just 5 minutes into the defensive drill, sweat beads had already formed on Jing Tong's forehead. He had thought he could easily crush this universally acknowledged waste, but Lin Chen proved to be like an immovable boulder, standing firm no matter how fiercely the punches and elbows rained down. What frustrated him even more was that his opponent's eyes remained as calm as still water, as if treating his full force attacks like a gentle breeze. Switch positions. Zhou Chong raised his whistle, and a sharp blast cut through the air. Jing Tong shook his numb wrists, a provocative smirk playing at his lips. Not bad at taking hits. Now let me see what you've got. Lin Chen didn't respond, only taking a deep breath. The next second, he launched into the air with almost identical form to Jing Tong's earlier jump, spinning midair. Bang! The impact was deafening. Jing Tong grunted and staggered back 3 steps before regaining his balance. The training pad in his hands was deeply dented, and his forearm had gone almost completely numb. The training hall fell dead silent. The students stared wide-eyed, as if seeing Lin Chen for the first time. How is this possible? Yu Dai exclaimed in shock. When did he become this fierce? The towel in Sun Yan's hand dropped to the floor with a thud. That sharp, ruthless figure was completely different from the timid follower she remembered. However, Lin Chen felt slightly disappointed had put everything into that kick, yet Jing Tong had managed to block it. At the end of the day, his combat profession hadn't reached entry level yet. If he could advance and enhance his skills, maybe that kick could have sent Jing Tong flying off the mat. But for now, completely overwhelming Jing Tong was still beyond his reach. Over the next 4 minutes, Lin Chen's attacks became noticeably more restrained. He simply demonstrated the combat applications of various stance techniques methodically, no longer unleashing that shocking power. Meanwhile, system notifications quietly appeared. Constitution 0.2, 10.4, Strength 0.1. Small improvements, but still good news. When the ending whistle blew, he suppressed the urge to check the detailed notifications and removed his protective gear with an expressionless face. Jing Tong looked at him with rare seriousness. I underestimated you. This was the first time Jing Tong truly realized that Lin Chen wasn't bottom-tier trash. The surrounding students were also nodding quietly, clearly having updated their perception of Lin Chen. Still, Jing Tong remained confident there was still a gap between them. Zhou Chong took it all in, quickly forming his assessment. Impressive explosive power, insufficient endurance, still a gap compared to top prospects like Jing Tong, but worth cultivating, can be considered for elite class, continue observing. Assemble. Zhou Chong's voice boomed through the training hall, and everyone immediately formed ranks. Lin Chen's muscles were still trembling slightly, the aftereffects of the intense sparring session lingering. Listen up. Zhou Chong paced with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping across the formation like a whip. End-of-month assessment, which is also the final assessment. Those who pass all 3 assessments with excellent performance can enter the regular class. He paused here, his eyes falling on several key students. As for the elite class, each branch only accepts the top performer of that assessment period. Lin Chen's breathing involuntarily hitched. The original body had already failed 2 consecutive assessments. According to the rules, even if he barely passed this time, he still couldn't enter the regular class. Murmurs erupted below. Zhou Chong cut off the noise early. I know what you're thinking. What's the real difference between regular and elite classes? Zhou Chong let out a cold laugh and strode toward the punch-testing machine in the corner of the training hall, its metallic surface gleaming with a cold luster. He dropped his shoulder, shifted his hips, and coiled his right fist like a loaded cannon bang. The dull impact made the machine tremble, and the LCD screen's numbers danced wildly before finally settling. 230 kilograms. A chorus of sharp intakes echoed through the group. Coach is incredible, someone whispered. An average person's punch force ranges from 50 to 80 kilograms. Breaking through 100 after systematic training is already impressive. Zhou Chong flexed his wrist and surveyed the crowd calmly. This is black iron 2nd tier level. Lin Chen's mind raced with calculations. In his previous life, professional boxers delivered punches around 200,300 kilograms, making Zhou Chang's strike comparable to a middleweight champion. Yet this was only black iron second tier. I spent 10 years in the professional circuit, peaked at black iron third tier, then declined with age. Zhou Chang's voice grew heavy. But I never made it into the elite class. The monsters who graduate from there throw punches over 400 kilogram silver level, true professional fighters. All right, everyone focus on training. You don't have much time left. With a 50 elimination rate even for the regular class, tension filled the air instantly. Most students aimed only for the regular class. The elite class was a luxury reserved for geniuses. Lin Chen's breathing hitched slightly. Wait a year? He couldn't afford that. In 3 months, he had to place in the God of Combat competition, which meant he could only aim for the elite class, the only place with sufficient cultivation resources. He focused his mind on the training plan. Professional skill, White Crane Basic Stance 11 experience. Profession, Black Iron Fighter 6 experience. The progress wasn't slow, but time was too short. What opportunity could trigger explosive experience growth? At 4 in the afternoon, the locker room reeked of sweat mixed with body wash. Usually, the men loved gossiping about the women in class, but today, fired up by Coach Zhou's speech, all conversations centered on cultivation progress and exam expectations. Many had zero confidence in themselves, finding even the regular class daunting. As for the elite class, they unanimously agreed it definitely belongs to Zheng Tong. Suddenly, someone mentioned Lin Chen. He's changed a lot lately. Wasn't he always chasing Sun Yan? Seems like he's given up. This morning during combat practice, he went toe-to-toe with Zheng Tong. You're overthinking it, someone scoffed. What's Lin Chen worth? He's not even qualified to carry Senior Zheng's shoes. If Senior Zheng hadn't held back today, he'd be in the hospital by now. In the steamy mirror, 7 or 8 students formed a circle. Yu Dai stood at the center, gesticulating wildly like a jumping monkey. You don't know, pursued Sun Yan so shamelessly, bombarding her with messages daily. How could he just give up like that? He's probably still harassing her privately. How do you know? Are you making this up? Bullshit. Sun Yan is my classmate, she told me herself. Someone nearby looked puzzled. Aren't you and Lin Chen brothers? Brothers? Yu Dai sneered. Of course, he wouldn't reveal the truth that he'd only pretended to be Lin Chen's friend to keep him at the bottom while getting his nutrition supplements. Now they'd fallen out. I'm warning you all, he has character issues. You'd better stay away from him. Just as he finished speaking, sudden silence fell behind him. Yu Dai continued his tirade, oblivious to the tall figure that had entered the locker room. This kind of morally bankrupt waste, I've long since. Long since what? Lin Chen's voice was calm. Yu Dai's neck turned like a rusty machine, inch by inch, toward the doorway. His smile froze like a cheap mask. Lin Chen? You haven't left yet. Lin Chen didn't answer, just stood quietly at the entrance, sweat trickling down his muscular contours. After breaking through 10.4 in physical stats, he wasn't an exaggerated muscle freak, but every fiber contained explosive power. Gentlemen, Lin Chen surveyed the room. Could you give us brothers some private space? The moment Lin Chen suggested he wanted to speak with Yu Dai alone, the entire locker room felt as if all the oxygen had been sucked out instantly. The previous chatter came to an abrupt halt. Several teammates who were changing clothes froze mid-motion, exchanging glances with each other. Yu Dai was stunned at first, then forced out a strained smile. Everyone out. Lin Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. The others seemed to receive a pardon, hastily grabbing their clothes and rushing toward the door, buttons still half-fastened. The door slammed shut, but they didn't go far. Instead, they pressed against the door, straining to eavesdrop. Do you think something's going to happen? One whispered. What could happen? Yu Dai's big mouth was bound to get him in trouble sooner or later. Before he could finish, a muffled thud came from inside, followed by the rattling vibration of metal locker doors. The faces of everyone outside changed color. Someone instinctively stepped back, yet couldn't resist their curiosity and pressed their ear even closer to the door. Inside the locker room, Lin Chen was closing in on Yu Dai. His 6 feet 2 inches frame cast a heavy shadow, forcing the 5 feet 9 inches Yu Dai to retreat step by step until his back hit the cold metal lockers. Lin? Brother Lin, what's this about? Yu Dai forced a laugh, sweat beading on his forehead. He noticed Lin Chen's gaze was frighteningly cold, like a sealed well without a trace of warmth. I heard everything you said outside just now. Lin Chen's tone was light, yet every word carried weight. Huh? What did I say? I was just talking casually, didn't mean anything by it. Yu Dai tried to maintain his composure, his Adam's apple bobbing. Lin Chen shook his head. He knew this type all too well. Eloquent when gossiping behind people's backs, but immediately shrinking when confronted face-to-face. I'll only say this once. Lin Chen locked onto Yu Dai's shifty gaze. All my energy right now is focused on training. Your petty schemes, I couldn't care less about them. Yu Dai's facial muscles twitched as sweat trickled down his temples. Lin Chen suddenly stepped forward, their breaths almost overlapping. If someone keeps making moves behind my back, spreading rumors, A suffocating sense of oppression enveloped Yu Dai. He had never seen Lin Chen like this. The guy who used to be unable to walk straight at the sight of women now seemed like a predator ready to strike. What do you want? His voice trembled, yet he stubbornly straightened his back. We're both at the bottom of the rankings. Why should I be afraid of you? Besides, I used to be better than you. Everything I said is true. Who doesn't know you used to chase after Sun Yin all the time? Now you're acting all high and mighty. Do you think people actually respect you now? Before he finished speaking, Lin Chen moved. The motion was almost too fast to see. Yu Dai felt the world spinning, his head slammed against the metal locker, ears ringing, stars dancing before his eyes. Before he could react, an iron grip hand clamped around his throat. Lin Chen lifted him like picking up dirty laundry, then with a cold flick, like stuffing a piece of dirty clothing, he shoved Yu Dai's entire body into the storage locker. The metal edge scraped against skin as Yu Dai convulsed in agony, guttural sounds escaping from his throat. The noise, mixed with blood and terror, echoed through the cramped locker room. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Chen pushed through the door and emerged. The crowd parted like the sea, instinctively creating a wide path. No one dared meet his gaze as everyone held their breath, listening only to the sharp clicking of his shoes against the floor, the sound rippling through the hallway in expanding circles. Only after his silhouette disappeared around the corner did everyone snap back to reality and rush into the locker room. The scene that greeted them froze the air instantly. Yu Dai had been stuffed into a storage locker, curled up like a boneless mass of flesh. His eyes had rolled back, white foam hanging from the corner of his mouth, his pants darkened with wetness, steam still rising. His fingers twitched occasionally, accompanied by hoarse moans, his life force as fragile as a candle flame ready to be extinguished at any moment. Completely destroyed. My God, Lin Chen did this. When did he become so ruthless? The chatter stopped abruptly. No one dared speak the final word on everyone's mind. But they all understood that the Lin Chen who had once been mocked was gone, and standing before them now was someone absolutely not to be crossed. In the narrow locker room, only Yu Dai's intermittent groans echoed. Someone tremblingly pulled out their phone to call 911, only to find their index finger too stiff to press the buttons. Stepping out of the martial arts gym, the early summer sun still hung high, coating the entire street in a dazzling golden edge. Lin Chen lifted his wrist to check his watch. Just past 4 o'clock, still several hours until sunset. He took a deep breath, adjusted his sports bag strap tighter, and instead of heading to the bus stop as usual, he did a few jumping jacks and stretches on the spot. Once his body warmed up, he broke into a run. Heat waves hit his face as sweat instantly soaked through his gray tank top. Since awakening his profession, Lin Chen's desire to improve his professional experience and 4 core attributes had become almost obsessive. Every minute and second was an opportunity to grow stronger, and he wouldn't allow any waste. That half hour on the bus was enough time for a 20-kilometer endurance training session. Huff, huff, huff. His breathing adjusted like a precise metronome. His muscles burned rhythmically while his knees and ankles voiced mild protests. The free nutritional supplements from the gym only provided basic recovery, while the enhancement drugs that could significantly boost training effects were prohibitively expensive. Thinking of those price tags, Lin Chen smiled bitterly to himself. So broke. His earphones pounded with intense drumbeat training music, drowning out traffic and voices. Sweat drops slid down his jaw, creating a series of dark spots on the asphalt. He didn't notice that 200 meters behind him, a team in matching blue training uniforms was maintaining steady rhythm as they followed. It was the Blue Eagle Sports Club, somewhat famous in Shanghai, conducting their daily training run. At the front of the group, team captain Chen Jiming paced while checking on his teammates. Keep the rhythm, watch your breathing. Next week's race will show Thunder Club what real endurance looks like. Someone in the group chuckled. Captain, that kid up ahead is running pretty hard. Only then did Chen Jiming notice Lin Chen playing gray tank top, black athletic shorts, steady stride, straight posture. He gave him just a casual glance. Don't get distracted, focus on your own pace. But as the distance increased, the situation became strange. 10 kilometers passed with no decrease in Lin Chen's speed. After 15 kilometers, he maintained his starting rhythm while some Blue Eagle members had begun deliberately deepening their breathing, their steps starting to scatter. What the hell? A female team member wiped the sweat from her forehead. Is that guy a robot or something? Chen Jiming heard her muttering and frowned even deeper. As a professional marathon runner, he knew all too well how demanding it was to maintain such a steady pace after more than 10 kilometers. Yet that young man named Lin Chen up ahead not only kept his pace consistent, but suddenly accelerated when turning the corner, darting out of everyone's sight in a flash. Wait! Chen Jiming called out instinctively, but the figure had already disappeared around the corner, leaving only the bustling traffic and crowds at the intersection. The team members gradually stopped, looking at each other as sweat dripped down from their foreheads along their cheeks. That speed must be sprint pace, right? Gasped a male team member. But he just ran at least 15 kilometers. Could he be a professional athlete too? The female member wondered, then shook her head. but he doesn't look like one. Chen Jiming wiped the sweat from his face, his eyes gleaming. He probably lives around here. Everyone keep an eye out. Next time we run into him, we must find out his background. If we can recruit such promising talent to our club, we'd hit the jackpot. Meanwhile, Lin Chen jogged back to his residential complex along the street. The attribute panel in his mind updated simultaneously. Physique, 10.4, Agility, 10.2, 10.3. His t-shirt was soaked with sweat, clinging to his body and outlining his well-defined muscles. Though his breathing was rapid, he was far from his limit. This level of training intensity was just part of his daily routine. At the complex entrance, a young volunteer in a vest approached him with flyers. Sir, would you like to learn about the Shanghai Marathon? The champion prize is 50,000 yuan. Lin Chen paused and took the flyer. 50,000 enough to buy several bottles of quality nutritional supplements. His eyes lit up, but when he saw team event, minimum 10 people per team, the light dimmed. He folded the flyer and tucked it into his pocket before walking into the complex. As night fell, he stopped by the delivery station to pick up a package 30 high-calorie protein bars. He unwrapped one, and the chocolate-flavored powder mixed with industrial flavoring exploded on his tongue, sickeningly sweet, but providing temporary relief to his stomach. Since intensifying his training, his body had become like a bottomless pit, constantly ravenous. In the elevator, the numbers climbed floor by floor. Lin Chen stared at the cold white digits, his mind flashing to a promotional video from the Martial Arts Association website. A researcher spinning a dark green military ration pill between his fingers, saying, "One pill sustains 3 days of training." But the price tag with its string of zeros brought him back to reality. One pill cost as much as a whole box of protein bars, not to mention various high-end nutritional supplements and muscle enhancement drugs. He had browsed the website for a full half hour, growing more discouraged with each page. Poor, too poor. Back home, he casually turned on the TV. The local news was reporting, "This is the 7th headless murder case this month. Police advise citizens to limit nighttime outings." The anchor's tone was grave. The recent drunk victim killing was no coincidence. With frequent murders lately, the suspected perpetrator appears to be a mist creature. Lin Chen's mind conjured the skull devourer he had witnessed that night, shrouded in gray mist, blood-stained fangs, utterly vicious. Though the authorities had established a special task force staffed with professional fighters and true martial artists, they had made little progress, casting a shadow over the entire city. It was inevitable that people would feel anxious. Turning off the TV, Lin Chen dropped to the floor and began doing push-ups. Sweat beads pounded against the yoga mat with sharp, plop sounds as his muscle fibers trembled at their breaking point. After finishing the final set, he collapsed like a deflated balloon, his chest heaving violently. At midnight, he was jolted awake by a harsh scraping sound like sharp claws scratching against the window glass. Old Wang from next door suddenly burst out with a hoarse curse. "Which bastard?" But his voice cut off abruptly like a recording being stopped, and all noise vanished with it. In the morning, Lin Chen stood before the bathroom mirror and noticed his shoulders had broadened, the muscles beneath his collarbone sharp as if carved by a blade. He opened Feishin and first replied to his sister Lin Yuqing's concerned message. Just as he was about to put down his phone, the contacts icon glowed with a glaring red 2. He tapped it open. 1. I'm Xiaomei Lin Chen Gij. Please accept me. I'll show you my legs. 2. Tian requests to add you as a friend. Lin Chen Gij. Accept me, and I'll show you my chest. 2 heavily made-up selfie avatars, with request times barely a minute apart. Lin Chen sneered coldly, but somehow found himself clicking accept. His phone immediately began vibrating frantically. Xiaomei. Image. Black fishnet stockings stretched across a hotel bed, toes hooked around lace panties. Tian. Image. Deep neck plunging to the navel. 2 mounds of white flesh barely contained. Xiaomei. I checked for the guys, you're really something. Xiaomei. Lin Chen Gij finally accepted. Why won't you call me? Xiaomei. I've been waiting for your call until all the flowers withered. Tian. Your muscles feel so hard, I want to try again. Tian. Come drink at my place this weekend, just the 2 of us. Only then did he remember those 2 from the bar last week hadn't given up after all. Lin Chen quickly typed back, I'm busy, no time, and turned off Feishin notifications. He changed into workout clothes and opened the door, nearly colliding with 2 uniformed police officers. The younger one instinctively reached for his gun, while the older one flashed his badge. Routine inquiry, District Criminal Investigation Unit. There was a murder next door last night. The young officer opened his notebook. Between 2 and 4 a.m., where were you? Did you hear anything unusual? Only then did a metallic, putrid smell hit his nostrils like spoiled meat mixed with sewer stench, making his stomach clench. Uncle Wang is dead. The older officer narrowed his eyes. When did you last see the deceased? Night before last. I ran into him in the elevator. Middle of the night. I was sleeping at home. Lin Chen recalled that eerie scraping sound. But I was woken up around dawn, heard Uncle Wang cursing, then silence. After confirming he was a martial arts apprentice, the police said, "Contact us if you have any new leads," and turned to leave. Lin Chen's gaze drifted past their shoulders to the wide-open door next door, where a white forensic suit flashed behind the police tape. In that instant, he glimpsed the twisted corpse on the living room floor, pajamas soaked dark brown, the blood pool revealing nothing above the neck. The jagged cross-section looked as if torn by wild beasts. Blood spatters spiraled across the walls as if something had spun the severed head at high speed. His temples throbbed. Could it be another mist creature? It seemed he couldn't stay here any longer. Lin Chen was running at a steady pace on his way to the martial arts gym. It was just past 5 in the morning, and the streets were still shrouded in a thin layer of mist. The orange glow of streetlights cast long shadows across the asphalt. Occasionally, an early bus would sweep past him, its scattered passengers barely visible through the windows, leaving only the low rumble of the engine behind. Lin Chen's breathing was even and deep, his chest rising and falling rhythmically. Each step landed precisely on the balls of his feet, his heels barely touching the ground, while his leg muscles worked like precision machinery, contracting and extending in the instinctive rhythm developed through training. Just 1 block away from the gym, a figure suddenly darted out from the side, arms spread wide to block his path. "Hey, wait up." Lin Chen came to an abrupt stop, his shoes scraping against the pavement with a soft sound. His gaze remained calm but alert. The man blocking his way was about 30 years old, lean and wiry, wearing a dark blue athletic jacket with a Blue Eagle team logo on the chest. His face was filled with barely contained excitement. "You're that running expert from last night, aren't you? Everyone from our club saw you. Your pace was absolutely incredible." The man extended his hand with enthusiasm. "I'm Chen Jiming, coach of the Blue Eagle Club. I came here specifically to find you." Lin Chen paused, remembering that there had indeed been a team following behind him during last night's workout. However, he had never been interested in marathons and shook his head politely. "Sorry, I'm not planning to run marathons." Chen Jiming seemed to have anticipated this response and spoke faster. "Don't be so quick to refuse. We're talking about the Shanghai Professional Marathon race. The winning team gets 50,000 yuan. 50,000. Lin Chen repeated instinctively. This was exactly the figure he'd seen on yesterday's flyer. His mother's medical expenses, the advanced courses at the martial arts gym, and even those expensive energy pills and body-strengthening elixirs from the Martial Arts Association website, they all lined up in his mind as stark monetary amounts. Even a portion of that prize money would be enough to ease his urgent financial pressures. Seeing his obvious hesitation, Chen Jiming pressed his advantage. "We want you as our pacemaker. With your endurance, you could definitely help the team pull ahead. If you agree, you'll get 70 of the prize money, plus the club will throw in an additional 30,000 as a newcomer bonus. All training expenses and meal allowances are on us." Lin Chen recalled the competition poster from last night. In-person teams, full relay format. He'd thought it had nothing to do with him, but now a ready-made team was extending an olive branch. The opportunity seemed almost too good to be true. As he hesitated, a line of pale blue system text suddenly appeared. Professional trigger conditions met. New profession available. Junior athlete. Unlock requirements. 1. Accept Blue Eagle Club invitation. 2. Win Shanghai Professional Marathon Championship. Lin Chen's heart jolted. So the system panel wasn't limited to martial arts after all. If he could actually win the championship, he'd not only earn prize money, but also unlock a completely new profession with unknown skills and attribute bonuses. With 2 benefits laid out before him, any further hesitation seemed wasteful. "So, have you made up your mind?" Chen Jiming looked at him expectantly. Lin Chen took a deep breath, wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, and smiled slightly. "All right, I'm in. I really do need the money right now." Chen Jiming clapped him on the shoulder, his voice rising half an octave with excitement. "Fantastic. Come on, let's head to the club right now. I'll introduce you to your teammates." Lin Chen shook his head. "Not now. I need to go train first." Chen Jiming was momentarily stunned, then nodded knowingly. "All right, let's exchange contact info then. Come straight to the club after your training." The two exchanged phone numbers, and Chen Jiming carefully explained the competition registration time, rules, and dress code requirements. Finally, he patted Lin Chen on the shoulder and left with satisfaction. Lin Chen watched him disappear into the distance, his mind racing. 50,000 prize money. A brand new career. He had to win this competition. He clenched his fists and suddenly picked up his pace, running toward the martial arts gym. The morning sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the gym, the air mixing the scents of cleaning solution and sweat. The moment Lin Chen stepped into the training area, the previously noisy chatter seemed to be turned down. Several students instinctively stepped aside, their eyes filled with both wariness and curiosity. Word of Udai being stuffed into a storage locker yesterday had spread throughout the entire gym. The once quiet waste had shown ruthless skill and was not to be provoked. Lin Chen ignored these stares completely, even enjoying the solitary feeling of people automatically making way for him. He walked straight to the training area, assumed the white crane stance, and began today's standing meditation training. His professional talent operated quietly within his body, experience points steadily rising, but he still wasn't satisfied no matter what. He had to advance his profession to the next level within these 2 days. His lower body was as stable as an old tree taking root, knees slightly bent but completely motionless. His breathing was long and deep, chest rising and falling steadily. Sweat drops rolled down from his chin, creating dark circles on the floor. Your professional skill: White Crane Basic Standing Meditation, Experience 9. Your profession: Bronze Level Fighter, Experience 5. System notifications appeared one after another, and Lin Chen could clearly feel his body's transformation. In just 3 days, he had progressed from barely completing 1 standing meditation to finishing 9 in 1 given. He found this speed astonishing. On the second floor by the railing, Coach Zhou Cheng stood with his arms crossed, his gaze locked firmly on Lin Chen. The branch gym produced martial arts talents like Zheng Tong every year, but this kind of from waste to God mutation that Lin Chen displayed was something he had never seen in his dozen years of coaching. As the afternoon training session neared its end, Zhou Cheng walked over to Lin Chen, his voice not loud, but enough to carry over the entire venue. Lin Chen, come with me. The training ground fell silent instantly. Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his face and calmly replied, "Yes, coach." He could feel the complex gazes behind him, shock, jealousy, and resentment intertwined. Is Coach Zhou going to give him special training? Definitely. I'm telling you, he's been hiding his true strength all along. Stop talking, maybe it's about the elite class. On the other side, Zheng Tong watched coldly. As the acknowledged top talent in the apprentice class, he had always been Coach Zhou's most valued student. But today the coach's attention was on Lin Chen. Just dumb luck. He snorted, his fists clenched so tightly in his palms they creaked. Next to Zheng Tong, Sun Yan stared at Lin Chen with complex emotions. Ever since being blocked that day, she had been waiting for him to contact her first, but several days had passed, and he hadn't even glanced at her. How can he be like this? Sun Yan bit her lip, feeling both irritated and wronged. She pulled out her phone and quickly sent a message to her best friend Lu Wen. It's been several days and Lin Chen still hasn't come to find me. Does he really like someone else? Lu Wen replied instantly. Huh? Why do you keep bringing him up lately? Didn't you used to say he was sometimes annoying? Sun Yan's fingers paused, then she quickly typed. I never found him annoying. I just didn't agree to him right away, that's all. Lu Wen sent back a confused emoji. Don't tell me. You've started caring about him? Sun Yan's fingers froze midair, her mind going blank. I don't know anymore. A sharp pang of grievance pierced her heart like a needle. She stared at the chat window and typed rapidly. Wen, I've been dreaming about Lin Chen constantly these past few days, and his image keeps floating through my mind. Could I actually have feelings for him? On the other side of the screen, Lu Wen was stunned for a long moment before replying. Yin, I think you might be overthinking this. It's probably just temporary adjustment as soon as you'll be fine in a few days. Sun Yan bit her lower lip, her breathing slightly unsteady, and finally sighed helplessly. I hope you're right. At that very moment, Lin Chen was completely unaware of her inner turmoil as he pushed open the door to Zhou Cheng's office. Coach, you wanted to see me? Close the door first. The door clicked shut, the heavy wooden panel blocking out the noise from outside. Lin Chen looked around the spacious room, which resembled more of a mini training ground. Martial arts diagrams hung on all 4 walls, protective gear and punching bags were piled in the corners, and the intermingled scents of pine wood and leather filled the air, subtle yet distinct. Zhou Cheng turned around, his gaze fixed directly on him. Kid, I've been watching you for several days now, and your rate of improvement something's not right. Lin Chen's heart tightened, though his expression remained composed. Did you suddenly have a breakthrough? Or have you been hiding your true abilities all along? Zhou Cheng narrowed his eyes, studying him intently. After a moment of silence, Lin Chen replied calmly. Perhaps my potential was just awakened. Zhou Cheng stared at him for several seconds, then suddenly smiled. Fine, if you don't want to talk about it, I won't force you. He walked over to the tea table and poured himself a cup of hot tea, steam rising with its fragrance. I called you here today to discuss the elite class. Elite class? Lin Chen's eyes flickered with interest. That's right. Zhou Cheng sipped his tea. White Crane Martial Arts Academy selects candidates from various branches every year. Spots are limited, and competition is fierce. Even if you make it into the elite class, don't expect it to be easy. The elimination system there is 10 times more brutal than the regular classes. Lin Chen listened quietly, his breathing growing deeper. Originally, I was planning to recommend Zheng Tong has got the best talent and skills in the apprentice class, Zhou Cheng admitted frankly. But your emergence has given me another option. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat, knowing that the next words might change his destiny. Zhou Cheng stood up and walked to the weapon rack, his fingertips tracing along an unsharpened long blade, the metal cold to the touch. The greatest advantage of the elite class is access to White Crane Academy's core martial arts techniques. What you're practicing now, basic stance training, is even in the same league. He turned back, his eyes blazing with intensity. Basic stance training can at most strengthen your body, but the techniques taught in the elite class, when mastered to their depths, can truly combat the mist creatures. Combat the mist creatures? Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply. Since entering this world, he had constantly felt insecure. Last night's neighbor's tragic death reminded him that mortal threats could strike at any moment. Without real power, forget about protecting his family. Even self-preservation would be a luxury. Zhou Chong spoke each word deliberately. So, do you dare compete with Zheng Tong for this spot? Without hesitation, Lin Chen replied with unwavering determination. I dare. A flash of admiration crossed Zhou Chong's eyes, followed by hearty laughter. Good. That's the spirit. His laughter stopped abruptly as his expression grew serious, his voice dropping to a low tone. However, determination alone isn't enough. I need to test your foundation myself. As he spoke, he pointed toward the protective gear by the wall. Put it on. Let's spar a few rounds. Lin Chen didn't hesitate. He rushed to the gear rack and fastened the chest guard, arm guards, and leg guards one by one, then turned to stand in the center of the training mat. The fluorescent lights overhead illuminated his slightly labored breathing, and beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead. Zhou Chong raised his hands, flexing his wrists as his joints cracked audibly. Don't worry, I'll hold back. Data flashed through his mind. Punch force 230 kilograms, black iron third rank. At full strength, one punch would seriously injure an ordinary person. He assumed his fighting stance. Ready? Lin Chen took a deep breath, slightly bending his arms to guard his front. Please guide me, coach. Bang. Zhou Chong's straight punch arrived instantly. Lin Chen barely managed to block with his forearms, but the tremendous force still sent him staggering back 3 steps, his feet scraping gray-white marks on the floor as his arms went numb. Zhou Chong frowned slightly. Too rigid, your reaction was slow. Before he finished speaking, he pivoted and launched a side kick that cut through the air. Lin Chen hastily ducked to dodge, but the tip of the shoe still grazed his waist, sending him stumbling to one side. Your profession, Black Iron Fighter Experience 5. The cold system notification brought an inexplicable surge of excitement. He shouted, again, and charged toward Zhou Chong. A trace of surprise flickered in Zhou Chong's eyes, but his movements didn't stop. He threw an explosive straight punch aimed at Lin Chen's chest. Thud! The fist struck the chest guard, the deep, muffled sound echoing through the training hall. Lin Chen was knocked back 2 meters, landing on one knee with a tight feeling in his chest. Experience 5, Experience 10. Through each collision, he was completely dominated, yet he could clearly feel his experience bar climbing rapidly. Zhou Chong's frown deepened. Insufficient strength, average speed, barely passable physique. Compared to Zheng Tong, he still fell short. He started too late. Disappointment spread in his heart as he silently decided, that's enough. Just as he was about to withdraw his punch. Ding. Profession, Black Iron Fighter level up, first rank. Strength 1. Speed 1. Constitution 1. Spirit 1. Free skill point 1 acquired. A surge of heat flooded through his limbs and body. Lin Chen felt as if his muscle fibers were being reignited, his bones emitting subtle crackling sounds, and his vision becoming clearer than ever before. Zhou Chong's movement faltered slightly, alarm bells ringing in his mind. The Lin Chen before him had a completely different aura. Before Zhou Chong could recover his stance, Lin Chen had already stomped hard on the wooden floor, his speed nearly doubling from before. Whoosh. His whip kick cut through the air, creating a gust of wind as it swept toward Zhou Chong's elbow joint. After breaking through normal human limits, each 1 point represented exponential improvement, now displayed in full force. Zhou Chong hastily raised his elbow to block. Bang. The dull impact exploded as he was forced back half a step. When he looked up, his eyes were filled with shock. What the hell? Then he couldn't help but mutter in amazement. It seems your potential is even greater than I imagined. Confusion churned in his mind. How is this guy getting stronger the more we fight? Is his potential truly far from being exhausted? If that's the case, then compared to him, Zheng Tong might be nothing at all. Zhou Chong stared at Lin Chen, the surprise in his eyes still lingering. He quickly replayed the sparring match in his mind. Zheng Tong's speed and strength had been within expectations, but Lin Chen's explosive burst of power during their exchange had torn through all predetermined assessments like a sharp blade. Zheng Tong's potential had been nearly exhausted while he indeed dominated the apprentice class. Once he entered the elite class and faced true martial arts prodigies, his techniques and physical limitations would be quickly exposed. In contrast, Lin Chen's initial test results had already somewhat surprised Zhou Chong, though at the time he still fell slightly short of Zheng Tong. Who could have predicted that in just one real combat session, Lin Chen would achieve a breakthrough mid-fight, stepping into Black Iron first stage? This kind of battlefield growth typically only appeared in geniuses fought over by major martial arts schools, yet now it had manifested in a previously unremarkable student. How could Zhou Chong not be shaken? He took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions in his heart, his tone low but carrying rare admiration. Lin Chen, I admit I truly underestimated you before. As his words fell, The room grew so quiet that only their breathing remained. Lin Chen didn't respond immediately. He closed his eyes, carefully sensing the changes after his breakthrough. His blood flowed through his vessels with a steadier rhythm. His heartbeat was stronger. His breathing became increasingly prolonged, like bellows pumping. He could clearly hear his muscle fibers contracting and relaxing slightly, his strength seemingly recalibrated. Zhou Chong watched approvingly and continued. At your current rate of progress, as long as you maintain it, you'll definitely surpass Zheng Tong in the next assessment. Hearing these words, Lin Chen opened his eyes, his gaze flickering as he nodded gently. Zhou Chong then pulled open his desk drawer, retrieving a black USB drive and handing it over. This contains modern martial arts materials that White Crane Martial Arts School has compiled over recent years. Sanda, boxing, White Crane fist, White Crane steps, almost all mainstream systems are included. The cold metal fell into his palm, warming Lin Chen's heart. Foundation training was the root, but real combat required adapting to each move. A single system was too easily countered. Zheng Tong's dominance in the apprentice class relied not only on White Crane Martial Arts School's techniques, but also on other fighting styles he'd learned privately. Though White Crane Martial Arts School originated from ancient martial arts, it wasn't conservative. Many modern fighting techniques were worth studying. Zhou Chong placed his hand on Lin Chen's shoulder, his tone firm. Go back and study this thoroughly. Come ask me anytime you don't understand something. Since I've decided to focus on cultivating you, I won't hold anything back. Thank you, coach. Lin Chen bowed solemnly. Zhou Chong waved his hand, indicating he could leave. Pushing open the office door, the training hall instantly fell silent. The crisp sound of iron dumbbells hitting the floor was deliberately muffled, and dozens of gazes converged in unison. Some froze mid-punch at the punching bags, afraid to lower their fists. Others pretended to stretch while keeping their ears perked. Curiosity, jealousy, intrigue emotions swirled and churned in the air. Everyone was wondering, what had Coach Zhou said to Lin Chen during their private meeting? Lin Chen remained calm, as if oblivious to the surrounding stares. He walked to his locker, grabbed his backpack, and slung it over his shoulder. What concerned him most at this moment was the flickering blue light in the system pop-up. The skill point from his breakthrough finally allowed him to unlock one of the 6 branch talents. He couldn't wait to find a quiet place to study it. He strode across the training hall and pushed open the martial arts school's glass door, hot wind carrying street noise rushing toward him. Just as he was about to step over the threshold, a familiar female voice called out from behind. Lin Chen. Footsteps approached, urgent and crisp. Sun Yin almost jogged to catch up, blocking his path, her chest rising and falling slightly from rapid breathing. Sweat trickled down her temples, reflecting the bright gleam of the training hall lights. What did Coach Zhou just tell you? She looked directly into his eyes. Lin Chen frowned slightly, his voice cold. Are you here to gather information for Zheng Tong? It's none of your business. He moved to step around her. Sun Yin froze, quickly reaching out to stop him, her voice betraying panic and confusion. Lin Chen, don't misunderstand, I'm not doing this for him. I just want you to add me back on Feishin. Lin Chen didn't slow his pace for even a moment. He didn't bother turning his head, coldly dropping the words, I don't add irrelevant people. The streetlights stretched their shadows long across the pavement. Sun Yinru froze in place as if paralyzed, her cheeks that had just held a flush of color instantly turning deathly pale. She opened her mouth, but it was as if invisible hands were choking her throat. Not a single word could escape. Only after Lin Chen's figure completely disappeared into the neon glow at the end of the street did she snap back to reality. Eyes rimmed with red, she crumpled to the ground and buried her face in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. Lin Chen, why do you hurt me like this? Did I really do something wrong? Her broken sobs were torn apart by the night wind, yet still fell completely into the empty air. Finally, he could unlock new professional skills. Back in his rental apartment, Lin Chen could no longer suppress his racing heartbeat as he pulled up the interface. The gray holographic window suddenly expanded, 6 skill trees coldly displayed before his eyes. 1. Steel Bone's Defense Strength Specialization. Bone Density Enhancement through specialized training that stimulates osteoblast proliferation, increasing bone impact resistance by 300, approaching titanium implant levels. Recommended. 2. Swift Wind Speed Enhancement. Accelerated neural conduction, improving motor neuron synaptic transmission efficiency by 50, breaking through the human physiological limit of 0.1 second reaction time. 3. Burning Blood Explosive Power. Instantaneous ADP energy production, increasing adenosine triphosphate breakdown rate by 500, capable of bursting with 3x normal strength for 3 seconds, at the cost of doubled lactic acid accumulation. 4. Sixth Sense Perception Enhancement. Visual Spatial Modeling, completing 360-degree scanning within a 10-meter radius in 0.3 seconds, similar to autonomous vehicle LiDAR systems. 5. Stacking Force Multiple Power Generation. Kinetic energy accumulation through facial elastic potential energy storage, allowing second attacks to carry 30 residual kinetic energy from the previous strike, theoretically stackable up to 5 times. 6. Return to origin energy circulation. Aerobic metabolism optimization, reducing resting heart rate to 40 bpm while increasing maximum oxygen uptake VO2 max to 80 mol/min. Note: each option carries undisclosed physiological costs that the system will not explain. Users must experience them firsthand. This is the cruel beauty of the human evolution system. Even though he'd mentally prepared himself, seeing these precise numerical values still made Lin Chen involuntarily suck in a sharp breath. Each branch here was far more than simply boosting a single attribute. He spread his palms, quietly analyzing. Steel bones was straightforward toughness 1, practically pushing him toward a Wolverine-like direction. Durability was paramount, and it aligned better with combat. Swift wind and stacking force could dramatically improve real combat air tolerance. Burning blood suited quick, decisive battles, life or death in 3 seconds. Return to origin seemed mild but had the greatest potential, laying a solid foundation for all high-intensity training, though short-term results would be hard to see. I want them all. He could almost envision how terrifying he'd become after mastering every skill. But each specialization would create divergent paths in strength, agility, and constitution. The cost of specialization might mean hitting a dead end. His gaze swept across all 6 options as Lin Chen took a deep breath. Interface, respond. No response. Interface, screw you. Still silent. Interface, daddy. The holographic screen remained motionless, only reflecting his embarrassment with crystal clarity. Phew. He wiped the sweat from his brow, understanding this wasn't some casual button-clicking game, but a watershed moment that would determine his future path. Too few skill points, that was the fundamental problem. Advancing his professional rank would have to become his top priority going forward. So then my choices. After a brief moment of hesitation, he realized a fundamental truth. The first step in learning to fight isn't learning how to hit others, it's learning how to take a hit. With his mind made up, he didn't hesitate to invest his talent points in a constitution. The 1. Bang. The moment he confirmed, his chest felt as if it had been struck by muffled thunder, with bones, muscles, and fascia all trembling in unison. Steel bone talent activated. Constitution, 12,153.0. Strength, 1.71, 4.73.0. Agility, 1.8, 4.8, 3.0. Lin Chen sucked in a sharp breath. Normally, a full day of hard training would only yield a growth of a few decimal points in attributes, but this time, the value shot up to visibly impressive heights. A complete transformation. He slowly clenched his fist, joints cracking audibly as his arm muscles suddenly became distinctly defined. Veins bulged from his skin like coiled dragons, ready to strike. He casually threw a straight punch, violently tearing through the air with a sharp whooshing sound that even carried traces of wind pressure. His explosive power had skyrocketed. I need to test my strength when I get the chance, he calculated silently. With his current strength and constitution, plus this steel bone enhancement, he estimated he had reached the level of a second-tier bronze fighter. The system notification appeared again, and he smiled slightly, extremely satisfied with this investment. Along with his satisfaction came a sudden wave of hunger and emptiness. Lin Chen pulled a protein bar from his pocket, tore open the wrapper, and took a big bite. Plop. A business card fell to the ground. Blue Eagle Marathon Club coach, Chen Jiming. Almost forgot. He had promised the man this morning that he would report to the club today. He checked his watch. 16:23, about 20 kilometers away. I'll run there. After wolfing down the protein bar in a few bites, he steadied his breathing and shot out of the street corner like an arrow. 17:33, Lin Chen arrived at his destination. Under the evening glow, the Blue Eagle Club's metal sign reflected a cold gleam. The training facility occupied a vast area, with the main building's full glass curtain wall reflecting patches of orange-earth light. The side wing featured a 400-meter circular track and indoor training hall, rivaling professional sports centers in scale. This luxurious? He was somewhat surprised, having expected just an ordinary running group. As he stood at the entrance, several training teams passed by on their way back, many casting curious glances. Who's this guy? Someone new? What an incredible physique. Several female team members' eyes lit up noticeably. In fact, his facial features hadn't changed significantly, but after his attribute surge, his entire demeanor had become more composed, his gaze sharp as a blade, radiating an undeniable sense of security. His fitted athletic wear outlined his full chest muscles and broad shoulders, embodying the slim when clothed, muscular when undressed, ideal that naturally drew attention. Lin Chen was accustomed to such stares and was just about to pull out his phone to contact Chen Jiming when, "Hello, are you here to see someone?" A sweet female voice came from beside him. Lin Chen turned around and saw a girl in a pink tracksuit smiling under the lights. She was petite with an innocent face, her fair and slender legs visible beneath a pleated mini skirt, while her form-fitting athletic wear accentuated curves that were quite striking. A hint of pale skin showed at her neckline, a classic combination of youthful features with a mature figure. Most guys would have lost their composure facing such contrast, but Lin Chen simply nodded calmly. I'm looking for Coach Chen Jiming. The girl blinked, slightly surprised by his composure. Coach Chen took the team out for training, but they'll be back soon. You can wait for him in the office. As she spoke, she pointed to the club badge on her chest, indicating her credentials. I'm Su Xiaoro, the club's logistics assistant. Lin Chen checked his watch 5:40 p.m. 10 more minutes would be fine. All right, thanks. The two walked into the main building one after the other. The spacious lobby was softly lit, with the first floor filled with the latest training equipment. Through the glass partition, the second floor's therapy center and nutrition area were clearly visible. The third floor housed the offices, with the innermost room bearing a head coach, nameplate Chen Jiming's office, which even included a small reception area. Have a seat, I'll get you some water. Su Xiaoro gestured toward the sofa and opened the nearby refrigerator. Lin Chen thanked her quietly, his gaze falling on the wall's trophy cabinet awards and medals stacked in layers, with a group photo at the center showing Chen Jiming standing among several athletes in national team uniforms. Lin Chen silently assessed that this club had serious backing. While getting the water, Su Xiaoro couldn't help but study Lin Chen again. Usually, guys her age would become flustered around her, their eyes darting everywhere. But this guy maintained steady eye contact with a composure that surprised her and sparked her competitive spirit. She walked back to the sofa with the bottled water, deliberately leaning forward as she handed it to him, saying softly, "You ran here, didn't you? You're pretty sweaty. Here, it's important to hydrate after exercise." Her voice was sweet and deliberately coquettish. Thanks. Lin Chen took the bottle, his demeanor unchanged. Is this guy made of wood? Su Xiaoro bit her lip inwardly. Just as she was about to try again, the office door swung open. Lin Chen, I was really worried you wouldn't show up. A hearty, cheerful voice rang out. Chen Jiming strode in and clapped Lin Chen on the shoulder, laughing loudly. Haha, finally got you here. Su Xiaoro immediately moved close to Chen Jiming, her eyes affectionate. Chen Jiming naturally reached up and ruffled her hair, the gesture so casual it made Lin Chen pause slightly. Xiaoro didn't give you any trouble, did she? Chen Jiming asked with a smile. No, she was quite helpful. Lin Chen shook his head. Good. Oh, don't get the wrong idea, I'm her uncle. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised to learn about this uncle-nephew relationship. He glanced between the two of them, then pushed down his confusion and took a seat after some brief pleasantries. Chen Jiming didn't want to beat around the bush anymore. He leaned forward and got straight to the point. So, have you made up your mind? Will you join our club? I can join, but I need money. Lin Chen's answer was straightforward, without a hint of hesitation in his voice. He rubbed his growling stomach and added, also, what's the meal allowance like? I'm starving right now. Chen Jiming was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, slapping his palm on the table with a loud smack. You're refreshingly honest, kid. He pointed toward the gray-white complex building outside the window. The club has a professional cafeteria with a buffet, beef, chicken breast, protein, carbs all unlimited. The nutritionist will give you the right proportions based on your training load. You can eat however you want. The mention of a cafeteria instantly sparked Lin Chen's interest. With his recent training intensity ramping up, his appetite had grown accordingly, and protein bars plus takeout had nearly emptied his wallet. If he could get 3 meals a day at the club, he'd not only save a fortune but also have a more scientific diet. While he was calculating in his head, Su Xiaoro beside him widened her eyes. Uncle, are you really going to make him the breakaway runner and have him compete in next week's race? She turned to Lin Chen, her voice rising. Without any adjustment period, how is that even possible? Chen Jiming's smile faded, and his eyes darkened slightly. Lin Chen keenly picked up on this subtle change. Blue Eagle Club looked glamorous on the surface, but underneath, undercurrents were surging. It wasn't just marathon, but also swimming, cycling, mixed martial arts, and other divisions. How much funding each program received, and how high they could rise within the club depended entirely on competition results. Thunder Club had already won 3 consecutive city-level marathon races, and if Blue Eagle lost again, Chen Jiming might face demotion and the marathon division's budget could be slashed in half. So he was taking a desperate gamble, turning his attention to the outsider Lin Chen. How do we know it won't work if we don't try? Chen Jiming didn't voice his real pressure, just stood up and gestured. Come on, let me introduce you to the team members. If it works out, we'll sign a short-term contract today and start training tomorrow. But Lin Chen raised his hand to signal. I can only come after 4 p.m. each day. I can't stop training at the martial arts gym. 4 o'clock. Chen Jiming frowned. That's cutting it too close. Why don't you take leave from the martial arts gym and focus entirely on preparing for the competition? No way. Lin Chen's refusal was absolute. He was still eyeing that elite class spot at the martial arts gym and wouldn't budge an inch. Chen Jiming hesitated for a few seconds, ultimately deciding to assess his abilities first. Fine, let's do the test first. If your fitness meets our standards, we'll go with your schedule. Soon after, a whistle sounded on the training field. Over 20 team members lined up in 2 neat rows, with the smell of sweat mixed with the dampness of grass rising up. Chen Jiming pushed Lin Chen in front of the team. Let me introduce him, might become our new breakaway runner. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene erupted. What? Compete directly? Are you kidding me? We've been working together for so long. Why should he get to go? Coach Chun, this isn't fair. Lin Chen scanned the crowd, calmly assessing. Most were just watching, but several pairs of eyes were filled with hostility. A thin, sharp-featured young team member stepped forward, his voice barbed. Coach, we don't need a new breakaway runner. Brother Lee has been doing just fine. Everyone's gaze naturally turned to the original breakaway runner, Brother Lee, with his bleached yellow hair. He stood with his arms crossed, face dark, eyes locked on Lin Chen. Chun Jiming's expression immediately darkened. This is the club's decision. Su Xiaoro quickly chimed in to help. Lin Chen is really good. Don't be so quick to object. Her words would have been better left unsaid the moment she spoke. The yellow-haired guy's eyes became even more furious. He had harbored a secret crush on Su Xiaoro for a long time, and seeing her defend Lin Chen now made jealousy burn within him. Huh, impressive? Then let's see about that. His bright yellow hair gleamed as his voice dripped with provocation. The blonde sneered at Lin Chen. Marathon isn't about fighting, just having a big build won't help you. Everyone had heard that Lin Chen was an apprentice at a martial arts gym. While fighters were highly respected, there was still a world of difference between an apprentice and a full member. Many people present had once been apprentices at martial arts gyms themselves, only to be weeded out eventually. In other words, Lin Chen's current status wasn't much different from theirs. Boos and jeers instantly filled the training facility. Lin Chen's gaze swept across the scene, taking in the situation completely. At the end of the day, he had only agreed to come to the club to earn that prize money. It was purely a part-time gig, and he had no time for petty politics with these people. So he stepped forward, his voice calm yet sharp. Fine, let's compete. Winner stays, loser leaves. Don't waste time. Chun Jiming initially wanted to intervene, but then thought better of if this would indeed be the fastest way to resolve things. Besides, he was curious about Lin Chen's true abilities. All right, he declared decisively. 5-kilometer interval run. 5 kilometers is too short. The blonde shook his head with a sarcastic tone. Let's make it 10 kilometers. He had just passed the municipal athlete certification, and endurance was his specialty. Whatever you want. Lin Chen shrugged. Su Xiaoro quietly moved closer to Lin Chen and whispered a warning. Be careful. He ran 10 kilometers in 35 minutes last time. Lin Chen responded with a casual acknowledgement, but inwardly he was confident. 35 minutes was indeed fast, and before his advancement, he might not have been sure of victory. But now, with his agility attribute increased to 14.8, the outcome should be clear. As the race was about to begin, all team members gathered around the track. The blonde stretched his wrists, his gaze cold as he calculated silently. After winning, he would definitely humiliate this guy publicly, crush any thoughts he had about Su Xiaoro, and show everyone that marathon success required real skill, not connections. The starting gun fired. Lin Chen shot out like an arrow released from a bow. The blonde's face stiffened. Is he crazy? Running like that for 10 kilometers? But he immediately sneered and adjusted his breathing to maintain his pace. Marathon wasn't a 100-meter sprint, and people who rushed out at the start would inevitably crash later. After 3 kilometers, not only hadn't Lin Chen slowed down, but he was running more steadily, extending his lead to half a kilometer. Sweat beaded on the blonde's forehead, but he still consoled himself. Just hold on a bit longer, he's about to crash. At the 6-kilometer mark, Lin Chen finally seemed to slow down slightly. The blonde's spirits lifted as he could almost see himself overtaking. But the next second, whoosh, Lin Chen suddenly accelerated again, his figure seeming to leave after images as his pace instantly broke through 3 minutes per kilometer. Now he looked like he was truly beginning to sprint. This is impossible. The blonde's mentality completely collapsed as he could only watch that figure grow more and more distant. About 30 minutes later, Lin Chen crossed the finish line, breathing slightly heavily but with clear, focused eyes. The blonde was still struggling 1,500 meters behind. The entire venue fell silent. Su Xiaoro was the first to snap out of it, cheering and jumping up, her ample chest bouncing dramatically, causing several male teammates nearby to gulp audibly. Chun Jiming pressed the stopwatch with trembling hands. 30 minutes and 7 seconds. This performance was already approaching national first-class athlete standards. Chun Jiming was as thrilled as if he'd struck gold and immediately shouted, "Race over, assemble." Hearing the command, everyone shuffled over dejectedly, their earlier arrogance instantly extinguished as they hung their heads with drooping shoulders, none daring to talk back. Chun Jiming was secretly delighted his pacemaker candidate was now locked in. Lin Chen, you were so fast, so powerful, amazing. Su Xiaoro hurried forward, offering him a towel while showering him with praise. Lin Chen was breathing heavily and gave a slight nod. During that 10-kilometer run, he'd gone nearly all out, testing his panel attributes while sprinting. The combined boost from agility and physique allowed him to finish in 30 minutes, a full 5 minutes faster than Huang Mao's personal best. This made him clearly realize that the enhancement from professional skills was far more dramatic than he'd imagined. Coach, training doesn't start until tomorrow, right? Can I go now? Where's the cafeteria? He asked bluntly. Of course. Chen Jiming's grin stretched from ear to ear as he pointed in the direction. Su Xiaoro volunteered eagerly. I'll take you there. The two headed straight for the cafeteria. When Huang Mao finally staggered across the finish line, he was met only by his teammates' complicated stares. I just wasn't in good form today. He explained, his face pale as a sheet. Chen Jiming sneered. Your best form is still only 35 minutes. While Lin Chen, he waved the stopwatch. Clearly, wasn't even going full throttle. Those words hit Huang Mao like a punch to the chest, and he collapsed to the ground, staring blankly ahead. In the cafeteria, Lin Chen sat down with plates piled high like a mountain. Steak, chicken breast, brown rice, boiled eggs. Everything was swept clean in no time, and he completely ignored the astonished stares from those around him. Su Xiaoro sat across from him with her chin propped on her hands, wanting to chat, but unable to find an opening. Your running form is really professional. Have you trained before? Should I get you another steak? She fired off questions, but received only the crisp sounds of cutlery against plates in response. Half an hour later, the fifth plate clattered onto the table's edge. Lin Chen let out a long breath since he'd started martial arts training. This was the first time he'd truly eaten his fill. Su Xiaoro's conversation plans were completely derailed, as she could only stare in amazement at him demolishing the food. This cafeteria is pretty good. Staying here for a week, I'll definitely eat my money's worth in meal fees, Lin Chen calculated silently. Seeing him finally stop, Su Xiaoro quickly handed him a napkin. Lin Chen, let me add you on Phison. You can reach out to me for anything you need in the future. Anything I need? He looked up to confirm. Of course. Lin Chen pulled out his phone, and as the screen lit up, dozens of messages popped up. Lin Chen, baby, look at my new pajamas. You said you liked black stockings last time? Photo. When are you coming to the bar again? Su Xiaoro caught a glimpse and smiled knowingly. You're quite popular, aren't you? Just spam messages. Lin Chen locked the screen directly and stood up. I'll be here for training at 4 tomorrow. Oh, okay. See you tomorrow then. Watching his figure disappear through the doorway, Su Xiaoro bit her lip, her chest rising and falling slightly since childhood. Which boy hadn't revolved around her? But this Lin Chen, had he really just come here to eat? Didn't want to spend even a moment longer with her? What she didn't know was that after Lin Chen walked out of the club, he looked at his attribute panel with a smile. Constitution 0.1, just from eating a meal. This club was definitely the right choice. Over the next week, his life fell into a rigid routine, with every second accounted for. 5:30 a.m., before the fog had lifted, he'd already completed his first morning run around the empty streets. His breathing was steady, his pace rhythmic like a ticking clock, his shoes hitting the pavement with crisp, tap-tap sounds. 8 a.m. sharp, the martial arts gym opened. Stance training, punch-kick combinations, sparring practice. He missed nothing. He plugged in the USB drive Coach Zhou had given him, slowing down the boxing and kickboxing demonstrations to 0.5x speed, breaking down every frame until each muscle's movement was burned into his body. Professional experience 10. Kickboxing proficiency 5. Boxing skills 5. System notifications flashed one after another. After advancing to the first tier of bronze fighter, experience came faster, but the required experience for leveling up increased exponentially. Even with full-day intensive training, the experience bar barely moved a fraction, nowhere near enough. Lin Chen wiped away his sweat, his gaze sharp as a blade. 4 p.m., Chen Jiming dragged him to the track again. From the second day on, he ran the full 50-kilometer training course with the team and intensity that made even professional athletes tremble. Yet Lin Chen gritted his teeth and pushed through. Keep your breathing rhythm steady. Chen Jiming shouted from the sidelines. A breakaway rider needs to be fast and enduring. His lungs felt like they were stuffed with molten iron, but he adjusted his stride as instructed. The high energy expenditure meant massive appetite. The cafeteria lady already remembered this young man who could eat us out of business and always gave him extra helpings of meat. Su Xiaoro would slip energy drinks into his hands during breaks or coincidentally sit beside him. Isn't training exhausting? Want to try the new protein powder tomorrow? Are you free tonight? Not tired. Don't need it. Not free. His answers were consistently curt to the point of coldness. Su Xiaoro would stomp her feet in frustration, but it only made her more determined. In the evening, the two teams crossed paths at the training ground. Well, if it isn't the Blue Eagles losers. Planning to take last place again this time. Thunder Club members taunted loudly. Seeing Lin Chen, they became even more brazen. This beanpole is your new breakaway rider? Su Xiaoro and the others turned ashen, their fists clenched tight. Chen Jiming barked. Shut up. We'll settle this on the track. On the bus ride back, suppressed anger rumbled like distant thunder. Lin Chen sat by the window, head down, rubbing the calluses on his knuckles. This debt would be repaid. 11:30 p.m., he dragged his exhausted body back to his rental apartment. His phone buzzed as messages from Xiao Mei and Tian flooded in. Thigh shots. tongue out photos, yoga poses, accompanied by "Big Brother miss you sleeping alone is so cold." The screen's glow lit his face, the provocative images making his atoms apple bob as the pressure built up from days of training ignited instantly. His finger hovered over the screen, his breathing growing heavy. Smack! He slammed the phone face down and slapped himself. Pathetic. Then he rushed into the bathroom, cold water cascading over his head. In the mirror, his eyes were bloodshot, muscles tense with fury. This city was being consumed by fog, with monsters harming people every night. And he still had the mind for this nonsense? He grabbed the dumbbells and began punishing training in the cramped room. Only at 2 a.m., when he collapsed from complete exhaustion, did he finally fall into deep sleep. Race day, 7:30 a.m. The city's central square was packed with early rising crowds. Since the arrival of the mist creatures, physical training had become a daily routine that was half survival, half faith in this city. The marathon, the ultimate test of endurance and willpower, now captured the attention of the entire population. Along both sides of the race course, layers of spectators pressed against the barriers until they bent, drones buzzed overhead, and giant screens magnified every movement in the starting area in real time. The contestants took their positions one by one, with the most eye-catching being the head-to-head clash between the veteran powerhouse, Blue Eagles, and the rising stars, Thunder. Thunder's entire team wore black uniforms, cold and uniform in appearance. More than half their lineup consisted of foreign athletes, muscular black long-distance running monsters, broad-framed Nordic endurance fanatics, and two Eastern European marathon champions, living international wall. Huh. All foreign recruits, muttered a Blue Eagles team member under his breath. At that moment, Blue Eagles coach Chen Jiming wore a grave expression as he delivered his final tactical briefing. Thunder's pacemaker is that bald guy, Ivan, last year's Eastern European marathon champion. After 30 kilometers, they'll drastically pick up the pace, so we must. Before he could finish, his voice cut off abruptly, his pupils contracting sharply. Everyone followed his gaze, and the scene instantly erupted. Huang Mao. At the back of Thunder's formation, Huang Mao, who originally belonged to Blue Eagles, was actually wearing a Thunder uniform, grinning brazenly as he flipped off his former teammates. Damn, traitor. Several Blue Eagles members rushed forward, ready to throw punches. Huang Mao didn't back down, instead shouting, "Blue Eagles never treated me like a human being. Can I switch teams?" Chen Jiming grabbed his teammates who were about to fight, his face dark as storm clouds. He was deliberately poached. Thunder wants to figure out Lin Chen's weaknesses. Everyone suddenly understood. Over the past few days, Huang Mao had been training alongside Lin Chen, knowing Lin Chen's pacing, breathing rhythm, and even his minor weaknesses inside and out. It was too late to change tactics now. Chen Jiming gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Chen, lowering his voice. "You'll have to adapt on the spot. Win this, and I'll personally give you an extra 30,000. Lin Chen squinted as he scanned Thunder's formation. At the front, the bald, muscular Ivan was grinning, his white teeth gleaming like a hunting dog's fangs. Bang! The starting gun fired suddenly. Lin Chen shot out like an arrow from a bow, instantly leaving the main pack behind. The Blue Eagles members followed closely, their breathing far more stable than it had been a week ago. Endurance forged through Lin Chen's hellish training. For the first 10 kilometers, Blue Eagles firmly held the first tier. But at the 15-kilometer mark, Ivan suddenly accelerated, approaching like a human tank. The moment they ran side by side, Lin Chen caught a pungent, smell-mixing body odor with hormones. Ivan bared his teeth, taunting in broken Chinese. Huang Mao said, "You very strong? Quit now. I promise not to cripple you." Before the words had fully left his mouth, he suddenly changed direction, his shoulder slamming hard into Lin Chen's ribs. Thud! A dull impact exploded between them. Ivan's savage grin instantly turned to shock. That collision felt like hitting a reinforced concrete wall, and the recoil sent him directly bouncing to the edge of the track, stumbling, until he finally tumbled embarrassingly into the landscaping. After unlocking steel bones, bone impact resistance increases by 300, approaching titanium alloy implant levels. Lin Chen thought coldly, not looking back. "And you dare try to mess with me?" he muttered softly, his stride unbroken. Whoosh! The audience erupted in thunderous disbelief. The drone footage showed that Ivan appeared to have tripped himself. Only the Thunder team members saw the truth, their faces instantly turning ashen white. Their pride and joy, their carefully hidden secret weapon, the lead sprinter, had been left in the dust by Lin Chen in a matter of moments, like paper scraps swept away by a hurricane. All their tactics crumbled overnight. The next several dozen kilometers passed without incident, with the Blue Eagles maintaining a steady, controlled pace. Wind howled on both sides of the track as timing markers flashed by one after another. Soon, only 5 kilometers remained, the critical moment of victory or defeat. Lin Chen held the lead position throughout, shielding his teammates from the wind. Upon reaching the predetermined spot, he precisely swung his bike to the right, yielding the lead position. The Blue Eagles' main riders immediately gritted their teeth and accelerated, their bike chains suddenly roaring with intensity. In contrast, Thunder's formation had completely fallen apart, gaps between riders like gaping wounds that could never be mended. The finish line archway rapidly expanded in their field of vision. The moment the Blue Eagles crossed the line almost shoulder to shoulder, the spectator stands erupted. They're charging. Everyone's crossing the line. Chen Jiming slammed his fists against the barrier. We won. He nearly jumped onto the railing, his voice hoarse yet still shouting, Blue Eagles won. The head coach position and next season's funding were now solid as rock. Before the race, his bold decision to use rookie Lin Chen had drawn plenty of cold mockery from within the club, but now all that had turned to dust. The commentary booth was equally frenzied. The announcer's voice cracked. It's over. Blue Eagles have ended Thunder's 8-championship dynasty. His voice overloaded the microphone as deafening cheers erupted from the crowd. In the stands, Blue Eagles substitutes hugged each other in a group, flags fluttering. Some had red-rimmed eyes. Others pounded their chests and roared years of suppression by Thunder finally found complete release today. Who is that lead rider? In the last 5 kilometers, they didn't even let Thunder eat their dust. Blue Eagles struck gold. The big screen replayed every moment of Lin Chen's lead riding. His profile under the helmet was stern and cold, his breathing steady. During the sprint phase, he even had the leisure to look back, casting a calm glance at the Thunder riders he'd left far behind. His gaze as indifferent as if he were looking at roadside pebbles. Arrogant, yet it made people's blood boil. The Blue Eagles riders embraced each other, some sobbing uncontrollably, others throwing their heads back in laughter. In the midst of this surging crowd, Lin Chen, we won. Su Xiaoro leaped like a young deer, throwing herself directly into Lin Chen's arms. Her soft body knocked him off balance, and the faint scent of shampoo from the girl's hair drifted into his nostrils on the breeze, carrying warm body heat and a burst of youthful energy. Lin Chen froze for half a second, then gently raised his hand to steady her shoulder. The surrounding teammates erupted in teasing cheers. Su Xiaoro's cheeks flushed red as she hurriedly stepped back half a pace from his embrace, looking up to steal glances at him. Sweat traced down Lin Chen's resolute jawline. Tears and smiles intermingled, yet his eyes remained calm. Such an expression was completely different from other boys her age she'd encountered. She secretly sighed to herself, so handsome. Meanwhile, several kilometers from the race venue, the atmosphere in a glass-curtained building was completely opposite. Thunder Club's behind Thessine's boss, a young man with delicate features, stared at the frozen results board on the big screen while toying with a crystalline vial between his fingers, the liquid glowing faintly blue in the light. A secretary in high heels and black-framed glasses entered, presenting the latest information. Young master, we found Hema White Crane Martial Arts Academy apprentice, probably competing for the money. Martial Arts Academy? The young man scoffed, closing the file. Traditional fighter training is slow and expensive. Maybe one genius emerges from 10,000 people wasteful. He raised his hand, revealing a cufflink engraved with Mist Research Institute on his sleeve. Marathons only require physique and speed, no need for strength, perfect for testing or modification program. That martial arts approach will be obsolete sooner or later. The secretary adjusted her glasses. Should we keep close tabs on him? Just a minor episode in a city-level competition, nothing to worry about. The young man waved dismissively. Just don't let him keep getting in our way. Understood. Under the sunlight, beside the podium, Lin Chen quickly tallied his rewards. 50,000 in official prize money, 70% team share, making 35,000. An additional 30,000 promised by coach Chen Jiming before the race, plus 30,000 in internal club bonuses totaling 95,000. One marathon, nearly 100,000 earned. But more importantly, a familiar system notification suddenly rang in his ears. Congratulations, unlock conditions achieved. 1. Accept Blue Eagles Marathon Club invitation. 2. Win SH City Professional Marathon Championship. Elementary athlete, professional awakening in progress. Inside a coffee shop, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow on the delicate desserts. Sun Yin sat by the window, endlessly poking at the tiramisu in front of her with a silver spoon. The cream collapsed inch by inch, and her mood sank along with it. So annoying, she muttered under her breath, staring at her phone, the screen lighting up and dimming repeatedly. Ever since Lin Chen had rejected her friend request on the messaging app, this little screen had become an instrument of torture. She wanted to try adding him again, but her pride wouldn't let her. How had Lin Chen suddenly become like this? Across from her, Luan took a sip of coffee and slowly stirred her spoon. Still thinking about that, Lin Chen? Want me to introduce you to some new friends? She opened her phone's photo album, showing pictures of greasy middle-aged men posing with luxury cars, their gold watches gleaming garishly on their wrists. Mr. Wang, he's in construction materials, just got divorced, really generous with his girlfriends. Mr. Song owns his own company. Sun Yin glanced once and turned away in disgust. They reek of old man smell. Can't you smell it? Her ideal man should at least be like Zheng Tong, wealthy family background, exceptional martial arts talent, someone she could show off, who might even make it into the elite class someday. Luan rolled her eyes. Isn't your sister new to Shanghai? Rent, tuition, living expenses. If you keep being picky, how are you going to pay your credit card bill next month? Sun Yan's knuckles tightened suddenly, nearly snapping the spoon handle. Just then, the TV on the coffee shop wall cut to breaking news. The screen switched to a marathon award ceremony. Blue Eagle Club defeats Thunder after 3 years, with newcomer breakaway specialist Lin Chen delivering a stunning performance, the host announced excitedly. Sun Yan instinctively looked up, about to look away, but suddenly froze. That really was Lin Chen. On screen, Lin Chen wore the Blue Eagle team's tight racing uniform, his shoulder and back muscles outlined against the fabric, looking more solid than when she'd last seen him. The camera swept across his profile-sharp jawline, calm gaze. This rookie breakaway specialist led his team to victory with absolute dominance, and will receive a 50th Zanduan prize, the host added. Clang, Sun Yan's spoon dropped into the porcelain plate. Marathon champion? This was way beyond a mere hobby, wasn't it? She suddenly realized she might never have truly understood Lin Chen. The camera shifted to show a curvaceous girl on the sidelines, eagerly offering water and wiping sweat. She wore a crop-top sports bra, her waist supple, her chest dramatically curved. Su Xiaoro leaned close to Lin Chen's ear to say something, and his thin lips curved upward in a rare smile. Screech. Sun Yan's nails scraped across the tablecloth with a harsh sound. Who was that girl? She could dismiss the 2 girls from the bar last time, but Su Xiaoro's looks and figure matched hers, maybe even slightly surpassed them. A sharp pain suddenly pierced her chest. Lu Wen had already excitedly pulled out her phone. Yan, call him now. Doesn't he still like you? Tell him to transfer the prize money to you for a handbag. Seeing Sun Yan frozen in place, Lu Wen pushed her in frustration, speaking rapidly. Even if you don't buy a bag, it's 50,000 yuan. That would cover your sister's tuition for next semester. Sun Yan took a deep breath and finally picked up her phone. She opened her contacts, her fingertip hovering over Lin Chen's name, but remained suspended in midair. On the TV screen, Lin Chen was receiving his medal, sweat trickling down his jawline, his gaze so indifferent it was as if he'd never known her. Lu Wen kept urging beside her, her voice full of surprise and excitement. Who would have thought Lin Chen had some potential? He quietly won the marathon championship. Looking at it this way, he's not completely useless after all. Yan, hurry up and call him. He's been pursuing you for so long. He must still like you. Sun Yan suddenly looked up, frowning in protest. 1-1. Lin Chen isn't useless. I won't allow you to talk about him like that. Lu Wen smiled awkwardly. Yan, I'm just standing up for you. But Sun Yan still gritted her teeth and dialed Lin Chen's number. Hello, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. She tried several times in a row, all with the same automated message. It won't go through. Huh. Yan, did Lin Chen block your number too? Sun Yan's eyes immediately welled up with tears, and before finishing her sentence, she burst into tears again. Why should he? You're the one who liked me, not the other way around. I've already given you so many opportunities and chances to step down gracefully, but you still won't take them. Does Lin Chen really want to be strangers with me? If he had left with regret before, she wouldn't have cared at all. But now, as he kept getting better and beautiful women of all kinds appeared around him, she suddenly felt regretful and irritated, as if she'd lost something particularly important, feeling extremely unwilling. At that moment, Lin Chen on the podium was surrounded by spotlights. His sweat-soaked athletic wear gleamed under the lights, and the thunderous cheers filled his ears, but his attention was entirely focused on the panel that appeared before him. Elementary athlete professional awakening successful. Unlike the previously awakened dark red, bronze fighter, icon, the light blue athlete symbol flowed like a clear spring across the panel. Ding. Professional synergy skill discovered. Extreme endurance passive, stamina consumption reduced by 15, mental attribute, 5.0. Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply. This skill was tailor-made. Even more shocking was that the long stagnant mental value on his attribute panel suddenly jumped from 10.8 to 15.8. Character, Lin Chen. Age, 20. Status, healthy. Profession, bronze fighter. Subprofession, elementary athlete. Strength, 15.1. Agility, 14.8. Constitution, 14.8. Mental, 15.8. I see. Lin Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Strength, agility, and constitution could be improved through daily training, but mental had always been impossible to break through. It seemed he needed to continuously awaken different professions. Mental's function was to extend the duration of talent skills, making subprofession advancement equally important. As night fell, the celebration banquet was held in the Blue Eagle Club Sky Hall. Crystal chandeliers illuminated the champagne tower with flowing colors, and Lin Chen was surrounded by his teammates in the center. Chun Jiming approached with a beaming face, holding a tablet. The money's been deposited, take a look. His phone vibrated bank message showed a deposit of 95,000 yuan. Shaolin, Chun Jiming said, patting his shoulder with a smile. I'll report to headquarters and recommend you officially join the club with a long-term contract. The benefits and compensation will definitely be excellent. Wait for my message, I'll fight for you. In the meantime, if any other clubs try to recruit you, I hope you'll let me know right away. No problem. Ling, a voice laced with sweet alcohol, suddenly drew close. Susharo had somehow squeezed up beside him. Her sweat-dampened athletic uniform slightly askew at the collar, revealing glimpses of pale skin dotted with tiny champagne bubbles. She practically hung on his arm, murmuring softly, I feel so dizzy, mmm. The celebration banquet dragged on until late into the night. Chun Jiming was completely wasted and had to be bundled into a taxi by several teammates. The others gradually left as well. Eventually, only Lin Chen remained at the banquet hall entrance, along with Su Xiao, who could barely stand. I can't stand steady. She pressed against his chest, her cheeks flushed red, her breath carrying a faint scent of alcohol. Lin Chen steadied her shoulder with one hand, frowning slightly. Where do you live? I'll take you home. At the club dormitory. She mumbled in response, but collapsed into his arms like cotton. The night breeze swept by. The girl wore only a thin slip dress, her cool skin touching his arm with startling clarity. Her hair brushed against his neck, carrying the sweet fragrance of shampoo. Her chest rose and fell with each breath, nearly grazing his arm. Lin Chen's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and he simply bent down and scooped her up in his arms. Ah! Su Xiao cried out softly, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, a flash of cunning satisfaction flickering in her eyes. Lin Chen strode quickly toward the roadside to hail a cab, but the person in his arms kept squirming. Lin Chen. She looked up at him, her lips nearly touching his earlobe. You were so handsome today. Her warm breath hit his ear, and Lin Chen's arm muscles tensed instantly, but he warned in an almost icy voice. Move around anymore, and I'll drop you. Su Xiao's body stiffened, then she bit his shoulder in defiance. Blockhead. No wonder you're single. The taxi stopped downstairs at the club dormitory. By now, Su Xiao had completely passed out, hanging limply on him. Lin Chen remained expressionless as he carried her to the door, fished the keys from her bag, opened the door, and dumped her directly onto the bed. Hey, you. Su Xiao had just propped herself up to protest when she saw Lin Chen turn and leave. The moment the door closed, she angrily grabbed a pillow and hurled it at the door. Bastard. Even when I'm like this, you still. In the hallway, Lin Chen let out a long breath. Who says guys don't need to protect themselves when they're out? He clenched his fists and stepped into the night. The night wind howled as Lin Chen rode a shared bike through the dim streets. Under the sparse streetlights, tree shadows swayed, and the surroundings were so quiet that only the rustling sound of wheels crushing leaves could be heard. Suddenly, a dark figure rushed out from behind a tree, blocking his path. He braked hard, the tires screeching against the pavement. By the moonlight, he squinted to make out who it was. It's you. Huang Mao had lost all his former arrogance. His bleached hair was disheveled, his eyes were bloodshot, and bruises marked the corner of his mouth. He gripped a fruit knife, its blade gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Lin Chen, it's all your fault. Huang Mao's voice was hoarse, as if squeezed from his throat. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have betrayed Blue Eagle. Wouldn't have become like this. Lin Chen frowned, got off the bike, his voice cold. You made that choice yourself. Bullshit. Huang Mao roared, pointing the knife tip directly at Lin Chen. Thunder doesn't want me anymore. I can't go back to Blue Eagle either. I've lost everything. It's all because of you. Before he could finish speaking, the man lunged forward, his blade aimed straight at Lin Chen's chest. However, crack. Lin Chen dodged to the side, his right hand clamping down on the blonde thug's wrist like an iron vice, twisting hard. Snap. The sound of breaking bone was crystal clear as the blonde thug screamed in agony, dropping his knife to the ground. Lin Chen followed up with a kick to his abdomen, sending the thug flying backward. He crashed heavily to the ground, curling up in pain. Don't come looking for death again. Lin Chen coldly dropped these words and turned to leave. But just then, the blonde thug suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. Hurrah! I've lost everything, so you shouldn't expect to have it easy either. He pulled out a dark red vial from his pocket, its surface etched with eerie runes. This was a high-intensity stimulant he had stolen from the Thunder Club. Once consumed, it would unleash the power within his body and make him significantly stronger. You forced me to do this. The blonde thug grinned wickedly and downed the entire vial in one gulp. Gulp. The moment the liquid hit his throat, his body began convulsing violently. His skin rapidly turned a sickly gray-green, his muscles twisted and swelled, and his bones made nauseating cracking sounds. Within seconds, his right arm had mutated into a sharp bone blade. Black veins crawled across the left side of his face. His pupils contracted to pinpoint. She looked nothing like a human anymore. He had mutated. Lin Chen's heart pounded with shock. This was, how could a human transform into a mist creature? But there was no time to think. The mutated blonde thug let out a roar, clearly having lost all reason. His speed had explosively increased as he instantly closed the distance to Lin Chen, sweeping his bone blade horizontally. Clang. Lin Chen hastily blocked, his arm going numb from the impact as he staggered back several steps. This strength was approaching black iron's second stage, at least 170 kilograms or more. The blonde thug attacked frantically, his bone blade creating sharp, whistling sounds as it cut through the air. Lin Chen was forced on the defensive, and after several exchanges, his arms and shoulders bore multiple bloody gashes. Die? Die for me. The blonde thug's voice had become distorted, like the roar of a wild beast. Lin Chen's eyes turned cold as he stopped holding back. Steel bone activated. His arms instantly became covered with a metallic sheen as he directly caught the blonde thug's strike. Then he countered with a punch to his opponent's chest. Thud. The blonde thug staggered back several steps, but only swayed slightly, didn't fall. Ha ha. It's useless. I'm invincible now. The blonde thug laughed maniacally and lunged again. Lin Chen went berserk too, his adrenaline surging. He stopped dodging and charged straight forward. Bang, bang, bang. Dull impact sounds echoed through the woods. Lin Chen's fists pounded against the blonde thug's mutated body, each strike accompanied by the muffled sound of shattering bone. After days of high-intensity training, his nerves had been stretched to their absolute limit. The malice and pressure in his heart finally found an outlet, gushing forth like a tidal wave. Whoever wanted to kill him, he would kill them first, whether they were human, ghost, or monster. Die. Meanwhile, the blonde thug's bone blade left several wounds on his body, blood staining his tracksuit. Finally crack. Lin Chen delivered a vicious elbow strike to the blonde thug's throat. The sound of his larynx shattering was clearly audible. The blonde thug's movements came to an abrupt halt, his eyes bulging. He stumbled back 2 steps before crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. His body began rapidly decomposing, turning into a pool of foul-smelling black liquid, ultimately leaving only a twisted skeleton behind. I beat him to death with my bare hands. Lin Chen gasped for breath, staring at the scene before him as his heart churned like a stormy sea. The power and speed were almost monster-like. It's just that his techniques had no structure whatsoever. If Lin Chen hadn't broken through to the first stage and awakened steel bone, he probably couldn't have blocked even a single bone blade strike. Just as he was about to step forward to examine the situation, urgent whistling sounds suddenly came from the darkness in the distance. He stopped in his tracks, not daring to linger, turned around, mounted his bicycle, and quickly left. His movements were fluid and decisive. Inside his rental apartment, cold water washed over his body as Lin Chen's wounds sent waves of stinging pain, but his thoughts were unusually clear. Tonight's events were too bizarre. The blonde thug's mutation was definitely not accidental. It seemed to be because of that vial. Where did it come from? Someone was researching this kind of thing? How twisted. He dried his body and took out his phone, looking at his bank account balance 95,000. I'll move tomorrow, he muttered to himself. This place was no longer safe. He had initially wanted to transfer money directly to his sister Lin Yuqing, but after hesitating, he decided to give it to her in person. Some things couldn't be explained clearly over the phone. As for the remaining money, he would convert it all into martial arts resources. Strength was the only guarantee for survival. Lin Chen clenched his fists, his eyes cold and determined. Your profession, black iron level fighter experience 50. Killed mutated humanoid creature. Gained free attribute points 0.5. Lin Chen stared at the 50 points of professional experience that had skyrocketed on his system panel, his breathing slightly quickened. Killing monsters could actually be directly converted into attribute points. He could hardly believe his luck. His finger paused in the air as he tentatively added 0.1 to Constitution. 14.8, 14.9, the numbers jumping cleanly. After confirming it worked, he unhesitatingly dumped all 0.4 free attribute points into Spirit. 15.8, 16.2. The next second, a cool stream like ice water swept through his mind, extending the duration of steel bones by 15 seconds. Heh! A soft chuckle rolled from his throat. The nauseating discomfort he'd felt when crushing the mutated yellow-haired creature was now completely replaced by a secret thrill. Lin Chen unconsciously flexed his fingers, his knuckles still retaining the memory of piercing through bone hard, brittle, then the sticky sensation of spurting fluids. What if it had been a standard mist creature? The moment the thought arose, he snuffed it out. The mutated yellow hair's muscle strength approaching black iron tier 2 was still vivid in his memory, let alone actual fog monsters. The official data was clear. An ordinary skull devourer could tear through 20 centimeter-thick steel plates. Finding mist creatures wasn't difficult, defeating them was. With his black iron tier 1 strength and lack of intelligence, it would be suicide. The Martial Arts Academy might possess monster archives, but until he became an elite class student, he didn't even have browsing privileges. His goal crystallized instantly: place first in the assessment, advance to the elite class, and enjoy priority cultivation. Lin Chen's mind operated with near-mechanical coldness, the path clear down to every step. When morning light filtered through the curtain gaps, he had already drafted a detailed plan. He sent his sister Lin Yuqing a message to meet, only to receive a reply about being away on business. To earn money, his sister's work had always been complex, With business trips becoming routine, he could only wait for the right opportunity to contact her again. Subsequently, his shopping cart on the Martial Arts Association's official website was cleared. Military ration pills, 10,000. Premium nutrition potions, 30,000. Tungsten steel knuckles with blood groove, 5,000. His balance instantly shrank to 45,000. The page jumped to muscle enhancement serum, its 108,000 price tag glaring like a nail in his eye. This injection could directly boost cardiovascular and muscular strength enough to buy half a house in his hometown county. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, but still closed the interface. Ding. 3 days later, in pouring rain, a delivery worker handed him a heavy package. The tungsten steel knuckles felt cold and hard in his hands, like weights. He lightly scraped them against a concrete wall, and large chunks of surface crumbled to powder. The advantage of good equipment was obvious. With enough strength, it could deal effective damage even to mist creatures. After briefly inspecting his gear, he threw himself back into systematic training. Time flew to the final week before the assessment, his schedule precisely divided down to the minute. 5:3:07:00 weighted morning run, 3 feet 10 inches pace. 8:0012:00 academy stance, training boxing, and combat specialization. 13:0016:00 live combat, target practice. 19:0021:00 marathon interval running. One morning, when the 10th military ration pill and high-grade nutrient solution dissolved together between his teeth, the system notification finally lit up. Profession: Bronze Tier Fighter, Experience 7. Skill 1, Combat Beginner, Experience 20. Combat Minor, Achievement 0-200. Skill 2, Boxing Beginner, Experience 20. Boxing Minor, Achievement 0-200. Breakthrough: Bronze Fighter, First Dan, Second Dan. Attribute Enhancement: Strength 1 5.11 5.80.7. Agility 1 4.8 1 5.20.4. Constitution 1 4.9 1 5.60.7. The accumulated fatigue from half a month of extreme training instantly dissipated with the notification sound. Combat and boxing had finally advanced to minor achievement, and he himself had stepped into bronze second dan. Lin Chen felt nothing but sweet relief after bitter hardship. Skill breakthrough: Steel Bones, LV2. Enhanced tendon resilience. Facial tissue reorganization. Can withstand instantaneous tension 12 times body weight. Significantly reduced joint dislocation risk. Activation requirements: Constitution 13, Agility 12. The first stage forged hardness, the second stage cultivated flexibility. At this moment, Lin Chen possessed sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, with features carved like blade edges. The lines from his neck extending to his collarbone were taut and smooth. When he slightly flexed his arms, his biceps strained against the fabric. This was a physique forged through a month of hell mode training that would captivate any woman's gaze. But right now, he had no time for romantic affairs. After a quick shower and changing into fresh dark gray training clothes, he pushed open the door. Dawn was breaking, with the sky just showing hints of pale light. The training ground of White Crane Martial Arts Academy was filled with a chilling, murderous atmosphere. Tomorrow was the ultimate assessment. Lin Chen walked across the dew-covered blue bricks, breathing steadily, his gaze sharp as a blade. Surrounding apprentices whispered among themselves. "Look, it's Lin Chen. Haven't seen him for a month. He's like a different person." Former companions who once sneered at him now looked at him with complex expressions: awe, jealousy, and disbelief. Even Sun Yan, who had always been arrogant, couldn't help stealing glances. Her exquisite makeup couldn't hide her regret. Back then Lin Chen had pursued her, but now their positions were reversed, yet Lin Chen completely ignored her. "Hey Lin Chen, you're here?" The receptionist Wang Sheyu bounced up to him, her bright eyes full of delight. "You seem even more handsome lately." She tossed her long hair, feigning casualness. "I happen to be single right now. Want to give you a chance?" "Sorry, I've been busy lately." Lin Chen smiled faintly, his gaze moving past her toward the center of the training ground. His casual rejection left Wang Xiaoyu stunned, her ears burning red, yet she found him even more attractive. He walked straight toward the locker room. As he pushed open the door, the lingering sweat smell from the previous night mixed with the cold metallic scent of lockers hit him. He had just unbuttoned the first button of his training shirt when a thunderous voice came from behind. "Everyone get out." The locker room door was violently thrown open as 3 burly apprentices barged in, led by Zhao Hu, Zheng Tong's lackey. The other apprentices quickly left with their heads down, leaving only Lin Chen facing off against the 3 men. Zhao Hu cracked his neck and grinned, his voice rough and hoarse. "Ahem. Lin Chen, I heard you want to join the elite class too." Zhao Hu grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. Lin Chen ignored him completely, slowly but intently removing his sweat-soaked training clothes and opening his locker to change, as if Zhao Hu and his companion were nothing but air. Zhao Hu's smile faded awkwardly. In the past, he would have already started mocking, But ever since Yu Dai was hospitalized by Lin Chen's single punch, he had learned to know his placé was just a messenger. Brother Zheng asked me to deliver a message. Xiao Hu pulled out a thick stack of cash. This opportunity is very important to him. You'd better be smart and not compete with him. Slap. The money was slammed hard onto the metal locker, making the door tremble. He lowered his voice and added, all the other apprentices in your batch have taken the money. If you nod, Brother Zheng can sweeten the deal even more. The tall, skinny guy beside him foolishly moved closer with a sinister smile. Brother Zheng knows you like Sun Yan. If you agree, he can let you have her. Lin Chen's hand paused while buttoning his shirt. The next second, he spun around and grabbed the skinny guy by the throat, lifting him completely off the ground. Bang! The skinny guy was slammed into the locker door, denting the metal. His face turned purple, and his legs kicked frantically. Let's talk this out. No need for violence. Xiao Hu growled as he stepped forward, but froze when he met Lin Chen's ice-cold gaze. It was a murderous look that made one's scalp tingle instantly. You think you're qualified to negotiate with me? Lin Chen's voice was low like muffled thunder trapped in his throat. Clang. The locker room door was pushed open, and Coach Zhou stood in the doorway, his brow furrowed. Lin Chen, the final assessment starts tomorrow. Save your energy for what matters. Lin Chen snorted coldly and released his grip. The skinny guy collapsed to the floor, hunched over and coughing violently. Xiao Hu's face alternated between pale and flushed, but he didn't dare make a scene in front of Coach Zhou. Lin Chen reached out and casually stuffed the stack of bills into his pocket. Harassment fee, accepted in full. Prompt. Professional skill, White Crane Basic Stance Training, Experience 9. Prompt. Profession, Black Iron Fighter, Experience 8. Skill 1. White Crane Basic Stance, Training Mastery 0500. He was quite satisfied with the results of a month's hard training. Now with 1 Mastery level stance technique and 2 Proficient level combat skills, according to the system's evaluation, he was roughly equivalent to Black Iron Rank 3. Coach Zhou was only at this level 2. He silently assessed. Perhaps he had a chance of winning. For PM, the setting sun painted the gray-blue brick walls of White Crane Martial Arts Academy orangered. Lin Chen shook off the sweat from his head, droplets falling from his chin onto the dark patterns of his training clothes. He picked up his backpack and walked out the main gate without looking back. Behind him, several apprentices whispered among themselves. That guy trains like his life depends on it. I heard he's going to compete with Zheng Tong for the elite class spot tomorrow. He automatically filtered out their chatter. He pulled out his phone, and the lit screen showed 3 missed calls, all from Chen Jiming. As soon as he called back, the other party answered immediately. Lin Chen, the club owner watched your match video and is very interested. The contract needs to be discussed in person. When can you come? I'll come over as soon as tomorrow's assessment is finished. Lin Chen looked at the last trace of sunset on the horizon, his tone calm but determined. After hanging up, he opened the messaging app he hadn't checked in a while. The message list instantly showed a red 99. At the top were still the chat windows with Xiao Mei and Tian Tian, filled with various explicit private photos and seductive voice messages. Lin Chen scrolled past with an expressionless face, his gaze stopping on Su Xiaorou's profile picture. In the chat window, several voice messages from the girl were lined up in sequence. 1 week ago, Lin Chen, what have you been busy with lately? 3 days ago, why aren't you responding to me? Yesterday, if you keep ignoring me, I'll go find someone else to hang out with. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth lifted slightly as his thumb touched the screen keyboard. I've been preparing for the Martial Arts Academy assessment recently. His fingertip left the screen, and after a moment's hesitation, he pressed the phone to his ear and dialed his sister Lin Yuqing's number. The ringtone dragged on until the noisy sounds of a meeting reached his ears. Xiao Chun. Lin Yuqing's voice carried exhaustion. I'm in a meeting. What's up? Sis, why is this business trip taking so long? When are you coming back? Soon. The project here. Suddenly there was chaos on the other end, as if someone was exchanging data. I can't talk now. Take care of yourself. Beep, beep, beep. The busy tone cut off the call. Lin Chen gripped the phone in his palm, his brow furrowed. For the sake of household expenses, his sister was always pushing herself this hard. Soon, very soon you won't have to work so hard anymore. Just as he stuffed his phone into his pocket, hurried footsteps sounded behind him. Lin Chen, wait up. Sun Yin jogged over in her training shoes. Her curly hair was slightly disheveled from training, her cheeks still flushed pink, her tight training outfit outlining a figure that rose and fell with her breathing, the scent of perfume mixing with body heat as it hit him. What is it? Lin Chen's voice was cold. Sun Yin bit her glossy lower lip, her gaze evasive. I wanted to ask you, is it because of me that you want to compete with Zheng Tong for the elite class? Lin Chen was stunned for half a second, then scoffed. Are you out of your mind? I know you're still angry. Sun Yin stepped forward. Zheng Tong and I are just ordinary friends. If you're doing this because of that, stop. Lin Chen raised his hand. My getting into the elite class has absolutely nothing to do with you. Don't flatter yourself. Sun Yan's face went deathly pale, her fingertips gripping the hem of her clothes. But you used to clearly. That was before. Lin Chen turned to leave. Don't bother me anymore. You're lying. You just can't let me go. Sun Yan's shout carried a sobbing tone. Lin Chen stopped in his tracks, turned around, his tone frighteningly calm. Sun Yan, do you know what the most pathetic thing in the world is? What? What do you mean? Someone like you, who has nothing except that face, yet thinks she's the center of the universe. He stepped closer. Every day like a peacock showing off, flaunting your so-called assets in the classroom, interpreting everyone else's efforts as infatuation with you. He chuckled softly. You'll never understand what ideals and dignity mean. Sajid lost and stay lost. With those words, he waved dismissively without looking back, his figure disappearing around the street corner. What a delusional woman. Pathetic. His voice was swallowed by the night. Sun Yin stood frozen in place, her carefully applied eyeliner smudged by tears. No, it's not like that. She remembered how Lin Chen used to humbly try to please her while she remained coldly indifferent. Now, having been thoroughly humiliated, she couldn't even muster resentment, only self-reflection. Night fell completely. After finishing his evening run, Lin Chen walked slowly home, the streetlights stretching his shadow long and thin. Passing a convenience store, he pushed through the door as air conditioning mixed with the sweet aroma of coffee hit him. He picked out a family-sized bento and an energy drink. The cashier girl with a ponytail stole glances at him multiple times, her cheeks flushing red. Do you need it heated? No need. While scanning the code, his phone vibrated again. Su Xiao's reply popped up. Martial Arts Academy assessment. Is that the really impressive White Crane Martial Arts Academy you mentioned? Good luck. I heard from my uncle that you're coming to the club tomorrow. I'll be waiting for you. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth lifted again as his fingertip tapped out. Yeah, tomorrow. Just two simple words. Yet they made Su Xiao on the other end of the phone roll around on her bed several times while hugging her phone. The convenience store's automatic door closed behind him. Lin Chen carried a crackling plastic bag as he walked home along the dimly lit street. The neighborhood had grown quiet after 8 o'clock, with only a few rust-stained streetlights buzzing with electrical noise, stretching his shadow long one moment and snapping it short the next. His steps faltered almost imperceptibly. 30 meters behind, for deliberately muffled footsteps had been following him for 2 blocks. Zhao Hu and the others who had thrown money in his face at the martial arts school earlier, led surprisingly by Jing Tong. Zhao Hu lowered his voice, unable to hide his nervousness. Brother Zheng, are we really doing this? The school rules. If we get caught, we're in deep trouble. What's to fear? Zheng Tong gritted his teeth, hissing back in a suppressed voice. This street has no cameras. The 4 of us cripple him, and Levaho's going to investigate. His eyes burned with malice. Tomorrow's final assessment was crucial. He had to secure that elite class spot, and couldn't afford any slip-ups. Lin Chen refused to bow down, and even dared to take his money. Did he think Sheng Tong was a pushover? He'd already checked. Lin Chen had no connections, just a cistera pauper. People like him could die in a gutter, and no one would care. Zhao Hu and the others exchanged glances, still hesitant. Over the past month, Lin Chen's progress had been visible to all. The force with which he struck the training bags made even Zheng Tong's heart skip. That's precisely why he had to strike first. To boost his companions' morale, Zheng Tong added, 20,000 each, when it's done. As they spoke, Lin Chen had suddenly turned into a narrow alley without surveillance cameras. The entrance was cluttered with broken cardboard boxes and electronic debris, while damp air mixed with garbage and urine stench hit them in the face. Zheng Tong hissed. Don't hesitate. Quick, don't lose him. With such rewards at stake, the group steeled themselves. Gripping their telescopic batons and pulling black masks over their faces, they rushed into the alley, only to find it completely empty. Where is he? Zhao Hu nervously looked around, his baton trembling slightly in his hand. Split up and search. Before Zheng Tong could finish his sentence. Splat. A bag of fermented, bloated urea mixture dropped from above, whooshing over his head. The stench instantly filled his nostrils, nearly suffocating him. Ugh. His answer came in the form of a vicious knee strike. His stomach felt like it was being ripped out as he collapsed, retching. Immediately after, 3 consecutive thuds echoed through the alley, bodies slamming hard against brick walls. My arm. Help, help. Zheng Tong struggled to tear off the bag, but a kick to his kidney sent him curling up like a shrimp. A barrage of punches then rained down on his back and ribs, each one avoiding vital points, but causing excruciating pain that brought tears and snot streaming down his face. Stop, stop. He forced the words through gritted teeth, only to receive a heavy punch to his jaw, teeth clacking together as the metallic taste of blood flooded his throat. He swung his baton wildly, hitting nothing but air. After what felt like an eternity, the storm of blows finally ceased. Zheng Tong lay sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, gasping heavily, his entire body convulsing. Deep in the alley, only the dripping of garbage water echoed. With trembling hands, he pulled off the urea-soaked bag from his head. He discovered that Zhao Hu and his 2 companions had long since vanished, leaving him alone in the alley. Damn it! Zheng Tong coughed up blood while slowly straightening his back against the wall, surrounded by broken glass and trash. Bright red foam trickled down the corner of his mouth as he gritted his teeth and growled. Lin Chen, this debt goes on your tab. But no amount of anger could block out the pain. He rubbed his swollen, purple shoulder and muttered to himself, need to get to the hospital first. Those useless bastards. As he spoke, he dragged his injured right leg and took a step forward. A drop of ice-cold liquid splattered onto his head. Zheng Tong instinctively raised his hand to wipe it away, finding his palm sticky and warm. Under the moonlight, the dark red liquid gleamed with a pungent metallic smell. Is it raining? He wondered, looking up in confusion. On the fire escape above the narrow alley crouched a grotesque shadow. Though it had a humanoid shape, it appeared stretched and deformed, its forelimbs unnaturally long, with bone-white blades extending nearly 8 inches from its fingertips. Most horrifying was its head, which lacked eyes, ears, or nose, leaving only a gaping maw filled with spiraling razor teeth, with dark red saliva constantly dripping from between them. A skull-eater? Zheng Tong's pupils contracted to pinpoints. How could a mist creature appear in the city district? His heart pounded like a drum. He wanted to flee, but his legs felt filled with lead. He wanted to scream, but his throat could only produce hoarse gasps. The creature made grinding sounds in its throat as thick saliva dripped onto Zheng Tong's cheek. In the next second, it lunged, bone blades sliced through the air, sharp teeth crunched through skull bone with crisp snaps that echoed through the alley, followed by nauseating swallowing sounds. 300 meters away, under the dim streetlight at the bus stop, Lin Chen was using tissues to wipe blood from his knuckles. The night breeze carried a faint scent of blood, making him frown as he looked back toward that alley. The twisted figure he'd glimpsed while fleeing flashed through his mind, still giving him chills. Another mist creature, why are there more and more of them? Good thing I ran fast. He muttered to himself, then soon chuckled softly. I originally wanted to deal with Zheng Tong personally, but that would definitely leave traces. This saves me the trouble. Last week, Lin Chen spent a day moving all his belongings into a one-bedroom apartment on the 18th floor of Emerald Lake Residences. The monthly rent was 3 times that of his old rundown place, but the 24-hour security and full surveillance coverage made it worthwhile. Ever since the incident with Old Wang next door encountering a skull-eater, he could no longer bear living in old residential complexes without access control. In the early morning, just as he finished toweling his damp short hair dry, ding-dong, the doorbell suddenly rang. Lin Chen glanced at the wall clock, 6:40. Who would come at this hour? Through the peephole, he saw his neighbor Su Miao, a petite woman holding a clay pot. Her husband had reportedly died in a car accident last year, leaving behind a substantial insurance settlement. Since Lin Chen moved in, she had repeatedly visited at night under pretenses like changing light bulbs, fixing pipes, or adjusting computers. At this moment, she wore a silk robe with a very low neckline, her curled hair casually draped over her shoulders, clearly having dressed up carefully. The door opened. Little Lin, I've been simmering chicken soup all night and brought you a bowl. Su Miao smoothly squeezed into the apartment, placing the clay pot firmly on the dining table, her voice so sweet it seemed ready to drip honey. You exercise every day, so you need to take care of your body. Drink some chicken soup to replenish your energy. Lin Chen reached out to take the pot lid, his tone calm. Sister Su, you're too kind. Why be so formal with me? Su Miao giggled coquettishly, stepping closer and poking his abs with her slender fingertip. Oh my, these muscles have gotten even firmer. Her light perfume mingled with the chicken soup's aroma, instantly filling the air with suggestive tension. Lin Chen stepped aside and grabbed a t-shirt from the sofa, pulling it on. Sister, I was just about to head out. What's the rush? Su Miao ladled a bowl of chicken soup and handed it over, her robe's neckline slightly parting with the movement. She placed the bowl in front of Lin Chen, the golden oil droplets on the soup's surface glimmering under the light. Try my cooking. I specially added ginseng and goji berries. Lin Chen looked down at the layer of oil floating on top, involuntarily recalling the last time he fixed the pipes late at night, when Su Miao deliberately wore that lace nightgown with nothing underneath, the image still vivid in his mind. She's definitely doing this on purpose. He let out a dry laugh, feigning nonchalance. Next time for sure. I really don't have time today. Su Miao blinked with lingering interest. All right then, I'll wait for you tonight and reheat it when you get back. Inside the White Crane Martial Arts Academy training hall, 50 apprentice class members had already formed a square formation. The usually noisy venue was unusually oppressive today. Even heavy breathing could be clearly distinguished. Report, Coach. Zheng Tong, Zhao Hu and others are absent and unreachable. A student stepped forward to report. Zhou Cheng raised an eyebrow. Zheng Tong was usually arrogant and boastful, almost daily clamoring to join the apprentice class. Yet today he was late, not to mention his gang of cronies. His gaze swept across the formation, landing on Lin Chen, but saw the latter's expression remained calm, showing no surprise whatsoever. Latecomers are considered to have automatically forfeited. Zhou Cheng's voice rolled like muffled thunder. The ultimate assessment has 3 stages. First stage, punch force testing. Those below the standard line will be eliminated on the spot. The already tense atmosphere instantly exploded with whispered discussions rising and falling. In the past, it was only arena matches, but this year there were actually hard metrics. Second stage, practical combat skills. Opponents will be specially made mechanical puppets from the academy, and performance will be quantified and scored. Zhou Chong suddenly raised his voice. Third stage. Everyone held their breath. Arena Elimination Tournament. The final first place enters the elite class. Second through 10th place enter the official class. The rest continue as apprentices. As his words landed, Lin Chen took a deep breath, feeling his blood surging through his veins. Now the first stage begins. Punch force testing. With the command issued, students walked toward the punch force testing machine at the side of the venue one by one. Lin Chen was 7th in line, patiently observing the results of those ahead of him. Li Ming, 123 kilograms. Pass. Wang Xiaoyu, 101 kilograms. Fail. Lu Da, 121 kilograms. Pass. In the training hall, students lined up one by one in front of the punch force testing machine. The electronic display on the steel column flickered constantly, showing 100 kilograms, 115 kilograms, 128 kilograms. Most scores remained steady between 100 kilograms and 130 kilograms. Whenever the numbers broke through 140 kilograms, the crowd would burst into amazed gasps, and the recorder's pen would pause momentarily to mark those with decent talent. Lin Chen's turn arrived. He didn't bother building up power or adjusting his stance, just casually positioned himself, slightly bent his right arm, then explosively straightened it. Bang! The thunderous impact shook the testing machine's casing, and the electronic display's numbers surged at a visible rate before finally settling at 180 kilograms. The venue fell dead silent, then erupted. 180 kilograms. What the hell? Can a human even hit that hard? That's about the level of our senior students, isn't it? Discussions broke out everywhere as all eyes turned to Lin Chen. Zhou Chong, standing nearby, squinted as he studied him, his gaze now carrying a hint of scrutiny. The second assessment, combat against AI mechanical puppets. These puppets used decommissioned military combat AI, with overall capabilities equivalent to Black Iron Rank 1, already a nightmare for apprentice-level students. The previous students with decent scores were immediately forced into continuous retreat by the fierce offensive, with some directly judged as failures and leaving the stage dejectedly. Lin Chen stepped onto the arena with steady strides. The assessment began. The cold, metallic puppet instantly accelerated, delivering a whip kick that whistled through the air. Lin Chen merely sidestepped half a pace, reached out with his right hand, and his 5 fingers clamped around the opponent's ankle like an iron vice crack. The joint was crushed outright, the internal metal framework twisting. The audience below fell into dead silence. Lin Chen followed through with a forward lunge, gathering power in his elbow before driving it downward. Bang! The puppet's chest plate caved in, internal circuits sparking. Boom! The massive metal body flew backward, crashed into the protective wall, engine sparks flying everywhere, completely destroyed on the spot. Zhou Chong's expression darkened. That unit cost hundreds of thousands. He muttered under his breath, then looked up at Lin Chen. You didn't hold back at all. That was intentional, wasn't it? Lin Chen looked puzzled. I don't have to pay for it, do I? No need. Zhou Chong suppressed his emotions. After all, this proves you have the capability. The third assessment, Arena Elimination Tournament with free challenges. However, the moment Lin Chen jumped onto the arena, the crowd below immediately fell so quiet you could hear breathing. No one moved, no one dared to move. Who would willingly step up to face a monster with 180 kilograms punch force who could casually destroy mechanical puppets? Zhou Chong surveyed the entire venue, and seeing no one willing to fight, decisively announced, Lin Chen, accepted into the elite class. In the crowd, Sun Yan stood frozen in place, gazing at the figure on the arena, her emotions churning. She had once dismissed Lin Chen as a poor boy with no future, yet now he had ascended in one leap, while she couldn't even get into the regular class. More ironically, Zheng Tong, whom she had been pursuing, had now completely disappeared. Did I make the wrong choice? She bit her lip, regret rolling through her heart. After the assessment ended, just as everyone was about to crowd around for small talk, Zhou Chong called Lin Chen aside into his office. Does Zheng Tong's disappearance have anything to do with you? He cut straight to the point, his gaze sharp. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged. I don't know, it disappeared. Zhou Chong stared at him for several seconds, then suddenly smiled. Fine, as long as it has nothing to do with you. Zheng Tong's family has some connections in Shanghai, and he's an only child. Offending someone like that could affect your cultivation. Zhou Chong stood up, patting Lin Chen's shoulder while speaking in a low voice. Then his tone shifted. However, once you establish yourself in the elite class, forget one Zheng Tong, even 10 of them combined couldn't make waves. The elite class and apprentice class are 2 completely different worlds. There, you'll encounter the true core of martial arts, and even things that defy common sense. Defy common sense. Lin Chen's eyes flickered slightly. Zhou Chong didn't elaborate further and suddenly assumed a fighting stance. Come on, let me see just how strong you are now. Lin Chen silently accepted the challenge. The office desk was pushed to a corner as the two moved within the cramped space, fists and feet clashing, fierce winds howling. The more Zhou Chong fought, the more alarmed he became. Lin Chen's strikes were ruthless, his speed like a phantom, his strength and reflexes far surpassing ordinary apprentices, even approaching black iron third rank. Bang! After their final exchange of punches, Zhou Chong's arm went numb as he staggered back 2 steps, shaking his head with a bitter smile. It seems I'm no longer qualified to teach you. Lin Chen withdrew his fists, speaking calmly. Teacher Zhou is too modest. It's still early. I'll take you directly to the elite class training base to report. Zhou Chong flexed his wrist, seeming to have made a decision. There, you'll truly understand a martial school. He paused for half a second, his gaze filled with reverence, the fierce crane style. Hearing this name rich with ancient martial flavor, Lin Chen couldn't help but be curious. What is that? You'll know when we get there. Follow me. The elite training base was about an hour's drive from the apprentice martial hall. As their vehicle entered the enclosed compound, a towering training tower first came into view, followed by holographic projection combat rooms, gravity adjustment chambers, and biofeedback recovery rooms arranged in sequence. The potion preparation room and ancient martial arts library flanked both wings, making the entire facility resemble a modernized martial arts fortress. This is the true White Crane Martial Hall. Zhou Chong spoke with reverence. What the apprentice class teaches is merely superficial. Here, you'll encounter the true core of martial arts. Lin Chen surveyed the training ground. Several elite students in black uniforms were sparring, their movements swift as afterimages, their clashing fists and feet accompanied by subtle explosive sounds clearly having broken through human limits. Teacher Zhou, this is the fierce crane style? Lin Chen inquired in a low voice. Zhou Chong nodded, about to explain in detail when a cold voice interjected from the side. Zhou Chong, this is this year's top apprentice? Why isn't it Jing Tong? Lin Chen looked toward the voice and saw a tall, slender young man leaning nearby. His features were sharp, his lips curved in a sardonic arc, and his black uniform bore 3 silver stripes on the sleeves, the mark of a silver rank fighter. Senior brother Chu He. Zhou Chong bowed his head slightly. Jing Tong gave up the final assessment. Gave up. Chu He's gaze turned cold, his piercing stare directed at Lin Chen. Did you pull some trick? He didn't show up himself. What does that have to do with me? Lin Chen remained unfazed. Zhou Chong quickly mediated. Senior brother Chu, the entire assessment was recorded. Lin Chen truly earned his spot through ability. Chu He snorted coldly, no longer pursuing the matter, but as he turned to leave, he casually dropped a remark. The elite class isn't somewhere you can survive on brute force alone. Watch yourself, newcomer. With that, he departed. After his figure disappeared, Zhou Chong wiped cold sweat from his forehead. Chu He, ranked 7th in the elite class, silver 3rd rank, specializes in the fierce crane style's wind-rending claw. He received financial support from Zheng Tong's father years ago and had planned to personally mentor Zheng Tong once he entered the elite class. So he'll cause trouble for me? Lin Chen's gaze remained calm. Private fighting is forbidden in the elite class, but Zhou Chong shook his head. If it's on the life and death platform, or during external missions, accidents are always inevitable. The meaning couldn't be clearer. Chu He would likely become Lin Chen's first enemy after entering the elite class. Zhou Chong led Lin Chen forward, their footsteps echoing on the cold metal floor of the corridor. They stopped before a sealed black building, its smooth walls reflecting an eerie, cold gleam. Above the entrance, 3 blood-red characters were carved like fresh wounds. Fierce Crane Pavilion. You're about to witness the true face of the fierce crane style. Zhou Chong took a deep breath and warned in a lowered voice. Remember, no matter what you see, stay calm. The heavy doors creaked open with a grinding sound, and the intertwined scents of rust and blood rushed toward them, making their throats burn. In the center of the hall, a spotlight locked onto an elite student locked in mortal combat with a military-grade killing puppet. The puppet stood about 2 meters tall, its alloy armor gleaming with cold white reflections. The serrated blade wheels on both arms spun continuously, their teeth grinding together with a menacing buzz that could slice through steel plates in an instant. Yet the student faced it barehanded. Thick, dark blood-colored energy spread across his hands, his skin taking on an eerie bluish-black hue as his fingernails extended and curved like hooks. Each swipe of his claws carved bone-deep gashes in the puppet's shell, sending shattered metal fragments flying like metallic rain. Screech! A piercing, tearing sound exploded through the air. The student's 5 fingers sliced into the puppet's chest like a hot knife through butter, then yanked violently. Boom! The energy core was brutally ripped out, blue-white arcs of electricity dancing wildly, casting everything in a ghastly light. This is the fierce crane style's wind-rending claw. When mastered, it can tear through armored vehicles with bare hands. Zhou Chong explained in a low voice. Lin Chen's chest rose and fell rapidly, His breathing, involuntarily quickening this, had far exceeded the realm of normal martial arts. They continued deeper. In the next training room, gravity generators hummed incessantly 10 times normal gravity. A student stood on the alloy floor, muscles coiled like dragons, bones producing dull explosive sounds under the immense pressure, yet still managing to throw sonic boom punches that shattered the air. Further ahead, the medicinal bath chamber flickered with dim red light. In blood-red medicinal liquid, a student soaked until his entire body was crimson, shadows seeming to writhe beneath his skin as his muscles visibly expanded and contracted. In the deepest section, two sparring partners moved like phantoms. One's eyes suddenly flashed red, his movements tripling in speed as a storm of punches reduced an alloy training dummy to fragments, metal pieces scattering across the floor. Lin Chen's heartbeat thundered in his eardrums as he finally understood how the elite class could mass-produce monsters. Zhou Chong pointed toward a corner where a figure huddled, bones grotesquely protruding. He made an error practicing crane bone technique. His bones keep growing continuously as half-crippled now. The risk lay bare before them. After a moment of silence, Lin Chen suddenly asked, "What does Chu He practice?" He majors in wind-rending claw and minors in blood crane steps, one of the few dual practitioners in the elite class, Zhou Chong cautioned. "If you want to survive here long, don't provoke him." Lin Chen nodded, though his mind couldn't help but flash back to the scene of Zheng Tong's secret connection with the elite class. He stood at the edge of the training ground, his gaze sharp as a blade, capturing every movement of each student. The explosive power hidden in every punch and claw strike, the rhythm of each breath resonating with heaven and earth, all of it burned deeply into his senses. "Do you see?" Zhou Chong turned sideways, his voice particularly clear amid the roaring equipment. "This is the true elite of the fierce crane style. Only with this kind of strength can one survive alone in the mist zone." Lin Chen unconsciously clenched his fists, his knuckles producing crisp pops. He yearned to possess this earth-shaking power. Yes, this kind of strength would indeed be enough to face those elusive mist creatures. The elite class wasn't just his shortcut to becoming stronger. It was his greatest hope for survival in this perilous world. Zhou Chong patted Lin Chen's shoulder, his tone unusually solemn. "In a lifetime, there aren't many chances to defy fate and change your destiny. But remember this," he paused, his gaze sharp. "The competition in the elite class is far more brutal than you imagine. Among dozens of branch gyms, less than 1 in 10 from each cohort truly makes it into the inner circle." When the words "inner circle" left his lips, Zhou Chong's eyes flashed with complex emotions, longing, unwillingness, and deep regret. Lin Chen instantly understood this. Once high-spirited coach, standing before him, had ultimately failed to enter that mysterious circle himself. "Those people," Zhou Chong lowered his voice, "they stand at the pinnacle of the fighting world, capable of influencing the entire city's power structure." That single sentence ignited Lin Chen's blood like a spark. He could almost see himself standing under the spotlight, the center of attention for thousands, his heart pounding so hard it nearly burst from his chest. After the tour ended, the two walked down the corridor toward the exit. The setting sun cast its dying light, stretching their shadows impossibly long. Just as they were about to part ways, Zhou Chong suddenly stopped. "By the way, didn't you register for next month's fighting tournament?" Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. Had indeed registered, but never expected the news to reach the martial arts gym. "The tournament committee called to verify your identity," Zhou Chong explained, then shifted his tone. "Silver-level fighters usually participate, with your current abilities." He didn't finish the sentence, only patted Lin Chen's shoulder. "You're still young. Focus on participation." Lin Chen pressed his lips together, understanding the subtext. He was nowhere near qualified. "If you really want to gain experience," Zhou Chong added, "you should at least establish yourself in the elite class first." After leaving the gym, Lin Chen didn't head straight home, but detoured to the Blue Eagle Club. Pushing open the familiar glass door, he found Chen Jiming already waiting in the reception area, who immediately stood up upon seeing him. Finally, Su Xiaoro trotted over with a tea tray, shooting him a playfully reproachful glance. Someone usually takes forever to reply to messages, but today he's actually punctual. Lin Chen scratched his head awkwardly. "I've been pretty busy with training lately." Chen Jiming laughed and cut short their flirtatious exchange, pulling 2 documents from his briefcase. "All right, let's get down to business. I discussed this with the boss, and we're giving you 2 options." The first contract was thick with dense clauses. As Lin Chen quickly scanned through it, his frown deepened. This long-term agreement would require him to dedicate most of his energy to club competitions. This probably. Just as he was about to refuse, Chen Jiming handed him the second document, a sly glint in his eyes. "I figured you wouldn't accept that one, so I fought for this alternative." The second contract was only a few pages long. The more Lin Chen read, the brighter his expression became. This was a special honorary contract with no long-term binding and flexible terms. "This is your path, right?" Chen Jiming asked. Lin Chen nodded but remained cautious. "What exactly does the process involve?" "It's simple," Chun Jiming spread his hands. The club releases a challenge board every month, which might include small competitions or attempts to break long-standing records. As long as you accept and complete them, you'll receive prize money. The goal, naturally, is to boost the club's reputation. At the edge of the Blue Eagle Club's training grounds, howling winds swept across the expansive facility, the air thick with the scent of sweat and metal. Dozens of running tracks, squat racks, and endurance chambers stretched out in parallel rows. On the tracks, athletes sprinted 100-meter dashes without losing speed. In the strength area, a muscular man performed squats with half a ton of weight, the steel plates making the ground hum with each rep. Inside the endurance chambers, others persevered through hours of running in extremely low oxygen environments. Among ordinary people, they would be considered monsters, but in this world, they were still only second-rate. Those who truly stood at the apex of the pyramid were the fighters capable of battling mist creatures. The core members of the Fierce Crane School possessed physical abilities far beyond normal humans, mastered combat techniques capable of tearing apart mist creatures, and could single-handedly suppress small beast tides. They were both guardians of the city and makers of its rules. And what about athletes? Lin Chen stood at the sidelines, a self-mocking smile playing at the corner of his lips. Athletes were merely specialists, gifted in one particular attribute, but unable to enter the ranks of true fighters. They might create miracles on the competition field, but once they stepped onto a battlefield of life and death, they might not even survive the first assault from a mist creature. That said, this path wasn't entirely worthless. It provided professional experience, earned resources, and could serve as a stepping stone. The last city-level marathon prize was only tens of thousands, attracting mostly amateur enthusiasts, with the only noteworthy participant being the Black Iron first-rank mercenary Thunder. Even so, Lin Chen had won easily. Competitions of that level posed no challenge to him anymore. He pulled out his phone, fingers swiftly scrolling through information about upcoming major events. There were plenty of high-value competitions, naturally attracting stronger participants. But even small gains were still gains. He needed a stable channel for professional experience and occasional extra income. The true path to strength still lay with the Fierce Crane School's elite class. With this thought, he closed his phone and stepped onto the track. If I'm going to play this game, I'll play it to perfection. An athlete? Then I'll be an athlete who can crush fighters. All right, I agree. I'd like to see the challenge board tasks right now, if that's possible. Of course, no problem. Club manager Chen Jiming laughed heartily. The contract was quickly finalized, and he led Lin Chen to the challenge board. The massive electronic screen flickered with lights, scrolling through various competition records and prize amounts. Let's start with the city-level events. Chen Jiming pointed to a line of data. The city marathon record from 2 years ago. If you can beat it by 3 minutes, there's a 50,000 prize. Given your current speed, the gap isn't that large. 3 minutes. Lin Chen glanced at it, quickly calculating in his mind. Marathon performance was highly correlated with agility and physique. He was just one step away. If he could improve his professional skills further, breaking the record would be almost certain. I'll come train when I have time, he said calmly, his voice betraying no emotion. Chen Jiming was used to his taciturn nature and nodded with a smile, saying nothing more. As he left the club, the sun was already setting, its orangered afterglow casting long shadows on the glass curtain walls. Su Xiaoro suddenly caught up, tugging at his sleeve and softly pleading for them to have dinner together. Lin Chen was about to refuse, but seeing those bright, sparkling eyes of hers, in the end, he agreed and took her to a nearby street food stall. Hot oil sizzled and popped on the iron grill, lamb skewers dripped with grease, beer bottles were beaded with condensation, and the air buzzed with constant chatter. Su Xiaoro bit into a lamb skewer while stealing glances at Lin Chen across from her. Hey, are you really short on money? She finally asked in a lowered voice. Lin Chen looked up, gave her a brief glance, and remained silent. With your potential, if you signed a long-term contract, you'd make at least hundreds of thousands a year. She counted on her fingers. For someone your age, that's incredible money. The man stayed quiet, simply pointing at the small TV on the wall. The female anchor's voice cut through the noise clearly. Recent days have seen a surge in homicides in our city, with police suspecting connections to the mist creatures that have been appearing frequently. The screen flashed to a pixelated corpse, with torn wounds still visible. Su Xiaoro's face went pale instantly, nearly dropping her skewer. What good is money? Lin Chen's voice was calm, yet it cut through reality like a blade. Once mist creatures invade, hundreds of thousands won't buy you a life. He paused before adding, though I do have personal reasons for needing money urgently. My time is precious. Su Xiaoro opened her mouth, then finally took a gulp of ice-cold beer. I could lend it to you. Lin Chen chuckled. Better not. I'm afraid I couldn't pay you back. The night breeze dispersed the heat and amplified the alcohol's effect. Su Xiaoro's cheeks flushed red from drinking, her steps unsteady. Lin Chen called a rideshare and escorted her all the way to her apartment building. Under the dim streetlight, he stopped. I'll leave you here. Su Xiaoro's eyes glistened as she suddenly leaned closer, her voice soft with a hint of alcohol. Lin Chen, I'm really curious. What kind of person are you? Lin Chen's lips curved slightly. Definitely not a good one. She giggled. I'm not afraid of you being bad. Before he could respond, she stood on her tiptoes and pecked his cheek, then turned and ran like a startled rabbit. After a few steps, she looked back and waved. See you tomorrow. Lin Chen stood stunned for a moment, touching the spot where she'd kissed him, then shook his head with a smile. The taste of youth. His eyes immediately cleared as he turned and melted into the night. In the alley shadows, a hunched black figure writhed, sticky saliva dripping to the ground. His crimson eyes fixed on the direction Su Xiaoro had gone, throat making greedy swallowing sounds. At 6 in the morning, urgent knocking jolted Lin Chen from light sleep. Outside his door stood Su Miao, the young woman from next door, wrapped in gossamer thin black silk pajamas with a neckline so loose it nearly slipped off. Xiao Chun, my water pipe burst. Could you help your sister take a look? Her voice was soft and sweet, her fingertips brushing his wrist almost imperceptibly. Lin Chen glanced expressionlessly at the nearly transparent hem, then turned to grab his toolbox. Wait here. 10 minutes later, the pipe was fixed. Su Miao offered him a glass of ice water. It's so hot today, have some water before you go. Lin Chen drained it in one gulp and set the glass on the table. Next time there's a leak, just call property management. Hey, you. The door had already slammed shut, leaving Su Miao with a resentful gaze. At exactly 7:10, Lin Chen arrived at the Fierce Crane-style elite training facility. The black alloy gates reflected cold light in the morning sun, while 2 guards in regulation combat gear held scanners, their gazes sharp. Identity verification. He handed over his student card. The scanner beeped with a green light. Block B, Group 3. Go in and turn left. Stepping into the main hall, a wave of noise hit him. Over 60 students clustered in small groups. Some stood with arms crossed and cold smirks. Others performed advanced warm-up exercises, and still others sat cross-legged on the floor in meditation circles. The air mixed with sweat and an almost gunpowder-like intensity of fighting spirit. This many people? At this hour, dawn was just beginning to break. When Lin Chen stepped into the training ground, the air still carried a thin, damp chill. He thought he'd arrived early enough, but discovered that scattered figures were already standing throughout the vast space. Everyone who made it into the elite class was undoubtedly a genius, and these people had clearly carved self-discipline into their very bones. Lin Chen silently marveled. Indeed, not a single one of them was ordinary. It seemed he'd need to arrive even earlier in the future. About half an hour later, all 60 students had assembled. 2 instructors approached side by side. Both men were built like iron towers with bulging muscles, their steady footsteps carrying the oppressive presence that only came from countless battles. Their gazes were particularly sharp, like cold blades. They stopped before the group, and one of them lifted a roster, his voice cold and hard. We're now dividing into classes Class A and Class B. The elite class is being divided further? Lin Chen frowned. What surprised him even more was that when Lin Chen was called, he was assigned to Class B. Strange. As he pondered this, a tall, thin student whose name was called right after his was also assigned to Class B. This person sidled up to him and lowered his voice. Brother, don't be bummed out, you should have been in Class A. Lin Chen glanced sideways at him. The man had a lean face with cunning eyes, and his lips perpetually wore a merchant smile. He clearly belonged to the well-informed, know-it-all type. I'm Zhao Xiaodao, also in Class B. The stranger extended his hand familiarly, then chuckled. As for why you ended up in Class B, I heard some senior looked out for you. Tough luck, making enemies right after arriving. His tone carried more teasing than schadenfreude. Lin Chen's gaze remained calm. Were you also targeted? Otherwise, a stranger wouldn't voluntarily tip him off. Zhao Xiaodao waved his hands repeatedly. Not at all with my skills, this is my level. But as for which senior, I wouldn't dare say. Lin Chen didn't press further, though he already had his suspicions. Having just arrived at the elite class, he knew no one who could he have possibly offended. The only possibility was Chu He. That man held grudges, and after Lin Chen had taken Zheng Tong's spot, he must have harbored resentment. Perhaps Chu He didn't care about Zheng Tong at all. What really bothered him was that someone had dared challenge his authority. So what's the difference between Class A and Class B? Lin Chen changed the subject. Zhao Xiaodao grinned. That information was free, but this. He rubbed his thumb and forefinger together. Too lazy for small talk. Lin Chen asked for his account and transferred 2,000 yuan. Boss is generous. Zhao Xiaodao beamed, lowering his voice further. Class B is basically the sparring partner class. Resource allocation, priority access to techniques, core trial qualification sits all in Class A's hands. Plus, Class A students will deliberately suppress Class B, and the academy turns a blind eye survival of the fittest. Lin Chen's eyes flashed. How do you get into Class A? Simple, defeat a Class A student and take their place. But, Zhao Xiaodao shrugged. Everyone here made it to the elite class, so the gaps aren't huge. Those Class A guys aren't pushovers willing to give up their spot. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. then nodded. Thanks. Zhao Xiaodao smiled his merchant smile and patted his shoulder. Brother, if you want to know anything in the future, just come find me fair prices. After the division was complete, the 60 students were split into two groups. One instructor walked over to the Class B students, his gaze like iron and voice still cold and hard. Let me introduce myself. I am Chen Pu. You can call me Instructor Chen. Making it to the elite class proves you're not rookies, but that's all it proves. I don't have many rules, and I'm not one for small talk, but in my class, you'd better keep the nonsense to a minimum. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. The training hall was brightly lit as the instructor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice hitting like a hammer on steel as he cut straight to the point. Now, let me formally introduce the core system of the Fierce Crane style. The Fierce Crane style is divided into three methods: nourishment, training, and killing. Nourishment cultivates breath and body for longevity. Training forges muscles and bones to enhance combat power. Killing delivers fatal strikes in life or death combat. He stood at the center of the hall, his gaze sweeping across each face like a blade. All of you should have practiced traditional martial arts, right? Among the dozen or so students, only a few hands went up. The instructor sneered and pointed at the nearest burly young man. You, step forward. The young man hesitated for half a second before stepping forward quickly. The instructor asked coolly, what have you practiced? Sonda, professional third dan. The instructor nodded slightly, then pointed at another student. And you? Boxing, amateur championship gold belt. A mocking smile crossed the instructor's lips. Excellent. He suddenly gestured sharply. A side door burst open, and three burly men in ordinary athletic wear entered shoulder to shoulder, each carrying a thick steel pipe that gleamed coldly, their expressions fierce. Now, you two will fight them. As soon as the words fell, the hall erupted in commotion. The Sonda and boxing students' faces changed dramatically, but they still lowered their shoulders and elbows, assuming professional stances. The fight was shorter than anyone had imagined. The three pipe-wielding men gave no distance at all, swarming forward. The first steel pipe cut through the air, and the Sonda student dodged sideways, but the second man lifted his foot and kicked viciously at his knee joint crack. The young man collapsed to his knees instantly. The third pipe swung straight at the back of his head. Bang! A figure flashed like a phantom, and the instructor caught the steel pipe with one hand. With a sudden twist of his wrist snap, the pipe broke cleanly in two, the break razor sharp. The training hall fell into dead silence. Do you see? The instructor withdrew his hand and stood calmly, his voice ice cold. No matter how strong you are in the ring, it's still just a game. Real combat has no rules, no referees, no rounds. You might face knives, guns, or even the claws of mist creatures. He returned to the center of the hall, his words driving into everyone's ears like iron nails. The Fierce Crane style is the killing art that will push you beyond human limits. Remember, training in the Fierce Crane style isn't fitness or competition, it's torment. Breathing techniques, medicinal salves, herbal baths, extreme training, repeatedly breaking down your bodies until they completely transform. But if you survive, your physical form will far exceed that of ordinary people. With that, he sat cross-legged, placing his palms lightly on his knees, closing his eyes and regulating his breath. Nourishment was the foundation of the Fierce Crane style. His breathing gradually became longer and slower, his chest barely rising and falling. Everyone could clearly catch the rhythms: low, steady, deep. The white crane breathing method has 3 stages. His voice was low but carried a resonant power that seemed to vibrate through his chest. First, stillness breathing frequency drops below 6 breaths per minute. Blood and chi stabilize, allowing you to sense the flow of flesh and blood. Second, surging blood and chi flow like tides with each breath, accelerating wound recovery and even temporarily suppressing pain. Third, internal tempering breathing drives the internal organs to vibrate subtly, gradually strengthening the 5 organs and 6 viscera until they become as tough as cast iron. With each of his exhales, the air seemed to produce a low humming sound, like distant insects on a summer night, yet carrying an oppressive force. Is this real or fake? Someone whispered. The instructor's eyes snapped open, his gaze locking onto that direction like cold lightning, his 5 fingers forming a claw. Boom. 5 meters away, a sandbag began swaying without any wind, rocking heavily as the connecting chains rattled loudly. The entire hall was stunned. The white crane breathing technique serves more than just breath regulation. The instructor slowly rose to his feet, his voice deep and commanding. Its greatest value lies in tempering the internal organs. Strong organs lead to vigorous chi and blood. Vigorous chi and blood generate power. As he spoke these words, he tapped his chest twice, as if hammering this iron law into everyone's minds. He then clearly divided the training into categories. The practice is split into external and internal cultivation. External cultivation: standing like a pine tree, bearing weight like iron, engaging in combat, and sparring day after day until muscles and bones are forged through countless trials. becoming as hard as refined steel. Internal cultivation coordinating with breathing techniques to make blood surge and body temperature soar, thereby stimulating the organ's hidden potential. Those who achieve this level can master the boiling blood technique. The instructor's eyes gleamed. That represents the pinnacle of internal cultivation, capable of unleashing power beyond one's limits in a short time. He swept his gaze across the entire hall and added, breathing techniques temper the organs, external training forges sinews and bones, and medicinal salves compensate for deficiencies. Only when these three unite can the body truly transform. A student below could no longer contain himself and called out loudly, what about the killing techniques? What exactly are the killing techniques? The instructor raised an eyebrow, his gaze turning cold. The prerequisite for killing techniques is achieving minor mastery in both nourishing and training methods. Otherwise, the will cannot withstand it at best, you'll be crippled, at worst death. Before his words finished, he pressed his 5 fingers together like a crane's beak and thrust forward sharply hiss. The air seemed torn by a blade, and a sharp whistling sound circled through the hall. Remember, he withdrew his hand and stood upright. Killing techniques are not combat skills, but slaughter techniques. They have no superfluous movements. Every strike exists solely to take life. Without further words, the instructor had everyone sit cross-legged and enter the first stage of the white crane breathing technique, tranquil breathing. The air gradually quieted, leaving only the sound of slow, steady breathing. The students closed their eyes, feeling the flow of qi and blood, imagining themselves transformed into white cranes standing on water's surface, undisturbed by ripples. Lin Chen sat among them, breathing in rhythm with the instructor's cadence. Initially, his chest felt slightly constricted, but once his breathing stabilized, he suddenly noticed his blood seemed to truly pulse slightly with his breathing rhythm. His eyes remained half-closed, his breathing precise to an almost mechanical degree. His professional talent, martial arts prodigy LV1, was taking effect, each breath perfectly aligned with the white crane breathing technique's requirements. Qi and blood circulated evenly within his body, muscles trembling minutely like countless electric currents racing along his fascia. In contrast, the student beside him still moved clumsily. Cough, cough, cough. The person's face turned red as he clutched his chest, coughing violently. The instructor coldly reprimanded, breathing too rapidly. This happens when internal organs can't withstand the qi and blood impact. Everyone slow down your rhythm. Don't be greedy for speed. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's professional panel quietly changed. Your professional skill, white crane breathing technique, experience 5. Your profession, bronze level fighter, experience 13. This was already considered genius level speed in ordinary students' eyes. Yet Lin Chen stared at the fluctuating data with a slight frown. Too slow. Everyone in the elite class possessed considerable talent, especially Class A students who might not be inferior to him. Moreover, martial arts prodigy was only level 1. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the panel suddenly flashed. The previously dim upgradable skills section abruptly refreshed. 6 brand new professional skills shone brilliantly. 1. Steel bone resonance passive. During external training, bones produce special resonance under high-intensity loads, increasing bone density improvement speed by 20. 2. Qi blood resonance active. When activated, breathing technique efficiency temporarily increases by 30, blood flow accelerates. Can briefly simulate partial effects of boiling blood technique, strength 15, with no risk of blood vessel rupture. 3. Fierce crane visualization special. During deep meditation, visualizing the fierce crane's predatory killing intent creates resonance between breathing techniques and combat instincts. Experience gain increases by 50 when practicing breathing techniques, with a chance for sudden enlightenment to directly advance one minor realm. 4. Pain dulling passive. Pain sensation reduces by 40 during physical training, allowing tolerance of more extreme intensity. Retains 80 mobility when injured, wounds unchanged, but willpower greatly enhanced. 5. Killing intent perception passive. Can vaguely predict opponent's next strike during combat. Success rate depends on both parties' strength. Enhanced sensitivity to killing aura. Can detect lurking lethal threats 0.5 seconds in advance. 6. Boiling blood control special. Backlash damage reduces by 50 when using boiling blood technique. Duration 30. Can control boiling locally, such as strengthening only the arms. The skills had refreshed. Lin Chen stared intently at the panel, a row of new abilities that aligned almost perfectly with his current training. Without these skills, he might have continued practicing step by step. But now, with the elite class filled with monsters and martial prodigies making leaps and bounds, his mere first-tier talent, providing 30 cultivation acceleration, was clearly insufficient. However, steel bone resonance, upgraded to second tier, was different. External training efficiency, a full 50 higher than ordinary people. A bold plan rapidly formed in his mind. First, frantically max out external training levels. Once he broke through to Black Iron 3rd stage, he could awaken new professional talents. Then he could return to breathing technique cultivation with new skills, and the acceleration could still catch up. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, a cold gleam flashing through his pupils. He flexed his wrists, bones producing crisp popping sounds. Experiency was determined to get it. For ordinary people, external training was extremely tedious. Monotonous punching, hundreds of kicks, weighted squats until legs trembled. Sweat soaked through clothes, spreading dark circles on the ground. No flashy moves, no mysterious insights, only mechanical repetition and muscle agony. But in Lin Chen's eyes, every punch showed rising data. Your professional skill combat experience 20. Your professional skill boxing experience 19. Your profession black iron fighter experience 16. These numbers were the strongest stimulant, transforming fatigue into excitement. Others only saw him tirelessly striking the punching bag, unaware he was enjoying the rush of visibly growing strength. The 376th punch, a straight right cutting through air, heavily smashing into the bag. With steel bone resonance, enhancement, experience that previously required a week to accumulate could now be gained in a single day. That guy only practices external skills, never touches breathing techniques? He's crazy. Several students whispered in the corridor, their eyes full of confusion and contempt. In their view, abandoning the core breathing techniques of fierce crane style to focus on external training was putting the cart before the horse. On the second-floor observation deck, an instructor crossed his arms, frowning deeply, fingers tapping the railing before finally falling silent. The elite class doesn't need reminders, he muttered quietly. Foolish people will naturally be eliminated. For 3 days, Lin Chen completely immersed himself in pure external training. At dawn, while others adjusted their breathing, he had already completed 500 weighted squats. At noon, as everyone studied breathing essentials, his combination punches made the bags thunder. Late at night, when the training ground was empty and silent, he still moved through the equipment area. Panel attributes soared. Strength 15.8, 16.2. Agility 15.2, 15.7. Constitution 15.6, 16.0. Combat experience broke through the threshold, advancing to mastery. Professional experience met requirements. Black iron second stage, black iron third stage. Whoosh. In the training room, he executed a spinning kick, fierce wind howling. The bag flew away, chains groaning under the strain. His movements flowed like water, every muscle's explosion perfectly timed, the beauty of power taking one's breath away. Students in the rest area unconsciously stopped talking, their gazes firmly captured. This guy's external skills really have something. So what? His breathing technique progress has fallen behind. No matter how strong he gets, he'll still be eliminated. Sweat dripped from his chin, but Lin Chen showed a satisfied smile. On the professional panel, a line of golden text flickered. New talent available for awakening. At this moment, all the tedium and sweat had been worth it. The dismissal bell rang, and Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his brow. Training uniforms still fluttered at the edges, but the looks from his peers were a cold mix of mockery and pity. Some sneered, some sighed. Gossip rolled in waves behind him. Look, he ran off again. Probably scared of getting called out by Class A. He can run today, but not forever. He treated the voices like air, never slowing as he walked straight out of the training field. Steam billowed over the steel counters in the cafeteria. Lin Chen hefted a tray nearly spilling over. Roast beef, fried eggs, fish, vegetables, and a heaping bowl of rice, all crammed to the brim. The brutal regimen of the Xionghe school turned his body into a funnel, miss a little nutrition, and it all collapsed. Head down, he chewed in heavy bites, Adam's apple working fast as he weighed his next move. 6 skills. Which one? His class panel flickered across his vision, and he scanned it in a heartbeat. Steelbone shock. Dull pain response. Killing intent sense. All excellent, but not what he needed right now. He swiped them away. Boiling blood control also great, but it required white crane breathing at mastery, and he couldn't cash that in any time soon. That left 2. Chi blood resonance. Fierce crane visualization. If not for Chewy's targeting, he should have advanced to Class A by default. Then had have picked Chi blood resonance less efficient, but it buffs boiling blood. Reality, though, put him in Class B, and starting today, Class A could openly pull from Class B for sparring, with more than one trainee already injured and losing training time. Legal, but vicious. If he wanted into Class A, he had to blitz everyone on speed and push his breathing technique to the front of the pack. With that, he chose fierce crane visualization without hesitation and etched Chewy's name into his heart. Night fell. The dorm was silent. Lin Chen sat cross-legged and activated the skill. His consciousness plunged into endless darkness. From the depths rose the phantom of a feral white crane, wings like blades, killing intent razor sharp. Following the skill's guidance, he synchronized his breath with the crane. Each inhale sent his blood surging like a flood. Each exhale burned his meridians like fire. On his class panel, experience numbers leapt 26, 33, nearly double the usual rate. Dawn broke. No sudden enlightenment, but white crane breathing still jumped from entry to calm breath. He had already caught up with class as average pace. Lin Chen opened his eyes, a sharp light in them. With the breathing method at minor attainment, plus steel bone and his outer strength realm, he no longer feared any opponent from the elite class. By noon the next day, the pressure hit him the moment he stepped into the training ground. A few Class B trainees gave him sympathetic looks. In one corner, several from Class A smirked, eyes like knives fixed on him. Sure enough, before warm-ups were done, a group of burly Class A trainees strode over and looked down at him. Lin Chen, you're our sparring partner today. The place went still. Someone whispered. Him again. They crippled a Class B trainee just yesterday. And they're calling him out today? Lin Chen lifted his gaze and recognized them. Gu Hong was a ruthless fighter ranked in the top 10 of Class A. He was notorious for his brutal fighting style. Just yesterday, he had casually broken the ribs of a Class B student who was now out of commission. According to the White Crane Martial Arts Academy rules, sparring partners could refuse twice, but the third time was mandatory. Lin Chen had already declined the first two challenges, so refusing again would be tantamount to admitting defeat. Clearly, Gu Hong had set his sights on him and wouldn't let go. The watching students gathered in small groups, whispering among themselves, while Lin Chen sneered coldly from his corner. He had been avoiding confrontation before simply because he wasn't ready to strike back, but now, his breathing technique had reached minor mastery. His professional level had broken through. New skills were at his disposal. Fine, I'll spar with you. He slowly rose to his feet, his calm voice like a pebble dropped into hot oil, instantly igniting the atmosphere in the training hall. Gu Hong grinned, a cruel gleam flashing in his eyes. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. Is that so? Unfortunately, I won't. Lin Chen said no more, simply striding toward the center of the arena. Such big words, you. Gu Hong was so furious he laughed instead. Seeing Lin Chen break from his usual silence to openly provoke a Class A member, the surrounding students immediately crowded closer, their excited chatter rising and falling. Gu Hong was thoroughly enraged, his fists clenching with audible cracks. I wasn't planning to cripple you, but you asked for this. In that case, let our fists do the talking. Come at me, if you dare. Just as the tension reached its peak, steady footsteps echoed from deep within the training facility. Tap, tap, tap. An elderly man dressed in a dark gray traditional Chinese jacket entered their field of vision. Despite being in his 60s, he stood tall and straight, each step firm yet fluid, like a moving mountain. His broad hands were covered in calluses, evidence of years practicing powerful palm techniques. This was Blood Crane, Zhuge Xiang, 6-time consecutive God of Combat champion, Diamond Tier 3rd-rank fighter, and core elder of the White Crane Martial Arts Academy. 10 years ago, he had become a legend by tearing apart in a class mist creature called the Armored Rhino with his bare hands. Beside the old man walked a young woman in a t-shirt and jeans. At 18 or 19, she had skin like snow and eyes like autumn waters. Her features bore a striking resemblance to Sun Yin, the goddess Lin Chen's predecessor had once obsessed over, perhaps even more beautiful. This was Sun Yin's younger sister, Sun Ying. At that moment, Zhuge Xiong was enthusiastically promoting the academy to Sun Ying. So, what do you think? Our White Crane Academy's training facilities are pretty impressive, right? If you become my disciple, I guarantee you'll receive the best training possible. Your future achievements will be limitless. Sun Ying had been working part-time at a coffee shop when Zhuge Xiong suddenly appeared, staring at her for ages before excitedly grabbing her hand and insisting she become his student. She nearly called the police. Only when the old man showed her his White Crane Academy Elder Badge and fighter certification did she begin to believe him. Follow him to the academy? Impossible. In the end, Zhuge Xiong had to order 100 cups of coffee and specifically request that Sun Ying personally deliver them to the academy, just to earn today's tour opportunity. Faced with such enthusiasm from this legendary figure, she still hesitated. I need to go home and ask my family. Zhuge Xiong quickly urged. Oh, young lady, opportunity knocks but once. Your bone structure is a once-in-a-century find. If you miss this chance. Before he could finish, Sun Ying suddenly fixed her gaze on the figure in the center of the training ground. Her steps faltering. It was Lin Chen. Thinking she was interested in the actual combat, the old man became even more excited. Those are members of our elite class. You can witness the fierce crane style in action. Come on. Somehow compelled, Sun Ying didn't refuse, allowing him to lead her upstairs into a rest room with an excellent view. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, they looked down over the entire training hall, where below the battle between Lin Chen and Gu Hong was about to begin. Thud. Heavy footsteps echoed as Lin Chen and Gu Hong simultaneously stepped onto the ring. The wooden boards creaked and groaned under their combined weight and murderous aura, while students around them instinctively held their breath. Kid, here's the rule of the fierce crane style. Gu Hong grinned menacingly as he rolled his neck, joints cracking loudly. No protective gear, and it's not over until blood is drawn. You can still surrender now. Lin Chen didn't respond. He simply unbuttoned his training uniform one by one, his bronze-toned muscles tensing under the lights. The savage gleam in his eyes was like a caged beast finally spotting its prey. You're asking for death. Gu Hong's veins bulged at that stare, but then the instructor approached the ring's edge and uttered a single word: begin. As long as no one died, the martial hall never interfered in disputes between students. Both fighters dropped into their stances simultaneously. Gu Hong assumed the standard fierce crane-style opening position, crane's beak strike. His 5 fingers pressed together like a blade, his spine arched like a drawn bow. Lin Chen's stance, however, looked like that of a street thug. Right fist pulled back to his waist, left palm extended forward, feet slightly gathered. Can't even manage a basic stance. Gu Hong laughed, but before his laughter faded, he felt the air being torn apart. Lin Chen had already charged forward like a cannonball. So fast. Gu Hong's heart tightened as he hastily changed tactics, but all he could see was a fist rapidly expanding in his vision. Gritting his teeth, he didn't retreat but advanced instead, his right leg whipping out like a lash toward Lin Chen's knee. If they both got hurt, he was confident he'd win. Gu Hong was certain of victory. He'd already investigated and knew that Lin Chen had abandoned breathing techniques to focus solely on external martial arts, understanding neither the true killing moves of fierce crane style nor the subtleties of breathing methods. Huh. He exhaled deeply, white mist streaming from his nose and mouth as his muscles rippled like waves with qi and blood coordinated through breathing techniques. This kick could shatter a steel pillar. Bang! A dull impact exploded. Gu Hong did hit his target, but it felt like kicking an iron post, the recoil sending sharp pain through his shin. At the same time, Lin Chen's iron fist landed solidly on his chest. Puff! Gu Hong's eyes bulged as his body flew backward like a broken kite, crashing into the ring's rope barrier. The ropes groaned momentarily before snapping with a sharp crack. The entire venue fell silent. Lin Chen slowly lowered his fist, the same white mist streaming from his nostrils, accompanied by a brief crane's cry from his throat. His white crane breathing technique has also reached the entry level? Someone in the crowd gasped. On the second floor viewing area, Sunning jumped up excitedly. So cool. She pumped her fists in celebration, completely unaware of Zhuge Xiong's suddenly sharp gaze behind her. The old man stroked his beard and chuckled softly. Interesting. This boy has been hiding his true abilities. The instructor snapped back to reality and announced loudly. Winner, Lin Chen. The students remained stunned. Lin Chen had actually defeated Gu Hong in the most brutal way possible with a single punch. Gu Hong now lay collapsed at the ring's edge, blood trickling from his nose and mouth, his chest caved in. Even with the White Crane Martial Hall's secret medicines, he'd need a month of bed rest, making his elimination a foregone conclusion. What shocked everyone even more was the Martial Hall's unwritten iron rule. Any Class B student who defeated a Class A student, whether in formal combat or sparring, could be promoted immediately. This meant that starting tomorrow, Lin Chen would be a member of Class A. Below the ring, countless complex emotions coalesced into a whispered comment. This guy, he's been hiding his strength all along. Someone whispered under their breath. Everyone had originally agreed that Lin Chen's decision to abandon breathing techniques and focus solely on external martial arts was utterly foolish. But now they discovered that his mastery of breathing techniques was no less impressive than any Class A elite. Had he been playing the fool all along? How cunning. Many students who had mocked Lin Chen behind his back turned pale, sweat soaking through their clothes. Thankfully, they had only talked behind his back and never confronted him directly. Otherwise, they might be the ones lying on the ground right now. Outside the training ground, in the observation area behind the transparent glass, Sunning clapped her hands against the window, her eyes sparkling like stars. She silently cheered to herself. Where was the incompetent person her sister had described? Zhuge Xiong, standing behind her, seized the perfect opportunity and quickly lowered his voice to pitch his offer. Girl, do you see? This is the true power of the fierce crane style. If you become my disciple, in less than 6 months, you'll reach this boy's level. Even, he whispered in Sun Ying's ear. Surpassing him wouldn't be impossible. Sun Ying had been hesitant about taking a master, but after witnessing Lin Chen's strength firsthand, her wariness crumbled. Staying here meant she could become as strong as him, and even get to know him better at closer range. At this thought, her heart raced uncontrollably, and her cheeks flushed with warmth. All right, I agree. The girl turned around solemnly and bowed deeply to Zhuge Xiong. Master, Zhuge Xiong laughed heartily, his graying beard trembling. Good, good. From today on, you are my final disciple. Sun Ying stole a glance at Lin Chen on the platform, her heart fluttering like a startled deer. On the field, medical staff quickly carried away Gu Hongfei on a stretcher, the metal wheels creating harsh scraping sounds against the floor. The instructor's gaze lingered on Lin Chen for a moment before announcing in a deep voice, Lin Chen, you'll transfer to Class A starting tomorrow. With that, he left directly, showing no intention of getting involved in any subsequent disputes. The remaining 2 Class A members looked grim and tried to slink away in the chaos. Stop. The 2 cold words hit them from behind, and both froze. Lin Chen, don't go too far, one of them shouted with false bravado. We didn't provoke you. Lin Chen approached step by step, his gaze sharp enough to cut through air. Didn't provoke me? He sneered. When Gu Hong called me out for sparring, you two were right there fanning the flames. Now you want to pretend nothing happened. He knew very well that if he hadn't been strong enough, he would be the one lying on the ground today. When trouble came knocking, he always dealt with it thoroughly. The two exchanged glances and suddenly grinned maliciously. What? You think beating Gu Hong makes you invincible? There are two of us. Too much talk. Lin Chen was tired of listening. He stepped forward, and his figure suddenly vanished. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sounds of fists and feet colliding exploded through the training ground, followed immediately by two piercing screams. When the other students finished changing and hurried back, they witnessed a suffocating scene. The two Class A elites lay on the ground like dead dogs, bruised and battered, with fresh blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Lin Chen stood with one foot planted on one of their backs, looking down like a sovereign. Remember arrogance without strength, he bent down, his voice dropping to an icy whisper, is like a wild dog's barking, utterly worthless. The entire venue fell silent. In that moment, everyone burned the same realization into their hearts: this person would repay every slight, was cunning to the extreme, and absolutely could not be provoked lightly. After dealing with several troublemakers from Class A, Lin Chen walked straight toward the Martial Arts Academy's main entrance. In the corridor, students who had been practicing boxing stopped their movements one after another, parting like a tide to create a path. Their awestruck gazes followed his retreating figure closely. Just as he reached the threshold, a small figure with hunched shoulders emerged. It was Zhao Xiaodao. The guy wore a fawning smile, clutching a stack of crisp bills in both hands, practically pressing them against Lin Chen as he offered them. Brother Lin, about that 2,000 I collected from you earlier, I'm returning it all now. No wait, it's 4,000. The extra 2,000 is my apology. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow but didn't extend his hand. Zhao Xiaodao's forehead instantly broke out in sweat as he hastily added, I was blind before and failed to recognize your greatness. From now on, I, Zhao Xiaodao, am your man. Any information I get, I'll tell you first for free. Lin Chen stared at him for 2 seconds, then suddenly smiled and reached out to take the money, saying casually, all right, let's be friends. In the elite class, he couldn't treat everyone as an enemy. A smooth operator like Zhao Xiaodao had obviously approached him out of fear of retaliation after witnessing his display of strength. Not accepting the money would only leave the other party anxious and unsettled. Thank you, Brother Lin. Thank you, Brother Lin. Zhao Xiaodao bowed repeatedly, as if he'd just saved his own life. Watching him, Lin Chen sighed inwardly. In the elite class, strength was everything. With power, enemies would bow down. Without it, even dogs would dare to bite you. Leaving the Martial Arts Academy, he headed straight to the Blue Eagle Club. The fitness area was brightly lit, with the treadmill belts clicking rhythmically. Su Xiaoro was already waiting by the machines, and her eyes lit up when she saw him enter. Why are you so late today? Got held up by something. Lin Chen didn't elaborate, stepping onto the treadmill and starting it directly. The professional panel quietly flickered. Your professional skill marathon experience 14. Your profession junior athlete experience 8. His secondary profession had been progressing rapidly these past few days. At this rate, he'd be able to level up soon. He calculated that once his marathon level improved further and he broke city or even provincial records, prize money would come rolling in. Hey, Lin Chen, do you like concerts? I happen to have 2 tickets here. Su Xiaoro held the tickets up to his line of sight. Not interested. Lin Chen glanced at her and gave a brief response. Su Xiaoro pouted, somewhat annoyed. Can't you have a little romance? Before she finished speaking, Lin Chen suddenly increased his speed, the belt spinning faster as his legs pounded like drumbeats at high speed. What's romance? Can it give experience points? He said without looking back. Night had fallen deep. Returning to his apartment floor, as soon as the elevator doors opened, intense arguing erupted in the hallway. Su Miao, don't be so ungrateful. A rough male voice reeked of alcohol. My brother's dead, so the compensation money should go to us Wangs. Another female voice couldn't contain her anger. I already gave your Wang family half before. Isn't that enough? Not enough. Of course it's not enough. I'm getting married, my girlfriend wants a dowry and a house, and we can't afford it, so you should pay. Just because you brought bad luck and killed my brother. Lin Chen originally had no intention of getting involved, but Su Miao spotted him at the hallway corner and grabbed onto him like a lifeline. Shaolin, help me. 3 burly men turned around in unison, looking fierce and menacing. The bald leader at the front grinned provocatively. Kid, get back home. Mind your own business, or we'll mess you up. Lin Chen stepped forward, his voice calm. Gentlemen, you're disturbing the neighbors this late at night. None of your damn business, the bald man sneered. What? Are you this bitch's kept boy? A flash of icy killing intent flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. 10 minutes later, bang. The door to Lin Chen's apartment slammed shut. 3 burly men lay sprawled on the ground like dead dogs, their faces bruised and swollen. One of them was still wailing. B-boss, we were wrong. We didn't know you were a martial artist. breaking into someone's home and speaking so rudely. Lin Chen cracked his knuckles, the joints popping softly. Call the ambulance yourselves and pay your own medical bills. No problem with that, right? And no problem. The three men pleaded in unison, their voices trembling. Slap yourselves. You still owe 10 more. Yes, yes. The leader raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to his own face. Smack, smack, smack. The crisp sounds of self-inflicted slaps echoed one after another, filling the entire living room like the crack of whips. All right, get lost. Lin Chen looked away. The three men scrambled away on hands and knees, not daring to look back as they stumbled through the door and vanished in the blink of an eye. Only then did Su Miao appear, leaning against the doorframe. Her moist eyes sparkled with light, her red lips slightly parted. Shaolin, how can I ever thank you? She stepped forward, her full chest nearly brushing against Lin Chen's arm. Lin Chen imperceptibly stepped back half a pace. It was nothing. No need to thank me. After more polite refusals and reassurances, Su Miao reluctantly left. These were just trivial episodes in daily life, hardly worth mentioning. The next morning, Lin Chen arrived at the training base on time, this time heading straight into the Class A area. The moment he crossed the threshold, the previously noisy training ground fell somewhat quiet. Dozens of pairs of eyes turned toward him, wary, scrutinizing, and harboring barely concealed hostility. So that's Lin Chen? He doesn't look that strong. Huh. Guhong is still lying in the medical room with 3 broken ribs and internal bleeding. They say he won't be getting out of bed for 2 months. The most ridiculous part is, he only threw 1 punch. Whispers spread through the corners, but no one dared raise their voice. Lin Chen remained calm, his gaze sweeping across the entire room much more polite than yesterday. Yesterday, people had dared to mock him to his face, but today everyone kept their hostility hidden beneath the surface. Strength truly was the best deterrent. Soon after, the instructor strode in with crisp efficiency. We begin instruction immediately today. We continue with the fierce crane body tempering form. Lin Chen's eyes sharpened slightly. Class A and Class B were indeed different in more than just resources. The fierce crane body tempering form was far more sophisticated than ordinary external training methods. The movements appeared slow, but every muscle fiber was precisely controlled, tensing and relaxing like a fierce crane preparing to strike. The tempering form has 9 stances. Today we'll learn the first 3, and tomorrow we'll accelerate the pace. As the instructor demonstrated, his spine flexed like a dragon, and his extended arms even produced faint whistling sounds through the air. Lin Chen followed along, immediately sensing the gap. This form demanded extremely high muscle microcontrol. The slightest error could result in torn muscles and bones. No wonder Class B wasn't taught this without a solid foundation in the white crane breathing method. Forced practice would only cause injury. After the demonstration, the instructor distributed 2 items, a light blue body tempering supplement and a small jar of black body tempering ointment. I've seen this stuff on the Martial Arts Association shopping website. Lin Chen glanced at the labels. Basic body tempering supplement, 5,000 federal credits, 20G. Basic body tempering ointment, 8,000 federal credits, 10G. Elite class students no longer paid tuition fees. Everything was subsidized by the Federation. The daily medicine cost for one person was 13,000 credits, and with dozens of people, that was hundreds of thousands per day. So wealthy. However, Lin Chen had learned long ago that martial arts schools derived most of their income from hunting mist creatures. Killing a single mist creature could be exchanged with the Federation for a bounty that would leave ordinary families stunned. Alternatively, if not turned in, the creature's body and flesh were equally valuable. Sold through specialized channels to potion merchants or research institutions, they could fetch astronomical prices. An entire commercial chain had formed around the hunting, recovery, and reuse of mist creatures. Lin Chen pondered thoughtfully. If he had arrived even 1 day later, the entire schedule would have been pushed back. He immediately cleared his mind and focused on adjusting his breathing. Steelbone LV2 quietly activated, sending barely audible vibrations from deep within his bones, like taut strings helping him quickly grasp the rhythm of exertion. Simultaneously, the fierce crane visualization emerged in his Minda fierce crane spreading its wings and soaring skyward, its feathers cutting through the wind. His breathing naturally synchronized with the movements of the body tempering stance. I see. He suddenly understood. The body tempering stance must synchronize with the breathing technique to make qi and blood surge through muscles and bones like a tide. In the afternoon, most Class A students were still struggling to comprehend the force points of the 3 forms, having joined the elite class only days ago. But the elite class never lacked true geniuses. Whoosh! Lin Chen suddenly exhaled with force, his arms spreading like crane wings, his spine connecting vertebra by vertebra, his entire body resembling a fully drawn iron bow. Fierce crane body tempering stance, first form, mastered. What? The instructor's pupils contracted. This speed was even faster than his own back in the day. Even more astonishing, Lin Chen didn't stop, immediately practicing the second and third forms. Though his movements were still rough, he could already maintain stable stances. Monster. Many students' gazes shifted from observation to shock as they looked at him. Professional skill, fierce crane combat, arts beginner. Strength 0.5, agility 0.5, constitution 0.5. As expected, his mental attributes still hadn't improved. Strength, agility, and constitution could all be steadily increased through external training and breathing techniques. Only mental attributes seemed to improve only during professional level breakthroughs. He had hoped the Fierce Crane School's special training methods might bring surprises, but it seemed he still had to rely on leveling up. His secondary profession couldn't fall behind either. After training ended, the instructor called him over, studying him intently. Good comprehension. Keep it up. If Lin Chen could maintain this level of talent, he was prepared to cultivate him as a seed candidate. But to Lin Chen, it was still too slow. He looked down at his phone. Combat God Tournament Committee. Dear contestant, the preliminaries will officially begin in 20 days. Please prepare for competition. 20 days. The previous tournament's top 10 were almost exclusively silver-level monsters. With his current strength, passing the preliminaries wouldn't be difficult, but placing well that was wishful thinking. He needed to be faster. He clenched his fists, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. The Fierce Crane martial arts must show results within 20 days. His mother's medical expenses couldn't wait. 6 p.m. Lin Chen arrived punctually at the Blue Eagle Club to meet Su Xiaoru for their scheduled outdoor endurance training, preparing to challenge the city marathon record. The two ran along the city's outer ring road, completing nearly 30 kilometers over 2 laps. By the time training ended, night had completely enveloped the city. Street lamps along both sides of the road lit up one by one, their dim yellow halos spreading across the wet asphalt and casting a faint golden glow on the two exhausted runners. Exhausted, Su Xiaoru gasped for breath, her bangs soaked with sweat and clinging to her flushed cheeks. She placed one hand on her hip while fanning herself with the other. Her ample chest rose and fell with each breath, creating quite a captivating sight. Lin Chen, I want to ask you something. What is it? Do you really like staring at my chest? Lin Chen froze. You're being pretty direct, aren't you? I guess I enjoy looking sometimes. Humph, what's the point of just looking? Want to touch them? Lin Chen fell into deep thought. This was even more direct. But often, such blunt statements came with traps. Still, honestly speaking, he wouldn't mind taking the risk. All right, pervert. Seeing Lin Chen actually reach out his hand, Su Xiaoru quickly ran away. The club has professional record keepers. When you have time, come take the test. Once the records are submitted, you'll get at least 30,000 yuan in prize money. Lin Chen was speechless. I'm really frustrated right now. But he was quite satisfied with the prize money. Want to take a walk in the park? Just to relax. Lin Chen glanced at the time and nodded. Sure, perfect for stretching my muscles. The park wasn't crowded at this hour, and the two walked slowly along the tree-lined path. The night breeze rustled through the treetops, accompanied by occasional insect chirps, creating a pleasant atmosphere. However, as they passed by a dense grove of trees, ambiguous moaning sounds drifted over, accompanied by the rustling of clothing. Su Xiaoru first froze, then her entire face flushed red to her ears, and her steps came to an abrupt halt. Lin Chen realized what was happening too. A mischievous impulse arose within him, and he suddenly wanted to tease Su Xiaoru. Not only was he unashamed, but he was also preparing to move closer to listen. Lin Chen, what are you doing? You pervert. Shoo. Lin Chen pretended to be annoyed. Such a great show, you can't even see this on nature documentaries, and it's free. If you don't want to watch, don't disturb others. Damn, these young people are like dry kindling meeting fire. Come over here and look, it's quite a sight. Su Xiaoru's cheeks burned red as she watched Lin Chen move closer. She wanted to go but felt too embarrassed. While she was torn between desire and propriety, a dark figure suddenly sprang out from behind them. The figure reached for Su Xiaoru's wrist while muttering, "Beauty, what's the point of just listening? How about we get some Hansen experience?" Su Xiaoru was startled and screamed, but suddenly lifted her leg bang. She drove her knee hard into his groin. Get lost. Ow! The perverted man let out a pig-like squeal and collapsed to the ground, clutching his crotch. Su Xiaoru quickly stepped back and pulled out her phone. Pervert, I'm going to film you and post it online. Lin Chen turned around and was stunned by the scene. Su Xiaoru was much more fierce than he had imagined. That blow looked painful, his balls were probably really crushed. However, just as the perverted man was writhing on the ground in pain, a woman's scream suddenly pierced through from deep within the forest in front of them. The sharp cry cut through the night sky, but was abruptly cut off, as if something had forcibly silenced it. Immediately after, horrifying sounds emerged from the forest. Crunch, crunch, like sharp teeth gnawing on bones. Huff, wheeze. Heavy breathing mixed with the ripping sound of fabric being torn. Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply, and all his muscles tensed instantly. Something's wrong. There's something else in this park. Lin Chen. Su Xiaoru's face turned deathly pale as she tremblingly held up her phone. Over there. Before she could finish speaking, a dark shadow suddenly burst from the forest, moving so fast, it almost left an afterimage. Crimson pupils glowed in the darkness as it lunged straight at Su Xiao. Snap! Su Xiao instinctively raised her hand and slapped, causing her phone's flash to suddenly light up. In the blinding white light, the dark shadow suddenly froze, retreating half a step as if burned. It was a twisted human face, grayish-blue skin covered with black veins like blood vessels, mouth torn to the ears, revealing gleaming white fangs. Human-like, yet not human. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as his leg muscles instantly tensed, causing the ground to crack with spiderweb patterns. Boom! His body shot out like a cannonball, compressing the air into explosive sounds. The dark shadow had only rushed forward a few steps when it felt a terrifying pressure from behind. The moment it turned around, it saw Lin Chen's flying kick and those ice-cold, blade-like eyes. Get lost! His shot wove streams of white vapor shot from Lin Chen's nostrils. As the fierce crane breathing technique activated, his muscles rippled like tides, swelling and contracting. The moment the mutant's claws tore through the air, he suddenly dropped low, his spine compressing like a spring pushed to its limit. Fierce crane neck break. His right palm formed a blade, the knife edge striking toward the monster's throat with a piercing whistle. Thud! His knuckles hit the Adam's apple with deadly precision, internal force flowing in waves with each breath. The mutant staggered backward, its neck visibly collapsing. Gurgle black blood gushed out as fear flashed in its vertical pupils. That didn't even dodge. That was just a test. Yet you took the full hit. Lin Chen's thoughts raced. Nothing but brute force and speed pathetic. With his probe complete, he gave no quarter. His toes touched the ground lightly as his body shot forward like an arrow, pushing the breathing technique to its peak. A blood-red crane pattern emerged on his chest. Huh! His right leg swept high, the military boot crashing down with tremendous force. The mutant instinctively raised both arms to block crack. Its forearm snapped instantly, black blood spattering everywhere. Roar! A piercing shriek tore through the night. Lin Chen exhaled more white vapor through his nose, his circulating qi boosting his punch speed by another 30%. His fists rained down like a storm, targeting joints and vital points. Bang! 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 Ribs cracked in rapid succession. The mutant desperately swiped back with its claws, but he sidestepped and swept his right hand like an unfolding crane wing. Flash! His fingertips raked across an eyeball, black blood spurting. As the monster clutched its eye and howled, Lin Chen had already moved behind it. His arms flushed with an unnatural red as they instantly locked around its neck. Crack! His iron-like grip tightened suddenly, his waist and core adding power. The cervical vertebrae groaned under the pressure. Veins bulged on Lin Chen's forehead as white vapor hissed between his teeth. Snap! A crisp, breaking sound rang out, the monster's head lolling as its massive body crashed to the ground. The fierce crane breathing technique still surged through him, could clearly feel his heart pounding like war drums, blood rushing like a raging river. Just reaching the minor mastery level had boosted his explosive power and blood recovery by 30%. This was the true might of the fierce crane style. Your bronze rank fighter profession gains 50 experience. Killed mutant humanoid creature, gains 0.5 free attribute points. In the distance, Su Xiao covered her mouth, eyes wide with shock seeing Lin Chen's true strength for the first time. Such a terrifying mutant creature had been utterly helpless against him. Lin Chen shook the black blood from his palms, his breathing gradually steadying. His gaze fixed on the corpse losing its vitality. Black veins spreading beneath the skin, mouth torn at the corners, vertical pupils cold and lifeless identical to that blonde punk from before. The same source of mutation? He crouched down, dipping his fingertip in the black blood and rubbing it viscous, reeking, and unnaturally active. This was no natural mutation, but artificial. Just as he was about to examine it further, whoosh. Several crimson points of light suddenly blazed in the darkness, like beast eyes or the cold glint of surveillance equipment. Lin Chen's nerves instantly tensed, his body instinctively entering combat stance, but he suppressed the urge to strike back, grabbing Su Xiao and speaking in a low, cold voice. Go! Su Xiao hadn't fully recovered from the shock, but her body instinctively followed Lin Chen's pace. Her heartbeat thundered like drums, nearly bursting from her chest. Yet the warmth radiating from Lin Chen's palm brought her unexpected comfort. Being protected by him felt wonderful. They walked in silence. The deep night streetlights cast amber halos, their shadows stretching and intertwining on the ground. At the apartment building entrance, Lin Chen released her hand, his tone steady. Call me directly if anything happens. Su Xiao moved her lips, but ultimately just nodded. She didn't want him to leave, yet couldn't find a reason to make him stay. Wasn't her boyfriend. Without hesitation, Lin Chen turned and melted into the night. Walking alone, his nerves remained taut. This mutant creature was likely just a chance encounter, not targeting him specifically. But what was puzzling, why after each kill did he sense that elusive feeling of being watched? Last time with the blonde thug, this time with the park monster, both identical. Was someone monitoring these mutants? Or perhaps these creatures were experimental subjects of some organization. The thought sent chills down his spine. If true, things would become troublesome. What did an organization capable of creating mutant humans want? How many targets like him did they have? Lin Chen's eyes darkened, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the scab on his knuckle. She had to find out. Otherwise, next time it might not just be him being targeted, but possibly his family. He allocated all 0.5 free attribute points from last night to his mental stats. Character, Lin Chen. Age, 20. Status, healthy. Profession, Iron Tier Fighter Level 3. Secondary profession, Junior Athlete. Strength, 16.7. Agility, 16.2. Constitution, 16.5. Mental, 16.7. The rising numbers brought a slight sense of security. Morning, White Crane Martial Arts Branch. Lin Chen pushed through the door into air mixed with sweat and rust. In the center, Zhou Cheng was teaching newcomers basic stances. Seeing him enter, Zhou raised an eyebrow. Well, our busy elite class star. Though teasing, his gaze was serious. Something up? Lin Chen got straight to the point, pulling out his phone displaying the photo Su Xiaoro had taken last night, the twisted face and black vein monster. Zhou Cheng's smile vanished instantly. He grabbed Lin Chen and strode into the office, slamming the door shut and lowering his voice. Where was this taken? Last night, chance encounter in the park. Zhou Cheng stared at the photo, his knuckles tapping the desk in an erratic rhythm. Your luck is something else. Aberrant slave. He uttered an unfamiliar term. What? Lin Chen pressed. The Federation officially bans genetic modification, but behind the scenes, Zhou Cheng sneered coldly. Conglomerates and underground organizations have been playing with mist creature genes for ages. He pulled up encrypted footage. On screen, a frail man was injected with crimson serum, his muscles suddenly swelling, veins becoming grotesque, ultimately transforming into something remarkably similar to last night's monster. 90% chance of losing all reason, leaving only killing instinct. Zhou Cheng closed the footage. The remaining 10%, even if successful, are just puppets of the conglomerates. Lin Chen's eyes darkened. They can become very strong in a short time? Yes, but they don't live past 3 years. Zhou Cheng lit a cigarette, smoke obscuring his expression. These aberrant slaves don't even qualify as true mutants theory, just expendable resources. I understand, but don't say more. Zhou Cheng cut him off directly. Telling you this much already violates protocol. Don't ask further. Before parting, he suddenly gripped Lin Chen's shoulder. Don't investigate. 3 years ago, gold-tier fighter Zhao Shanhe pursued this. When they found his body, his cervical spine had been crushed by bare hands. He drew a line across his neck. Even a gold-tier fighter wasn't enough? Lin Chen left the martial arts hall under the scorching sun, yet felt bone-deep cold conglomerates, genetic serums, artificially created monsters, and the shadowy mastermind capable of killing gold-tier fighters with bare hands. Lin Chen knew full well that Zhou Cheng was sitting on far more inside information than he let on. The rule was simple: until you reached the right tier, you didn't even have the right to listen. Zhou only opened up because Lin Chen had made it into the elite class. Silver gold, the ranks hung over him like a ruler in the sky. He stood before the training room mirror, muscles taut, eyes hard as steel. If he became strong enough, no one could hide the truth from him. Over the next 2 days, his training volume made the entire A-class go numb. At 5 in the morning, while the dorm still snored, he had already finished 3 sets of weighted sprints. Under the blistering noon sun, while others hid in the shade to catch their breath, he stood in the heat, breaking down every detail of the Savage Crane bodyforge frame again and again. When the lights went out deep into the night, the training hall was empty, leaving only his rough breathing and the dull thud of fists slamming into the heavy bag. By dusk on the 3rd day, his spine crackled like popping beans, and the once stiff sequence flowed like water. Savage Crane bodyforge frame 7th form. Your class skill: Savage Crane Combat EXP 21. Your class: Black Iron Tier Fighter EXP 16. His experience kept rising, but his attributes had all but stalled. His bonus potential was nearly wrung dry. To break through, he'd need higher tier martial arts or a potion. As he ran through the set in the center of the floor, A-class fell silent. No way, a trainee muttered. I haven't even nailed the 4th form. The instructor stood in the corner with arms crossed, shock flashing in his eyes. This pace would rank near the top, even in the elite class. More alarming, the movements showed no strain. The cuts were as fierce as a hunting crane and carried a stark beauty, a clear sign had touched the essence. Monster, someone whispered. The jeers were gone, replaced by awe. When training ended, the instructor did something rare, called him over. What stage is your breathing method at? Resting state. But I'm close to a breakthrough, Lin Chen answered honestly. The instructor's pupil's titan tidal surge was already top tier in A-class. Pair that with a consummate bodyforge frame, and this kid might rewrite White Crane Dojo's promotion records. Good. Keep it up. Once your breathing method breaks through and your frame is fully polished, You can begin visualizing the true Savage Crane Fist Cannon. The Savage Crane Fist Cannon, the real kill, moves might be a shot at silver. A fierce light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. The moment training ended, he skipped the locker room, grabbed his pack, and bolted from the base. The sunset stretched his shadow long as sweat ran down his jaw, and he didn't bother to wipe it away. Today marked the 7th time Head called his sister, Lin Yuqing. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable, the cold, automated voice repeated. His fingers tapped the phone's edge, brows knotted. Don't tell me something's happened. The thought hit, and he quickened his pace, deciding to head straight to his sister's apartment. On the subway, Lin Chen gripped the handrail tightly, staring blankly at the billboards flashing past the window. The harsh white lights flooded the car, and the vibrations from the tracks traveled through the handrail to his palm, yet he remained lost in memories. During his rebellious high school days, he had skipped class to play video games, and his sister had searched half the city for him, finally waiting outside the internet cafe until late at night. When he carelessly walked out of the cafe, he saw his sister's eyes red and swollen from crying. Next stop, Lianhua Road. Passengers preparing to exit, the announcement pulled him back to reality. Lin Chen squeezed out of the car and almost jogged toward his sister's neighborhood. When he was still 2 blocks away from the complex, his phone vibrated with an unknown number flashing on the screen. Though he initially wanted to hang up, he still answered. Hello. Xiao Chen. It's me. The familiar female voice made him stop dead in his tracks. Sis. His voice shot up. What's going on? I couldn't reach you at all. I was worried sick. A gentle laugh tinged with apology came from the other end. Sorry about that. I lost both my phone and SIM card on a business trip. I just got a replacement card today, and you're the first person I called. Lin Chen let out a long sigh of relief. You scare me to death, you know? I thought. He changed his tone. Where are you now? I'm almost at your place. You're coming to my place? Lin Yuqing sounded surprised, but pleased. The sun must be rising in the west. My little brother is actually taking the initiative to visit me. Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed. His predecessor had rarely shown concern for his sister. It was usually Lin Yuqing who reached out with care and warmth, while he had been extremely impatient with her. Unfortunately, I'm not home right now. I'm still at a business dinner, but it's almost over. If it's convenient. She paused, her tone playful. You could come pick me up? Lin Chen could almost picture her winking, glanced at the time. It was still early. Sure, send me the address. Less than 10 seconds after hanging up, a location popped up, Crown Pearl Entertainment Club. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. The city's most exclusive private club, members only, where ordinary people couldn't even get through the door. It seemed his sister's client this time was no ordinary person. 20 minutes later, the taxi stopped in front of a brilliantly lit European-style building. Under the magnificent golden portico, luxury cars lined up in a row. Uniformed security guards looked him up and down in his casual clothes. Lin Chen remained composed and took out his phone to call his sister. Xiao Chen, are you here? Against the noisy background, Lin Yuqing's voice remained gentle and soft. Yeah, at the main entrance. He kept it brief, his gaze sweeping over the marble steps and red carpet. Wait for me, I'll be right out. In less than 3 minutes, the revolving door slowly turned. Lin Chen immediately spotted Lin Yuqing hurrying out. A gray-fitted business suit dress outlined her graceful figure, and black stilettos clicked crisply on the carpet. Her makeup was delicate but couldn't hide the slight fatigue between her brows. She stood at the entrance looking around, clearly not recognizing him so close by. Lin Chen felt a warmth in his chest and strode forward. Sis. The sudden appearance of the tall figure startled Lin Yuqing, causing her to step back slightly. When she looked up, she met a face both strange and familiar. A sharply defined jawline, thick eyebrows over a pair of bright, spirited eyes, and a straight nose above firm lips that conveyed determination. This young man, who towered over her by more than half a head, was gazing at her with eyes she knew all too well. Xiao Chen. Lin Yuqing's voice was filled with disbelief, her red lips parted slightly, eyes wide with astonishment. It's only been a month since we last met, and you don't recognize me anymore? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow with a light chuckle, his voice low and clear. She looked her younger brother up and down, her fingers unconsciously twisting in her palm's broad shoulders, narrow waist, the muscle definition clearly visible beneath his athletic wear, his spine straight as a sturdy pine tree. But the most striking change was in his eyes, bright as obsidian stones brimming with confidence. What have you been eating? Lin Yuqing finally found her voice after a long pause, reaching out to squeeze his arm. The sensation under her fingertips was remarkably firm, making her gasp. My God, these are real muscles. I thought you were wearing some kind of suit. She then poked his chest, her fingertip bouncing back against the iron-hard muscle. Lin Chen sighed helplessly, grasping his sister's restless hand. Stop touching, it's all real. I built this at the Martial Arts Academy. Martial arts? Lin Yuqing raised her eyebrows in disbelief. Was this still the same brother who used to get into fights and act carelessly? Suddenly something occurred to her, and her brow furrowed with concern. Was it very hard? Did you get hurt? Seeing his sister instantly switch back to caring mode, Lin Chen felt warmth in his heart and gently shook his head. It wasn't hard. I actually quite enjoyed it. Lin Yuqing blinked her slightly moist eyes, unable to suppress the smile spreading across her face. You little rascal, you've grown up. She patted his back, nodding with satisfaction like she was inspecting her handiwork. Then she had a sudden inspiration. Oh right, since you're here, come inside and sit for a while. I'll introduce you to some friends. Before he could respond, she had already linked arms with her brother and was dragging him into the club. Lin Chen wanted to refuse, but meeting his sister's expectant gaze, he could only follow her lead. In the magnificent lobby, crystal chandeliers cast warm light, and a corridor carpeted with Persian rugs extended into the depths. Service staff on both sides bowed in greeting. The two entered the elevator and went straight to the top floor. Ding as the doors opened, faint drum beats mixed with saxophone created gentle music, while the air carried hints of perfume, alcohol, and light cigar smoke. The marble floor in the hallway was polished to a mirror shine, and Lin Yuqing's high heels tapped out a crisp rhythm. Reaching the end, she turned back and lowered her voice. Fair warning, don't be too surprised by what you see. With a mysterious smile, she pushed open the door. The private room was dimly lit, with warm orange wall lamps casting mottled shadows on the walls. 7 or 8 elegantly dressed women, ranging in age from 20 to 40, were either sitting or standing, with diamond earrings at their ears and silk scarves at their chests, each displaying refined poise. On the long table, Lafite and cognac gleamed coldly in ice buckets, with cut fruits and appetizers neatly arranged. Each woman was accompanied by 1 or 2 young men, some leaning over to pour wine, others whispering in ears, and still others reclining on sofas and embraces. Are these male escorts? Lin Chen wondered silently, but didn't voice his thoughts. Yuqing, what took you so long? A short-haired woman in her 30s rose from the sofa. Her sharply tailored dark gray suit accentuated her slender waist, and her every movement exuded efficiency. She looked toward Lin Chen. And who might this be? Lin Yuqing pulled her brother forward a step. Sister Wang. This is my younger brother Lin Chen. Xiao Chun, this is President Wang, an important client of our company. The woman called Sister Wang Lai brightened, looking him up and down. Oh my, I had no idea Yuqing had such a handsome brother. She approached with an extended hand, introducing herself. Hello, I'm Wang Li, and I'm also the owner of this club. Lin Chen politely shook her hand. Nice to meet you, President Wang. Don't call me President Wang, that's too formal. Just call me Sister Wang like Yuqing does. Wang Li smiled warmly, turning to look at Lin Yuqing before her gaze settled on the young man. Your brother is much more handsome than in the photos. That physique you work out, don't you? Lin Yuqing puffed up her chest like a proud little peacock. Of course, my brother is. Just a hobby. Lin Chen immediately cut off his sister's potential exaggeration, his voice gentle, yet carrying an unmistakable sense of boundaries. He subtly surveyed the private room. The young men sitting around the sofa were clearly male models, brought by their female companions. There was the bright, sunny type, the artistic melancholy type, and even an androgynous beauty with silver hair and eyeliner. What a gathering of wealthy women, quite the variety. The server seated Lin Chen between Wang Li and Lin Yuqing, immediately presenting him with a glass. Just as the young man was about to politely decline, Wang Li had already personally filled it with amber liquid and pushed it toward him. Try this 25-year single malt. You won't find this easily outside. Lin Yuqing grasped her brother's wrist and whispered a reminder. Sister Wang, he doesn't drink. Oh come on, he's old enough. Wang Li waved dismissively with a hearty laugh. Besides, such good liquor would be wasted if not enjoyed. Lin Chen caught the difficulty in his sister's eyes, looked down at the golden swirl in his glass, then suddenly raised it. Thank you for your kindness, Sister Wang. He tilted his head back and drained it in one gulp. The burning sensation traveled from throat to stomach, yet his expression remained composed. Excellent liquor. Applause and laughter immediately erupted in the room. Excellent. How refreshing. Wang Li laughed loudly. Yuqing, your brother is much more straightforward than you. Lin Yuqing stared at her brother in a daze, while Lin Chen playfully winked at her. In that instant, she suddenly understood that the young man before her was no longer the little boy who once needed her protection. What does little brother Lin do? A young woman in a low-cut dress leaned over with keen interest. Still in school, Lin Chen answered briefly, his body almost pressed against his sister's side. Those muscle lines are beautiful. How do you usually train? Lisa, with her red hair, licked her crimson lips, her eyes frighteningly bright. Just regular training. Lin Chen shifted another half-inch toward his sister. Regular training can achieve this? Lisa dramatically covered her mouth. Ken here has the best muscles among us, but even he's not as solid as you. The male model Ken, who had been attentively pouring wine for another wealthy woman, turned at the mention of his name. Setting down the bottle, he deliberately flexed his biceps as he approached, his chest and abs clearly defined under his tight shirt. Ken smiled with humble courtesy tinged with provocation. Sister Lisa, muscles aren't just about size. I'm a national second-level bodybuilder and occasionally practice mixed martial arts. Care to exchange pointers, brother? He then struck a standard bodybuilding pose. Just as Lin Chen was about to respond, Lin Yuqing had already grasped his arm and introduced softly. Ken is very impressive. He won the arm wrestling championship at the club's anniversary last time. Her eyes clearly urged her brother not to take the bait. However, Wang Li keenly sensed the tension and clapped excitedly. Oh my, two muscle men meeting, how boring if they don't compete. How about this? First a drinking contest, then arm wrestling. The loser pays tonight's bill. And if we drink to our heart's content, Yuqing, I'll sign that contract of yours. The cheering in the room suddenly intensified. Lin Chen caught a hint of smugness at the corner of Ken's mouth. This was his territory, while he himself was the newcomer. Sister Wang, my brother just came to pick me up. Lin Yuqing tried to defuse the situation. What's there to fear? At worst, take tomorrow off. Wang Li had already ordered the servers to bring 2 bottles of Hennessy XO. Come on, 1 bottle each, let's see who finishes first. The deep amber liquor gleamed under the lights. Lin Chen met his sister's worried gaze, while on the other side, Ken had already boldly grabbed his bottle and shrugged in challenge. Little brother, if you can't handle it, don't force yourself. After all, the contempt in those words made Lin Chen narrow his eyes. He rose to his feet unhurriedly, his towering 6-foot-tone frame shooting up like a wall, forcing Ken, who was barely 5'7", to crane his neck upward. Since Sister Wang is so graciously insistent. Lin Chen picked up the bottle of liquor from the table and tilted it straight back, his Adam's apple bobbing as the amber liquid visibly drained away. The private room fell silent instantly, everyone's eyes fixed on that bottle. Not to be outdone, Ken hastily twisted open another bottle. He started confidently enough, but after a few gulps his face began to flush red. Who drinks hard liquor like this? In the end, he could only manage half the bottle before being overcome by coughing fits that brought tears to his eyes. When he finally wiped away his tears and looked up, Lin Chen had already set his empty bottle down on the table with a solid thunk. Not even a drop of liquor staining his lips. I need to use the restroom. Ken covered his mouth and rushed out, his hurried footsteps echoing in the hallway. The room erupted in laughter. Wang Li clapped while patting Lin Chen's back. Well done, kid. You've been hiding your talents. She turned to wink at Lin Yuqing. Yuqing, your brother is quite something. Lin Yuqing frowned, lowering her voice to ask, are you all right? That was a whole bottle of hard liquor. Don't worry, my friends and I drink like this all the time when we get together. Lin Chen leaned down to whisper in her ear, his breath carrying no trace of alcohol, his eyes still clear and sharp. Before long, Ken returned with an ashen face, followed by 2 equally muscular male models. I just choked earlier, that's all, he said, forcing the words out. But Sister Wang said we'd have 2 competitions, so next you arm wrestling. The silver-haired model immediately brought over a high table. Best of 3 rounds. We'll put up 3 people, and Lin just needs to win 1 round to claim victory. Lin Chen glanced across at his opponents. Ken, plus 2 fitness trainer-level powerhouses, all 3 burning with competitive fire in their eyes. Lin Yuqing nervously tugged at her brother's sleeve. Lin Chen smiled reassuringly and rolled up his sleeves, revealing his well-defined forearms. Let's make this quick. First round. The buzzcut model with tattooed sleeves stepped up, his arm circumference a full size larger than Lin Chen's. As their elbows hit the table and fingers interlocked, the tattooed man grinned as if victory was already his. Begin, Wang Li announced excitedly. The tattooed man exploded into action, veins bulging as he forced Lin Chen's wrist down 15 degrees. Just as it seemed about to touch the table, it suddenly stopped, as if hitting steel. The room fell silent except for breathing. Lin Chen's expression remained calm as his forearm muscles gave just the slightest contraction. Bang. The tattooed man's hand was slammed down onto the table, making the wine glasses jump. That's impossible. The tattooed man stared at his reddened wrist, but had no choice but to concede defeat. Second round. Another model known for his arm wrestling prowess took the stage, learning from the previous lesson and going all out from the start. Lin Chen's wrist didn't budge an inch. 10 seconds later, he crushed his opponent with overwhelming force, pressing the man's hand down as easily as squashing an ant. Ken's face went deathly pale. Amid the crowd's jeering, he reluctantly sat down, still unwilling to give up as he asked, What exactly do you train in? Traditional martial arts. Lin Chen calmly gripped his hand, with some modern combat techniques. He paused, then added, just a hobby. Begin. Ken exerted every ounce of strength he had, beads of sweat the size of soybeans forming on his forehead. Across from him, Lin Chen's arm remained perfectly still, his muscle definition taut as steel cables under the lights, and he even had the leisure to turn back and smile at Lin Yuqing. Sis, what do you want for a late-night snack? My treat. The outcome was decided in a single moment. As Lin Chen suddenly pressed down. Bang. Ken's wrist slammed hard against the table, the impact bouncing him half an inch off his seat as he clutched his wrist and hissed in pain. The private room fell dead silent, then erupted in applause and whistles. The wealthy women on the sofa's eyes lit up, their appreciation instantly escalating to naked admiration. Lisa excitedly slapped the sofa while exclaiming, "So handsome. Yuqing, your brother is absolutely precious." Wang Li gave Lin Chen a meaningful once-over. "Amateur? With your skill level, you'd be more than qualified for professional competitions." Lin Chen merely smiled politely, without saying much. Lin Yuqing covered her mouth to hide her laughter, her eyes full of pride. The atmosphere instantly reached its peak, and the deflated male models became much more subdued. Even the silver-haired heartthrob secretly swallowed hard while staring at Lin Chen's muscles. Next, Sister Wang kept her word and cheerfully signed the contract on the spot. As she capped her pen, she looked up and handed over her business card. "Don't have a job yet? Want to try working at my establishment? With your qualifications, you'd definitely be the top draw as a model." A career prompt suddenly appeared. Career, male model trigger conditions. 1. Strength, agility, constitution attributes 10. 2. Obtain male model certification. Lin Chen internally complained. This career can be triggered too? And there's actually a real certificate for the second condition? But he also knew clearly that while these wealthy women maintained themselves well, not all of them were necessarily young and beautiful. If he really had to serve middle-aged ladies, this was not a job he could stomach. He pretended to ask for a friend. "Sister Wang, do male models really need certification? I have a buddy who wants to know more about it." Sister Wang smiled with narrowed eyes. "Little brother, with your qualifications, you could get certified with just a short training course." "Interested? Not at the moment. I'm really just asking for my friend." Seeing his polite refusal, Sister Wang looked slightly disappointed, but still generously exchanged contact information. "Call me anytime if you change your mind." The gathering ended at 10 in the evening, and Lin Chen escorted Lin Yuqing out under the reluctant gazes of the wealthy women. In the elevator, Lin Yuqing finally couldn't hold back and laughed while clutching her stomach. "Xiao Chun, it looks like Sister Wang really likes you. Why not give in to her? You could skip 30 years of struggle." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "This Sister Wang has quite a background. Sis, what industry does your company actually work in?" "High-end security equipment. Our clients are either government agencies or wealthy individuals." As the elevator slowly descended, Lin Yuqing lowered her voice. "She's the heiress of the Wang Financial Group, took over the Asia-Pacific security business at 30. On the surface, she's a multinational corporation director, but in reality, she operates in both legitimate and underground circles, worth at least $1 billion. Lin Chen was secretly amazed. "Security equipment? Like surveillance cameras?" "It's nowhere near that simple." Lin Yuqing pulled out her phone and flipped to some photos to show him. "Portable riot shields that fold up like briefcases but can stop rifle bullets when deployed. This watch is a taser. What looks like a pen is actually a micro-tranquilizer gun." The refined metallic contours gleamed coldly on the screen, and Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply. He had never imagined his sister dealt with such items daily. "Are these legal?" "Of course, we have complete military contractor qualifications." Lin Yuqing put away her phone. "But clients must undergo strict vetting. Sister Wang's company is our biggest distributor, controlling government contracts for several Middle Eastern and Southeast Asian countries." The two walked out of the club as the night breeze brought a hint of coolness. Lin Yuqing stopped and seriously studied her brother's profile. "Xiao Chun, you've really grown up." Then she shook off the sentiment and patted his shoulder. "Are you hungry? You drank so much earlier. There's a porridge shop nearby that stays open late." Lin Yuqing smiled and linked arms with her brother. "My treat." As night deepened, the street-side food stalls remained bustling with activity. Steam mixed with the aroma of charcoal-grilled meat swirled in the evening breeze, while lights reflected off the wet pavement. At a small folding table against the wall, Lin Chen and Lin Yuqing sat facing each other, with hot porridge and wontons steaming on the table between them. Lin Yuqing kept her head down, sipping the century egg and lean pork porridge that had just been served. The night breeze stirred the loose strands of hair across her forehead, revealing traces of weariness. Lin Chen watched her, his heart aching. After hesitating for a long moment, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a thick leather envelope, pushing it across to his sister. "Sis, this is for you." Lin Yuqing looked up, her eyes filled with confusion. "What's this?" "Money," Lin Chen said, suppressing his emotions. "Stop working yourself so hard." Her expression changed instantly. She set down her chopsticks, gripping the porcelain spoon tightly, her voice trembling. "Where did you get this money?" Lin Chen had anticipated her questioning and sighed helplessly. "I used to be a mess, but things are different now." "Different?" Lin Yuqing's brow furrowed. "Did you gamble again? Or borrow from loan sharks?" "No." Lin Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he decided to come clean. "I won prize money from running a marathon." "Marathon?" Lin Yuqing stared in disbelief. "You? Running a marathon? Look it up if you don't believe me." Lin Chen shrugged. Lin Yuqing immediately pulled out her phone and searched frantically. Within seconds, her finger froze on the screen. There was a photo of Lin Chen crossing the finish line, with a headline reading, "Amateur runner Lin Chen wins upset victory, claims substantial prize money." Stunned, She clicked on the live video. The footage showed Lin Chen drenched in sweat, his gaze determined, making a final sprint that overtook professional runners and sent the entire crowd into a frenzy. Is this really you? Her voice shook. Absolutely genuine, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Tears instantly welled up in Lin Yuqing's eyes as she covered her mouth, her shoulders trembling slightly. Lin Chen quickly grabbed a tissue and handed it to her. Sis, why are you crying? I'm happy, she sobbed, tears streaming down her face. You finally made something of yourself. Lin Chen felt warmth in his heart, but tried to keep things light. All right, take the money and stop working those crazy overtime hours. But Lin Yuqing pushed the envelope back, wiping her tears and shaking her head. You keep this money. Now that you have talent, you'll need money for getting married and starting a life. Lin Chen was taken aback and said helplessly, what marriage? I'm perfectly fine living alone. Nonsense. Lin Yuqing's face turned stern. Who doesn't get married? I have several friends who are great catches. I'll introduce you to them sometime. Lin Chen's scalp tingled as he waved his hands frantically. No. I'm really not interested. But he thought to himself, women, I don't seem to lack them now, but can they increase my experience points? In the end, Lin Yuqing stubbornly refused to take the money. Their mother's medical expenses would cost 300,000 yuan, and he had only managed to gather part of it. Lin Chen silently resolved to surprise his sister with the prize money from the fighting competition. Over the next 2 days, Lin Chen threw himself into training as usual. At 5:30 in the morning, while mist still shrouded the city, he was already warming up around the track, sweat soaking through his athletic shirt. On the day of the test, the weather was perfectly cool for long-distance running. When the starting gun fired, he shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, controlling his breathing rhythm to perfection. When he crossed the finish line, the timer stopped at 27 minutes and 36 seconds. Click. 30,000 yuan in prize money secured, and Lin Chen's lips curved into a slight smile. Notification: Your professional skill marathon experience 21. Notification: Your profession junior athlete experience 16. Ding. Subprofession junior athlete upgraded to LV.2. Agility 0.5, Constitution 0.5. New professional skill unlocked, Rhythm Control. Lin Chen perked up and immediately pulled up the description. Rhythm Control. During long-distance running, you can precisely sense your physical condition and automatically adjust breathing and stride frequency, reducing stamina consumption by 20. In extreme situations, you can briefly activate energy-saving mode, maintaining speed while having stamina consumption for 30 seconds, with a 5-minute cooldown. Not bad. Extreme situations would probably only occur during combat. He calculated silently. If I'm evenly matched with an opponent and we're both running low on energy, I'd essentially have half again as much stamina, plus better endurance. At this thought, he suddenly wore a peculiar expression. With this physique, I might actually have potential as a male model. Back in the changing room, he tallied up all his savings. His original 40,000, plus this prize money, totaled 70,000. Not a small sum for ordinary people, but martial artists burned through money like water. After some consideration, he ordered another batch of specialized military ration pills, black pills the size of thumbs, containing highly concentrated nutrients, with one pill sufficient to sustain half a day of intense activity. 10 pills, 10,000 yuan. The remaining 60,000 he deposited into his savings account. Lin Chen had originally worried that Su Xiaoro might be traumatized by that night's events, but she turned out to be remarkably resilient, only avoiding going out alone at night. To thank her for being his training partner, he treated her to a Western dinner. Lin Chen, about what happened that night, should we report it to the police? Su Xiaoro asked, looking up as she cut her steak with her knife. Reporting it wouldn't help, and it would only drag us into trouble. Lin Chen shook his head. But the news says there have been several more murder cases recently. Is SH City still safe? Lin Chen smiled bitterly. With mist creatures sweeping across the Federation and the entire globe, SH City was already one of the safest cities in the Federation. If this place isn't safe, other cities are even worse. He set down his knife and fork, his tone somber. So we can only keep getting stronger. Su Xiaoro looked at him with concern, then suddenly said seriously, why don't you be my bodyguard? The personal kind. Cough. Lin Chen nearly choked on his water. Personal? Aren't you afraid I might have ulterior motives? Su Xiaoro thrust out her impressively proportioned chest and raised her eyebrows provocatively. Go ahead and try. This lady has been waiting for ages. Faced with such bold behavior, Lin Chen could only respond with speechless resignation. The next morning, he arrived at White Crane Martial Arts Hall, as usual. The moment he stepped through the entrance, he sensed something strange in the atmosphere. Students who normally gathered for morning practice lowered their voices when they saw him, their gazes evasive, with some simply turning away and pretending not to notice him. Lin Chen ignored this and headed straight for the inner hall. Suddenly, whispered conversations from several elite class students drifted to his ears. Did you hear? Senior brother Chu, he killed a brank mist creature in High Bay City. His strength has skyrocketed, and he's already broken through to gold rank fighter. Really? That's a rank missed creature. Even peak silver rank martial artists would face near certain death in single combat. Absolutely true. The Hall's leadership all received word that senior brother Chu, he will return in a week. When that happens, certain people are going to be in trouble. Lin Chen's steps faltered slightly, his brow furrowing slowly. Chu he had broken through? He took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and continued walking inside. It turned out that Chu he had not only successfully slain the mist creature this time, but had also used that dangerous power to break through his bottleneck in one fell swoop, stepping into the gold rank with his strength instantly surging. According to the rules of the White Crane Martial Hall, gold rank disciples could directly compete for the position of chief instructor, a status second only to stewards and elders, controlling both the resource allocation of elite classes and determining student promotion quotas. If Chu he truly secured that position, given his vindictive nature, Lin Chen's days at the Martial Hall would likely become extremely difficult. After all, on Lin Chen's first day in the elite class, he had been publicly warned by Chu he. Damn it, that bastard really holds grudges. Lin Chen cursed silently. Many people in the Martial Hall already knew about their feud, and now seeing him facing great trouble, they all kept their distance, with some even gloating over his misfortune. But Lin Chen remained unmoved. He clenched his fists and rushed toward the training ground, with only one phrase echoing in his mind: gold-level fighter. For the next 3 days, he planted himself in the practice room like a nail. Your professional skill fears crane training stance experience 21. Your professional skill fears crane breathing method experience 17. Your profession iron level fighter experience 16. Wisps of white mist sprayed from his nostrils, his chest emitted sharp, earth rumblings, and on the third afternoon, his bones cracked in unison as his blood surged. The final stance was completely mastered. Whoosh! Lin Chen exhaled the stale air, cold light flashing in his eyes. Success. With the fierce crane training stance perfected and the breathing method reaching minor accomplishment, he had finally reached the minimum threshold for contemplating the fierce crane manual. Before all the disciples, he strode onto the instructor's platform. His sweat-soaked training clothes clung to his back, gleaming faintly in the sunlight. Lin Chen declared loudly, "Instructor, this disciple requests to study the fierce crane manual." The training ground fell instantly silent. Even the disciples sparring in the distance stopped their movements. The instructor's bamboo whip dropped to the ground with a snap as he squinted at this disciple, who had only been here for half a month, the first person in this elite class to qualify for study. Good, very good. The instructor bent down to pick up the bamboo whip, his rough fingertips tracing the whip's grooves. Follow me. His tone was calm, yet couldn't hide the satisfaction in his eyes. Only half a month? That's way too fast. Discussions erupted. The fierce crane manual, I heard that's where the real killing techniques are. A tall, thin disciple whispered in amazement. This kid's luck is incredible, someone said sourly. If you're so capable, reach the requirements in half a month too, his companion retorted. The previously lazy disciples, as if whipped into action, began pounding the wooden training dummies furiously, the sounds of impact rising and falling as they vented their frustration. Meanwhile, Lin Chen followed the instructor through courtyard after courtyard. With upturned eaves and mottled pillars, the deeper they went, the more ancient and solemn it became, with lifelike crane reliefs carved into the bluestone slabs. Finally, they arrived before a gray-black building. For gatekeeping disciples dressed in dark martial attire turned their heads simultaneously, their gazes sharp as blades. Old Chun, this term's newcomer, a scarred man grinned. Instructor Chen nodded. Lin Chen, half a month. The gatekeeping disciples exchanged glances, their eyes showing surprise mixed with intrigue. The scarred man stepped closer, pressing his rough fingertips firmly against Lin Chen's shoulder. Scorching energy surged through the meridians into his body, yet Lin Chen remained completely still, not even flinching. Interesting. The scarred man withdrew his hand, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth as he stepped aside to clear the passage. The fastest record in recent years was 35 days, and you just cut it in half. And he's also a senior brother from our White Crane Martial Hall, several disciples nearby remarked, their gazes toward Lin Chen becoming complex. After the two figures disappeared through the doorway, one of them whispered, "What a shame he's offended Chu he so badly. That guy holds grudges like nobody's business. I stole one medicinal bath from him, and he's resented me for 3 years. Chu, keep it down." Another lowered his voice. Chu he has already broken through to the gold tier. Before long, he might take the position of chief instructor, and then we'll all have to follow his orders. The heavy ironwood door closed, and the interior scene left Lin Chen momentarily stunned. He had imagined the secret manual would be either ancient worn texts or precious jade slips, but before him stood only a towering stone wall covered with carved marks of varying depths that seemed to writhe like living creatures in the dim lamplight, making one dizzy after staring too long. This is the boxing manual? Lin Chen's voice echoed in the spacious stone chamber. Instructor Chen reached for the light switch, and bright illumination flooded down, bringing the wall's carved marks into three-dimensional relief. 300 years ago, our founder observed crane dances for 7 days, using his finger as a brush to leave behind his lifetime's learning. Lin Chen unconsciously stepped forward, his feet crossing into the 3-step range. The chaotic lines instantly reorganized in his vision, revealing the outline of a fierce crane with spread wings. His temples throbbed as an ancient, savage aura poured into his mind through his gaze. Instructor Chen stood with hands clasped behind his back, his sharp gaze carrying a rare hint of amusement. Don't be nervous. I was equally shocked when I first came here. He then produced a dark red jade box, its lid carved with the pattern of a fierce crane with outstretched wings. You've earned the qualification to study the Fierce Crane Boxing Manual and ranked first in this term's elite class. According to the Martial Pavilion's rules, you'll receive every resource you're entitled to. The lid opened to reveal 2 blood-red crystals resting quietly on silk lining, with what seemed like flowing blood within, refracting an eerie luster in the light. What are these? Blood crystals, refined from fierce crane essence blood. Consuming them enhances mental willpower and helps resist backlash when contemplating the boxing manual. Throughout history, there have been many cases of disciples suffering mental collapse. Mental collapse? Lin Chen's heart sank. After several professional enhancements, his mental attribute on the status panel had reached 16.7, far exceeding the normal human limit of 10 points. At this moment, he increasingly appreciated the value of mental attributes and felt secretly grateful. Instructor Chen added, "You're also entitled to 2 medicinal baths. I suggest taking them after successful contemplation. The baths work best when combined with fierce crane-style techniques." Lin Chen nodded, hesitated briefly, then picked up 1 blood crystal and placed it in his mouth. A cool sensation spread from his tongue. So cold. Lin Chen sat in the quiet chamber of the Martial Arts Academy. The Fierce Crane Fist manual hung on the wall, its ink strokes crisscrossing like thousands of black lines splattered without pattern. Yet he understood that beneath the seemingly chaotic markings lay hidden deadly techniques. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and focused, letting his consciousness slowly sink into the manual. Boom. In an instant, he felt himself dragged into chaos. Twisted lines writhed around him, their friction producing sharp shrieks that pierced straight into his mind. His temples throbbed with intense pain, and crimson streaks suddenly flashed before his eyes. Hiss! Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he groaned softly. This manual was incredibly domineering. Ordinary martial arts manuals were at most obscure and difficult to understand, but the Fierce Crane Fist manual seemed alive, actively assaulting the observer's spirit. Had he not taken the blood crystal beforehand, strengthening his mental resilience far beyond that of ordinary people, that single impact would have been enough to knock him unconscious on the spot. He couldn't retreat. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and steadied his mind, continuing to delve deeper. The chaotic lines gradually converged, vaguely outlining the shadow of a fierce crane, wings like blades, eyes blood red, wrapped in crimson killing intent. The crane's shadow beat its wings violently, its sharp cry seeming to pierce his eardrums as it transformed into a blur and lunged at his consciousness. Boom. His entire body trembled, his mind feeling as if it were being torn by sharp claws. The excruciating pain nearly pushed him out of his meditation. At the critical moment, the power of the blood crystal surged forth, forming a crimson barrier that barely blocked the fierce crane's assault. So that's how it works. The Fierce Crane Fist manual wasn't meant to be read, but to be fought. This realization flashed through his mind like lightning. He stopped passively enduring the attacks and suddenly focused his spirit, actively engaging. The crane's killing trajectory unfolded clearly in his mind. Every wing beat, every claw strike contained deadly intent. Lin Chen frantically absorbed this information, finally forging a fierce fist technique in his sea of consciousness. Fierce Crane, Sky-rending strike. Fierce Crane, Sky-rending strike. Not yet mastered. Uffed. Blood spurted from his nose as he suddenly opened his eyes, exiting his meditation. Breathing heavily, his face was pale as paper, yet his eyes sparkled with wild joy. He had succeeded. Though he had only grasped a preliminary technique from one branch of the Fierce Crane Fist manual, this move was purely for killing. Had he persisted even a moment longer, his spirit might have collapsed. Wiping away the nosebleed, he felt lingering fear. The Fierce Crane Fist manual's dominance far exceeded his imagination. Being able to comprehend one technique at his current level was already his limit. Creak. The chamber door was pushed open as Instructor Chen stepped inside. How did it go? Failing on your first attempt at comprehending the Fierce Crane Fist manual is perfectly normal. Don't be too. He stopped mid-sentence, stunned. Though Lin Chen before him was deathly pale, his gaze burned bright and sharp, containing a trace of chilling killing intent. You comprehended it? Instructor Chen's voice trembled. Lin Chen nodded slightly, slowly raising his hand. His fingers curved as his hand struck out at an eerie angle in a slashing claw motion, his aura cold and menacing. Though far from matching the terrifying figure in the manual, it already showed initial promise. Fierce crane, sky-rending strike. Hiss. Instructor Chen sucked in a sharp breath, his pupils contracting. A killing technique. You comprehended the killing technique on your first visualization. Instructor Chen shot to his feet, his voice trembling with barely concealed shock. The Fierce Crane manual had always been complex, divided into several schools. Some focused on footwork, relying on agile movement to evade. Others emphasized physical conditioning to strengthen bodily defenses, while the branch known as the killing technique was the most vicious and hardest to master. It demanded a single fatal strike. Among all the killing branches, the sky-rending school was the most extreme and dangerous, called one feather, severed soul. Practitioners had to abandon all defense in an instant, condensing their entire chi, blood, spirit, and killing intent into a razor-sharp edge, pursuing ultimate destruction. Since the White Crane Martial Hall's founding, those who could fully master this school could be counted on one hand, no more than 5. If one's spiritual power was insufficient, before the killing intent could even be released, their own meridians would be torn apart first. Take Chu He, for example. He specialized in the wind-tearing claw, also part of the killing path, yet he barely grasped it only after breaking through to the silver rank, and it took him 2.5 years. The wind-tearing claw emphasized movement and exploiting consecutive openings, while the sky-rending style was life-or-death combat, seeking only a single killing blow. In same-level battles, if the wind-tearing claw couldn't achieve quick victory, it would often be countered and killed by the sky-rending style. Yet Lin Chen, on his first visualization, he had made the sky-rending style take form in his mind's sea. This meant his spiritual strength far exceeded ordinary people, a rarity even in the martial hall's entire history. Lin Chen, having just received the manual, didn't feel anything particularly special, only vaguely sensed that those symbols and images had naturally imprinted themselves in his mind. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Instructor Chen slapped the table repeatedly, joy creeping across his brow, though he kept his voice extremely low. Lin Chen, your talent is probably even more terrifying than we imagined. His gaze was complex, both admiring and heavy. But remember, the sky-rending school cannot be mastered quickly through talent alone. The sky-rending style is merely the entry point. Foundation is most crucial. Don't aim too high too soon. Lin Chen nodded solemnly. When he had just attempted the sky-rending style, his fingertips felt a subtle stinging pain, and his chi and blood circulation was somewhat sluggish, reminding him that his foundation was still shallow. Seeing that he had taken it to heart, Instructor Chen's tone softened. When you can perform the sky-rending style 3 times consecutively without disrupting your chi and blood, come find me. The Martial Hall has a secret medicinal bath specifically prepared for the sky-rending school that can strengthen sinews and bones and stabilize chi and blood. At that time, your strength will make a great leap forward. Light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he cupped his fists in salute. Thank you for your guidance, Instructor Chen. The stone door of the quiet chamber opened, and the faint medicinal fragrance had not yet dissipated. Several senior brothers guarding the entrance leaned against the wall chatting. Seeing Lin Chen emerge, one of them chuckled. Oh, you're out? Didn't get so scared by the Fierce Crane manual that you wet yourself, did you? Another chimed in. Failing the first visualization is perfectly normal. All of us came out dizzy back in the day. Though their tone was teasing, it carried some comfort, as everyone had experienced that mental impact. Lin Chen smiled and cupped his hands. Thank you, senior brothers. I understand. He turned and walked away with steady steps. Suddenly, the chamber door opened again. Instructor Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his voice echoing clearly through the corridor. What Lin Chen visualized wasn't an ordinary manual, but the sky-rending style, and he succeeded. Well, what? The expressions of the several senior brothers instantly froze, their mouths gaping wide enough to stuff an egg into. The sky-rending style? That one-hit kill technique. On his first try? The air grew thick. They recalled their earlier jokes, their cheeks flushing red in unison. They had actually comforted a monster who had comprehended the sky-rending style on his first attempt. Someone awkwardly scratched his head. That little brat. Ha, ha. No wonder we felt his aura was different just now. Another murmured. It's been so many years since anyone comprehended the sky-rending school. The White Crane Martial Hall might truly be producing a genius. But soon, they exchanged glances, their expressions growing heavy once more. Such a genius had offended Chu He, who was about to return with overwhelming force. Back at the training ground, Lin Chen immediately threw himself into practice. He pressed his fingers together, curling the tips inward like a crane's beak, striking repeatedly at the waist-high ironwood post before him. Each thrust sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, yet only shallow dents appeared on the post's surface. The true essence of the sky-rending strike was far more than this. His chi and blood weren't refined enough, lacking proper penetrating power. When visualizing the martial manual, he had witnessed the true sky-rending strike, its sharp force capable of piercing armor and breaking bones. In comparison, his current attacks were like a child throwing soft punches, loud but utterly harmless. Sweat dripped from his hair as he wiped it away, then glanced at his system panel. Professional skill fierce crane sky-rending strike, experience 6. The progress was painfully slow. At this rate, when would he truly master the basics? With this thought, he suppressed his distractions and quietly activated the fierce crane breathing technique. The stinging pain in his fingertips and the churning chi and blood in his body immediately subsided by half. It seemed he needed to master both the fierce crane stance and breathing method to sustain long periods of manual visualization, otherwise his recovery couldn't keep up, and he'd eventually damage himself. If he could cultivate the breathing technique to perfection, his progress would surely accelerate. At 4 in the afternoon, the martial hall's commotion gradually faded, leaving only scattered footsteps echoing through the space. Lin Chen packed up his training equipment, slung his bag over his shoulder, and prepared to leave. Suddenly, hurried footsteps caught up behind him. "Senior brother Lin, don't go, don't go. Wait for me." Lin Chen turned around to see Zhao Xiaodao from Class B approaching with a grin, his narrow eyes gleaming with barely concealed cunning. "What is it?" Lin Chen's tone was flat. Zhao Xiaodao rubbed his hands together with a chuckle. Nothing major. Just wanted to catch up with senior brother." "Doesn't seem like it. Spit it out." "Hee, senior brother Lin is sharp as always." Zhao Xiaodao lowered his voice. "I heard you want to visualize the fierce crane manual today? What's it actually like? Is it really as sinister as the rumors say?" "Well," Lin Chen feigned hesitation. Hey, don't rush off." Zhao Xiaodao quickly blocked his path, lowering his voice further. "How about this? I'll trade you some major inside information about the martial hall. Definitely worth it." Lin Chen stopped in his tracks, turning his head to look at him. "What information?" Zhao Xiaodao held up 2 fingers and rubbed them together. The meaning was clear. Information first, then negotiation. Lin Chen kept it brief. "The manual is carved on a wall, all chaotic lines. When visualizing, your mental power gets hit with impact. That's it. Nothing else." Zhao Xiaodao's eyes widened. "That's it." Zhao Xiaodao sucked in a sharp breath, muttering to himself. "If I sell this info to those who haven't visualized it yet, I could make quite a bit." Information was never a one-way street, it was equal exchange. Lin Chen didn't want to waste time. "So what's your major news?" Only then did Zhao Xiaodao snap back to attention. He looked around, and seeing no one paying attention, leaned in close. "Our martial hall's blood crane elder Zhuge recently took on a new disciple as an exception." "An elder taking a disciple?" Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. The elders of White Crane Martial Hall were at least diamond-level fighters with transcendent status. Ordinary disciples couldn't even meet them. To be exceptionally accepted as a personal disciple, how monstrous would one's talent have to be? "I heard they're even younger than us, but their talent is incredibly strong." Zhao Xiaodao jerked his chin forward. "Of course it relates to us. Blood Crane Elder is planning to select a few people from the elite class to serve as sparring partners for that new disciple." "Sparring partners?" Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Though called sparring partners, it was actually a disguised opportunity for guidance. Being chosen by an elder, even just as a sparring partner, comes with plenty of benefits. "Is this information reliable?" Lin Chen asked in a low voice. "Absolutely." Zhao Xiaodao thumped his chest emphatically. "I heard it from a senior disciple. And this inner disciple is supposedly a real beauty who doesn't have a boyfriend. If you could win her over, you might even get accepted directly under Elder Zhuge." Lin Chen simply nodded indifferently. "Thanks." He turned and walked away. Zhao Xiaodao watched his retreating figure, scratching his head and muttering. "This guy shows no reaction at all. Such a great opportunity. It would be nice to live the easy life." After leaving the martial arts hall, Lin Chen headed to the club for training as usual. The track lights blazed brightly as he stood at the starting line, breathing steadily with muscles tensed. Since breaking the city marathon record last time, he had set his sights on the 5,000 meters. Just 1 second faster would earn him 20,000 in prize money. A smile played at the corner of his mouth. Controlled record breaking was not uncommon in professional circles. The legendary sprinter Bolt had relied on precise timing control to repeatedly break his own records for money, but was later held back by injuries, missing his chance for true breakthrough. But for me, there's no such thing as limits. Awakened professional skill, long-distance running beginner. Your professional skill, long-distance running, experience 9. Your profession, junior athlete, experience 15. The only surprise was not seeing Su Xiaoro today. Usually, she would be waiting by the sidelines like a little shadow. Lin Chen pulled out his phone. Feishin was quiet. No messages from her. He pondered for a moment, then put his phone away. After several hours of training, night had fallen. A cool breeze swept across the empty streets. Lin Chen shouldered his training bag and had just stepped out of the club entrance when a deep engine roar suddenly came from behind him. A pure black heavy motorcycle screeched to a halt, tires shrieking against the pavement as it blocked his path. The rider dismounted with swift, decisive movements. Black tight leather clothing outlined explosive curves, and tactical boots wrapped around long, straight legs. She removed her helmet, letting chestnut curls cascade like a waterfall, gleaming softly under the streetlights. Her face could be called extremely beautiful, yet carried a sharp aggressiveness. Keen eyes, a high-bridged nose, and lips curved with subtle arrogance. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Lin Chen. The woman's voice was low and cold. You know me? Lin Chen was puzzled. He was certain he had never met this person, and his predecessor's memories yielded nothing. Don't be nervous. The woman pulled out a black credential from her leather jacket's inner pocket and flashed it. A golden badge gleamed coldly under the lights. Special Operations Bureau, 7th Investigation Team Xiaoyu. The badge depicted a sword piercing through mist, with Federal Special Operations Bureau clearly written below. The Special Operations Bureau, a secret department hastily established by the Federation after the mist incident outbreak, specifically handling special cases related to mist creatures. Ordinary people rarely encountered them. Unless, what have I gotten involved in? Xiaoyu put away her credentials, crossed her arms, and spoke calmly. 3 days ago, a clever mist creature called Shadow Spider appeared in South Suburb Park, causing 4 deaths. That night, your phone signal appeared within a 2-kilometer radius of the crime scene. South Suburb. Lin Chen was startled, had indeed passed by the park with Su Xiaoro that day and encountered a mutated humanoid creature. Just as he was about to explain, vroom vroom vroom. Several modified ghost fire motorcycles roared up, drifting to a stop at the alley entrance. 5 tattooed youths jumped off their bikes, hair dyed in various colors, reeking of alcohol, yet their eyes showed clear, vicious alertness. Well, beautiful lady, dressed so hot in the middle of the night, are you waiting for Big Brother? The blonde leader whistled, his gaze roaming brazenly over Xiaoyu's body. Xiaoyu's expression darkened as she flashed her credentials again. Special Operations Bureau on official business. Get lost if you don't want trouble. Unexpectedly, the gang laughed instead of retreating. Special Operations Bureau? So scary. The blonde dramatically clutched his chest, turning to his companions with exaggerated expressions. Brothers, should we wet ourselves? Lin Chen's gaze turned cold. This was abnormal. Ordinary people would have backed away immediately upon seeing the Special Operations Bureau badge. But this group seemed to have come prepared. Kid, this has nothing to do with you. A red-haired thug suddenly pointed at Lin Chen, grinning menacingly. Smart people get lost. Xiaoyu's hand trembled slightly as she gripped the pepper spray, clearly not expecting the situation to spiral out of control so suddenly. Though she worked for the Special Service Bureau, she repeatedly emphasized that she was only in the investigation unit. Spending her days buried in intelligence analysis, real combat situations were definitely not her forte. Now, with several tattooed thugs closing in step by step, malicious grins spreading across their faces, her meager self-defense skills were instantly crushed to dust. Lin Chen had originally planned to stay out of it, but when the 3 tattooed thugs approached with sinister smiles and cold gleams in their eyes, he realized there was no avoiding this today. We told you to get lost, and you wouldn't listen, so don't blame us for. Before the words were finished, Lin Chen moved like the wind. His fingertips became blades, striking toward the red-haired thug's throat with lightning speed, using just enough force to incapacitate without killing. Ugh! The red-haired thug staggered backward, clutching his throat, his face shifting from deathly pale to flushed red. Before the other 2 could react, Lin Chen flashed between them, his right leg sweeping out like a whip. Bang! Bang! 2 dull thuds echoed as both men flew through the air, hitting the ground and rolling into heaps, gasping from the pain. The remaining blonde thug's face changed drastically. He turned to flee, but Lin Chen caught up with an arrow-like stride, delivering a precise chop to the back of his neck. Thud! The blonde's eyes rolled back as he collapsed unconscious. From start to finish, it took less than 5 seconds. Lin Chen frowned as he surveyed the scene. The exposed arms, chests, and necks of the thugs were covered in crimson and purple-blue patches, resembling skin disease, but more like mild symptoms before mutation. Something was definitely off. You're a martial artist? Xiaoyu stared in shock, her pepper spray clattering to the ground. Lin Chen didn't answer, merely glanced at her coldly before pulling out his phone to call the police. Wait. She quickly reached out to stop him. Let me handle this. Xiaoyu's expression immediately turned serious, her gaze sweeping over the fallen men. Her brow furrowed. These people had obviously come for her. She made a quiet phone call, gave a brief report, then hung up and turned to Lin Chen with a complicated tone. Special Service Bureau personnel will be here shortly. These men will handle them. Lin Chen nodded and was about to leave when a familiar voice suddenly came from the alley entrance. Auntie. Both turned to see Su Xiaoro standing not far away, panting heavily with a small tracking device in her hand, puffing out her cheeks as she glared at Xiaoyu. Auntie, I told you not to come to the club looking for Lin Chen alone. Xiaoyu was stunned, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You little rascal, didn't I tell you to wait at home? Su Xiaoro trotted over, waving the tracking device. Humph. You think only you can track me? I've been reverse tracking you all along. Lin Chen stood to the side, completely dumbfounded. Auntie? Xiaoyu was actually Su Xiaoro's aunt? He looked at Xiaoyu suspiciously, his eyes full of questions. Under his stare, Xiaoyu felt embarrassed, her cheeks flushing red as she could only explain truthfully. I really do work for the Special Service Bureau, but I'm just civilian staff in the investigation unit, mainly doing intelligence analysis. My combat abilities, well, they're not great. Su Xiaoro chimed in. Lin Chen, the reason I didn't go to the club tonight was because she suddenly came to see me. It turned out that after Su Xiaoro's attack in the southern suburbs a few days ago, her family members, who weren't in the city, had specifically asked Xiaoyu, who worked for the local Special Service Bureau, to come and protect her. Just then, the roar of engines echoed from the alley entrance. Several matte black armored vehicles burst into the narrow street, their screeching brakes mixing with the low growl of engines. The doors flew open almost simultaneously, and 7 or 8 Special Service Tactical Team members in heavy combat gear poured out in formation. Under the night sky, the cold gleam reflecting off their goggles looked like sharp blades, their movements clean and efficient as they secured and controlled the scene within seconds. Lin Chen glanced at them, his heart growing wary. These men's presence and skills were clearly on par with his own. The tactical team quickly handcuffed the unconscious street punk and dragged him into an armored vehicle. A tall, handsome team member strode over to Xiaoyu, his expression filled with concern. Xiaoyu, I warned you that SH City has been dangerous lately. If you'd just let me provide personal protection, but you wouldn't listen. Lu Shuo, I appreciate the thought. Xiaoyu raised her hand to stop him. Tonight was just an accident. I'll be more careful. Lu Shuo could hear the distance in her voice, his helplessness tinged with disappointment. All right, if anything really happens, remember to call me first. Should I at least drive you home? No need. Xiaoyu turned slightly away. Xiaoro's boyfriend can escort us. We'll get back fine on our own. Well, okay then. Before leaving, Lu Shuo frowned, his gaze lingering on Lin Chen for a moment before turning to leave with his team. The armored vehicles roared away into the distance. Xiaoyu walked over to Lin Chen and Su Xiaoro, speaking in a low voice. They've taken him back for interrogation. We might be able to dig up some useful leads. She paused, looking seriously at Lin Chen. Thank you for stepping in earlier. But I really do have official business to discuss with you. The club's reception room was bathed in soft lighting, warm yellow hues casting gentle shadows on the walls. Xiaoyu collapsed into the sofa with a long exhale, her tense nerves finally relaxing. She rubbed her temples, still shaken by the recent attack. Su Xiaoro pressed close to Lin Chen, tugging at his sleeve, her round eyes full of worry. Lin Chen, you're not hurt, are you? Did any of those men touch you? I'm fine. Lin Chen shook his head, his tone calm. Just a few street thugs, nothing more. Xiaoyu glanced at the two of them from the corner of her eye, deliberately speaking with mock sourness. Oh my, someone only has eyes for her boyfriend. Doesn't even care that her dear aunt nearly got beaten up? Auntie. Su Xiaoro's face flushed bright red like a ripe apple, stamping her foot in embarrassed indignation. You can't just say things like that. Brother Lin isn't my boyfriend. Lin Chen cleared his throat awkwardly. Miss Xiao, you've misunderstood. Xiao Rou and I are just friends. Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes, studying both of them carefully. She caught the flash of disappointment in Su Xiaoro's eyes and immediately understood this girl clearly had feelings for Lin Chen. A slight smile played at her lips, but she didn't tease further, her expression turning serious. All right, let's talk business. She sat up straight, her gaze sharp. Those men tonight were most likely after me. Lin Chen's expression grew tense. Because of the case you're investigating? Exactly, Xiaoyu nodded. I've been tracking an illegal genetic enhancement drug case recently. The murders in the southern suburbs a few days ago were likely connected to this substance. Her gaze fell on Lin Chen with a hint of apology. Actually, asking you out tonight did involve some testing on my part. Since Xiao Rou's recent attack was connected to you, I had to be cautious. Lin Chen understood Xiaoyu had been worried he was involved in Su Xiaoro's assault, but his rescue of her tonight had naturally dispelled those suspicions. Su Xiaoro pouted in dissatisfaction. Auntie, how could Brother Lin be a bad person? I told you already he's a disciple of the White Crane Martial Arts Academy. Xiaoyu looked slightly embarrassed. A misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Auntie was just looking out for you. Lin Chen ignored their little exchange, his tone low and serious. How deep does this illegal drug operation go? Xiaoyu's face immediately darkened as she lowered her voice. Deeper than we imagined. Many people in SH City have been secretly using it, and their bodies are beginning to mutate. But that's not even the most terrifying part. She took a deep breath before continuing. The fog creatures that have been appearing frequently around the city lately are actually live test subjects captured by certain companies. They escaped after the experiments lost control. Lin Chen's pupils contracted slightly, so the surge in fog creatures was actually man-made. Su Xiaoro clutched her clothes in fear, stammering. So they're experimenting on living people? More than just people, Xiaoyu sneered coldly. They've been deliberately releasing mutated creatures into poor neighborhoods to observe combat data and survival capabilities. Lin Chen's eyes turned completely cold. These people were absolutely ruthless. So he looked at Xiaoyu. What does the special service plan to do? Xiaoyu rubbed her brow with a bitter smile. We don't have enough evidence. Currently, we only know the drug's code name is X7. It can dramatically enhance physical capabilities in a short time, but But the side effects are severe. Users gradually lose their sanity and eventually become half human, half monster. That's why I need you to provide first-hand intelligence. Exactly how strong were the creatures you encountered that day? The special service wants to collect the most accurate data possible. She looked up earnestly. You fought them directly, so you should know better than anyone. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then nodded. All right, I can tell you the details about the monster I encountered that day. He closed his eyes, recalling the scene. The humanoid creature's skin first turned ashen gray, then bulged with scale-like protrusions. Its bones twisted as if trying to burst through the skin, and its finger joints elongated enough to easily pierce steel plates. Accompanied by low growls, its pupils suddenly contracted in the darkness, eventually becoming thin vertical slits as narrow as needle points. Before the monster attacked, its shoulder blades would jerk upward like two unfolded razor blades. After landing, it would support itself on all fours, with joints that could bend backward, moving at nearly 3 times the speed of an ordinary person. Most terrifying was the transformation process from human to monster took only a dozen seconds, with blood vessels swelling explosively beneath the skin, surface temperature spiking instantly, and even its exhaled breath carrying scorching heat. Xiaoyu rapidly typed on her laptop keyboard, looking up to ask follow-up questions after recording each detail. Pupil contraction frequency? How many times per minute would you estimate? About 5 to 6 times. Peak surface temperature? At least 60 degrees Celsius, because I could smell burning flesh. Her fingertips never stopped tapping, data streaming across the screen one line after another, with only the sounds of keyboard clicks and breathing alternating throughout the office. The Special Operations Bureau's investigation was indeed far more systematic than ordinary people's, missing no detail whatsoever. As the two sat facing each other analyzing the information, Xiaoyu's phone suddenly vibrated. She glanced at the caller ID, her brow immediately furrowing into a tight line, then stood and walked to the window, speaking in a low voice. Go ahead. A deep, urgent male voice came through the receiver, the information so dense it was almost impossible to distinguish the sentence breaks. She only responded briefly, understood, keep watching, then hung up immediately. Closing her laptop, she said to Lin Chen in a grave tone. The situation is more complex than we thought. The profit chain behind the genetic drug trade is enormous. At this point, she rubbed her temples, exhaustion creeping around her eyes as if she hadn't slept all night. Those financial conglomerates hiding behind the scenes don't need to show themselves. The lower-level interest groups are enough to create trouble, and their methods are dirtier. She pointed toward the hazy street scene outside the window, clearly alluding to the group of street thugs who had attacked them tonight. Then she let out a cold laugh. But the Special Operations Bureau isn't to be trifled with either. As long as we have solid evidence, whether it's financial conglomerates or underground forces, none of them will escape. Lin Chen nodded silently. He didn't question the Special Operations Bureau's determination, but he knew clearly in his heart that in the face of money and power, so-called justice often meant heavier costs. Suddenly, Xiaoyu reined in her emotions, her gaze sharp as a searchlight locking onto a target. Lin Chen, your combat skills and abilities far exceed my expectations, and the information you've provided has been extremely helpful to us. Her tone became formal. I'd like to invite you to become an external contractor for the Special Operations Bureau. External contractor? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. That's right, no office hours required, and no forced assignments. Xiaoyu spoke frankly. I was just transferred to Shanghai, and much of my work has been obstructed. You might not believe this, but we have subtle resistance even within our own organization. If we encounter situations requiring combat support, I hope you'll lend a hand. In exchange, she smiled slightly, offering an irrefusable condition. The Special Operations Bureau will grant you access to classified materials, including detailed data on mist creatures and their locations. Lin Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. That was exactly the intelligence he desperately needed. He knew almost nothing about mist creatures, and every encounter was a gamble with his life. If he could know their weaknesses, habits, and activity ranges in advance, whether for self-protection or hunting, he would have every advantage. Just then, a cold system notification sounded in his mind. Career trigger conditions met. New career unlockable, Junior Mist Explorer. Unlock conditions. 1. Accept the invitation from Special Investigation Team Xiaoyu. 2. Collect data on at least one real mist creature. A new career? Lin Chen was momentarily distracted. Mist Explorer? Could it be tied to mist creatures? If he met the conditions, would the new skills he awakened also target the mist? The mist currently, the most mysterious and dangerous phenomenon. Moreover, in recent years, the mist had been continuously encroaching on the territories of major federations. Without a doubt, the mist will continue to expand. The monsters within are evolving rapidly, and one day they'll tear through the fog barrier to attack humanity, and humans withstand them? Yes. Lin Chen answered without hesitation, his response firm and certain. Xiaoyu smiled with satisfaction, pulling a matte black specialized phone from her backpack and handing it over. Encrypted communication device with limited access to the Special Operations Bureau database. The login credentials are under my name, but your identity will remain absolutely confidential. Lin Chen took the phone, his fingers swiping rapidly across the screen. Classification files of missed creatures, anatomical diagrams, and weakness analyses filled the display, all invaluable intelligence. Su Xiaoro blinked beside them, whispering, "Brother Lin, are you and Auntie colleagues now?" Xiao Yu chuckled softly, waving her hand dismissively. "At most, I'd say, a contracted warrior for the Special Operations Bureau." She stood and stretched, the muscle definition around her shoulder blades visible under the light. "It's getting late. I need to go organize tonight's leads. Lin Chen, stay in touch." Lin Chen nodded, slipping the phone into his pocket. "Auntie, I'll walk Lin Chen out." Xiao Yu's gaze shifted between them, her expression knowing. "Go ahead, but come back early." "I know." Under that meaningful stare, Su Xiaoro's ears turned red. The glass doors of the club closed behind them as the night breeze carried the cool touch of early autumn. Su Xiaoro clasped her hands behind her back, her toes scuffing the ground lightly, her voice softer than usual. "Lin Chen, I really didn't know about Auntie testing you. It's fine. She cares about you." Lin Chen shrugged. Seeing he truly wasn't bothered, Su Xiaoro's tense shoulders immediately relaxed. Moonlight filtered through the sycamore leaves, casting shadows across her face as her eyelashes trembled slightly. "Actually, Auntie dotes on me the most in our family. When she heard I was attacked, she transferred from Jinling to SH City overnight." Transferred. Lin Chen caught the key word. Could Special Operations Bureau personnel just move between cities at will? Su Xiaoro quickly covered her mouth, eyes widening as if she'd revealed state secrets. After a long moment, she lowered her hand with an awkward smile. "Well, my family has some connections in Jinling." Lin Chen studied her intently. Earlier, Xiao Yu had made one phone call and gotten an armored vehicle from the Special Operations team that wasn't some connections, but rather the influence of a powerful aristocratic family. Noticing his gaze, Su Xiaoro kicked a small stone, her voice muffled. "I don't like the atmosphere at home, it's suffocating. Etiquette classes and ballroom dancing since childhood, and they'd investigate 3 generations before I could make friends." Her voice grew quieter, almost lost in the night breeze. "That's why I escaped to Blue Eagle Club. At least here, I can decide who I am. Your family will find you eventually." Lin Chen stated matter-of-factly. Su Xiaoro's shoulders stiffened momentarily, then she brightened with a smile. "So, I need to make the most of my time. Starting tomorrow, I'll continue being your manager and help you break every club record." "All right. Lin Chen, if I have to leave someday, will you miss me?" "Yes, of course I will." Su Xiaoro's eyes lit up like she'd been ignited, suddenly hugging his arm tightly. "You said it. If you dare forget me, I'll have Annie lock you up in the Special Operations Bureau's detention cell." The softness against his chest and her delicate fragrance instantly surrounded him. Looking at the alarming curves pressed against him, Lin Chen felt rather helpless, sensing his arm might suffocate. The next day, at 6 in the morning, the training ground of the White Crane Martial Arts Academy was shrouded in thin mist, with dewdrops clinging to the grass blades. Lin Chen stood bare-chested in the center of the fog, his bronze-colored muscles rippling slightly with each breath. He formed his fingers into a blade and thrust a series of rapid strikes at the waist-high ironwood post before him, each movement cutting through the air with a sharp whistle. Fierce crane sky-rending style. His fingertips stopped abruptly 3 inches from the wooden post, his chi and blood condensing into a sharp edge that left a faint bloody trace in the mist, yet still fell just short of perfection. "Your professional skill, fierce crane sky-rending style, experience 7. Lin Chen withdrew his stance, his chest heaving violently. This was his 137th attempt today, with the technique still stuck at the bottleneck of form achieved but intent lacking. Footsteps approached from the distance. Instructor Chen walked over carrying a sandalwood box, his eyes showing relief. "Don't be too hasty." Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked quietly, "Instructor Chen, is my progress too slow?" "Slow." Instructor Chen shook his head with a smile. "It takes ordinary people half a year just to resist the mental impact of the Fierce Crane Manual. Do you know how long it took senior brother Chu He to master the first form back then?" He held up 3 fingers. "A full 8 months." With that, he opened the sandalwood box. 2 crystals, red as pigeon's blood, gleamed with an eerie luster in the morning light. "Starting today, take 2 daily for 7 consecutive days. Go to the meditation room after swallowing them, the effect will be much better." Instructor Chun handed over the box, then his expression grew serious. "Remember, if your spiritual sea starts to ache, stop immediately. 3 years ago, a disciple pushed through the pain." He pointed to his temple. "This exploded on the spot." "I understand. Thank you, Instructor Chun." Lin Chen nodded solemnly. The meditation chamber. The heavy black iron door was pushed open, and the mixed scent of blood and sandalwood hit him in the face. Under the dim yellow light, the entire wall was carved with bizarre patterns that seemed to writhe like living creatures. Lin Chen sat cross-legged and swallowed the 2 blood crystals. The crystals dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, transforming into two scorching streams that rushed straight to his brow. In an instant, the patterns on the wall seemed to ignite, countless crimson lines twisting and intertwining, forming a massive fierce crane that swooped down from above. A killing intent 10 times stronger than before swept over him, and blood immediately seeped from his ears and nose. Enhanced by the blood crystals, the previously chaotic lines suddenly revealed their pattern. The arc of the fierce crane's wings during its strike, the opening and closing of its talons, even the circulation path of chi and blood through the meridians. Lin Chen captured it all. So that's how it is. He suddenly opened his eyes and thrust his fingertips forward. His chi and blood boiled. His hand curved like a hook, tearing through the air like a crane's beak. Your professional skill fierce crane sky rending style experience 10. Strength 16.717. Agility 16.716.9. Constitution 17.17.3. Strength 0.3. Agility 0.2. Constitution 0.3. His long stagnant attribute values finally showed movement. Not bad. He assessed silently. While the killing techniques are hard to break through in the short term, steady improvement in attributes means the hard work hasn't been in vain. Summer sunlight poured down like molten gold over the city, softening the asphalt and filling the air with a scorched smell. Lin Chen dragged his weary body out of the club, his t-shirt soaked with sweat and clinging to his skin. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed the last sip of his sports drink. 3 days. This sweltering weather had lasted for 3 whole days. Lin Chen's residential complex had decent landscaping, but even in the shade of the trees, the temperature was no less than 95 degrees Fahrenheit. He quickened his pace, sweat streaming down as he walked, eager to rush back to his air-conditioned rental apartment for a cold shower. Just as he reached the stairwell, the neighboring door swung open with a bang. Lin Chen, you're back? Su Miao poked her head out. Sister Su, what's up? He stopped in his tracks. The moment he turned around, Su Miao's outfit nearly blinded him. A white camisole so thin it was almost transparent clung to her skin, paired with denim shorts that couldn't possibly be any shorter. As she raised her hand, the curves barely concealed by her neckline made one thing crystal clear: she wasn't wearing anything underneath. My computer's broken and won't turn on at all. Su Miao frowned with a troubled expression. Could you help me take a look? I know you're good with these things. Fixing a computer wasn't a big deal, especially since Su Miao often brought him food and homemade soup. Looking at the fine sweat on her forehead and those expectant eyes, Lin Chen nodded. All right, Sister Su. Let me go shower first, then I'll come over. Don't go now. Come with me right away. Su Miao grabbed his arm, her palm's warmth seeping through his t-shirt. I really need to use the computer to watch some movies. Don't get the wrong idea, theory proper films, European, American, Japanese, Korean, I love them all. Before she finished speaking, she was already half pushing, half pulling him into her apartment. Lin Chen was forced to follow, feeling how Su Miao's perfume mixed with her sweat created an intoxicating scent that made his Adam's apple bob slightly. The apartment had the same layout as his, but the style was completely different. Pillows and lace everywhere, scented candles on the coffee table, and a sweet fragrance filling the air. The computer's in the bedroom. She led him further inside. The bedroom curtains were tightly drawn, making it as stuffy as a sauna. A small fan by the bed spun futilely, blowing nothing but hot air. The laptop lay on the bed, surrounded by scattered clothing. Why don't you turn on the air conditioning in this heat? Lin Chen frowned. Saving on electricity bills, Su Miao said, brushing away the hair sticking to her neck. Lin Chen almost laughed out loud. The inheritance Su Miao's late husband left her was enough to last a lifetime, and she was worried about electricity bills? He leaned down to check the computer and found it was simply unplugged. He plugged in the power cord, pressed the power button, and the screen immediately lit up. There, it just needed power. Lin Chen straightened up, ready to leave this overly intimate bedroom. Thank you so much. Su Miao suddenly blocked his path, her eyes bright. Lin Chen, have you been working out more? You look even more muscular. She placed her hand on his chest, her fingertips tracing along his pectoral muscles. Such nice definition. The electric sensation penetrated through his t-shirt, making Lin Chen's body tense. Sister Su, please don't do this. He took a step back, but Su Miao stepped closer, looking up at him with sweat droplets clinging to her eyelashes. Lin Chen, I want to learn fitness from you. Will you teach me? Her other hand rested on his shoulder. Onion training. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated, sweat sliding down his back. The system panel that should have displayed a fitness trainer job prompt was nowhere to be seen, indicating Su Miao had no real interest in working out. The fire in her eyes seemed ready to consume him. Lin Chen could only respond helplessly. Sister Su, if you really want to get fit, I can give you some basic guidance. After returning from Su Miao's place, Lin Chen still felt shaken. Su Miao was like a fierce predator, carrying an almost devouring intensity that kept him on high alert. For most men, this woman offered virtually no reason for rejection. She demanded no money, sought no commitment, leaving only the most direct and pure desire. That undisguised longing made her seem unexpectedly innocent. Combined with her 30 years that had shed youthful naivety without acquiring worldly cynicism, her confident advances and retreats left even Lin Chen feeling pressured by her relentless provocations. To suppress the surging flames of desire, he could only bury himself in cultivation. The night was ink black, moonlight blocked by heavy clouds, leaving only scattered starlight dotting the dark sky. Lin Chen pushed all the living room furniture against the walls and spread a slightly worn yoga mat in the center of the floor, sitting cross-legged. Inhale, exhale. He closed his eyes, regulating his breathing according to the principles of the fierce crane breathing method. Initially, just steady, deep breaths, but soon the rhythm changed. 3 short, 1 long, 2 shallow, 1 deep, following some ancient cadence. His fierce crane visualization talent activated accordingly. In his consciousness, a pitch-black fierce crane soared in circles, its eyes blood-red, each wing beat stirring whirlwinds of air currents in sync with his breathing. As his professional talent's power emerged, Lin Chen felt delighted and focused even more intently. The clock hands on the wall silently moved from 9 in the evening to 1 in the morning, yet he remained completely unaware. His blood and chi flowed under the breathing method's guidance, scattered energy rapidly converging into his dantian, spinning into a tiny vortex. Suddenly, his body felt light, as if breaking free from invisible restraints, his breathing becoming natural and profound. Each inhalation seemed to draw all the air in the room into his lungs, while each exhalation flowed long like a receding tide. What is this? Lin Chen noticed with surprise that his blood and chi were no longer calm, but surged like ocean tides from his dantian to his limbs and bones, then back to his dantian, forming a perfect circulation. Every inch of muscle, every bone was nourished and strengthened by this flow, and he could clearly sense the transformation. Fierce crane visualization special. Enter deep meditation, visualizing the killing intent of a fierce crane hunting, allowing the breathing method to resonate with combat instincts. While practicing breathing methods, experience gained speed 50, with a chance to trigger enlightenment and advance 1 minor realm. Fierce crane visualization triggered, enlightenment achieved. Ding. Fierce crane breathing method breakthrough to the 2nd realm tidal surge. The sudden notification in his mind made Lin Chen's eyes snap open. He looked down at his hands, where blood vessels beneath the skin pulsed bright and dim with his breathing rhythm, like the ebb and flow of tides. The tidal surge realm had actually achieved the breakthrough. The most distinctive feature of the tidal surge realm is the way chi and blood flow like ocean tides. It can both accelerate wound healing and temporarily suppress pain. To test this power, Lin Chen grabbed a fruit knife from the coffee table and made a light cut on his left index finger. As blood droplets emerged, he immediately began breathing according to the tidal surge realm rhythm. Inhale, exhale. A miracle unfolded. The blood quickly coagulated, and the torn flesh visibly closed at a speed apparent to the naked eye. In less than 5 minutes, the small wound had scabbed over, and the pain nearly disappeared. Lin Chen was ecstatic, jumping up like someone who had just found unexpected treasure, pacing back and forth around the living room. He had once hesitated about the fierce crane visualization professional talent, but now he felt deeply wise for making that choice. With emotions running high, he decided to strike while the iron was hot. Standing in the center of the living room, he spread his legs wide and steadily assumed the starting stance of the fierce crane sky rending style. He had practiced this killing technique for a long time, but had always been stuck at the threshold. Now with the enhancement of tidal surge realm breathing, perhaps he could achieve a breakthrough. Taking a deep breath, the chi and blood within his body seemed like an ocean surface stirred by fierce winds, surging restlessly. Lin Chen let out a low shout, and suddenly threw a punch bang. The air exploded with a sound crisper and brighter than ever before. He followed through with a sweeping leg kick, creating air currents and another deep explosive sound. Boom, boom, boom. As his fists and feet moved, the air was like a drum surface being continuously struck, with explosive sounds echoing continuously. The residents downstairs were awakened by the late-night noise and burst out with angry curses, but he was completely oblivious. System notifications flashed. Your professional skill fierce crane sky rending style experience 30. Your profession bronze level fighter experience 16. The experience gain rate had at least doubled. Those obscure and difficult movement principles now seemed as clear as if illuminated by light. Muscle memory rapidly solidified, and details that he could never get right before now came naturally. At this pace, the fierce crane sky rending style would truly reach entry level in at most 7 days. He immersed himself in intense practice throughout the night. It wasn't until the sky outside began to lighten that he stopped. Surprisingly, after such high-intensity training, he wasn't tired at all. Instead, he felt energetic and full of strength. The yoga mat was soaked dark with sweat, so he simply removed his sweat-drenched t-shirt and stood bare-chested before the full-length mirror. Morning light poured through the curtain gaps, outlining increasingly defined muscle contours. Each muscle was like polished marble, gleaming with healthy luster under the light. Blood vessels faintly appeared beneath his skin, rising and falling with his breathing rhythm, as if there truly was a river of qi and blood rushing within his body. Lin Chen admired this increasingly controllable physique with satisfaction, trying to fine-tune his shoulders, back, and chest muscles, making the muscle fibers roll like waves in sequence. This precise control over his physical form brought unprecedented satisfaction. Gurgle's stomach protested at this moment. The breakthrough and all-night intense practice had consumed enormous amounts of energy, and his stomach felt like it contained a bottomless pit. He needed to replenish. He walked to the delivery box in the corner, took out a small porcelain bottle, and poured out 3 dark green military ration pills, swallowing them. The medicinal power spread as warm currents from his stomach, quickly filling the emptiness and restoring vitality. Then he entered the bathroom and turned on the cold water. The icy stream hit his burning skin, causing brief goosebumps before the qi and blood within immediately accelerated, instantly dispelling the cold. He dried his body, changed into clean clothes, and stepped out energetically. The morning air was exceptionally fresh, and his tidal surge realm breathing operated automatically, drawing all the energy molecules from the air into his body. The God of Combat preliminary competition was about to begin. Before that, he would break through to silver-level fighter. The setting sun cast an orange-red glow over the metal gates of the training facility. Lin Chen pushed open the heavy doors, his body drenched in sweat as the heat wave collided with the evening breeze in the doorway, beads of perspiration on his forehead glittering like scattered gold in the light. A full day of intensive elite-class training had left his muscles slightly burning, yet his spirit remained exhilarated. The breakthrough sensation of being just one step away that he'd felt while studying the martial arts manual in the workshop that evening still surged through his chest. He clenched his fist, feeling his qi and blood roiling like ocean waves within. The fierce crane breathing technique had reached the surging tide realm, and the fierce crane style's void-splitting form was gradually approaching the entry threshold. Each punch brought more precise muscle microtremors than the day before. Each wrist turn allowed qi and blood to flow more smoothly than the last. Yet that final step symbolizing mastery seemed separated by a thin veil visible but unreachable, stirring a trace of restlessness in his heart. Taking a deep breath and exhaling, Lin Chen forcibly suppressed that agitation cultivation most feared an unsettled mind. He looked up to gauge the sky and decided to begin his secondary profession training according to his established plan, long-distance running. Ever since triggering his third profession at Xiaoyu's place, his perspective on the city had changed. Running was no longer mechanical laps around predetermined routes, but reconnaissance. Every shadowy corner, every narrow alley caught his attention. Places that ordinary people hurried past without notice might harbor exactly what he desperately needed: data on genuine mist creatures. Jogging along, he recalled the information. His previous encounters had all been human transform ants, which didn't meet the requirements. What he needed were pure monsters born directly from the mist. His thoughts turned to the skull devourer that had once forced him into desperate flight: twisted limbs, putrid saliva, those inhuman yellow eyes that still made his scalp crawl when remembered. But now he unconsciously picked up pace, feeling the surging power within. The fierce crane breathing technique's second realm. The fierce crane style's void-splitting form nearing mastery, plus the enhancement of his fierce crane visualization talent. He believed he could now face a drank mist creature Hedon. The thought was immediately snuffed out, couldn't let it go to his head. The archives were full of cases where overconfidence led to death. Excitement was fine, but excessive self-assurance often preceded doom. Night fell as neon lights flickered on one by one. Lin Chen had been running continuously for nearly 5 hours, covering almost half the city district, yet found no anomalies. Your professional skill, long-distance running experience 16. Your profession, novice athlete experience 14. The experience gain was decent, but leveling up would require more time. Record-breaking provided far more experience than daily training, so he planned to attempt some new records once his running skill reached proficiency. The streets bustled with normal traffic. The noisy engine sounds completely burying any sense of mist creatures' presence beneath the night, as if such horrors could only exist in nightmares. It seemed today would yield no results. Lin Chen pulled out his watch and saw the hands pointing steadily at 9 o'clock. He sighed with disappointment and adjusted his direction, heading home. As he turned into the dimly lit alley nearby, the sound of heated arguing suddenly pierced his ears. Lin Chen slowed his pace and, by the fading light of the street lamps, saw a street vendor's stall surrounded by a dense crowd ahead. Through the gaps between people, he caught sight of the core situation. A girl with a high ponytail was confronting a shifty-eyed vendor. "I told you I didn't break it. I barely touched it." The girl's lips trembled, but her anger kept her voice clear and strong. The vendor waved the jade pendant that had broken in two, casually shaking his wrist. "Little girl, this is genuine Hetian jade. You broke it with just one touch. If you don't pay, who will? 10,000 yuan, not a penny less." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. He'd seen this kind of fake merchandise scam too many times. These cheap trinkets cost at most a few dozen yuan to make. He was about to take a detour when the girl's profile made his heart skip a beat, inexplicably as if he'd seen her somewhere before. In just a few seconds, the tension around them intensified. The vendor's eyes gleamed as he flashed an even more disgusting smile than before. Can't afford it? You're pretty cute. How about being my girlfriend? Spend one night with me, and we'll call it even. The crowd stirred, and several accomplices immediately chimed in. Just agree to it, girl. Yeah, it's 10,000 yuan. You can't come up with that money. It's just one night, totally worth it. The girl's sun ink flushed bright red and said through gritted teeth, "You're disgusting." She spun around to leave, but the vendor reached out to stop her. She shoved him away, sending him tumbling to the ground. Ow. She hit me. My bones are broken. The vendor wailed dramatically while pulling out his phone to snap photos of Sun Ying's face, secretly signaling his accomplices. Four burly men immediately spread out to surround her, making the atmosphere suddenly tense. Lin Chen flexed his knuckles slightly, his gaze sharp as a blade. He didn't like getting involved in other people's business, but if this situation dragged on much longer, someone might actually get hurt. Just as he was weighing his options. Pop, pop, pop. Three explosive sounds like firecrackers rang out, and all the streetlights went out simultaneously. Almost at the same time, thick clouds covered the moon, plunging the world into pitch-black darkness. What's happening? Power outage. Who stepped on my foot? The onlookers scattered in panic, their screams and stampeding footsteps creating chaos. The vendor still held his ground, shouting hoarsely, "Don't run. Pay up. My jade." His words cut off abruptly. Ryup. The sound was like giant hands tearing canvas, amplified 100-fold as it exploded through the darkness. Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply. His enhanced night vision allowed him to catch a glimpse of a shadowy figure suddenly swooping down, targeting the loudest accomplice with precision. A help. The scream only managed half a syllable before being drowned out by the crisp sound of breaking bones and the hissing spray of liquid. Under the faint glow of a distant neon sign, the burly man was dragged away like a rag doll into the deeper darkness, leaving behind a horrifying trail of blood on the ground. A mist creature. Every muscle in Lin Chen's body tensed as the fierce crane breathing technique activated automatically. His surging tide realm blood and chi roared like war drums within his body, pushing his five senses to their limits. Every current of air in the darkness was within his perception. At the same time, an irrepressible excitement stirred in his chest. The opportunity had finally come. The chewing sounds in the darkness came to an abrupt halt, and the entire street fell into an eerie silence. Only the vendor's heavy breathing and intermittent wails pierced through the night air. "Lao Lu, don't fucking scare me," the vendor cried out into the darkness with a trembling voice. Moments ago, he had been lying on the ground pretending to have a broken bone, but now he sprang up as if electrocuted, his previously roguish expression completely twisted by terror. No one answered. Steeling himself, he stumbled forward a couple of steps, tripped over something, and fell sprawling onto the cold asphalt. Shit. What the hell? His palm touched something wet and sticky, and he froze. The dim reflection of distant neon lights outlined the shape in his hand-as severed arm, with a copper bracelet on the wrist that he knew all too well. Ah! His scream tore through the night as he flung the severed limb away like a venomous snake, his pants instantly soaked through with urine in his utter humiliation. Not far away, Sun Yingwen remained perfectly still. Her long legs were slightly bent at the knees, rooted to the ground in the stable stance of foundation training. After being taken as a disciple by Zhuge Xiong, a diamond-level fighter, she had learned stance work, frame training, breathing techniques, and was even about to begin visualizing martial forms all in a remarkably short time. Though highly talented, she was still a novice, having just begun to grasp many techniques. She had already guessed the origin of whatever lurked in the darkness, but dared not act rashly. A mist creature. At this thought, cold sweat broke out across Sun Yingwen's back. She sensed something moving at high speed, almost silently. Her master had warned her. Attacking such monsters recklessly was tantamount to suicide. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's temples throbbed violently. He pushed the fierce crane breathing technique to its limit, his surging tide realm chi and blood rushing through his vessels, enhancing his five senses to 3 times that of an ordinary person. He could clearly hear a thing had stopped 5 meters to his right, the wet swallowing sounds indicating it was enjoying its freshly caught prey. Shut up. Lin Chen squeezed the words through gritted teeth, his gaze cutting like a blade toward the still wailing vendor. Though spoken softly, his voice carried an iron-blooded intimidation that immediately silenced the vendor, leaving only muffled whimpers. Suddenly, crying echoed from the darkness. "Wu! Save me, Lao Zhang." The vendor's whole body shuddered. That was exactly his companion, Lao Lu's voice. Even more terrifying, the voice seemed to come from within an enclosed space, carrying a deep, hollow echo. Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply. Something was wrong. The source of the voice was exactly where he sensed the skull-devouring beast. Driven by instinct, he suddenly stepped sideways. In that split second, a black shadow burst forth, originally lunging toward the paralyzed vendor, but drawn by Lin Chen's movement, it instantly changed direction. Roar! A piercing shriek tore through the night sky. The black shadow twisted unnaturally in midair, diving straight for Lin Chen's face. In the final moment, Lin Chen finally saw the skull-devouring beast in its entirety. It resembled a hyena, but was larger than a full-grown male lion. Its gray-black skin covered in scabs, its limbs bent at unnatural angles, and its claws gleaming like curved daggers in the cold light. The most terrifying sight was its gaping maw, now wide open. Deep in its throat was lodged a mangled human head, blood and flesh still clinging to it. The crying sounds from earlier had been bait. This monster was squeezing the victim's vocal cords to lure prey. Lin Chen's hair stood on end as a chill shot from his feet straight to the top of his head. This beast could not only mimic human voices, but it also knew how to use its victims' identities to make its deception more convincing. Its intelligence far exceeded what the files had recorded. In this life-or-death moment, Lin Chen's fierce crane sky-splitting technique activated instinctively. His right arm rose like a crane's wing, his forearm muscles instantly tensing to their limit, barely blocking the skull devourer's lunging claws. Rip! The sharp talons tore through his sleeve, leaving 3 deep gashes on Lin Chen's right arm that cut down to the bone. Excruciating pain shot through his entire body like electric current, but he gritted his teeth as his left fist shot out like a cannonball. Bang! The power technique of the fierce crane sky-splitting style was perfectly executed. Lin Chen's fist suddenly accelerated in the final 3 inches of distance. Carrying the blood energy of the surging tide realm, it slammed heavily into the skull devourer's left eye. Howl! The skull devourer let out a pained roar. Its massive body actually knocked askew by this single punch. After landing, it quickly rolled and got back up, its left eye now a bloody mess. But this only made it more vicious, saliva mixed with blood dripping from its fangs. Lin Chen seized the opportunity to create distance, his right arm hanging at his side as blood dripped from his fingertips. He kept his eyes locked on the skull devourer's every movement, his breathing rhythm completely steady. The special nature of the fierce crane breathing technique now showed itself. The blood energy of the surging tide realm automatically sealed the blood vessels at his wounds, greatly slowing the bleeding. Damn beast! The skull devourer's remaining eye flashed with cruel excitement. It slowly lowered its body, its hind leg muscles compressing like springs, preparing to launch an even more ferocious attack. Lin Chen's lips curved into a cold smile as his left fist once again assumed the starting stance of the fierce crane sky-splitting technique. Come on, you beast! Lin Chen taunted in a low voice. Let's see who devours whom this time. The skull devourer seemed enraged, letting out a deafening roar. Its hind legs suddenly kicked off the ground as it pounced again. This time, its claws went straight for Lin Chen's throat, moving so fast they left afterimages in the air. Lin Chen neither dodged nor retreated, his eyes blazing with fierce light. Just as the claws were about to touch his skin, his body suddenly twisted at an impossible angle, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike by a hair's breadth. At the same time, his left fist shot out like a viper from its den, striking directly at the skull devourer's exposed throat. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering bone rang out simultaneously with the skull devourer's howl of pain. This punch had landed squarely on target. Your professional skill fierce crane sky-splitting style experience 50. Your profession bronze level fighter experience 29. Life and death combat experience points skyrocketing. But Lin Chen's expression immediately changed drastically. The sensation was wrong. The skull devourer's throat was actually covered with a layer of bone armor. Damn it! Before Lin Chen could withdraw his fist, the skull devourer's tail swept across like a steel whip, striking him hard in the side. Lin Chen grunted, sent flying by the blow and crashing into a roadside fire hydrant. The metal housing was dented by the impact. Cough, cough. Lin Chen spat up blood, struggling to prop himself up. That tail strike had broken at least 2 of his ribs. Sharp pain shot through his lungs with each breath. But in just an instant, the talent skill of his secondary profession, junior athlete, activated. Rhythm control in extreme conditions could briefly enter energy-saving mode, speed unchanged, but stamina consumption halved for 30 seconds, with a 5-minute cooldown. The skull devourer growled triumphantly as it prowled closer, deliberately slowing its pace with each swaggering step, savoring its prey's terror. Lin Chen stared intently at the gleaming throat armor, his mind racing through archived data. No records had ever documented this protective feature, which meant the skull devourer was evolving, or perhaps each one possessed unique mutated characteristics. At the critical moment, a slender figure darted in from the side. The girl lifted her knee and unleashed a fierce side kick aimed directly at the beast's already wounded left eye. Bang! The monster's head snapped to one side from the impact, and it turned furiously toward the girl it had long ignored. Lin Chen recognized her with surprise. Her movements were crisp and efficient, clearly indicating systematic training, though her execution still seemed awkward, suggesting she was likely a recent beginner. I'll hold it off. You find a chance to escape. Sun Ning maintained her fighting stance while whispering urgently. Lin Chen paused, then couldn't help but smile wryly, letting a girl shield him. The tearing pain in his ribs seemed to fade under the rush of adrenaline as he straightened up, his left fist clenched until his knuckles cracked audibly. Thanks for the thought, but before he could finish, the enraged skull devourer lunged forward. Sun Ning barely managed to dodge sideways, but the creature's claws still grazed her shoulder, sending blood spattering. Ugh! With a muffled groan, her face turned deathly pale. With her current abilities, she was no match for this beast. Despair washed over her. Just then, a broad palm pressed against her shoulder. Lin Chen stepped past her, his voice ice cold. I'll be the one to kill this beast. He abandoned the fierce crane sky-rending style, instead choosing the crane beak strike from the fierce crane school's foundational training, attacking from a more cunning angle. All his power concentrated into a single point, his fist like a sharp beak, stabbing straight toward the monster's left eye. The skull devourer sensed danger and tried to retreat defensively, but it was too late. Lin Chen's left fist struck precisely into the eye socket, driving straight into the brain. Roar! The agonized scream tore through the air. As the monster thrashed wildly, a lightning-like revelation split through his mind. The fierce crane sky-rending style that had puzzled him for days. Those obscure manual annotations, the fierce crane's image in his mental world, everything connected in a single thread. The fierce crane school was born from bloody combat. What it had always lacked wasn't technique, but genuine killing intent. His breathing rhythm suddenly changed, no longer the regulated pattern of 3 short and 1 long, but broken and urgent, like the final cry of a dying fierce crane. His surging tide realm blood boiled, veins bulging beneath his skin, tracing dark red patterns. The skull devourer instinctively retreated, but it was a step too late. Lin Chen charged forward, his forehead smashing into the monster's snout with a sharp crack. Immediately after, the muscles in his right arm rippled pain. That was merely combat seasoning. Bang! His first punch hammered into the chest, the 300-kilogram impact force covering the bone armor with cracks. This punch embodied the muscle memory of 10,000 daily strikes over 3 months, the ferocity of his crane hunting visualizations, and the rage of his near-death experience. This was the true fierce crane school. The second punch followed immediately, striking the same spot. The rock-like beast's head instantly cracked with spiderweb fractures. Before the skull devourer's scream could fully escape its throat, the third punch came with fierce wind, forcing its way into the creature's mouth and shattering 2 barbed fangs. Sun Ning stared wide-eyed from the side. It was him. She finally recognized the person before her, Lin Chen, and he was far more powerful than she had imagined. At this moment, Lin Chen moved like he was performing a primitive yet efficient dance of slaughter. Every punch left him unguarded, every kick aimed for vital points, and he didn't hesitate to trade injury for a killing blow. Rip! The skull devourer's claws scraped across his abdomen, tearing open a bloody gash, but Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged as he used the momentum to deliver an uppercut to the monster's jaw. Crack! With a bone-chilling snap, the skull devourer's head jerked back violently, stumbling backward. For the first time, fear flickered in its single eye. This human who had been on death's door moments ago now radiated a murderous aura more beast-like than any mist creature. The blood energy of the surging tide realm automatically sealed his wounds. Lin Chen stepped forward, his fists falling like torrential rain. The fourth punch shattered the left shoulder blade. The fifth broke the right foreleg. The sixth punch broke through the chest armor, his hand reaching inside to grasp a frantically beating heart. Let me give you something to hear, he snarled, suddenly tightening his 5 fingers. Splat! Flesh exploded, and the skull devourer let out a death wail, yet still struggled desperately, opening its mouth to bite Lin Chen's right shoulder, its fangs sinking deep into his deltoid muscle. Foolish beast, die for me. Lin Chen gasped heavily, his face covered in blood, yet grinning with wild satisfaction. He slowly raised his left arm, muscles tightening like steel wire, his skin turning dark red from the rush of blood. Fierce crane, sky-splitting strike. This punch came from above, like the talons of a diving crane. The moment his fist touched the skull devourer's skull, his entire left arm suddenly swelled, fine droplets of blood seeping through his skin, trailing crimson streaks. Boom! The skull devourer's head exploded on impact, bone fragments and brain matter splattering against the wall 5 meters away. The headless corpse convulsed a few times before crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Chen knelt in the pool of blood, his left arm hanging limp. That final strike had caused stress fractures in his arm bone. But he laughed loudly. I beat him to death, punch by punch. In this moment, he finally possessed the power to protect himself in this chaotic world. Suddenly, a blue light flashed at the edge of his vision. A phantom tome materialized in midair, its cover bearing golden letters, Monster Codex. The pages turned automatically, stopping at a blank page. The skull devourer's phantom rose from the corpse and was drawn into the book by an invisible force. Subprofession, Novice Mist Explorer achieved. Talent skill, Monster Codex activated. Drank mist creature skull devourer recorded. Acquired trait, protective membrane basic. The moment information flooded his mind, Lin Chen's entire body burned with stinging pain. Looking down, he saw a translucent membrane seeping from the wound on his hand, rapidly spreading to cover his entire body. Thin as cicada wings, yet remarkably elastic. Wasn't this the prototype of the bone armor that had blocked the fatal blow during combat? Though it hadn't formed into hard plates, it now covered his entire body. What shocked him even more was that the life essence contained in the beast's blood on his skin was gradually merging into his body. Distant sirens grew closer, and Sunning limped over. Are you all right? Lin Chen stood up, flexing his left arm, which had regained sensation. Moonlight pierced through the clouds and fell upon him. His face was covered in blood, yet he wore a smile that sent chills down one's spine. He had never felt better. Your profession, Black Iron Fighter experience 100. Killed drank mist creature, gained 5 free attribute points. So many. Not only did his experience points surge instantly, but these 5 free attribute points were 10 times what he'd get from killing mutated humans. More importantly, his fighter experience bar was completely filled. After Black Iron Tier 3 came Silver Rank Fighter. A wet trail was dragged across the concrete ground. The vendor who had been so arrogant moments before now had his pants soaked through, crawling desperately toward Lin Chen. Big brother. Hero. Save me. Snot and tears covered his face as his trembling hands reached for Lin Chen's legs. Those monsters are definitely still nearby. Get lost. Lin Chen sidestepped and kicked him 2 meters away. The vendor crashed into a lamppost like a broken sack, curling up like a shrimp from the pain. That kick had been deliberately restrained, yet it was enough to leave the scoundrel's bones aching. Give me your phone. Phone. The vendor trembled all over, finally pulling out the latest smartphone from his pocket. Here, take it. Lin Chen took it and closed his fingers. The sturdy metal frame cracked like a cookie, parts clattering down through his fingers. He looked up at Sunning. Sunning was pressing her shoulder wound, her eyes somewhat dazed. He was secretly filming you just now. Lin Chen's tone was flat, yet each word was ice cold. With people like this, mercy is enabling evil. He crushed the last circuit board under his foot. If this group hadn't been making the most noise, the Skull Devourer might not have charged at them first. Sunning opened her mouth, but finally just nodded silently. A warrior should have thunderous methods and a compassionate heart, but the blood-covered man before her clearly believed more in the former. Police sirens wailed in the distance as 3 patrol cars formed a tactical formation, blocking both ends of the street. A young officer had just raised his megaphone when the heavy smell of blood in the air made him stagger back 2 steps. When his gaze swept over the pool of flesh mixed with bone fragments, he immediately rushed into the landscaping to retch. Seal the scene. Evacuate civilians. The middle-aged officer in charge barked orders, though he couldn't help but take another look at the monster corpse flattened into pulp. The backwards joints and broken claws revealed its inhuman nature. This is beyond our jurisdiction. Contact the Special Operations Bureau. He glanced at the young officer still retching and snapped irritably. What are you standing there for? Call an ambulance. The ambulance arrived before the Special Operations Bureau. After the calls were made and the police tape was up, the middle-aged officer hurried toward the ambulance. There, a shirtless young man was receiving bandages, half his body wrapped in gauze, his exposed back muscles like forged steel, crisscrossed with old and new scars, while the edges of wounds that hadn't fully healed showed a pearl-like luster. You killed it. The officer showed his badge, deliberately avoiding the man's sharp gaze. Lin Chen let the nurse wrap bandages around his arm and simply nodded. The middle-aged officer's eyebrow twitched. White Crane Martial Arts Academy, elite class, Lin Chen. He added flatly. Gasps immediately echoed around them. Even the young police officer who had been retching and looked deathly pale raised his head, stealing glances at Lin Chen like he was viewing some rare creature. The performance of fighters from various martial arts academies during missed incidents had already become street legend. Although Lin Chen looked young, his admission to the elite class proved his exceptional talent. This explained why he could take on mist creatures in the streets without it seeming so bizarre. The officer's tense shoulders relaxed slightly as he pulled out a cigarette pack from his chest pocket, offering one to Lin Chen while casually asking, "Should we notify the Martial Arts Academy?" "No need." Lin Chen cut him off, the muscles in his bandaged arm tensing. "Just follow standard procedure." 2 hours later, at the interrogation room in the South District Police Station, cold white fluorescent light hit the metal table, reflecting an icy bright spot. Lin Chen had changed into a spare gray t-shirt from the station, the fabric stretched tight across his broad chest. Across from him, the female officer adjusted the recording device for the 3rd time, her gaze consistently avoiding the scabbing wounds on his hands. Let's confirm the timeline once more. The middle-aged officer pushed over a scene diagram. You said you noticed the dispute at that stall before the streetlights went out? Correct. Too many people gathered, which attracted the skull-eating beasts foraging nearby. Lin Chen's tone remained steady. This truly was a chance encounter, requiring no fabrication. 10 minutes later, the statement was complete. As Lin Chen left the interrogation room, he could sense the officer's attitudes carried a mix of awe and fear. Killing a class mist creature barehanded was beyond ordinary comprehension. No one dared ask more questions, simply waiting for the Special Operations Bureau to take over. After the tension of combat subsided, hunger hit him like a wave, his stomach feeling completely hollow. Lin Chen rubbed his belly and asked the young officer stationed at the door, "Got any food here?" The officer shook his head apologetically. "The cafeteria is closed at this hour, but there's a night food stall across the street that's still open, right within our line of sight. If you're hungry, you could grab something there." Since Sun Ying hadn't emerged from the interrogation room yet, Lin Chen crossed the street alone. The night breeze carried a chill, and the dim streetlights stretched his shadow long across the pavement. The stall was clean and orderly, but had few customers. The owner, a slightly overweight middle-aged man, was dozing in his chair. Lin Chen tapped the table. "Boss, fried rice. 10 portions. 10 portions?" The owner jolted awake, eyes widening. "Hungry." The owner swallowed hard, but his eyes lit up with delight. "Coming right up." He ignited the burner, poured oil, cracked eggs, a fluid sequence of movements. Soon, the first portion of fried rice was ready. Lin Chen squatted by the roadside, holding the paper container and devouring it in large mouthfuls. The aroma of rice mixed with soy sauce and eggs was hot and satisfying. Barely chewing, he finished the entire box. "Holy cow, you're like a competitive eater." The owner stared wide-eyed, nearly dropping his spatula. At the same time, in the parking lot beside the police station, a black luxury sedan slowly came to a stop. The car door opened, and the crisp sound of high heels hitting pavement echoed. "Really, what kind of incident happens in the middle of the night?" came a woman's slightly anxious complaint. The speaker was Sun Ying's older sister, Sun Yin, wearing a perfectly tailored dress with flawless makeup, clearly having rushed over from some upscale event. "Yin Yin, don't worry. Let's see what's going on first." Her friend Lu Wen linked arms with her, curiosity written all over her face. Behind them, a well-dressed young man in a suit maintained a confident demeanor, followed by a burly bodyguard. He wore a relaxed smile. "Miss Sun, don't worry. I have connections at the police station. If there's really any trouble, I can step in and smooth things over for you. There won't be any problems." The young master spoke with eager courtesy, though his gaze kept wandering over Sun Yan's figure. Under the night sky, the streetlights outside the police station stretched their three shadows long across the pavement. Lu Wen wore a coquettish smile at the corner of her lips, casting a sideways glance at the young master. They had met him at a private banquet, where he was said to hold shares in some major corporation. Known for his generous spending, he clearly had designs on Sun Yan. Upon hearing that Sun Ying was in trouble, he immediately volunteered to escort the two beauties to the police station, obviously hoping to make a good impression. The three quickened their pace toward the main entrance. Along the way, Lu Wen lowered her voice. "Didn't Ying become a disciple of one of the martial arts school's elders? It shouldn't be anything too serious, right?" What she meant as casual comfort made the young master's eyes suddenly brighten. "Oh, Miss Sun's sister is a martial arts disciple? Which school?" "White Crane Martial Arts School." "White Crane." The young master's smile grew even broader, as if he'd spotted an excellent investment opportunity. "That's a top-tier martial arts school. I hear their core members can fight mist creatures barehanded. I've been wanting to sponsor them." "Which elder, if I may ask? Could you arrange an introduction?" Lu Wen eagerly jumped in. "Young Master Pan, that's no problem at all. Ying was personally taken as a disciple by Elder Zhuge. An introduction is definitely possible, right, Yin Yin?" A calculating gleam flashed in the young master's eyes, as if he was already planning future collaborations. Just then, a pungent smell of cooking oil wafted over. Lu Wen instinctively wrinkled her nose and waved her hand through the air. "What's that smell? So strong." Following the scent, they spotted a simple roadside food stall across the street, brightly lit. The owner was drenched in sweat, oil splattering as he tossed the wok, each strike of his spatula accompanied by crackling sounds. Beside the stall, one figure crouched low, wolfing down food, was particularly conspicuous. Lu Wen's eyes widened instantly as she grabbed Sun Yan's sleeve. "Yin Yin, look, isn't that your lapdog Lin Chen?" Sun Yin looked over indeed. Lin Chen was crouched by the roadside, holding a disposable container, eating fried rice glistening with oil until his mouth shone with grease. His shirt was unbuttoned, his hair disheveled, looking as bedraggled as if he'd just rolled out of a training ground. Lu Wen sneered. "Crouching by the roadside eating fried rice in the middle of the night? How pathetic." The young master also looked Lin Chen over with interest, his lips curving in a contemptuous arc. "And this person is?" "A lapdog." Lu Wen, reading the room, decided to embellish. "Our Yin has many admirers. He used to follow her around every day, bringing breakfast and gifts, like a little shadow you couldn't shake off. Then suddenly he stopped being clingy, wouldn't even reply to messages so off-putting. Probably found another target. That type of man is the most fickle." The young master let out a light scoff, turning to Sun Yin with an affectionate expression. "I would never be so fickle. When it comes to relationships, I'm always faithful." Sun Yin didn't respond. merely tugging slightly at the corner of her lips. Indeed, Lin Chen's sudden transformation had once caught her off guard. How could someone who had once been so devoted to her become cold and distant overnight? Later, watching him enter White Crane Martial Arts School's elite class, she had even briefly wondered if she'd missed out on a rising star. However, this feeling hadn't lasted long, especially after learning that her sister's son Ying had been taken as a disciple by a martial arts school elder. With her and Lin Chen's life paths completely diverging, her mindset gradually settled. Now she frequented high-end galas filled with elites, with quality suitors like young Master Pan accompanying her every move, and her confidence had long since returned. Lin Chen, in her eyes, he was just an ordinary person who had once pursued her. So what if he got into some elite program? Those places were brutally competitive. He had probably been eliminated already. Otherwise, why would he be crouched at a roadside stall in the dead of night eating cheap fried rice? With this thought, the last trace of resentment in Sun Yan's heart finally dissipated. Lu Wen continued her relentless mockery of Lin Chen beside her, but Sun Yan couldn't be bothered to listen anymore. She lifted her chin slightly, resuming her superior posture. To her, she and Lin Chen were no longer on the same level. Without another glance toward the roadside, she turned and walked straight toward the police station entrance. Young Master Pan immediately followed, and Lu Wen quickly linked arms with Sun Yan as the three entered the spacious lobby together. The marble floor gleamed coldly under the lights. The middle-aged officer who had handled the reception earlier emerged upon hearing them, his face wreathed in obsequious smiles. Young Master Pan, what brings you here personally? Pan Hong maintained his composure, replying casually. Just accompanying a friend to handle some minor business. The middle-aged officer immediately understood, his tone growing even warmer. I see. Please let me know if you need any assistance. Receiving such treatment, Pan Hong's lips curved upward, secretly pleased. This kind of subtle showing off was the most devastating. Lu Wen was greatly impressed by his influence, whispering to Sun Yan. Yan, young Master Pan is amazing. Even the police treat him with such respect. Sun Yan didn't respond, her gaze already fixed on her sister emerging from the interrogation room. Ying. She hurried forward, looking her up and down. Are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere? Sun Ying shook her head, extending her arm to show only minor scrapes on her skin. Only then did Sun Yan breathe a sigh of relief, immediately asking, what exactly happened? Sun Ying looked up, about to speak, when the middle-aged officer interjected with a grave tone. They encountered a class mist creature. What? Sun Yan, Lu Wen, and young Master Pan all paled simultaneously. The mist continued expanding, its internal monsters growing increasingly vicious. Even the lowest-leveled class creatures could easily claim ordinary lives. Realizing this, Pan Xiao's shock gave way to burning intensity as he looked at Sun Ying. Surviving an encounter with a mist creature was proof enough of her abilities. Lu Wen's earlier claims about Sun Ying being a genius, accepted as a disciple by the martial arts master, were now validated. Before the tense atmosphere could dissipate, the deep rumble of engines suddenly echoed from outside the station. Several black armored vehicles stopped at the entrance, their doors opening to disgorge a team of personnel in Special Operations Bureau uniforms. Two figures at the front commanded immediate attention. The first was a tall woman with sharp, efficient movements and piercing eyes. Xiao Yu from the Investigation Division. The second was a stern-faced man whose restrained but palpable killing intent made people instinctively step back. Action Team Captain Lu Shua. The middle-aged officer, who had been speaking with Pan Xiao, immediately abandoned him upon seeing the pair, hurrying forward with a drastically changed expression. Team Leader Xiao. Captain Lu, what brings you here personally? Xiao Yu cut straight to the point. Where are they? The officer didn't dare delay, rapidly recounting the bloody crime scene, the Skull Eater's condition, and witness testimonies. Finishing his report, he gestured for Sun Ying to approach. Miss Sun, please come forward. The Special Operations Bureau will be taking over the investigation from here. Sun Ying nodded and walked over. Everyone thought they were mentally prepared, but when the words mist creature brutally killed hit them, they all gasped in unison. That was a class brain devourer. Ordinary people would almost certainly die upon encountering one, yet someone had beaten it into pulp with their bare hands. Lu Wen's eyes darted around before she immediately took over the conversation, puffing out her chest proudly. It must have been Sun Ying who killed it. She's a disciple of the Martial Arts Hall elder. Her strength speaks for itself. A young master nearby, who had long wanted to curry favor with Sun Ying, chimed in with flattery. Miss Sun is exceptionally gifted. A mere class mist creature is nothing to her. Xiao Yu frowned slightly, thinking these two were utterly ignorant. Ordinary people, and even many low-level martial artists, had never truly encountered mist creatures. They'd only seen brief mentions in official news reports. Online, radical keyboard warriors would rant. Just drop a nuclear bomb into the mist. As long as they're carbon-based, they'll all be vaporized. Our weapons are so powerful, yet the Federation keeps delaying the elimination of the mist. They're definitely doing it on purpose to justify collecting more taxes. If mist creatures dare to come, I'll just clean my ears. Nobody can touch me while I'm cleaning my ears. When Xiaoyu first saw these posts, she nearly smashed her computer. If it were really that simple, the mist would have been cleared long ago, and it wouldn't keep spreading outward year after year. The reality was that conventional weapons completely failed in the mist, and drones, robotic dogs, and any advanced equipment would lose all contact once they entered. She took a deep breath and studied Sun Ying carefully. With her elite investigative team member's keen eye, she could tell that while Sun Ying's aura was stable, she was nowhere near the level required to kill a brain devourer with her bare hands. Lu Shua, standing nearby, met her gaze and quietly shook his head. Sun Ying's face flushed red as she waved her hands frantically. No, it wasn't me. Before she could finish speaking, Lu Wen and the young master's expressions of taking credit froze on their faces. Sun Yin was stunned and quickly asked, "If it wasn't you, then who was it? Could there have been someone else?" Sun Ying took a deep breath and spoke the name. It was Brother Lin Chen. He not only killed the brain devourer, but also saved me. Lin Chen. Everyone froze simultaneously. Sun Yin and Lu Wen's faces instantly went rigid. That simp they had mocked, the down-and-out man squatting by the roadside eating cheap fried rice, had actually killed a brain devourer. Lu Wen couldn't believe it and blurted out, "Must be someone with the same name, right?" Xiaoyu's reaction was more direct. She quickly pulled out her phone and dialed ring. Ring. Across the street, Lin Chen was contentedly eating his 8th bowl of fried rice, contemplating ordering 5 more, when his phone suddenly vibrated. "Hello," he responded with his mouth full. "Lin Chen." Xiaoyu's voice was calm but tinged with urgency. "Where are you?" "In front of the police station." Xiaoyu paused mid-step, pushed through the station doors, and looked around. "I don't see you." "Oh, I'm across the street, eating at a food stall." Xiaoyu followed the voice and indeed spotted Lin Chen crouched by the roadside, holding a disposable food container. As she hurried closer, a sharp metallic stench with hints of rust suddenly hit her nostrils, the blood of mist creatures, and freshly spilled at that. As a Special Operations Bureau investigator, she knew that smell all too well. Lin Chen. Had he just been fighting that skull devourer? That was a persistent offender that had escaped multiple times and was listed by the Special Operations Bureau as a high-priority target that must be eliminated within half a month. Xiaoyu's heart jolted, her pupils contracting as she stared intently at Lin Chen. "You really killed the skull devourer?" Lin Chen swallowed his mouthful of rice and looked up with a casual, "What about it?" It took a full 10 seconds for Xiaoyu to snap back to reality. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm, and pressed further. "How did you find it? Was there anything unusual about its attack patterns?" Lin Chen had just finished the last 2 servings of fried rice and grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth. The food stall owner beside him was drenched in sweat from exhaustion and plopped down on his stool, giving a thumbs up. "Young man, you're the biggest eater I've ever seen. 10 whole servings. It tasted good," Lin Chen commented, pulling out a 100 yuan bill and handing it over. The owner quickly waved his hands. "Fried rice is 8 yuan per serving. Let me give you change. Keep it. Consider the rest a tip for your hard work." Lin Chen pressed the money into the owner's hands. Xiaoyu's mouth twitched. What timing was this? He'd just killed a skull devourer and still had the mind to settle the bill? But she quickly composed herself and returned to the matter at hand. "Lin Chen, what exactly was special about this skull devourer?" she asked again. It had evolved. Lin Chen's tone was calm, but it made Xiaoyu's heart skip a beat. The file said its throat had no armor, but this one had grown bone plates. Xiaoyu's expression changed dramatically as she immediately pulled up the database on her wrist device and began typing on the virtual keyboard. "Give me the details." The bone plates were about 3 millimeters thick, enough to block ordinary blades, Lin Chen recalled. And it could mimic its prey's voices as bait. Its intelligence was clearly higher than what's recorded in the files. Xiaoyu rapidly took notes, her expression growing increasingly grave. A mutant specimen. If this kind of evolution was happening on a group scale, the consequences would be unthinkable. Just as she was deep in thought, steady, powerful footsteps approached. Lu Shu's Special Operations Bureau's action team captain, with his imposing build and restrained killing intent, strode over and extended his hand. "We meet again. I'm Lu Shua." Lin Chen looked up and clasped his hand. "Lin Chen." The moment their palms made contact, Lu Shua's knuckles suddenly tensed with force. He was already at Silver Tier 2 strength, and this grip alone would be enough to make an ordinary person's hand bones groan under unbearable pressure. For Lu Shua, this was both a polite handshake and a blatant show of dominance. The next second, the smile on his face froze abruptly. Crack, a barely audible sound of bone friction exploded in his palm. Lin Chen's hand remained perfectly still, but his knuckles slowly tightened like a spiral jack. Excruciating pain shot from his finger bones to his wrist joint, and Lu Shua felt as if his entire hand was locked in a hydraulic clamp. Cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead, and though the muscles beneath his sleeves tensed to their limit, he still couldn't break free. 3 seconds later, Lin Chen casually released his grip. "How boring, this little test of yours." His tone was indifferent. His right hand was so numb it nearly lost all sensation. Yet Lu Shua didn't dare shake it out. Inside, however, his mind was reeling with shock. The last time they met, he could still roughly gauge Lin Chen's power ceiling. Now, this guy's strength had surged to a level even he could barely resist. Was he even stronger than a silver tier 2 like himself? While strength wasn't everything in combat, it was the most direct measure. Could this kid also be a silver level fighter? But judging by his appearance, Lin Chen was at least 10 years younger than him. If that were true, then that class skull devourer was most likely slain by Lin Chen alone. Xiao Yu, standing nearby, caught the undercurrent between the two men, but she was more concerned about the beast's mutation. She had to report this to headquarters immediately. She raised her wrist to activate the virtual keyboard, her fingers rapidly typing the code. Lin Chen, your discovery is extremely important. As a field operative of the Special Operations Bureau, you've made a significant contribution this time. Meanwhile, urgent footsteps echoed at the police station entrance. Sun Yin, Lu Wan, and that young master had chased them to the street corner, staring in stunned disbelief across the traffic. People from the Special Operations Bureau had actually come to find Lin Chen personally? And judging by Xiao Yu's expression, she seemed very shocked. Could it be that Lin Chen was really that powerful? Lu Wen's face turned deathly pale as she murmured, "No, that can't be possible." Lu Wen's eyes widened in shock, her lips trembling slightly, as if she had witnessed something utterly unbelievable. In her mind, Lin Chen had always been that pathetic lapdog trailing behind Sun Yin, someone from an ordinary, even shabby background who would do anything for her. But now, not only had he killed the mist creature that even the Special Operations Bureau found troublesome, he was also chatting and laughing with high-ranking officials like Xiao Yu and Lu Shua. Had the world gone mad? Instinctively, she pinched her thigh hard. The sharp pain made her gasp this wasn't a dream. Standing nearby, the rich boy Pan Hong's expression also changed dramatically, his previously nonchalant posture freezing in place. He had always thought Lin Chen was just an insignificant nobody, but now, the Special Operations Bureau was treating that kid with such importance. Didn't you say he was just some poor loser? What the hell is going on? He turned to Sun Yin and Lu Wan, confusion mixed with agitation. Lu Wan opened her mouth, still trying to be stubborn. Could it be a mistake? Pan Hong immediately shifted his gaze to the middle-aged police officer not far away. Oldly, are you sure it was this kid who killed the mist creature? The middle-aged officer frowned, his tone certain. Of course I'm sure. When I arrived at the scene, there was blood everywhere and the mist creature was already dead. Besides Miss Sun, there's also a street vendor who witnessed it all still giving his statement. Faced with ironclad evidence, both of them were instantly speechless. Pan Hong's previous sense of superiority was completely stripped away, his face alternating between pale and flushed. Thinking back to his earlier arrogant display, he now felt like a complete fool. Sun Yin stared intently at Lin Chen across the street, her chest heaving violently, her breathing erratic. She had thought she was once again above Lin Chen, thought that even if he entered the elite class, he would eventually be eliminated and return to mediocrity. But now, not only was he incredibly powerful, he had also gained recognition from the Special Operations Bureau. The potential he displayed was beyond her imagination. What did I miss? Her heart was in turmoil. Was a genius warrior with unlimited potential, a man who might one day stand at the pinnacle, and she had pushed him away with her own hands. Regret and jealousy intertwined like ice and fire. Her nails dug deep into her palms, yet she felt no pain. At this moment, seeing everyone still doubting, Sun Yin couldn't help but defend Lin Chen. Don't be skeptical. If it weren't for Lin Chen, I might be dead tonight. Sun Yin whipped around. Ying, when did you start getting close to Lin Chen? Sun Yin was startled, then explained. We ran into each other tonight. Ran into each other? Sun Yin stared into her sister's eyes, her voice full of suspicion. What a coincidence. She keenly noticed the firm protectiveness in her sister's voice when mentioning Lin Chen, an emotion she had never seen before. A terrible thought exploded in her mind. Could it be that Sun Yin had fallen for Lin Chen? If that were true, wouldn't she, Sun Yin, become a complete joke? A joke who had her former pursuer stolen by her own sister. Her face instantly turned deathly pale, her lips trembling, unable to speak. At that moment, Lin Chen across the street seemed to sense something and turned his head slightly, glancing toward the police station entrance. His gaze was indifferent, as if he were merely looking at a group of insignificant strangers. Once upon a time, even the slightest dismissive remark from Sun Yin would have sent him into a rage. Now, she didn't even qualify for a sideways glance from him. The only thing Sun Yin could think was that they were no longer from the same world. Xiao Yu typed the final message into her wrist display's light screen, her fingers flying across it, yet she still looked up to ask, do you need me to take you back to the Special Operations Bureau for a statement? No need. Lin Chen replied casually, his tone relaxed. Xiao Yu kept her eyes on the light screen. You're already a registered field operative, one of our own. Protocol requires a detailed report, but the mutation intel you provided is too important. I need to report it immediately. Understood. Lin Chen nodded and stood up to leave. Xiao Yu's voice came from behind him. How are you getting back? Taking a cab. Always taking cabs is such a hassle. Xiao Yu pointed toward the parking lot. My bike's over there, retake it for now. Lu Shua and I will ride the armored vehicle back to headquarters. As soon as she finished speaking, she tossed him the keys. The keys traced an arc through the air, and Lin Chen instinctively caught them, stunned for half a second when he first met Xiao Yu. She had been riding this very cool motorcycle, clearly her prized possession. The refusal that came to his lips was swallowed back down. He really did need transportation. Thanks. He pocketed the keys, turned toward the parking lot, and walked away without looking back. At the police station entrance, Lu Wen stood on her tiptoes, craning her neck for a long while before finally approaching Xiao Yu, who had just returned. Where did Lin Chen go? You know each other? Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. Of course we do. Lu Wen immediately switched to a familiar tone. We're really close with Lin Chen. Xiao Yu gave her a cool glance and didn't respond, simply dropping the line. He had something to do and left early. Then her gaze fell on Sun Ying. What's your relationship with Lin Chen? Sun Ying's expression remained calm. Do I need to report that to you? Facing an outsider, Xiao Yu instantly resumed her cold demeanor. I was just asking. Lu Wen wanted to say more, but was stopped by Sun Yan's restraining hand. Pan Hong nearby glanced at Lu Wen as if looking at an idiot offending the Special Operations Bureau was a death wish, and he knew this better than anyone. Just then, Lu Shua hurried over with a communicator. Call from White Crane Martial Arts Academy. Xiao Yu took it, and the moment she heard the voice, her expression grew stern. It was actually Zhuge Xiong calling personally. The diamond-level fighter's tone was urgent as he said he'd arrive within 5 minutes, clearly having learned of his disciple's danger. After hanging up, Xiao Yu shook her head helplessly. The Martial Arts Academy system fell under the Martial Arts Association's jurisdiction, a different system from the Special Operations Bureau. If a big shot like Zhuge Xiong wanted to take Sun Ying away, she couldn't stop him, nor was there any need. Lin Chen had already provided all the important intelligence. Wait here for your master. She gave Sun Ying a few instructions before hurrying away with Lu Shua. In the parking lot, Lin Chen found the motorcycle. The matte black body gleamed with a cold luster under the overhead lights, its carbon fiber shell featuring sharp, angular lines, and its thick exhaust pipes resembling a beast's fangs. He whistled appreciatively. Nice. Putting on the helmet, he turned the key. The engine rumbled to life with a low growl, and the headlight blazed on. The beam swept toward the exit, where a Porsche blocked the way. The doors opened simultaneously, and 3 people got out. Sun Yin, Lu Wen, and a man in a flashy suit. Pan Hong adjusted his cuffs and approached with a smile. Mr. Lin, I presume? Pan Hong from Celestial Group IV, heard so much about you. His diamond-studded watch sparkled under the lights. Sun Yan's tone was complicated. Long time no see. Lin Chen merely glanced at her briefly before looking away. Lu Wen quickly chimed in. Lin Chen, it hasn't been that long that you recognize us anymore? Young Master Pan is a shareholder in Celestial Group, and he sponsors over a dozen fighters. Pan Hong's smile broadened in this circle. Connections were capital. Lin Chen's impressive abilities, combined with his Special Operations Bureau field operative status, deserved some respect. Not interested. Lin Chen calmly dropped those 3 words. Pan Hong's smile froze. As Lin Chen was about to twist the throttle, Pan Hong gave a look, and his bodyguard immediately stepped into his path. Don't misunderstand, Mr. Lin. Pan Hong maintained his polished smile. I really don't mean anything by ITI, just want to make your acquaintance. Our group sponsors quite a few fighters, perhaps we could collaborate. Before he could finish, the 200-pound bodyguard was lifted by a single hand, his entire body instantly airborne. Bang! The bodyguard crashed into the Porsche's hood like a sandbag, denting the metal and turning the windshield into a spider web. Pan Hong stared in shock as his subordinate slid to the ground. Lin Chen casually flexed his wrist. I already told you not interested. Are your ears deaf? Lin Chen cast a cold glance at Pan Hong, taking in the arrogance and superiority written all over the man's face. In Lin Chen's view, this spoiled rich brat who thought himself superior based on family background wasn't even worth his attention. But since the fool was practically begging for a beating, he didn't mind obliging, preferably sending him to the hospital for a few months. You? Pan Hong's words were cut short as his throat suddenly constricted. Lin Chen lifted his hand as if picking up a chick, hoisting Pan Hong off the ground with one arm. Only then did Pan Hong truly realize how out of control the situation had become. The bodyguard he'd paid a fortune for was a silver-rank fighter. Yet moments ago, the man hadn't lasted even 1 move before being knocked flat, his screams muffled in the dirt. The gap in their abilities was like heaven and earth. The suffocating pain turned his face bright red as his legs flailed wildly, his mind filled only with terror and rage at his useless bodyguard. Trash. Let me go? I'm from Tianshan Corporation. Get lost. Lin Chen flicked his wrist. Bang! Pan Hong crashed into the bodyguard, still sprawled on the ground like a broken sack, the 2 bodies forming a human pile. Lin Chen sneered, twisted the throttle, and his motorcycle roared out of the alley with a deafening rumble. Even with a human cushion, Pan Hong's vision went black as he lost consciousness. Lu Wen watched from the side, her scalp tingling with shock. He actually dared to hit young Master Pan? Young Master Pan, you can't sleep here. On the other side, Sun Yin bit her lip as she stood there, her nails nearly piercing her palms. Regret crashed over her like waves. If only she hadn't been so cold to Lin Chen back then. If only she hadn't treated him like a disposable backup. Maybe she would be the one sitting on the back of that motorcycle now. The drama continued to unfold at the police station entrance. Meanwhile, a black jeep sped toward them from the distance, brakes screeching sharply. The door swung open, and an elderly man with white hair but piercing eyes stepped out, his stride powerful and determined. Blood Crane, Zhugexiong. His brow furrowed as he rushed into the building. Where's my dear disciple? Late at night, Lin Chen rode home, pulled out his keys, and pushed open the door. As soon as he stepped into the living room, his phone buzzed with two friend requests. The first one, Wenwen doesn't eat cilantro, wants to add you as a friend. Message, Lin Chen, I'm Lu Wen, Sun Yan's bestie. I had no idea you were so amazing. Add me as a friend, cute. Lin Chen stared at the screen, a mocking smile playing at his lips when he was pursuing Sun Yan. This woman had been nothing but cold and sarcastic behind his back, and now she was trying to cozy up to him. He hit reject and blocked her. The second one, user 123456 wants to add you as a friend. Message, Lin Chen, it's Sun Yan. I was wrong back then. I hurt you. I'm sorry. Can you add me? I have so much I want to say. Also, what's your relationship with Ying? Lin Chen actually laughed out loud using a fake account, offering fake apologies while fishing for information about him and Sun Ying, like a persistent ghost. Though he rubbed his chin thoughtfully, if he actually won over Sun Ying, wouldn't Sun Ying be furious enough to die? The thought passed quickly, just another woman, not worth his time. He rejected and blocked her as well, all in one smooth motion. After dealing with the annoying harassment, he took a cold shower to wash away the dust and anger. As the steam cleared from the bathroom, Lin Chen eagerly pulled up his system panel. Silver rank fighter breakthrough successful. 6 brand new silver level professional talent skills have been refreshed. A flicker of excitement flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he focused. 1 shock viscera breathing, silver grade exclusive. By syncing breath at a special frequency, it triggers visceral resonance. When taking hits, an automatic oscillation buffer reduces the chance of internal injury by 15, and during intense exertion, heart-lung efficiency rises by 20. 2 flow sense perception, tactical flow class. In close quarters exchanges, it reads the trend of an opponent's muscle activation, granting a 0.3-second prediction window for melee moves and boosting joint lock counters by 40. 3 collapsing fist mastery, technique reinforcement mountain break. All linear punches gain penetration, with armor breaking sufficient to punch through 20 millimeters of standard steel, and the punch path autocorrects up to 15 degrees to improve accuracy. 4 Iron Shirt defense system, Iron Shirt. At the instant of impact, muscle fibers compress like springs and rebound, reflecting part of the force back at the attacker. When paired with steel bones, it forms a composite defensive layer. 5 Predator Vision, dynamic hunting enhancement, maintains focused lock at high speed, raises dynamic visual capture to 1,500 second, and improves reaction to ambush attacks by 25. 6 Pain Conversion, feigned, special state phantom pain, converts 30 of pain into adrenaline, so injured combat performance and limb control don't degrade, lasting up to 90 seconds. 6 new skills, each with excellent attributes. Silver grade really was on a different level. Compared to the Black Iron templates, every upgrade pointed directly at live combat. Lin Chen scanned them one by one, clicking his tongue in silent awe, wishing he could grab them all. He quickly reined himself in and fixed on the 4th entry Iron Shirt. It looked unassuming, but the crucial note read, can link with steel bones, stacking skinward sheath and rebound to form a composite defense. The thought made his eyes blazy. If he activated all 3 layers, he'd be a walking fortress bristling with counter spikes. If someone threw a punch, it wouldn't break his guard. Instead, they'd eat the backlash. An iron turtle covered in barbs? Call it ugly if you like, what matters is that it works. Since training in the Fierce Crane splits the sky style, Lin Chen had pushed toward all-out offense, effectively giving up the style's inherent defense. The killing moves were savage, but a whiff meant danger multiplied, making a profession talent patch all the more crucial. If he had overspec defense by default, even a failed assault would let him pull out intact, massively raising his margin for error. This is it, he decided. The moment his will settled, warmth flooded through his limbs and bones. Soft crackles rose from deep in his skeleton as muscle fibers rewove and a dense keratin layer stacked across his skin. It felt tough as old oxhide. Rah! He growled, muscles snapping taut, his height visibly climbed by more than 10 centimeters, his whole frame swelling as if pumped with air. Shoulders, back, and arms ballooned, and a faint metallic sheen surfaced across his skin. So this is the composite layer? Lin Chen raised a hand and scraped a fingernail along his forearm without leaving a mark. He grabbed a fruit knife from the table and slashed clang. A crisp ring like steel on steel, and the blade's edge curled. steel bones, iron shirt, and a skin-ward sheath stacked into a defense of absurd strength. By his estimate, even a typical gold-grade fighter might not match his raw damage soak right now. The image of that Skull Eater's claws flashed through his mind, and he snorted. Meet it again, and it probably couldn't pierce him. Its own talons would crack under the rebound. Better yet, the protection wasn't a rigid bulwark. By modulating breath and blood flow, he could expand or relax it at will, full deployment in combat, normal form at rest, with no drag on movement. Jackpot! Lin Chen rolled his shoulders as power surged within. This breakthrough didn't just spike his combat strength, it brought his defensive system close to complete. Upon advancing to silver grade, he could elevate one black iron profession talent. Black iron skill ascension. When this dazzling line of golden characters appeared at the top of the panel, Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply. Just minutes after breaking through to silver rank, the system was actually allowing him to elevate a black iron skill directly to silver. This kind of hidden benefit was something he'd never seen in any documentation. He immediately pulled up his skill menu, his fingertips rapidly scanning through row after row of names before finally stopping at Martial Prodigy Black Iron. Once, it had allowed him to frantically compress learning time during his novice phase, but as his cultivation advanced, this talent had long since become inadequate. Now, the opportunity had come. Ascend. As his intention fell, golden light suddenly expanded across the panel, and the original 4 characters, Martial Prodigy, melted like liquid gold before recongealing. After several breaths, new text solidified. Martial Enlightenment Silver. 1. Martial Comprehension Speed, 300. 2. Medicine Absorption Speed, 200. 3. Brutal Technique Aptitude, 70. Lin Chen drew in a sharp breath. This wasn't just a simple doubling, it had actually gained additional enhancement for killing style martial arts, clearly having excellent synergy with the void-rending blade technique he'd just learned. He shifted his attention back to his attribute panel. Strength, 17,203.0. Agility, 16.919.93.0. Constitution, 17.320.33.0. Spirit, 16.719.73.0. The 3.0 to all attributes from his class advancement was prominently displayed. Adding the 5 free points he'd gained from last night's hunt of the skull-devouring beast, he deliberated briefly. Spirit 2, Strength, Agility, and Constitution 1 each. Boom. The instant he confirmed the allocation, his entire skeleton erupted in a chain of explosive sounds, muscle fibers tightening and relaxing like steel cables. His 5 senses suddenly amplified, streams of thoughts flashing rapidly through his mind. He casually threw a punch at the airbang. A sonic boom exploded in the training room, and even he was pushed back half a step by the force of his own punch. This is true transformation. The next morning, at White Crane Martial Hall's training facility, as soon as he stepped through the entrance, Lin Chen saw over a dozen students gathered in a circle, discussing in hushed tones. Just as he was wondering what was happening, a familiar, boisterous voice came from behind. "Senior Brother Lin, you're finally here." Zhao Xiaodao rushed up to him in a flurry, eyes gleaming. Last night a drank skull-devouring beast appeared in the city district, and someone took it down. And he lowered his voice, looking around. "I heard it was someone from our martial hall." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. "Oh." Zhao Xiaodao gestured frantically. "Everyone's guessing it was Senior Brother Chu He. He just returned to Shanghai last night, and a gold drink master killing a drank beast would be child's play." Seeing Lin Chen's strange expression, Zhao Xiaodao pulled out his phone. "Don't tell me you really don't know?" The Special Operations Bureau's official account posted an announcement and even tagged our martial hall. On the screen, the Special Operations Bureau's early morning announcement was clearly visible. Last night at 21:45, our city successfully eliminated a drank skull-devouring beast variant. We hereby commend White Crane Martial Hall for their heroic actions. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. The official response was even faster than he'd anticipated, simply attributing all the credit to the Martial Hall. It wasn't really stealing credit, more like a layer of protection. Senior Sister Xiao Yu was always cautious, and he naturally understood her intentions. "Everyone assemble. Begin morning training." An authoritative shout interrupted everyone's gossip. The students instantly scattered like birds and beasts, taking their positions. Lin Chen, however, walked directly toward the instructor, who noticed his approach. The instructor suddenly reminded him, "Lin Chen, you only have 2 days left to study the Fierce Crane Manual. You must seize this opportunity." Lin Chen calmly interrupted, "I've already mastered the sky-splitting style. I know it's difficult, but wait, what did you just say?" The instructor's words came to an abrupt halt, his eyes widening like copper bells. Seeing his shocked expression, the surrounding disciples all looked up curiously. "What are you staring at? Are the techniques written on my face? Get back to training." The instructor coughed to cover his embarrassment and lowered his voice. "Come with me." He led Lin Chen across the training ground to the innermost meditation chamber of the martial hall. The heavy ironwood door creaked open with a harsh grinding sound. The four walls were made of dark iron stone that gleamed with a cold bluish light, and the air was chilly. In the corner stood an ironwood post as thick as two men could embrace, its surface covered with dents of varying depths, the deepest ones nearly cutting it in half. Show me the sky-splitting style technique. The instructor crossed his arms and leaned against the doorframe, nodding toward the wooden post. Lin Chen positioned himself 3 steps away, then suddenly pulled his right leg back half a step. This subtle movement made the instructor's pupils contract sharply. In the next moment, the air in the chamber seemed to tighten instantly, and a faint killing intent crawled along their skin. Huh! A sharp battle cry erupted. His right palm struck down like a guillotine blade. The instructor only caught a glimpse of an afterimage before hearing a tremendous crack. A fresh fissure appeared on the ironwood post, winding down from the top and reaching 3 inches deep. Wood chips flew everywhere, and the palm wind from his finishing move actually whirled the debris on the ground into a small tornado. Clatter, a pipe fell to the floor. This isn't just mastery. The instructor's Adam's apple bobbed. Didn't you first study the manual just last Wednesday? Lin Chen casually brushed the wood chips from his wrist, his expression still calm. Instructor, may I have the medicinal bath now? The sky-splitting style was the most lethal and most difficult school in the White Crane Martial Hall. The fastest mastery record had been set 30 years ago by Elder Zhuge of the Blood Crane faction 4 to 7 days. Yet this young man had done it in less than a week. The instructor felt a mix of emotions. Such incredible talent was one thing, but his nonchalant attitude was simply infuriating. Follow me, he muttered. They passed through 3 dim corridors and arrived at a shabby gray warehouse behind the mountain. An old man lay in a rattan chair by the entrance, sunbathing. His torn undershirt revealed crisscrossing scars like a faded map. Elder Yan. The instructor bowed respectfully. I've brought a disciple for the medicinal bath. The old man didn't lift his eyelids. Do you know the rules? Sky-splitting style mastery, achieved in 5.5 days. The instructor's voice was tight. The rattan chair suddenly let out a tortured creak. Elder Yan opened his eyes, fierce light blazing forth. The hair on Lin Chen's neck instantly stood on end. It was the instinct of being targeted by a predator. Bullshit. The old man shot up, the rattan chair still spinning in the air behind him. His withered claw-like hand shot straight for Lin Chen's throat. Do today's youngsters dare to joke about the sky-splitting style? Boy, if you're lying, I'll have you bettered for 7 days. The instructor froze in place, not daring to move. Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply, his muscles tensing instantly as alarm bells rang in his mind. His body and thoughts exploded into action simultaneously. His palm edge slashed down like a blade cutting through paper, striking the old man's wrist with a crisp crack that sounded like tearing silk. The old man paused slightly, looking down at his withered wrist. A bright red handprint had appeared, resembling the mark of a crane's beak. The air suddenly grew still. His cloudy eyes slowly focused. Then he burst into an owl-like cackle. Good. What a natural-born killer. Before his words had finished, he kicked away the remains of half a rattan chair, and the rusty warehouse iron door burst open under his palm. 5 days to master the void-splitting flow. Today I'll make an exception and let you use dragon blood soup. Dragon blood soup? That's against the rules, the instructor exclaimed. The medicinal bath hierarchy was strict. Elite class disciples normally only received diluted body-strengthening ointment. Dragon blood soup, however, was a top-tier resource that even gold-level fighters coveted. Legend had it that it was made with mist creature bone marrow as a base, combined with dozens of rare medicinal ingredients. Its potency was fierce. At best it would burn the meridians, at worst it would cause complete physical collapse. Rules? The old man snorted, glancing at Lin Chen. At worst, I'll give him my portion. The instructor opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately fell silent. No one dared to defy a former platinum-level fighter. The old man grinned, revealing yellow teeth. Boy, do you dare? Get in there. Either you'll be completely transformed, or you'll wish you were dead. Lin Chen's expression remained calm. Thank you, senior. Haha, good. The old man laughed heartily, slapping his shoulder hard. Follow me. Deep in the warehouse, the door to the isolated chamber opened, and scalding medicinal vapors rushed out, so intense they were nearly suffocating. In the center of the room stood a person-high cypress wood barrel filled with dark red liquid like blood plasma, with golden threads floating on the surface, slowly writhing like living creatures. This is dragon blood soup. Correct. The old man nodded. Get in. How long you can last is up to you. The instructor called out from the doorway. Lin Chen, don't push yourself too hard. Come out if you can't take it. Lin Chen acknowledged and stepped into the chamber. Under the lights, he removed his shirt, his lean muscle definition gleaming slightly under the reflection of sweat beads. Taking a deep breath. Splash. He leaped into the medicinal barrel without hesitation. Hiss. The moment the liquid covered his neck, his pupils contracted sharply and his face contorted. Pain. Excruciating pain. The liquid felt like millions of red-hot steel needles drilling through his pores, piercing and burning along his muscles, bones, and organs. Lin Chen clenched his fists tightly, his jaw grinding audibly, veins bulging on his forehead as his body convulsed uncontrollably from the intense pain something ordinary people could never endure. However, he suddenly opened his eyes, cold light flashing within them. The great perfection fierce crane breathing technique roared into operation, his breathing rhythm changing abruptly, his chest rising and falling like waves, each breath following a mysterious rhythm. His professional talent martial enlightenment activated simultaneously. Buzz-strange energy surged through his body, forcibly channeling the originally violent medicinal power into a scalding torrent that washed through his limbs and bones. Crack, crack, crack. His bones emitted subtle popping sounds. Under the stimulation of the medicinal power, muscle fibers continuously tore and reformed, becoming increasingly resilient. Still not enough. Lin Chen growled, sinking deeper until the scalding dragon blood broth completely submerged his head. Inside the medicinal tub, he felt like being thrown into a blazing furnace. The boiling liquid constantly lashed against his skin, the searing pain intertwining with needle-like itching. Yet this only intensified the fierce gleam in his eyes. Pain? Itching? It didn't matter. His body was like a parched desert, desperately devouring the medicinal power. Every second brought rapid transformation. Muscle density visibly swelled, with deep, pronounced striations. Bones strengthened with crackling sounds, as if coated in dark gold. Meridian toughness surged, like thick vines coiling and extending throughout his body. Time became immeasurable until the originally dark red, plasma-like broth gradually faded, leaving only a tub of murky gray water. Splash! Lin Chen stood up, water droplets flying. Scalding white steam rose from his entire body, his skin surface gleaming with a faint metallic luster. His fingers slowly curled, joints crackling. Strength, 2121.2. Agility, 20.921.1. Constitution, 21.321.6. Strength 0.2, Agility 0.2, Constitution 0.3. At his current level, further attribute enhancement was incredibly difficult, with true breakthroughs only possible through class advancement. Yet a single medicinal bath yielded such gains. What about 10 sessions? Dragon blood broth truly lived up to its reputation. He pushed open the heavy stone door of the training chamber. The old man and instructor still waited outside, clearly worried he might quit midway. Seeing Lin Chen emerge so quickly, the old man's brow immediately furrowed into deep lines, snorting coldly. Huh, so you're all talk after all. Can't handle it already? What a waste of dragon blood broth. The instructor remained silent, studying Lin Chen suspiciously. From what he knew, this guy would never give up halfway. Better to stay quiet than risk getting slapped in the face again. Take a look inside. Lin Chen stepped aside, clearing the doorway. The instructor entered the chamber, glanced at the medicinal tub, and his pupils contracted sharply. The originally thick, dark red liquid now appeared murky gray, its essence completely drained. The medicinal power, absorbed without a drop remaining. He gasped. The old man was about to leave when he heard the exclamation. He immediately turned back, rushing into the chamber and staring at the wooden tub. His hand plunged into the liquid, bringing the gray water to his nose. His expression instantly contorted. What the hell? The old man cursed, his face filled with disbelief. Half an hour. Just half an hour. The entire tub of dragon blood broth absorbed completely clean. Even gold rank fighters needed at least an hour, silver rank ones even 2 hours or more. Lin Chen not only absorbed everything, but with virtually zero waste. This wasn't just talent, it was a heaven-defying constitution. The old man stared at Lin Chen, his expression complex, finally managing. Medicine-absorbing constitution? Medicine-absorbing constitution, a rare physique capable of extracting medicinal power with near-perfect efficiency and no waste. The instructor's heart pounded. Jackpot. Good thing he kept quiet earlier, or he'd be eating his words again. He glanced at the old man. Beside him, only Lin Chen could manage to embarrass someone multiple times in such a short span. Lin Chen stretched his muscles, power surging within him, then suddenly asked, Dragon blood broth, will there be more in the future? The old man paused, then laughed and scolded. You greedy little bastard? Want to drain my share too? Lin Chen grinned. The instructor couldn't help but laugh as well. All three looked at each other, then burst into laughter simultaneously. No words needed. With the talent and constitution Lin Chen had displayed, the Martial Hall's leadership would certainly prioritize his development. Would resources be scarce in the future? Inside the training base, as soon as He stepped through the main gate, students and instructors on both sides of the training ground stopped their movements in unison, bowing with smiles on their faces. Congratulations, Senior Brother Chu. With such great merit this time, the position of Chief Instructor is within your grasp. He merely nodded slightly, his expression calm, though inwardly puzzled. The appointment hadn't been announced yet. Why were these people so certain? Behind him, a burly young man hurried to catch up, his voice tinged with disdain. Big brother, these people are such sycophants. Those instructors who barely acknowledged you before are all changing their tune now that they've heard you might become chief instructor. The corner of Chu He's mouth lifted slightly before returning to composure. Don't talk nonsense. The appointment hasn't come down yet. Anything could still change. You're too modest. The man chuckled. With your strength and achievements, who would dare object? The man was named Chu Yu, Chu He's younger brother. A graduate of the previous elite class, he had originally applied for transfer to the Mist Front, but had suddenly returned a few days ago, claiming he wanted to be a sparring partner. Chu He had been puzzled at the time, but now he had a vague idea of the reason. The brothers crossed the training ground and arrived at a quiet courtyard deep within the base. Rows of green bamboo stood beside the gate, their leaves rustling softly in the breeze. When we meet Elder Zhuge later, you must put in a good word for me. Chu Yu rubbed his hands together, excitement gleaming in his eyes. I'll mention the sparring partner position, but whether it works out depends on you. Chu He replied evenly. I'm here mainly to visit Zhuge Xiong and secure his support for my bid for chief instructor. Blood Crane Zhuge Xiong commands great respect in the academy. Given my young age, I need the full support of several elders. Don't worry. Chu Yu thumped his chest. I'm an elite class graduate too more than qualified to be a sparring partner. After being announced, a servant led them into the courtyard. In the center, a white-robed young woman was practicing her forms. Her steps were light, her figure graceful as a butterfly, each move flowing with dynamic energy. Beside her stood a stern-faced elder Zhuge Xiong. Raise your wrist 3 more degrees. Where the claw points, there lies the enemy's throat. The elder's voice was deep and commanding. The young woman immediately adjusted, her fingertips flicking upward with a flash of cold light. Excellent. Chu Yu exclaimed, his gaze burning with admiration. Chu He narrowed his eyes slightly. Zhuge Xiong hadn't taken a disciple in decades, yet had suddenly accepted this final student, causing quite a stir in the academy. It seemed the rumors were true. The girl possessed remarkable talent. Her name was Sun Ying, with skin like snow and features like a painting. Her focused expression while practicing added a heroic air that set her apart from ordinary young ladies. Chu He smiled inwardly. No wonder Chu Yu had suddenly returned. Keeping his expression neutral, he stepped forward and bowed. Elder Zhuge. Zhuge Xiong turned, his gaze lingering on Chu He for a moment before nodding. Chu He, you've come. Yes, this disciple has just returned from the front lines and came especially to pay respects to the elder. Chu He said humbly. Zhuge Xiong grunted in acknowledgement, then glanced at Chu Yu, asking coolly. And this is? Chu Yu hurried forward, cupping his fists in salute. Junior Chu Yu, a student from the previous elite class. I have long admired Elder Zhuge's great reputation. As his words fell, Chu He also stepped forward steadily, his face respectful as he held a rosewood box in both hands. Elder Zhuge. This junior happened to acquire a 1000-year blood ginseng, which I've heard has life-extending properties. I've come specially to present it to you. He opened the wooden box, revealing a blood ginseng with a crimson body and dragon-like winding roots resting on silk brocade, its surface showing faint golden patterns. The medicinal fragrance instantly filled the courtyard, and even Sun Ying standing nearby couldn't help but take a few extra glances. It was undoubtedly a treasure. Though the mist was dangerous, it could accelerate the growth of rare herbs by more than 10 times. In other words, this blood ginseng might have grown in the mist for only decades, yet it had truly condensed 1,000 years' worth of medicinal power, its value already exceeding 10 million. However, Zhuge Xiong didn't even lift his eyelids. I appreciate the gesture, but take it back. I, Zhuge Xiong, am not yet so old as to need such things. Chu He's smile froze on his face, his fingertips unconsciously tightening. He had known of Zhuge Xiong's pride, but hadn't expected even 1,000-year spiritual medicine to leave him unmoved. He could only bow and say, this junior was presumptuous. Elder, my brother heard that junior sister son needs a sparring partner and rushed back from the front line specifically for this, volunteering himself. No need to say more. Zhuge Xiong cut him off indifferently. The sparring partner has already been decided. Upon hearing this, Chu Yu urgently asked, may I ask who the elder has chosen? I believe no one is more suitable for junior sister son than I. Chu Yu's expression also darkened. It was just a sparring partner position, yet his brother was the top student of the previous elite class who would dare not give him face. Besides, he had support from the Marshall Hall's upper management, and even the vice director thought highly of him. Zhuge Xiong suddenly looked up toward the courtyard gate. The person has arrived. An attendant led Lin Chen into the courtyard, meeting Chu He's suddenly cold gaze. Seeing Zhuge Xiong and Sun Ying, he immediately understood the situation. There were just 2 unexpected guests in the courtyard. It's you? Chu He was slightly stunned. Since the incident with Zheng Tong, the two had formed a grudge, but he had never taken this newly promoted student seriously. A kid who had just entered the elite class, no matter how talented, couldn't make much of a splash. During this time, he had been busy with field missions, so both sides had maintained an uneasy peace. Chu He suddenly smiled, though his voice was ice cold. Elder Zhuge, this junior brother has only been in the class for a few days. Having him serve as your disciple's sparring partner seems inadequate. My brother is the best choice. Zhuge Xiong's lips curved into a meaningful arc. This kid personally killed a class skull devourer last night with his bare hands. I'd say he's quite qualified. The thunderous words exploded in the courtyard. Chu Yi's pupils contracted sharply, his smile freezing. Chu Yi beside him cried out in shock. What? Brother, that mist creature wasn't killed by you. Chu Yi hadn't yet had time to check the Special Service Bureau's latest report online, but instantly understood the situation. No wonder students and instructors had been congratulating him along the way. They mistakenly thought he had slain that class creature. Rage erupted from his chest like exploding gunpowder, his temples throbbing. He stared intently at Lin Chen, who stood not far away with a calm expression, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked audibly. In his eyes, this was a humiliation of the strong by the weak. The evening glow bathed Elder Zhuge Xiong's courtyard in warm light. Orange rays flowed across the stone slabs like a delicate veil draped over the tranquil space. Beneath the parasol tree, Chu Yi stood casually, his fingers repeatedly stroking the jade pendant at his waist. Though his expression remained calm, turbulent emotions churned beneath the surface. Elder Zhuge, the position as Sun Ying's sparring partner was simply given to a newcomer. His tone was gentle, yet carried a sharp edge of questioning. Behind him, Chu Yi let out a contemptuous snort upon hearing this, crossing his arms as his gaze swept toward Lin Chen with undisguised hostility. Lin Chen caught that animosity, but merely glanced up briefly without further reaction. Junior brother Lin just joined the elite class recently, didn't he? Chu Yi maintained his polite smile. I'm afraid his abilities may not be sufficient for the sparring position. If it delays junior sister Sun's cultivation. Senior brother Chu worries too much. Lin Chen interrupted unhurriedly. Since this is Elder Zhuge's arrangement, he surely has his reasons. He deliberately emphasized the words, Elder's arrangement, catching the flash of malice in Chu Yi's eyes and feeling secretly pleased. Lin Chen understood clearly that his opponent's eagerness for this position likely had ulterior motives. Moreover, he and Chu Yi had never gotten along in his first day in the elite class. He'd faced the man's underhanded suppression. Given the chance to irritate Chu Yi, he was happy to oblige. Chu Yi suddenly stepped forward, looking down at Lin Chen from his superior height. Boy, do you know who I am? Top of the previous elite class, now silver rank 2. If you're smart, you'll withdraw yourself before. Before what? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, feigning confusion. Before embarrassing senior brother Chu? Or are you planning to use your position to pressure others in front of the elder? You. Chu Yi's fury peaked, his fists clenching with audible cracks. Junior brother Lin certainly has a sharp tongue. Chu Yi smiled coldly. In that case, how about fair competition? In his eyes, Lin Chen was merely an arrogant newcomer who joined the elite class just days ago. This match would be the perfect opportunity to eliminate this eyesore. Elder, please grant permission. After bowing respectfully, he turned to give Chu Yi a meaningful look. Elder Zhuge cleared his throat softly, and the tense atmosphere instantly froze. The white-haired, long-bearded elder stroked his whiskers as he stood, his gaze carrying hints of amusement and interest. Lin Chen, do you have any objections? This junior has no objections. Good. The elder nodded. Lin Chen's ready agreement made Chu Yi's eyes flash with excitement. While Chu Yi smirked disdainfully in their view, Lin Chen was simply a fool walking into their trap. The two stood in the center of the courtyard, their shadows stretched long by the setting sun. Chu Yi flexed his wrists, lowering his voice. It's not too late to surrender now. Otherwise, when you end up with broken bones. Does senior brother Chu always talk this much? Do you rely on verbal attacks on the front lines too? Lin Chen raised his hand dismissively. If you want to fight, then fight. Fine, fine, fine. Chu Yi's chest heaved with rage. Confident in his overwhelming superiority, how could he tolerate such provocation? Before his words finished, he lunged forward like a fierce tiger. His right fist, wrapped in sharp wind, struck directly at Lin Chen's throat, while his left hand formed a claw, viciously aiming for his heart. Clearly lethal moves, not mere sparring. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Since breaking through to silver rank, his physical abilities had been transformed beyond recognition under the dual enhancement of his professional talent and medicinal baths. Facing the fierce incoming attack, he didn't retreat but advanced instead, his blood energy surging like a rushing river through his body. Bang! A thunderous roar erupted in the courtyard. Lin Chen stepped forward, his fist cutting through the air and dragging a visible white shockwave behind it. As if tearing through the very fabric of space, the void-rending style had reached minor mastery. Chu Yi's pupils contracted sharply as he caught sight of the long, white breath streaming from Lin Chen's nose and mouth. Condensing into a spear-straight column of vapor in the evening light, the fierce crane breathing technique had reached full mastery. Terror made his hair stand on end, but any chance for counterattack had been sealed off. Crack! A series of bone-chilling snaps rang out in succession. Chu Yi felt as if a charging rhinoceros had slammed into his chest. 7 or 8 ribs snapped simultaneously, and the excruciating pain made his vision go black. His entire body flew backward like a broken rag doll, trailing an arc of blood. Boom. He crashed heavily onto the stone slabs 10 meters away, the stones shattering into a spider web of cracks. Before he could struggle to his feet, dark blood surged from his throat, mixed with fragments of internal organs. The courtyard fell into deathly silence. Even Zhuge Xiong, who had been stroking his beard, froze mid-gesture, his eyes blazing with intense light. Chu Yi's expression shifted unpredictably as he stared fixedly at Lin Chen's still trembling fist silver rank. This kid had only joined the elite class less than a month ago. Yet Chu Yu, who had graduated from the previous class and trained to silver second stage, was defeated in a single move? Such ruthless technique. Good, very good. Chu Yi gritted his teeth, his facial muscles twitching. Previously, he had merely disliked Lin Chen, but now this level of talent was enough to make him wary. However, since he had initiated the sparring match and Zhuge Xiong was present, he could only swallow his rage. Zhuge Xiong cleared his throat lightly. The match is decided. Chu Yi, take your brother to the medicine hall. Use the finest bone-mending salve, and he'll be able to move again within 3 days. Chu Yi nodded stiffly and bent down to help the unconscious Chu Yu. As he reached the door, he turned back with a glance, his gaze cold as a venomous snake. Impressive skills, junior brother Lin. We should spar again when there's time. After the brothers' figures disappeared, Zhuge Xiong suddenly threw back his head and laughed heartily, the sound so powerful it shook the parasol tree leaves, sending them fluttering down. Excellent, young man. Whoosh. He flashed to Lin Chen's side, his fan-sized hand repeatedly patting his shoulder with the weight of a hammer. Last night my disciple told me you single-handedly killed a drank mist creature, and I thought you'd just gotten lucky. Now I see you truly have the skill. His eyes suddenly lit up like 2 lanterns. Boy, are you practicing the void-rending style? That's correct. Haha. Do you know who has the deepest mastery of the void-rending style in this martial hall? Zhuge Xiong thumped his chest. It's this old man. Only now was Lin Chen truly shocked. Blood Crane Zhuge Xiong, the legend who had single-handedly battled 3 diamond rank powerhouses, actually practiced the same martial art. No wonder he had seen through the technique at a glance. Zhuge Xiong stroked his beard proudly, then suddenly lowered his voice. Surprised? Though your void-rending style has reached minor mastery, your shoulder blades still unconsciously rise by 3 degrees when you strike. This indicates obstructed blood energy circulation. The true void-rending style. As he spoke, he suddenly pressed his fingers together like a blade and made a gentle, slashing motion in front of him. The air seemed to tear apart with a crisp sound like fabric ripping. A branch from an old tree 3 meters away silently fell, its cut so smooth it could reflect one's image. Even more eerie was how the newly exposed wood grain turned black, cracked, and crumbled to dust in the blink of an eye. The annihilation property. This was a forbidden realm that could only be touched by those who had mastered the void-rending style to its peak. Lin Chen's heart shook violently, his pupils contracting sharply. He had thought himself capable of using the void-rending technique to tear apart class mist creatures. But this scene was like being thrown from the foot of a mountain to the clouds. The gap was as vast as heaven and earth. Elder's divine technique. He clasped his fists and bowed with genuine respect, immediately understanding why he had shown such bone-deep wariness toward this seemingly casual old man. Zhuge Xiong lowered his hand, nodding with satisfaction, then suddenly changed the subject. Speaking of which, having you as a sparring partner was specifically requested by that Sun girl. He jerked his chin toward the side, his tone slightly sour. Do you two know each other? Lin Chen followed his gaze. Under the shade of trees, Sun Ying stood quietly. Hearing the conversation and meeting his eyes, the girl immediately lowered her head, her jade-like earlobes instantly flushing crimson. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. Sun Ying did indeed bear some resemblance to her sister Sun Yen. Recalling how his predecessor had chased after Sun Yen like a lovesick fool, he couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Now he had become the younger sister's sparring partner? Fate certainly had a sense of humor. What surprised him even more was that Sun Ying's talent had actually caught Zhuge Xiong's attention. The Blood Crane Elder had impossibly high standards, and countless talents in the martial hall had fought desperately for the chance to become his disciple, only to be rejected. Don't look so reluctant. Zhuge Xiong rubbed his fingers together with a meaningful smile. This sparring partner position is something many in the martial hall would kill for. Do you know the benefits it brings? Lin Chen's mind raced off course. He understood. With Zhuge Xiong as his backing, people like Chu, he would have to think twice before causing trouble. An elder-level resource allocation far exceeded what students could imagine, and even the scraps would save him half a year of struggle. Most importantly, personal guidance from a diamond-level expert was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This disciple understands. He bowed respectfully, though he thought to himself, the old man is probably extending this olive branch because I saved Sun Ying last night, might as well take advantage of this opportunity. But his expression remained solemn as he said, Thank you for your cultivation, elder. After speaking, he turned to Sun Ying and cupped his hands. Junior sister Sun, please guide me well in the future. The girl looked up, her clear eyes briefly sweeping across his face before shyly lowering again. She bit her lower lip lightly, her voice barely audible. I should be the one asking for senior brother Lin's guidance. Buzz. Golden light flashed in his mind. Professional trigger conditions met. New profession unlocked. Combat sparring partner. Unlock conditions. 1. Accept Sun Ying's sparring invitation. 2. Help Sun Ying achieve professional ranking. Golden text appeared clearly, and Lin Chen couldn't suppress his smile. Just as he had expected, the fourth profession, combat sparring partner, revealed itself at this moment. And the second condition helping Sun Ying achieve ranking was practically within his grasp. To be accepted as a personal disciple by Blood Crane Zhuge, this girl's talent was absolutely monstrous. The reason he hadn't advanced to the next stage was probably just because his cultivation time was still too short. Lin Chen secretly rejoiced, a gleam flashing in his eyes. Every time he unlocked a new profession, he would gain a brand new talent skill, and support professions like combat sparring partner always possessed surprisingly special effects. Even better, the awakening conditions were practically handed to him on a silver platter. Ahem, since we've agreed. He suddenly clapped his hands, his gaze bright and determined. Let's start right now. Sun Ying blinked her sparkling eyes, her pink lips parting slightly. She hadn't expected Lin Chen to be so decisive. Nearby, Zhuge Xiong nearly choked on his saliva, stroking his beard and glaring angrily. You brat, in such a hurry? This old man still wanted to explain the rules first. Time is cultivation, elder. Lin Chen tossed out the remark and had already rushed to the center of the courtyard in one swift stride, beckoning to Sun Ying. Junior sister Sun, let me first see your basic boxing stance. All right. Sun Ying jogged over to follow. Nervous, yet curious after all, opportunities for close contact with Lin Chen weren't common. 2 hours later, the air in the courtyard was stirred restless by continuous punching winds. Unity of waist and stance. Strike at me with force, more power. Lin Chen's voice echoed between the stone walls. Sun Ying's training clothes were already soaked with sweat. Her bangs stuck to her flushed cheeks, her fair arms trembling slightly, yet she still gritted her teeth and kept throwing punches. Zhuge Xiong clicked his tongue in amazement. He had originally thought that when young people were alone together, they would surely exchange flirtatious glances, so he had deliberately stayed nearby. But who knew Lin Chen was simply a cultivation maniac, covering everything from basic steps to combat essentials, without even allowing his student a moment to catch her breath. Stop. Take a break. The elder finally couldn't bear the heartache, rushing over with water and pulling Sun Ying, who was preparing for another round of training. Girl, your lips have turned pale. Sun Ying stubbornly shook her head. Master, I can still continue. She stole a glance at Lin Chen, who was looking down and recording training notes, whispering softly. Senior brother Lin is teaching me so earnestly, I can't. Zhuge Xiong pointed angrily at Lin Chen. You boy, you've never been in a relationship, have you? A relationship? Lin Chen looked completely bewildered. That would interfere too much with cultivation. He said this too loudly, causing Sun Ying to spit out her water with a puff, followed by violent coughing. But Zhuge Xiong clearly saw his disciple's eyes suddenly brighten remarkably. That's enough for today. He decisively separated the two. Cultivation requires gradual progress. Haste makes waste. Lin Chen was quite disappointed. It seemed he couldn't count on Sun Ying breaking through today. However, with this girl's talent and determination, a breakthrough was just a matter of these few days. All right. Zhuge Xiong remembered something, pulling a warm jade token from his chest and tossing it over. From now on, after each sparring session, use this to claim one medicinal bath. Consider it this old man's compensation to you. In the elite class, medicinal bath opportunities were extremely precious. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and without even bothering with pleasantries, he grabbed the jade token and ran straight toward the medicinal bath hall. This kid. Zhuge Xiong didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but when he turned around, he found Sun Ying still staring blankly at Lin Chen's retreating figure. Girl, you couldn't possibly. Master. Sun Ying suddenly turned around, her small face flushed red with excitement. I want to start training an hour earlier tomorrow. Zhuge Xiong's expression was complex. Was his disciple being so diligent a good thing or a bad thing? Meanwhile, steam rose in the medicinal bath hall. The emerald medicinal liquid reached past his shoulders, and the refined medicinal power drilled into Lin Chen's body through his pores. While regulating his breathing, he stared at the combat sparring partner, awakening progress bar on the system interface, the corners of his mouth turning up. Soon. Once Sun Ying breaks through, I'll know this profession's talent effect. In this martial world where the strong prey upon the weak, having one more trump card meant one more guarantee of survival. As for why that girl Sun Ying's gaze was becoming increasingly strange, Lin Chen didn't take it to heart at all. Women were nowhere near as important as cultivation. At 6:45 p.m., the setting sun's afterglow painted the streets blood red. Training had just ended, and Lin Chen stood at the bus stop, stretching his shoulders that ached from the intense sparring session. He had originally planned to head to the club to continue grinding his long-distance running skill. The system indicated he only needed 2 more sessions to break through. His phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket, displaying Xiao Yu on the screen. "Hello? What's up?" he answered. "The mutated fog creatures you reported last time have been confirmed by headquarters." Xiao Yu's voice carried barely contained excitement. "It was a rare case of collective mutation. Your intelligence helped us prepare in advance and prevented a disaster. So what now? Are you giving me a certificate of merit or offering yourself as a reward?" Lin Chen joked half seriously. "Are you free this Sunday then?" she countered boldly. "Offering yourself? Aren't you afraid I'll tell Xiaoro?" He suddenly remembered he was flirting with Su Xiaoro's aunt, and his heart skipped a beat. If the two of them together, that would be quite thrilling. He quickly straightened up. "Ahem, you know I'm not that kind of person. Let's not let Xiaoro know about our arrangement. I'm afraid she might misunderstand." Xiao Yu thought she had gained the upper hand, only to be left speechless. "What kind of relationship do we have? You know my length, I know your depth," Lin Chen said casually. "It's call it a friendship of mutual understanding." The voice on the other end was grinding teeth. "Lin Chen, I want to punch you." What made her even more furious was that she actually understood the innuendo, which meant she was no longer innocent. Lin Chen stopped joking, his tone becoming steady. "Let's talk business. When do you need me at the branch?" Just then, the Route 23 bus he was waiting for pulled into the station. However, Lin Chen turned and walked toward the Route 115, stop across the street. "I'm free right now. Send me the address." Not being proactive about rewards means there's something wrong with your brain. Diagonally across, a grave and simultaneously made a U-turn. The setting sun cast a cold gleam on its windows, like the eyes of a lurking predator. After hanging up, Lin Chen frowned slightly, but nonchalantly boarded the arriving Route 115, choosing a window seat in the back row. Using the glass reflection, he observed behind him the van was indeed following, maintaining a safe distance. The bus drove onto the Cross River Bridge as night gradually fell. His fingers tapped lightly on his knee, but his brow furrowed deeper. Since advancing to silver rank, his perception had greatly improved. The van had been tailing him for 4 stops, definitely not a coincidence. Who could it be? Chuhi? The sinister face of that inner disciple flashed through his mind, but his methods shouldn't be this crude. 1 stop before the Special Task Force branch, he suddenly got off the bus, deliberately slowing his pace as he turned into a sparsely populated side street. The expected sound of brakes came. The van stopped not far away, and 3 dark figures silently got out, following him. At the corner where the lighting was dim, the alley was so quiet that even the wind was audible. Lin Chen touched his toes to the ground and suddenly accelerated, his figure disappearing into the depths of the alley in the blink of an eye. "Quick, chase him. Don't let him get away." The bald man growled in a low voice. Moonlight cast 3 cramped shadows at the narrow alley entrance as the 3 figures darted inside, only to discover the end was sealed by a brick wall. A dead end. Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back before the wall, as if he had been waiting all along, his silhouette appearing tall and cold in the pale light. "You've been following me all this way. Aren't you tired?" He slowly turned around, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. "Why don't we settle this here and now?" Before he finished speaking, the bald man stepped forward heavily. Crack! Spiderweb fractures appeared across the concrete ground. Muscles writhed unnaturally beneath his skin as dark red fluid seeped from his pores, trickling down along his muscle fibers and reflecting a metallic cold gleam. "Kid," his hoarse voice sounded like 2 pieces of rusted iron grinding together. "Since you've become the Special Service Bureau's dog, you have to die." Lin Chen squinted as he observed. The dark red fluid rapidly hardened, forming palm-sized keratinous scales that overlapped each other, spreading from his feet to the sides of his neck. The edges of the scales glowed red-hot, like heated iron plates combining both high temperature and defense. He spread his hands, revealing a harmless smile. "Wait, this is a huge misunderstanding. I'm just an ordinary college student. Don't try to deceive us, we know." What they received in return was not panic, but Lin Chen's calm profile. "I don't like causing trouble, but when trouble comes knocking, I won't run away either." Whoosh! He vanished from his spot, the air exploding with a sharp sonic boom. "How dare you strike first? You're asking for death," the bald man roared, his voice completely bestial. All 3 simultaneously completed their full transformation. Dark red dragon scales covered their entire bodies, spinal spikes protruded from their backs, and their fingers became razor-sharp claws. In that instant, their aura surged from ordinary human level to the peak of silver rank. "I'm going to toy with you slowly until you die." The bald man punched the side wall boom. The entire brick wall collapsed, scattering debris everywhere. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. 3 ordinary people who hadn't even reached iron rank had transformed into silver-level monsters in the blink of an eye. Their power amplification was beyond comprehension. Indeed, this world still holds too many mysteries. Roar Scarface suddenly launched forward, moving so fast he left an afterimage in the air, his dragon-transformed claws trailing a sinister green glow, clearly poisonous. But Lin Chen moved even faster. His whip kick cut through the air, the compressed atmosphere creating explosive sounds as sparks flew from his shoe sole. Bang! The bald man hastily crossed his arms to block, the dull impact deafening. The high-temperature scales instantly burned and cracked his arm muscles. His smug smile hadn't even fully formed when he was already sent flying like a sack, embedding into the rear wall. Something's wrong with this kid, attack together. The contempt on the remaining two men's faces turned to gravity. Claws, iron fists, and whip kicks sealed off all escape routes from three directions, their coordination clearly honed through extensive training. At this critical moment, Lin Chen took a deep breath, his chest cavity vibrating at an unusual frequency, the fierce crane breathing technique at full power. White mist gathered from his mouth and nose, resembling a white crane spreading its wings under the moonlight. Void-rending strike. His right fist swept out diagonally, the punch trailing a visible vacuum trajectory, striking first despite moving later, landing squarely on Scarface's chest. Crack. The teeth-grinding sound of fracturing. Dragon scales shattered, bones caved in, and Scarface flew backward, knocking over a garbage bin at the end of the alley, metal clanging as it rolled. But he quickly got back up, his shattered scales regenerating at a visible rate. It's useless. Scarface laughed maniacally. Bio-beast soldiers have self-healing abilities. Unless you can kill with one strike. Before he could finish, Lin Chen's figure vanished again. A fierce wind struck from the side, and the bald man only had time to raise his arms in defense. Bang! He was sent flying again, crashing through the alley wall as bricks and stones fell like rain. Lin Chen shook his fist, his knuckles slightly reddened from the high-temperature scales. Since I can only kill with one strike, then I'll kill with one punch. The bald man staggered up from the rubble, about to roar, but was horrified to see. Around Lin Chen, an even more ferocious and substantial beast armor was rapidly forming, its overwhelming presence bearing down on them. How is this possible? You also have beast soldiers? Kid you, huh? The bald man's words were cut short as his eyes widened in shock. Crack, crack, the harsh sound of grinding bones erupted from within Lin Chen's body as he underwent a rapid transformation under the moonlight. His skin became keratinized, quickly covered by a layer of grayish-white bone armor. His spine protruded vertebra by vertebra, forming a row of menacing bone spikes along his back. His 10 fingers extended into half-foot-long bone blades that reflected a cold, eerie gleam. The contempt on the three men's faces instantly froze. You also have? No, wait. There's no beast soldier of this model in our organization. The scarred man's voice trembled. Kid, who exactly are you? You look like a bio-beast soldier, but different. They began to suspect they had mistaken his identity. After all, bio-beast soldiers were products of recent genetic mutations, and those old fossils at the Special Operations Bureau shouldn't have access to such technology. Lin Chen completed his transformation, his height stretching to over 2 meters as he looked down at the three men. Stop playing tricks. The scarred man roared, lunging forward with his companions. Their claws tore through the air with sharp, piercing sounds. Lin Chen neither dodged nor evaded. Clanked metallic clash echoed off the alley walls. The scarred man's claws struck Lin Chen's chest, leaving only shallow white scratches on the bone armor. Even more terrifying was the horrific recoil that traveled up through his claws, instantly tearing the muscles in his entire arm as blood spurted from between his scales. Ah! He screamed in agony. The other man threw a punch at Lin Chen's abdomen, only to have his entire arm bone shatter into fragments, hanging limply as his cry of pain was trapped in his throat. My turn. Lin Chen's voice resonated low like an echo from hell. The perfected fierce crane breathing technique operated at full power, the white mist from his mouth and nose forming the phantom of a fierce crane with spread wings in the moonlight. Steel bones, iron shirt technique, and protective membrane, 3 layers of defense stacked together, combined with his professional talent's recoil effect, made him a veritable human-killing machine. Sky-rending strike. The punch was plain yet filled with killing intent, whistling through the air. Squelch. The scarred man's chest was pierced clean through. He stared down at the dark hole in stunned silence. But before he could scream, Lin Chen's left bone blade had already sliced across his throat. His head flew off as the green light in his eyes dimmed. The remaining man turned to flee frantically, but Lin Chen caught up with arrow-like steps, easily piercing his bone blade through the man's back, and then slicing horizontally. The torso was severed cleanly at the waist, organs spilling across the ground. How are they so weak? Lin Chen muttered indifferently. Monster! Monster! The bald man who had been smashed into the wall earlier finally broke free, now filled with terror. He desperately tried to turn around, only to find that Lin Chen had already ghosted to block the alley entrance. Wanna leave? Lin Chen's voice returned to normal, but his bone armor made him even more terrifying. Answer a few questions for me. He grabbed the bald man's head with one hand, his 5 bone blades lightly piercing the scalp as blood trickled down the man's cheeks. Who sent you? You just said, The Flame Dragon Group? What exactly is this organization? In the dim alley, the bald man slumped against the weathered brick wall, his face showing both fear and a twisted, menacing grin. You're dead meat. The organization won't let anyone HHH. I'm a man of principle. He convulsed in pain but still gritted his teeth defiantly. Unless you spare me. Lin Chen looked down at him and nodded without hesitation. Fine, I agree. Hearing this, the bald man clutched at this last straw and spilled everything he knew in broken fragments. We're the muscle for new era. Your Special Operations Bureau has been investigating too closely, so we had no choice but to protect ourselves. Fear and agony made his voice slurred and unclear. Lin Chen listened patiently for dozens of seconds, but found no valuable information, his brow gradually furrowing. Since you're useless, then? Wait, didn't you just promise to spare me? Lin Chen nodded calmly. Right, next time we meet, I won't spare you. The bald man's face lit up with relief, but Lin Chen suddenly turned his head away, then spun back around within a second, wearing a smile so gentle it was almost mocking. What a coincidence, we meet again. Bang. The screaming stopped abruptly. Lin Chen released his grip as the head exploded like a watermelon smashed by a sledgehammer, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Your professional skill Fierce Crane. Skyrending style experience 57. Your profession Silver level fighter experience 150. Killed creature, beast soldier, gained free attribute points 3.0. Too much chatter. The bone armor receded like a tide, and Lin Chen returned to his normal appearance. He disgustedly shook the blood from his hands, glancing at the scattered limbs and organs. Killing 3 people. That works out to only 50 experience points each, 1 free attribute point? So little, nowhere near what real mist creatures give. He allocated the attributes according to his usual pattern. Strength 1, Agility 1, Constitution 1. Strength 2 1.322.3. Agility 2 1.122.1. Constitution 2 1.622.6. Retracting his bone armor, he pulled out his phone and called Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, I've run into some trouble. You'd better come over. Police sirens pierced the night sky. 3 black SUVs bearing Special Operations Bureau emblems screeched to a halt at the alley entrance. Xiao Yu was first to jump out, hastily dressed in civilian clothes. Seeing the bloody scene in the alley, her sharp eyebrows immediately furrowed. Lin Chen. She rushed over, looking him up and down. Are you hurt? I'm fine. Lin Chen shook his head, pointing to the pile of rapidly decomposing remains on the ground. But they're having some issues. Only then did Xiao Yu clearly see the dark red scales and twisted limbs, her pupils contracting sharply as she immediately turned to give orders. Seal the scene immediately. Initiate Level 3 Biological Contamination Protocol. The accompanying personnel moved efficiently, quickly sealing off the entire alley with special isolation barriers. A technician wearing a protective mask crouched down, using tweezers to pick up a piece of melting scale and place it in a sealed bag. Xiao Yu lowered her voice. You mentioned Flame Dragon Group and New Era on the phone? She unconsciously touched the gun at her waist, her expression grave. This isn't the place to talk. Let's head back to headquarters first. The Special Operations Bureau branch looked like nothing more than an ordinary office building from the outside. After entering the elevator, Xiao Yu swiped a black magnetic card, and the elevator immediately began descending. Lin Chen noticed there was also a hidden fingerprint scanner below the buttons. Basement Level 7. Xiao Yu explained that regular officers could only access down to Basement Level 3. When the elevator doors opened again, they revealed a high-tech, white lobby filled with futuristic elements. Several researchers in white lab coats hurried past from the far end of the corridor, test tubes in their palms containing mysterious liquids that flickered with faint fluorescence under the lights. Xiao Yu led Lin Chen through the lobby, pushed open an alloy door, and entered a conference room. The walls were assembled from dark gray acoustic panels, with an embedded holographic table at the center whose mirror-like surface reflected the cold white lights from the ceiling. Would you like to rest first? Xiao Yu handed him a cup of warm water, then casually asked, or should I call someone from the medical office to take a look? Lin Chen shook his head and walked straight to the sink in the corner. He squeezed out some disinfectant, rubbing his fingertips under the clear water as the bloodstains swirled into pale red spirals before disappearing down the drain. He shook his hands dry and asked casually, Got anything to eat? I'm a bit hungry after that fight. Xiao Yu was momentarily stunned, then pressed the communication button on the desk. Xiao Zhang, bring up 2 meal sets from the cafeteria and add 2 energy bars. In the low hum of the air conditioning, the two sat facing each other. Xiao Yu activated the holographic projection, and a red light swept across the table surface. A 3-dimensional rotating crimson dragon-like creature materialized in midair, its scales fitting perfectly together with menacing spinal spikes. Lin Chen recognized it immediately. It was exactly the form those 3 opponents had taken after their transformation. The Flame Dragon Unit. Xiao Yu's voice suddenly turned grave. They belonged to an illegal organization called New Era, specializing in genetic modification of mist creatures. 10 years ago, they were listed as the Federation's most wanted targets. The projection switched, and the screen displayed several photographs. Massive organs soaking in glass chambers, twisted human bodies on metal beds, and grotesque remains of half-human, half-beast creatures. Xiaoyu pointed to those monsters, failed experiments who call them aberrant slaves. What you encountered tonight were their successful products beast soldiers. Lin Chen squinted. Those scales are living tissue, directly extracted from genetic fragments of class mist creatures called Crimson Flame Earth Dragons. Xiaoyu gestured in the air, and another surveillance footage appeared. An ordinary office worker injected with red serum, his skin instantly cracking as dragon scales burst through, bones twisting. In just dozens of seconds, he was completely transformed into a dragon. The most terrifying part is that this process is irreversible, Xiaoyu added in a low voice. Lin Chen felt a chill. Street vendors, office workers, even school teachers could all become potential beast soldiers. Why are they targeting me? He suddenly asked. Xiaoyu remained silent for a moment, then smiled bitterly as she unbuttoned her uniform collar. The rounded curves pressed against the fabric, creating deep contours that were hard to ignore. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Is this some kind of special task force bonus? If it has to be this way, I suppose I can't refuse. What are you thinking? Xiaoyu's face flushed red as she pulled her collar down slightly, revealing only a vicious scar at her collarbone. 3 years ago, I led a team to raid their base in the southern suburbs of the neighboring city and rescued over 20 children who were being used as test subjects. This is a gift from a flame dragon beast soldier nearly cost me my life. She turned off the illumination on the scar, readjusted her uniform, and pulled up a classified file. They have financial backing from conglomerates, otherwise they couldn't have evaded so many raids. And she hesitated for a moment. Recently we've discovered they've infiltrated some corporations and large civilian organizations. A knock came at the door. Young Agent Xiao Zhang entered carrying a tray with 2 steaming meal sets and 2 energy bars. Lin Chen grabbed a burger and devoured it in 3 bites, the crunching sounds particularly clear in the quiet conference room. Xiaoyu, however, kept her eyes fixed on the projector, her brow furrowed with deeper concern. You really do have quite an appetite. She glanced at the empty plate, then finally looked away. Be careful, lately you killed 3 of their beast soldiers. They won't let this slide. There was a hint of apology in her voice as she continued. At the end of the day, this is my fault. They wouldn't have come after you otherwise. Lin Chen was busy wolfing down his takeout lunch when he heard this, his chopsticks freezing midair. It is your fault, he said slowly, swallowing the rice in his mouth while his eyes sparkled with mischief. So how do you plan to make it up to me? Xiaoyu always felt there was something electric in his words, as if he was deliberately teasing her, but she couldn't find concrete evidence. She could only respond seriously. According to Special Operations Bureau regulations, your previous intelligence reports plus this achievement of eliminating 3 beast soldiers qualifies you for a substantial reward. As long as your request is within reasonable limits, the Bureau will do its best to accommodate you. Do its best. Lin Chen's eyes lit up immediately, while his peripheral vision took in Xiaoyu's well-defined figure beneath her crisp uniform. The first thing that popped into his mind was 300,000 for the surgery. Mom's treatment finally had hope. I want money. He stuck his chopsticks directly into the lunchbox and leaned forward slightly. 300,000, cash or transfer, either works. Xiaoyu had just taken a sip of water and nearly choked. She quickly set down her cup and wiped the water from her lips with the back of her hand. Well, the Bureau's budget is tight lately. Seeing Lin Chen's eyebrows droop and his expression turn strange, she quickly added, it's not that we won't give it to you, but the amount is too high. It needs to go through a special approval process, which will take at least 1 or 2 months. 1 or 2 months. Lin Chen shook his head. Thinking of the dense tangle of monitoring cables beside his mother's hospital bed, his heart tightened. Mom's surgery can't wait that long. After a moment's thought, he suddenly looked up. Then I'll change my request. I want samples of the mist creature genes that the Flame Dragon Group uses. Xiaoyu frowned. What do you want those for? I'm very interested in biological mutations. I want to see if I can find a way to counter the beast soldiers. Lin Chen's tone was resolute. The Bureau does preserve some low-risk samples. Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, her tone softening. But I must warn you, any form of genetic fusion will contaminate your martial arts foundation. She pulled up an internal video. On screen, a silver-level fighter injected a dark red serum into his arm. His muscles immediately swelled, and his combat power briefly spiked to gold level. 3 months later, the scene cut to another interrogation room. The same man was covered in tumors, his eyes blood red, tearing at his companions like a mad beast, with no trace of sanity left in his gaze. Aberrant enslavement is irreversible. Xiaoyu closed the terminal, her voice growing heavy. All that talk about perfect evolution from those organizations is lies. All beast soldiers eventually lose control and become monsters. Lin Chen felt a chill in his heart. He had actually considered using genetic serums as a shortcut to power, but now he sobered up. If his martial arts foundation was destroyed, even the highest realm would be nothing but a castle in the air. Thank you for the warning. He nodded solemnly. Seeing his serious attitude, Xiaoyu picked up her communicator. I'll coordinate a Crimson Flame Earth Dragon gene sample for you, low risk level. I can get it within 2 days. Buzz. Her phone vibrated violently, with Su Xiaoro flashing persistently on the screen. This girl. Xiaoyu frowned and hung up directly. Less than 3 seconds later, the ringtone stubbornly started again. She reluctantly answered, and before she could speak, Su Xiaoro's crisp voice exploded into the conference room. Auntie, are you still at work? Are you with Lin Chen? He didn't come to the club today. On screen, Su Xiaoro was wearing workout clothes, her cheeks flushed from exercise, with the white lockers of the club's changing room clearly visible in the background. Xiaoyu suppressed her headache. I'm working. We'll talk about whatever it is later. Liar. Su Xiaoro squinted and leaned closer to the camera, suddenly perking up her ears. I can hear chewing sounds. Is Lin Chen eating something? Are you two on a date? Puffed. Xiaoyu choked on her own saliva, her face burning red. What nonsense. We're in a conference room. Really working? Su Xiaoro persisted relentlessly. You said we? Are you interrogating a criminal? Wait, did Lin Chen get in trouble? Lin Chen, are you there? Why aren't you answering my messages? From the video, her voice carried unmistakable hurt. Xiaoyu glanced sideways at the opposite side. Lin Chen was focused on dealing with the last piece of pork chop in his lunchbox, completely oblivious to this accusation. This girl was truly hopeless. At 6:30 the next morning, the training base was shrouded in thin mist, with dewdrops falling from the steel framework and the air carrying a mixture of grass and metal scents. As soon as Lin Chen stepped through the main gate, he immediately caught the intense and complex gazes from the surrounding trainees' admiration, jealousy, and even adoration all intertwined. He raised his eyebrows slightly, but his mind was completely puzzled. A tall, thin figure rushed up to him. Senior brother Lin, good morning. Zhao Xiaodao held an exquisite food box with both hands, presenting it like a treasure. Fresh crab roe buns, still warm. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Zhao Xiaodao actually brought him breakfast? The sun must be rising from the west. What do you want? Zhao Xiaodao rubbed his hands together and gave an awkward laugh. Nothing can escape senior brother Lin's eyes. Actually, I'm here to learn from you. Learn from me. Lin Chen looked at him. It's spread throughout the elite class you got the spot, as junior sister son's sparring partner. Zhao Xiaodao lowered his voice but couldn't hide his excitement. Although the higher-ups deliberately concealed the fact that Lin Chen had killed a level mist creature, for these young people, who could get close to Sun Ying was the real, explosive news. Sun Ying's pure, girl-next-door charm was devastatingly effective on these hormone-driven youngsters. What Zhao Xiaodao admired even more was that Lin Chen had previously acted like he didn't care, yet quietly secured the predetermined spot now that was real strength, and definitely eating soft rice the hard way. The other trainees' thoughts were similar. Cultivation levels could still be debated, but if someone could win over an elder's direct disciple, they'd be walking sideways around here. With Zhuge Xiong as a backer, who would dare to defy them? Zhao Xiaodao gave a thumbs up, his face full of pleading. Senior brother Lin, please teach us. 500. No, 1,000 yuan per lesson. How about it? I've been single for over 20 years though, you know how I've been living. Lin Chen was speechless and waved him off. Stop talking nonsense, I'm not free. He walked toward the locker room, still feeling those burning gazes behind him, envy, jealousy, and mostly the complex expressions of looking at a life winner. Only then did he realize that in the eyes of these young people at the martial arts school, simply being able to get close to Sun Ying was earth-shattering enough. At 11:30 a.m., Lin Chen had completed 3 cycles of the fierce crane breathing technique, his chest and abdomen rising and falling like waves. White vapor shot out from his nostrils like arrows, gathering half a foot in front of him and lingering for a long time. After mastering the breathing technique, further progress required resources and grinding effort. 997, 998. Sweat beads slid down the grooves of his back muscles. Lin Chen was currently performing the crane standing pose from the fierce crane body forging frame, standing on one leg. Seemingly simple, but requiring ultimate control over every muscle fiber in the body. This body forging method had long been integrated into his bones, and he could feel his muscles slightly reorganizing with each training session. Only 10 days remained until the combat tournament preliminaries. Wiping the sweat from his brow, his eyes were sharp as knives. He had to seize every minute and squeeze his strength to the limit. At 1 p.m., Lin Chen followed the instructor to the outside of the visualization room. The instructor opened a brocade box and said solemnly, "For pieces." The instructor took out 4 pigeon-blooded crystals from the brocade box. Each crystal seemed to contain flowing lava within, specially approved by the hall master. 2 extra crystals today? Lin Chen accepted the blood crystals with both hands, his fingertips clearly sensing the unique coolness of the crystals. The instructor across from him cast an ambiguous smile in his direction, and he immediately understood though the martial hall hadn't publicly acknowledged his achievement in killing the drank mist creature, they were secretly compensating him with these 2 blood crystals. Go ahead in. The instructor stepped aside, then added in a low voice. Also, Shuhei has been confirmed as the new head instructor and will take office in a few days. Lin Chen's heart tightened as he replied solemnly, "Thank you for the warning." The instructor nodded and left. The visualization room was dimly lit, with a faint herbal scent permeating the air. A projection crystal was embedded in the wall directly ahead, displaying intersecting lines that flickered chaotically. Lin Chen took a deep breath and placed the first blood crystal in his mouth. Begin. Boom! It was as if 10,000 thunderbolts exploded in his mind. The blood crystal dissolved instantly upon contact, transforming into a scorching torrent that crashed into his consciousness. A blood-red sky suddenly materialized, and a massive fierce crane that blotted out the sun dove downward, its sharp beak aimed directly at his crown. Fierce crane blood beak. Fine droplets of blood immediately seeped from his 7 orifices, and the excruciating pain nearly tore through his nerves. The martial intent of this killing technique was too violent, and the first blood crystal's energy was depleted in an instant. Without hesitation, Lin Chen swallowed the second crystal, once again stabilizing the crane's shadow that was about to collapse. In his sea of consciousness, the fierce crane's movements were broken down into countless frames. The arc of its neck, the trembling of its beak tip, the folding of its wings. By the time the second blood crystal was exhausted, this lethal strike targeting vital points had been deeply imprinted. Fierce crane's sky-splitting flow blood beak. Characteristics. Compresses killing intent to its limit. Fingers united like a real crane's beak, capable of piercing steel plates with a single thrust. Lethal performance. Fingertip blood energy condenses into substantial blood cones that explode a second time upon entry, shredding internal organs. Lin Chen didn't pause, raising his hand to swallow the remaining 2 blood crystals together. The next moment, the scene in his consciousness suddenly changed. A headless fierce crane stood in midair, with overwhelming murderous aura, instead of blood gushing from its severed neck. Fierce crane's sky-splitting flow soul severing. Characteristics. Ultimate speed. Full skeletal coordination forms a perfect force transmission chain. Lethal performance. Vacuum blades tear muscle fibers in spiral patterns with extremely strong, armor-piercing capability. 2 streams of blood crystal energy surged through his meridians, and Lin Chen's skin quickly flushed red, as if his blood energy was about to burst through his pores. Soul severing was even more extreme than blood beak, focusing on trading injury for life and mutual destruction, but its power was equally terrifying. Once mastered, he could tear apart those bio-beast soldiers from the Flame Dragon group with his bare hands when he encountered them again. He gritted his teeth, etching every bit of martial intent into his heart. Time passed slowly, and the swelling, bursting pain in his meridians remained constant like a shadow. When the last trace of blood crystal energy dissipated, the timer showed that exactly 2 hours had passed. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, and the phantom of a fierce crane flashed briefly in his pupils. Success. Sky-splitting flow blood beak. Sky-splitting flow soul severing. Even their names reeked of intense killing intent. Your professional skill, fierce crane combat technique, experience 41. Your profession, silver level fighter, experience 39. Skill, fierce crane combat technique, advanced 2, proficient. Lin Chen roughly calculated that as long as he could advance these 2 techniques to minor mastery within the next 10 days, placing well in the God of Combat tournament preliminaries would be absolutely guaranteed. The feeling of growing stronger was so clear and real. All of this was achieved through my own efforts, and no one can stop me. At 4:30 p.m., dust still lingered in the training ground as Lin Chen pushed open the wooden gate to Zhuge Xiong's small courtyard. Sun Ying was adjusting her breathing in the yard when she spotted him, her spine instantly straightening. Today would follow yesterday's training routine. Lin Chen tossed his jacket aside, leaving only his fitted t-shirt, his shoulder muscles clearly defined in the dim afternoon light. Under the corridor, Zhuge Xiong stood with arms crossed, his knuckles unconsciously tapping against the wooden pillar as his gaze fixed intently on the center of the courtyard. Within just 3 moves, blood had already seeped through Sun Ying's wrist guards. Lin Chen's whip kick swept across her lower stance, causing the girl to lose balance and stumble into the sand pit. Get up. Lin Chen's voice struck like iron hitting concrete. Look at me. His piercing stare left Sun Ying no room to dodge. Zhuge Xiong's beard trembled as he cursed inwardly. This kid shows no mercy at all, practically drilling my precious student to death. It's not your bicycle, so you just stand there and pedal, huh? He hesitated whether to call a halt. Just then, Sun Ying suddenly twisted her body, exploding into a sprint at an almost eerie angle, her speed surging dramatically as the air seemed to freeze. A system notification suddenly flashed before Lin Chen's eyes. Combat training partner profession activating. Unlock conditions. 1. Accept Sun Ying's training partner invitation. 2. Help Sun Ying achieve professional ranking. Ding. Professional skill discovered. Feedback passive. Effect. When training partner achieves breakthrough, gain 5 of their attribute enhancement. when practicing the same martial techniques, received 70 experience return. His status panel data began fluctuating. Strength 2.322.8. Agility 2.1 2.7. Constitution 2.6 3.1. Spirit 1.7 2.3. Strength 0.5, Agility 0.6, Constitution 0.5, Spirit 0.6. Simultaneously, a pale red energy wave erupted around Sun Yingxi had achieved her ranking. Lin Chen stared at the flashing feedback characters on his panel, pupils contracting slightly, breathing involuntarily quickening. A common profession like combat training partner actually has a feedback talent? I can freeload attributes? And practicing the same martial techniques returns 70% experience? Her cultivation equals my cultivation. According to his panel calculations, Sun Ying's basic attributes after achieving ranking were approximately strength and constitution around 10 points each, agility and spirit around 12 points each. Without a system, relying solely on talent and rigorous training to reach this point already made her exceptional among her peers. Though this feedback wasn't substantial, it was sustainable. These past 2 days of intense training hadn't been wasted. With this thought, Lin Chen looked towards Sun Ying in the center of the field, his gaze carrying newfound fervent anticipation. Sun Ying was currently immersed in the joy of her breakthrough, wiping sweat from her brow as she flashed Lin Chen a brilliant smile. Senior brother Lin, thank you. That day in the mist when we encountered the monster, I could only hide behind you, always feeling like I was holding you back. Now, I can finally be of help. She secretly vowed in her heart to become even stronger. Haha, excellent. Absolutely excellent. Booming laughter echoed from the training ground entrance. Zhuge Xiong strode over with vigorous steps, his weathered face flushed red. I knew you had what it takes. Never doubted it for a second. My judgment was spot on. Faced with this shameless self-promotion, Lin Chen was utterly speechless. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly noticed Sun Ying's body swaying. Her face turned pale in an instant, and her eyes quickly lost focus. Watch out. Lin Chen lunged forward almost instinctively, his arms steadying the girl's slender waist and preventing her from falling. In that close moment, he felt Sun Ying's breathing was rapid and irregular, her limbs trembling slightly, and her entire body surprisingly light. Zhuge Xiong's expression darkened as he strode over to them in a few quick steps, placing his fingers on Sun Ying's wrist to check her pulse. She's fine, just exhausted from overexertion. He exhaled with relief, though his brow remained furrowed. This girl has been pushing herself too hard lately, training until late every night and being the first to arrive at the training ground each morning. I don't know what she's trying to prove. Let her rest first. Lin Chen nodded, gently carrying Sun Ying to the single bed in the Marshall Hall's restroom. He pulled the thin blanket over her, and, after confirming her breathing was steady, quietly closed the door. As soon as he turned around, Zhuge Xiong's hearty laughter echoed from the depths of the corridor. Young man, I'm in a good mood today. How about I give you some pointers? At these words, Lin Chen's head snapped up. Zhuge Xiong, a diamond-level fighter. The number of experts who had reached this level in the White Crane Martial Hall could be counted on one hand, not to mention that he also practiced the skyrending style. To receive his guidance would be a heaven-sent opportunity. I would be honored. Lin Chen clasped his fists and bowed without hesitation. This junior has recently comprehended the blood beak and soul-severing techniques of the fierce crane style, but I always feel like I'm missing that final step. Please enlighten me, senior. What? Zhuge Xiong had only mentioned it casually, but upon hearing this, he nearly choked on his own smoke. His eyes widened. Don't boast. The fierce crane skyrending style is already difficult to master. For you to comprehend even one technique would be incredibly lucky. Blood beak and soul severing are advanced killing moves. How long have you been practicing? Less than 2 weeks. Before he finished speaking, Lin Chen had already assumed his stance. His right arm suddenly shot out, fingers forming a crane's beak, with dark red energy condensing at his fingertips the embryonic form of blood beak. Immediately after, his body spun and his left leg swept horizontally, creating sharp winds that actually produced faint tearing sounds in the air. This was the opening move of soul severing. Though the techniques weren't fully mastered, their framework was clear and definitely not mere show. Every wrinkle on Zhuge Xiong's face froze. Having cultivated for decades and considering himself well-versed in recognizing talent, he had never seen anyone comprehend 3 killing techniques in just 2 weeks. This boy must be some kind of prodigy. Though his heart was in turmoil, he maintained his composure and cleared his throat. Not bad. You have the moves down, but your power delivery is wrong. Blood beak emphasizes concentrated force penetrating bone. Your power is too scattered. Soul severing must be coordinated with the sky-rending style's vibration techniques. Otherwise, its power is reduced by at least half. Lin Chen listened humbly, carefully noting every piece of guidance. Zhuge Xiong had identified the key flaws in just a few words. His insight was truly sharp. After a moment, Zhuge Xiong stroked his beard thoughtfully. The sky-rending style places enormous strain on the body. Hard training alone isn't enough, it must be combined with specially prepared medicinal baths and body-strengthening ointments. Otherwise, prolonged practice will damage your muscles and bones. Lin Chen had a moment of realization. I see. Zhuge Xiong pulled out a token and waved it magnanimously. Take this. Go to the Martial Hall's pharmacy and get 3 portions of dragon blood vine and iron bone grass. Soak in a medicinal bath for half an hour after each training session. Thank you, senior. Lin Chen's joy was evident. These 2 medicinal ingredients were priceless and unavailable on the market, yet now they were within his grasp. His gratitude was more sincere than usual. Watching Lin Chen run excitedly toward the pharmacy, Zhuge Xiong stood alone in the corridor, his gaze complex. He had originally made an exception to take Sun Ying as his disciple because of her exceptional foundation, never expecting to encounter a prodigy like Lin Chen. Could this be fate? As a diamond-level expert, he had long passed the stage of widely accepting disciples. In recent years, he had devoted himself to martial arts, rarely even instructing his core disciples. Yet today, his heart was unusually moved. 2 disciples. Zhuge Xiong frowned, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. Forget it, I'll observe a bit longer. After all, this boy's foundation seemed quite ordinary. Could this old man have misjudged? Carrying Zhuge Xiong's token, Lin Chen made his way to the Martial Arts Academy's pharmacy with practiced ease. At the entrance, the silver-haired old man still reclined in his bamboo rocking chair, sunlight casting shadows across his weathered face as he lazily waved his palm fan, looking like a hermit completely detached from the world. Hearing footsteps, he barely lifted his eyes, and seeing it was Lin Chen, teased, "You've been visiting the pharmacy more often than the cafeteria these past few days. What's wrong? Did your training go haywire?" Lin Chen smiled and showed the token. "Senior, I'm here to collect medicine." The old man was about to glance over casually, but his gaze suddenly sharpened upon seeing the Zhuge family seal on the token. The next second, his expression darkened as he snorted heavily. "Zhuge Xiong? How did you get mixed up with that old fool?" Lin Chen was taken aback and asked tentatively, "Senior, do you have a grudge against Elder Zhuge?" "Humph." The old man slammed his palm fan on the table, his beard bristling with anger. "That old bastard has no characters, no good. You're still young, don't let him lead you astray." Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly, wondering what kind of feud these two had. But seeing the old man's expression that screamed, "Don't even ask," he wisely kept quiet and nodded awkwardly. Before entering the pharmacy, he secretly pulled out his phone and sent a message to Zhao Xiaodao. "Do you know what's between this old senior at the pharmacy and Elder Zhuge? Why does he explode at the mere mention of him?" "Soon," Zhao Xiaodao replied. "Oh, you mean Steward Zhou? He and Elder Zhuge were blood brothers when they were young, but later they fell out over a junior sister. In the end, the girl didn't choose either of them, so they fought for nothing and became a classic joke at the academy. But nobody dares mention it to their faces, you know?" Lin Chen almost burst out laughing and had to keep a straight face as he put away his phone. After collecting the medicinal herbs and preparing to leave, just as he stepped out of the pharmacy doorway, old Zhou suddenly sprang up from his rocking chair and grabbed his wrist. "Wait." Old Zhou's eyes locked onto the medicine package. "Kid, what do you need dragon blood vine and iron bone grass for? These aren't herbs you use casually." After a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen answered honestly. "I've comprehended blood beak and soul severing from the sky-splitting flow. Elder Zhuge said I need to combine them with medicinal baths for cultivation." "What?" Old Zhou's pupils contracted sharply, his voice rising suddenly. "You've comprehended blood beak and soul severing?" With that, he stepped closer aggressively, his withered hands clamping onto Lin Chen's shoulders like iron clamps. "Show me." Overwhelmed by the intimidating aura, Lin Chen immediately assumed his stance and performed both techniques completely. Old Zhou's expression shifted from shock to fervor, and finally to such excitement that his fingers trembled slightly. "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent!" He repeated the word 3 times, slapping Lin Chen's shoulder hard and laughing heartily. "That old fool Zhuge Xiong can't teach you properly. His sky-splitting flow follows the path of rigid force, but you have exceptional talinery more suited to my soft force sky-splitting." At this point, he lowered his voice, his eyes burning like fire. "Kid, how about becoming my disciple? Though my cultivation level isn't as high as that old fool Zhuge Xiong's, when it comes to understanding sky-splitting flow techniques, he's no match for me." Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. This old man was also a master of the void-rending style. And judging by his tone, his understanding of the void-rending techniques seemed even deeper than Zhuge Xiong, the diamond-level fighter. Old Zhou wasn't bluffing. In his earlier years, internal injuries had stalled his progress, leaving him stuck at the threshold of platinum fighter for years. However, he had poured all his energy into mastering void-rending techniques, grinding their power to perfection in terms of technique comprehension. He indeed surpassed Zhuge Xiong. But here was the problem. This medicinal herb was given by Zhuge Xiong. If old Zhou suddenly proposed taking him as a disciple and he agreed, he would immediately offend Zhuge Xiong. If he refused, he'd miss out on old Zhou's valuable experience. Caught in this dilemma, old Joe seemed to see through his concerns and snorted coldly. Don't worry, I won't put you in a difficult position. Learn from me first, and if it feels right, you can formally become my disciple later. A compromise. Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he clasped his fists in sincere gratitude. Tomorrow afternoon, meet me at the large training room behind the mountain. Old Joe waved his hand. Remember, don't let that old fool Zhuge Xiong know. Lin Chen thought to himself. Good grief. Why does this feel like having an affair? That evening, Su Xiao's phone calls came like thunderbolts. After not seeing him for days, she was furious, bluntly stating that his training had been neglected and the consequences would be serious. Especially since Lin Chen had apparently dated her Aunt Xiaoyu last night, which made Xiao even more upset even if he was playing the field. Shouldn't he at least spread his attention evenly? After setting a time, Lin Chen rushed off to the club. As the screen went dark and he was about to put away his phone, ding, a message notification popped up. You have been invited by Ying to join a group chat. A scam group? Lin Chen frowned and clicked it open. 3 familiar IDs were prominently listed. 1. Wenwen doesn't eat cilantro. 2. Lu 1. 3. User 123456 wasn't this Sun Yan's alternate account? Before he could react, messages were already flooding in. Wenwen doesn't eat cilantro. Emoji spam bomb fireworks. Lin Chen finally joined the group. I tried adding you so many times but you never accepted, crying. User 123456. Lin Chen, there might be some misunderstandings between us that I must clear up. Long essay currently typing. Lin Chen stared at the group name and cartoon avatar, his temples throbbing. The group admin, Ying's avatar, was indeed Sun Ying herself. Several girls had created a group and dragged him into it. This operation was quite surreal. Meanwhile, in a residential complex in the south of the city, Sun Ying clutched her phone, on the verge of tears. A couple of days ago, when Lin Chen had been her sparring partner, they had naturally added each other on the messaging app. She had just woken up wanting to secretly check Lin Chen's social media feed when her phone was intercepted from behind by her sister Sun Yan. When did you add him as a friend? What followed was nothing short of a disaster. Sun Yan first hysterically rehashed old grievances, then suddenly broke down in tears wanting to clear up misunderstandings. When Sun Ying refused, Sun Yan started crying outright. Left with no choice, she could only agree to create the group for the long message. After I send this, I won't bother you anymore. I really don't want Lin Chen to misunderstand me. Sun Ying looked at her sister's screen filled with an 800-word essay and couldn't help muttering. Sis, this is really weird. But Sun Ying didn't care at all and tapped send. The next second, they watched helplessly as the system notification appeared. Lin Chen has left the group chat. The air instantly froze. Sun Ying looked as if she'd been struck by lightning, her expression frozen. After a moment, her eyes reddened and she turned and ran back to her room. Lu Wen sent a screen full of question marks asking for help. Sun Ying watched her sister's retreating figure, her heart tightening, and quickly opened Lin Chen's social media. He wouldn't have deleted me, would he? Lin Chen had just exited that bizarre group chat. Before his phone could slide into his pocket, it vibrated urgently again. In the chat window, Sun Ying's avatar was flashing frantically. Ying, I'm so sorry. Really sorry. My sister suddenly grabbed my phone. I had no idea she would. The typing indicator above kept blinking, as if projecting her frantic panic directly onto the screen. He flipped his phone face down on the desk, deliberately ignoring it for a full 5 minutes. Sure enough, new messages and emojis came flooding in like an avalanche. Ying, please don't delete me. I promise this will never happen again. Puppy kneeling.jpg. His lips twitched slightly. Instead of replying, he sent over the Sun Ying exclusive training plan he had prepared earlier, with the latest additional exercises highlighted in bold. Lin Chen, tonight, add physical training items 35. Don't slack off. Ying, yes, I'll definitely train hard. Just as he sent the message and was about to put his phone away, his professional panel suddenly lit up. Your profession, combat training partner experience 5. What the hell? He raised an eyebrow, thinking he was seeing things. Then 2 more notifications appeared. Your profession, combat training partner experience 6. Your profession, combat training partner experience 8. He could gain experience without face-to-face training? As long as the other person followed his guidance and trained, he could continuously harvest experience. This was basically idle cultivation. Excitedly, he typed several lines, then deleted them repeatedly, feeling they weren't motivational enough. Sleep on the floor today, be the boss tomorrow. No, delete all that. He sent a new message. Lin Chen, give it your all, you'll be amazing. Thumbs up, that JPG. The notification sound rang again. His experience bar steadily jumped by 3 points. Under the streetlights of the South City residential complex, Sun Ying clutched her phone, filled with surprise and joy. She had expected to be blocked, but instead received not only forgiveness, but also a new training plan and encouraging emojis. Her cheeks flushed warm as she repeated to herself, I absolutely cannot let him down. Train, train, train. She tied her shoelaces and jogged toward the nearby park. her figure light and determined in the moonlight. Meanwhile, Lin Chen stared at the continuously rising numbers, grinning from ear to ear. In just a few minutes, his experience bar had filled by another 15 points. At this rate, he might level up just by sleeping. Motivational tactics work this well? I need to collect more inspirational quotes. He muttered while scrolling through his phone, as if already seeing a bright path to leveling up while lying down. Thinking about how Sunning would react if she knew she was being used as an experienced cow, he coughed. Win-win situation. He touched his nose and quickened his pace toward the club. The moment he pushed through the door, he collided head-on with Su Xiaoro. The girl had her hair in a high ponytail, her sports bra and shorts outlining her youthful vitality. She wrinkled her little nose and circled around him like an alert puppy, sniffing. Hey, what are you doing? What are you smelling? Lin Chen asked helplessly, placing his palm on her forehead to gently push her away. Su Xiaoro squinted her eyes, staring at him suspiciously. I'm checking if you smell like my aunt. Lin Chen's mouth twitched as he replied helplessly. I didn't even see your aunt today. Humph. Su Xiaoro wrinkled her nose. Then suddenly her eyes sharpened. Wait, this isn't my aunt's scent. It's some other woman's scent. His heart skipped a beat, immediately thinking of Sun Ying from this morning's training session. Physical contact was inevitable during practice, but he had been sweating profusely. Could she really smell that? Lin Chen was secretly amazed Su Xiaoro's nose was practically like a police dog's. Yet he maintained his composure and shook his head calmly. Nonsense, you must be mistaken. Su Xiaoro stared into his eyes for several seconds, then suddenly burst into laughter, smugly shaking her head. Just kidding. Look how nervous you got. Only then did Lin Chen realize he'd been tricked, cursing inwardly. Damn. This woman has so many little schemes. The two arrived at the sports field, and he began warming up. Your professional skill, long-distance running experience 16. Your profession, beginner athlete experience 14. Although long-distance running was only a secondary profession, Lin Chen had never slacked off. At this moment, system notifications flooded the screen. Your profession, beginner athlete breakthrough intermediate athlete. Strength, 22.8 to 4.8. Agility, 22.7 4.7. Constitution, 23.1 Spirit, 22.3 7.3. Strength 2, Agility 2, Constitution 2, Spirit 5 as attributes received a significant boost. The next second, professional talent awakened, Endurance Furnace. Effect, Physical Recovery Speed 20, Fatigue Accumulation 15, can designate one endurance-based athletic skill to break through one level, switchable. Whoa, actually broke through. Without hesitation, he immediately designated. Professional skill, long-distance running mastery. It felt as if invisible power was flowing into his legs, with vast amounts of long-distance running experience flooding his mind like a tide. Stride frequency, pace maintenance at limits, energy distribution. Techniques that would normally require years of training instantly became instinct. Lin Chen was amazed by this sensation of direct breakthrough. Yet he could clearly feel that his long-distance running had entered an entirely new level. He turned to find the field recorder, his eyes blazing with intensity. I want to request a test, right now. The recorder was stunned. Right now? Don't you want to adjust your condition first? No need. The test began. At the starting moment, Lin Chen's legs exploded like compressed springs, his stride so fluid it seemed to merge with the track itself. As the laps increased, more spectators gathered. Amazed whispers rose one after another. That rhythm is way too steady. On the final lap, he could even accelerate. His figure swept past the finish line like a gust of wind, and the timer froze, far exceeding the city-level record. The entire venue fell silent for a moment, then erupted in applause and cheers. The recorder's eyes widened as he double-checked the results, still announcing in disbelief. New record. A full 7 seconds faster than the previous record. Lin Chen breathed slightly heavily, his eyes filled with satisfaction, but showing no surprise with so many skills and attribute bonuses. Breaking records was only natural. The previous city record was held by a retired peak silver-level athlete, which was quite impressive. The recorder retrieved the data from the terminal, his voice carrying a rare note of admiration. After all, these athletes weren't ordinary people either. While fighters pursued comprehensive development across all 4 attributes, athletes were different. They poured all their energy into perfecting a single attribute, pushing it to its absolute limit. Take long-distance running. For instance, sight was all about agility and stamina. Strength was completely useless. There's a 30,000 yuan bonus for breaking the record. I'll upload this shortly, and the finance department will transfer it directly to your account within half an hour. He finished speaking and raised his hand in an okay gesture. Su Xiaoro bounced over excitedly, linking her arm through Lin Chen's with a playful grin. Hey, you broke a record. Shouldn't you treat me to a fancy dinner? I've been training with you every single day. Even if I didn't contribute much, I at least put in the effort, right? Lin Chen was in a great mood today and nodded readily. Sure, what do you want to eat? Something expensive, of course. Su Xiao's eyes lit up as she began mentally scanning through high-end restaurants, trying to figure out which one would let her splurge the most on his dime. All right, let me go change my clothes first. Wait for me at the entrance. Okay. Lin Chen turned and headed into the locker room, the metal door clicking shut behind him. At that very moment, a low-key yet luxurious black sedan glided silently up to the club entrance, its paint gleaming with a deep luster in the sunlight. Su Xiao skipped to the entrance, happily waiting for Lin Chen to finish changing. The next second, her pupils contracted sharply. She knew that car all too well. The car door slowly opened, and a long, elegant leg in high heels touched the ground first. Then, a tall, statuesque woman gracefully stepped out. She wore sunglasses, her hair slightly curled, her red lips vivid, every movement radiating the allure of a mature woman. Her features bore a 70 to 80% resemblance to Su Xiao's, but were more refined. Her figure was so dramatically curvaceous it was almost impossible to look away. Full, upright, and tantalizingly smooth. If Su Xiao was like a sweet, innocent apple, this woman was a perfectly ripe peach, succulent and intoxicatingly fragrant. The woman removed her sunglasses, revealing a pair of peach blossom eyes identical to Su Xiao's, her gaze tender and doting. Su Xiao instinctively swallowed, her voice suddenly dropping to barely a whisper. Mom. Mama. Su Xiao never expected her mother to show up at the club directly. The lobby lights were blindingly bright, and her fingertips instinctively tugged at the hem of her athletic, whereas her gaze darted toward the locker room. Lin Chen hadn't come out yet, thankfully sparing her from being caught red-handed. Mom. What are you doing here? She lowered her voice cautiously, looking exactly like a high school student caught dating. Xiao Yanlan removed her sunglasses, revealing peach blossom eyes identical to her daughter's that gleamed softly under the lights, though the corners carried an additional touch of grace and allure refined by years. She gently smoothed Su Xiao's sweat-dampened hair at her forehead, her tone gentle. Get in the car first. Let's have a chat. Mother and daughter walked one after the other toward the black sedan parked at the entrance. After a moment's hesitation, Su Xiao obediently slipped into the back seat. Once the car door clicked shut, Xiao Yanlan looked toward the front. You two step out. I need to have a word with Xiao. The driver and bodyguard understood, locked the car, and got out, maintaining a respectful yet alert distance around the vehicle. Inside the car, the air conditioning with its faint sandalwood scent quickly dispelled the heat from Su Xiao's body. Xiao Yanlan studied her daughter carefully, her voice still soft but tinged with undeniable helplessness. How have you been lately? You've been away from home for so long without even a phone call. If I called, you'd just pressure me to come back, Su Xiao pouted, her voice barely above a whisper. Xiao Yanlan sighed. Grandma keeps asking about you, wondering when you'll return. If you've had enough fun, come home for a visit. Don't let the elders worry. Su Xiao's eyes flickered as her nails scratched back and forth along the edge of the leather seat. These days at the club, she had no predetermined schedule like at home, no suffocating business dinners, just daily training, banter with Lin Chen, and occasionally playing little tricks to tease him. It was far more comfortable than being at home. I understand. I'll visit Grandma soon. She lifted her head with a stubborn streak. But I want to do something I actually enjoy. Xiao Yanlan listened quietly, then suddenly softened her tone. Xiao, are you in love? Who told you that? Su Xiao's ears instantly flushed red. Your uncle told me. Xiao Yanlan chuckled softly, her eyes holding a probing look. You're keeping this from your mother too? Uncle is such a blabbermouth. Su Xiao wrinkled her face, muttering with embarrassment and annoyance. Seeing her daughter's flustered expression, Xiao Yanlan ultimately didn't press further. Her gaze drifted to the pedestrians outside the window. In just a few short years, the world seemed to have transformed completely. After her husband died in a car accident, she took over the Su family business, but due to poor market conditions and internal cash flow problems, it had been declining steadily. The current deficit on paper was growing larger, and without external help, bankruptcy was only a matter of time. Just then, a wealthy heir had proactively offered assistance, promising not only to fill the gaps, but to elevate the Su family to new heights. However, the price was unspeakable. He wanted Su Xiao as his mistress. No matter how difficult things became for the Su family, they could never use their daughter as a bargaining chip. Xiao Yanlan immediately refused, but the benefactor flew into a rage and began making business difficult for the Su family at every turn. So now the Su family is practically on the verge of bankruptcy. Xiao Yanlan sat on the sofa in the hospital room, gently stroking Su Xiao's hair, her voice tinged with helplessness and self-mockery. This is reality. Xiao, I'm just here to see you. If you could really meet a man worth entrusting your life to, that would be a good thing. As for his family background, ordinary is fine. Does the Su family today still have the right to be picky about others? Before she could finish speaking, her phone suddenly vibrated. She answered the call, and after just a few words, her face changed dramatically. What? They're at the company now. Seeing this, Su Xiao quickly asked, Mom, what's wrong? Something happened at the company. I need to go back immediately. Xiao, make sure to find time to visit Grandma at home recently, okay? I know, don't worry. You go handle your business first. When Lin Chen came out of the locker room, he happened to see a black sedan slowly driving away from the club entrance. Su Xiaoro stood on the steps, her gaze following the car's shadow, looking dazed. What's wrong? Whose car was that? Lin Chen walked over and asked with confusion. Su Xiaoro snapped back to reality, remembering her mother's earlier words, her cheeks flushing red. However, she also realized that her mother didn't seem to strongly oppose her dating, and her heart immediately filled with joy. Nothing. She suddenly hugged Lin Chen's arm, her soft chest boldly pressing against him. Let's go, let's go. You promised me a big meal. The amazing sensation from his arm made Lin Chen's muscles involuntarily tense up. With just a slight turn of his head, he could see that enticing curve. Why are you so tense? It's like hugging an iron rod, Su Xiaoro muttered. Can't help it. I'm naturally hard. If a man isn't hard, he's just a sheep's tail. Pervert. She couldn't help but glance down at his lower body, then was immediately startled. Lin Chen cleared his throat and changed the subject. Have you decided what you want to eat? Of course we should go to the most upscale place. Su Xiaoro's eyes rolled, and she suddenly smiled mischievously. But seeing how poor you are, this young lady will be magnanimous and settle for a street food stall. Thank you, young lady. As night fell, the street food stall's lights were dazzling, and voices filled the air. The two ordered grilled fish and a large plate of skewers, with the aromas of oil, spice, and charcoal mingling in the air. Su Xiaoro deliberately stuffed a large chopstick full of chili peppers into Lin Chen's bowl. The two ate while playfully bickering, quickly clearing the table. I'm full. She patted her little belly contentedly and asked with blinking eyes. What's next? I don't want to go back so early. She leaned closer, her light perfume mixing with the charcoal smell to create a unique temptation. How about coming to my place for some drinks? A man and woman alone drinking late at night, the implication couldn't be more obvious. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. If he really went and couldn't resist, things could easily get out of hand. Just as he was hesitating, his phone rang, cutting through the night breeze. Hello, what's the matter? On the other end, Xiao Yu's voice was heavy. There's trouble. The Crimson Flame Earth Dragon's genetic samples were stolen, likely by New Era. The Flame Dragon group you took down last time was just their weakest branch. This is revenge. Lin Chen's eyes instantly turned cold. Where were they stolen? Can I still make it if I head over now? I've already sent Lu Shua with his team to hold the fort. You could still. Address. He cut her off directly. Xiao Yu was silent for a few seconds, then gave him the location. After hanging up, Su Xiaoro pouted. Auntie again? Why are you all like this, still working so late at night? You all. Lin Chen keenly caught that phrase. Nothing. She quickly waved her hands. If you have business, go handle it. I'll go back by myself, it's not far from the club. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right, we'll have those drinks another day. After watching Su Xiaoro leave, his expression completely darkened. He took out his phone to confirm the coordinates Xiao Yu had sent. The night breeze swept by, bringing a hint of coolness. Lin Chen looked toward the distant city with its flashing neon lights, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Xiao Yinlan hurried back to the company in her high heels. Her phone had been vibrating almost non-stop, with missed calls from her secretary flashing on the screen like death omens, causing her heart to sink deeper and deeper. The elevator doors opened with a ding, and her secretary was waiting by the conference room door, face pale as a sheet, hands clutching nervously at her clothes. From inside the conference room came exaggerated laughter, crude profanity, accompanied by the childish cartoon soundtrack of Tom and Jerry, a bizarre combination that sent chills down one's spine. What's happening? Xiao Yinlan whispered. They forced their way in. Security couldn't stop them. The secretary's lips trembled. She took a deep breath and pushed open the door, her pupils instantly contracting. 5 burly men covered in tattoos sprawled arrogantly across the leather sofas, their shoes leaving messy prints on the expensive Persian carpet below. On the projection screen, Jerry was hitting Tom with a wooden hammer, making him see stars, while the men laughed uproariously. Empty liquor bottles sat on the mahogany coffee table, cigar butts filled the crystal ashtray, and the choking smell of smoke and alcohol hung heavy in the air. Who gave you permission to come in here? Xiao Yinlan's voice was ice cold. Well, the boss lady's back. The scarred leader turned his head, his gaze crawling like a sticky tongue from her stockinged legs up to her tight suit collar. Our young master wants to know, how are you considering those conditions from last time? Those so-called conditions instantly churned her stomach. Not only did they want to devour the company her husband had built over 20 years, but they also wanted to send her daughter Su Xiaoro away as a plaything, and even she herself as a mother would. Impossible. I told you before, I will never agree to your demands. She spat out the words with finality. The laughter stopped abruptly. The scarred man stood up, his nearly 6-foot frame looming like a wall, crushing the wine glass in his hand as liquid dripped through his fingers onto the carpet. Playing hard to get? Fine, tough girl. I like that attitude. His eyes turned cold as he jerked his chin, signaling the other 4 men who closed in with sinister grins. Call the police. Now. Xiao Yanlan ordered her secretary, while her bodyguard stepped in front of her. Bang! The 200-pound bodyguard was sent flying by the scarred man's single punch, crashing through the soundproof wall and into the adjacent finance office. Shattered glass rained down like a storm. The secretary's knees buckled as she collapsed to the floor, a wet stain spreading beneath her skirt. Running away? Why aren't you running now? The tattooed men blocked the elevator entrance completely, one of them pulling out his phone to start recording. The young master said if this woman won't listen, we should teach her some manners first. Xiao Yanlan backed away, but her stiletto caught in the carpet seam, her stockings tearing on the table edge. She spun around to find another grinning man standing by the elevator doors. The exit was completely sealed, and despair crept across her face. Don't do anything rash. Her voice trembled. The lead tattooed man stared at her disheveled figure, his mouth curling into a cruel smile as he extended his crimson tongue to lick his lips, his eyes gleaming with bestial excitement. Just then, the communicator in his jacket suddenly buzzed. Hold off on the fun for now. Special Operations Bureau agents are here. At least 3 action teams, fully armed. Upon hearing this, the tattooed man showed no panic but instead let out a cold laugh, a bloodthirsty battle lust flashing in his eyes. Here they come. He sneered with a sinister grin. Perfect, saves us the trouble of hunting them down. He turned his head toward his companions, his voice cold as a blade. Brothers, those bloodhounds from the Special Operations Bureau have caught our scent and tracked us here. This time, let none of them escape. The other members showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, they seemed to hear a hunting horn, their eyes gleaming with excitement. They belonged to the New Era, Armed Experimental Unit, codenamed Black Rhino Squad. Unlike the Flame Dragon Squad that Lin Chen had previously annihilated in one fell swoop, the Flame Dragon Squad was merely New Era's lowest-tier test subjects, specialized in running errands and handling menial tasks, their strength remaining at the first stage of the Bio-Beast soldier system, Canine level. But Black Rhino Squad had already advanced to the second stage, Wolf level. Bio-Beast soldier realm system powered by erosion rate as its core strength, divided into 6 major stages. First stage, Canine level cocoon-bound state. Characteristics: initial implantation of mist genes, black keratin layer enveloping the host's body surface, resembling a chrysalis cocoon. Abilities: threefold increase in strength and speed, pain nullification, access to the most superficial mist gene abilities. Cost: each fusion release requires consuming 2 kilograms of fresh meat to replenish energy. Skin displays fluorescent vascular patterns, pupils split into hexagonal shapes, resulting in hideous appearance. In Black Rhino Squad's eyes, this stage consisted of cannon fodder destined never to break through to the second tier. Second stage, Wolf level predator. Characteristics: exoskeleton armor can partially fracture into whip blades or bone spikes. Joints develop additional recurved limbs. Abilities: limbs can extend for attacks with maximum range of 15 meters. Dramatically enhanced dynamic vision. Limb regeneration requiring host fat consumption, accompanied by flesh hunger syndrome, necessitating regular gene serum injections. Appearance: exoskeleton can retract, appearance becomes more normal, facilitating infiltration. This stage's combat power infinitely approaches the gold level of the fighter system. Fighter realms: black iron skin tempering, silver blood and chi refinement. Gold sinew and bone forging. Gold level fighters have virtually no weaknesses, earning the title Little Superman. Black Rhino Squad stood at this very threshold. Those Special Operations Bureau trash think they can take us down with a few action teams. The tattooed man's arms bulged with writhing veins, crimson light flashing in his eyes. Today, we'll make sure none of them return. With that, he decisively ordered, take the stuff into the building. There are still plenty of ordinary employees inside. The Special Operations Bureau will be constrained by civilian concerns and won't be able to act freely. We'll wait for them to walk into our trap. Finishing his words, he violently tore open his shirt, muscles instantly covered by gray-black exoskeleton armor with menacing protrusions. The neural spines on his vertebrae writhed like parasites, his hyoid bone cracking open with crack-crack sounds, extending into sharp feeding appendages. The hunt had begun. Ding! Behind the automatic doors of the top-floor conference room, Xiao Yanlan's legs went weak, her back pressed firmly against the floor-to-ceiling windows. The icy glass penetrated through her thin blouse, chilling her to the bone. She witnessed firsthand the tattooed man's grotesque transformation, saliva dripping from the tip of his feeding appendage, hitting the carpet and corroding brown holes with hissing sounds. Monster. Her lips trembled, voice barely a whisper. Her carefully curled hair clung to her pale cheeks with cold sweat. The businesswoman who once dominated the commercial world was now reduced to nothing but primal fear. The tattooed man deliberately licked a coffee cup on the conference table with his feeding appendage, the ceramic instantly corroding into honeycomb-like holes. He grinned mockingly. Don't be afraid, madam. The scarred man leaned down, using his similar appendage to pick up her fallen high heel, his voice hoarse and vulgar. Our young master has a particular fondness for mature women. Your daughter might have to wait in line behind you. Ding. The sudden elevator chime cut through the filthy words. The tattooed man raised an eyebrow. So soon. The metal doors slid open, revealing a young and upright figure emerging from the dim elevator car. Lin Chen stood with one hand in his pocket, the other holding a delivery bag he hadn't yet set down. He looked up at the room full of snarling monsters, showing not the slightest fear. Deliveries here. Lin Chen curled his lips, revealing a row of cold white teeth. The main courses, all of you. The air seemed to freeze in that instant. The tattooed man and his subordinates didn't recognize Lin Chen, and Lin Chen had no impression of them either. But this didn't prevent today's collision. The location Xiao Yu had provided pointed to this top-floor conference room. When he saw these monsters reeking of pungent blood and radiating violent energy, he immediately confirmed he was in the right place. He swept his gaze across the empty conference table, not seeing what he wanted, and cut straight to the point. Where's the Crimson Flame Earth Dragon's genetic sample? The other side was stunned for half a beat, then burst into deliberately exaggerated, sinister laughter. So it's a dog from the Special Operations Bureau. A report came through the communicator from his subordinates. The entire building's surveillance showed only this one stranger. The tattooed man's laughter grew louder, revealing his surgically modified tongue bone, sharp and thin, writhing like a straw. Just you alone? Are you really here to die? Lin Chen stepped out of the elevator one step at a time, casually pressing the close button. The heavy metal door sealed shut behind him with a click. To deal with trash like you, I'm more than enough. At these words, harsh laughter erupted in the conference room. His subordinates doubled over with laughter, one even wiping away tears of mirth, his gaze greedily roaming over Lin Chen. Boss, this kid's got such tender skin. Can I have him first when we're done? Before the last word could fall, Lin Chen's figure vanished from where he stood. No, his speed was so fast it completely exceeded their dynamic vision. Bang! A dull impact mixed with the sound of shattering bones. The man hadn't even had time to activate his beast transformation before his ribcage caved in deeply. At the same time, a hand like an iron clamp clamped down on his skull. Wait, I haven't. Splat. A sound like an exploding watermelon erupted at the elevator entrance. Red and white matter splattered everywhere. The headless corpse convulsed and fell, the partially deployed exoskeleton at the severed neck writhing futilely like rusted machinery. Dead silence. Xiao Yinlan's eyes widened, her delicate makeup stained with blood droplets. She had thought the young man who burst in was recklessly seeking death, but the scene before her overturned all her assumptions. This seemingly gentle guy was more monster than the monsters themselves. The smile froze on the tattooed man's face, his compound eyes suddenly contracting. He finally realized the weight of the trouble. Someone who could storm the building single-handedly and kill a modified soldier with one strike. Was this a silver-rank fighter? Lin Chen casually flung the headless corpse aside, blood streaking across the carpet in vivid red lines. The attribute boost from his secondary profession breakthrough had elevated his speed, strength, and neural responses to an entirely new dimension. Roar! The death of their companion drove the four men into complete beast transformation. The nearest one's right arm stretched wildly, skin splitting into fine cracks, instantly transforming into a crimson whip covered in barbs that lashed toward Lin Chen's waist. Another's arms bent backward at the joints, bone-white blades tearing through muscle, slashing toward Lin Chen's neck with a whistling force. Clang! The metallic scraping sound was teeth-grindingly harsh as the bone blade struck true. The attacker bared a mouthful of fangs and sneered. And I thought you were so impressive? So that's how it was. But the next second, his smile froze. The bone blade didn't fall. Instead, it was caught firmly between two fingers covered in the same dark chitinous layer. The hand remained perfectly still while the sharp blade trembled between the fingertips. Lin Chen's figure, which had been standing in place, instantly blurred. In the blink of an eye, a grotesque form replaced him, three talents stacked together: steel bones, iron shirt, and protective membrane. The chitinous layer writhed like a living thing, completely obscuring his face, leaving only scorching white vapor streaming from his nose and mouth, the telltale sign of the perfected, fierce crane breathing technique, running at full throttle. The tattooed man's pupils contracted sharply. What? What kind of bioweapon is this? They couldn't recognize this form at all. Crack! Lin Chen's fingers closed, and the bone blade shattered instantly. Without giving his opponent any time to react, he grabbed the man's mutated limb and yanked him forward, driving his other fist like a cannon into his chest. Bang! Blood exploded in a spray, bone fragments scattering everywhere. The earlier sneak attack might have been dismissed as luck, but now a second-tier predator had been killed in a single frontal strike. The tattooed man's heart turned ice cold. This guy definitely wasn't a member of the special task force. His spinal neural spikes flashed red frantically as he roared. Who the hell are you? Two things answered him: the scorching white vapor rolling from Lin Chen's nostrils, and a casual remark. Don't lump me in with trash like you. The killing intent wasn't thick, but it was pure enough to suffocate. Before the words had finished echoing, Lin Chen vanished into the night. True darkness descended. Squelch. The third man's head was pressed into his chest cavity. Crack. The fourth man's recurved limb was torn off and stuffed into his own eye socket. Blood and bone fragments splattered everywhere as agonized screams filled the air. When the tattooed man finally caught sight of that dark shadow, a chitinous-covered fist had already punched through his abdomen, gripping his writhing core organ. Lin Chen leaned down, his voice low. Last chance, make it count. Where are the genetic samples? Below the company building, gunfire and flames mingled. Captain, we can't hold them. We need to retreat. 5 dark shadows moved through the building's cast shadows. Black Rhino Group predators, all second tier. Open fire. Specialized armor-piercing rounds poured down like rain, striking the exoskeletons and producing only scattered sparks. Roar. One predator lunged forward, his arm splitting into a 3-meter bone whip that instantly cut 2 team members in half at the waist. Blood splattered across the glass curtain wall, casting twisted reflections. Silver ranks, with me. Everyone else, cover the civilian evacuation. Lu Shua roared, his blood boiling as his skin took on a metallic silver sheen, the mark of a silver rank fighter. For experts of the same level charged forward shoulder to shoulder, fists and feet breaking through the air toward their enemies. The Black Rhino Group didn't dodge or evade, grinning savagely as they met the attack. Recurved joint limbs extended rapidly, sharp bone spikes piercing straight through one fighter's shoulder. Lu Shua was horrified. They were evolving as they fought. With each corpse they devoured, their exoskeletons grew more crimson and their movements more swift. Screams echoed continuously from within the building. On the surveillance feeds, surviving office workers were herded into corners like livestock, some already having their arms torn off and devoured while still alive. Damn it! Cold sweat trickled down Lu Shua's forehead. Though the new era had been arrogant before, they'd never publicly massacred civilians. Breaking that rule would bring down the entire fighting world, martial arts associations, and special task bureaus upon them. But tonight, these madmen clearly intended to turn the entire building into a slaughterhouse. Team leader. Squad B is wiped out. Squad C requesting backup. The communication cut off abruptly. Lu Shua watched the rising casualties in anguish before finally giving the order, retreat. We can't save everyone. But before the signal could be sent, 3 more figures emerged from the darkness. Same exoskeletons, same crimson neural spikes, but with an additional golden, sinister pattern on their chests. More terrifying still, one of them was carrying half a bloody corpse. Sniper the Special Task Bureau had positioned nearby. Lu Shua's voice trembled with rage. Are you declaring war on the entire fighting world? The lead predator grinned, his tube-like mouthparts extending and retracting as he let out a muffled chuckle. Declaring war? No, he tilted his head, letting fresh blood drip to the ground. This is called purification. On top of the building, system notifications flashed before Lin Chen's eyes one after another. Your professional skill fierce crane sky rending style experience 87. Your profession silver tier fighter experience 400. Killed beast soldier. Gained free attribute points 6.0. A full 400 experience points. If he relied on daily training, it would take at least several days to accumulate this much, yet killing took less than half an hour. Lin Chen clenched his fists, knuckles cracking audibly as the motion traveled from his wrist bones up through his humerus, muscle fibers rippling beneath his skin like swimming dragons, every inch of bone feeling as if it had been reforged. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie at his feet crackled to life with a harsh command. The special operations team has been surrounded by us. Complete the full cleanup within 10 minutes. Get down here and help. Lin Chen's pupils contracted. He had originally thought this was just a small-scale conflict, but he never expected New Era to dare openly hunt down the Special Operations Bureau. This had crossed the line of ordinary underground forces. They were clearly intent on igniting a war. Are they insane? He muttered under his breath, crushing the walkie-talkie's plastic shell under his foot, sending fragments scattering. Then he pulled up his attribute panel. Breakthrough. Silver Fighter, Tier 1, Tier 2. Strength, 24.8, 27.8. Agility, 24.7, 27.7. Constitution, 25.1, 28.7. Strength, 3.0. Agility, 3.0. Constitution, 3.0. The crisp system notification echoed in his mind as the second-tier bottleneck shattered completely. Deep within Lin Chen's consciousness, 6 brilliant skill orbs rotated slowly, each emanating heart-stopping energy fluctuations. The first was interwoven with afterimages like countless blades, the second rumbled with thunder-like vibrations, the third was wrapped in spiraling air currents. Each one represented the essential mastery of a silver fighter. During his last breakthrough, he had drawn Iron Shirt, which combined with his Steel Bones talent to create an almost impenetrable defensive system. Now, 6 even more ferocious new techniques lay before him, but time was rapidly slipping away, just as Lin Chen was about to reach out and make his selection. Breakthrough. Silver Fighter, Tier 2, Tier 3. Strength, 27.8, 31.8. Agility, 27.7, 31.7. Constitution, 28.7, 32.7. Strength 4.0, Agility 4.0, Constitution 4.0. Experience surged like a bursting dam, sweeping past the second tier and charging directly to the peak of the third. Lin Chen looked down at his palms, silver light faintly flickering beneath his skin as muscle fibers reorganized like living things and bone density rapidly increased. His hearing had become so acute, he could catch the rapid breathing of Special Operations Team members 30 meters below. Having leaped 2 minor realms consecutively, the system allowed him to select 2 skills from the 6 new options, promising an exponential explosion in combat power. The experience from these beast soldiers had proven far richer than he had imagined. Lin Chen licked his slightly dry lips, his gaze sweeping over the slowly decomposing monster corpse at his feet. New Era probably never dreamed this would happen. The killing weapons they had carefully cultivated had instead become the perfect nourishment for his breakthrough. The moment Lin Chen's consciousness touched the first skill, a torrent of information crashed into his mind. 1. Shadow Step. Afterimage active during short-distance explosive sprints. Movement trajectory leaves a visual afterimage at the original position lasting 0.5 seconds, capable of disrupting enemy dynamic visual tracking. 2. Mountain Crushing Force special when fists or feet land. 30 of impact force converts into penetrating shock waves, bypassing external armor to directly damage internal structures. 3. Steel Bristle Breathing passive modified breathing forms a high-pressure airflow barrier in the lungs, briefly resisting environmental damage from toxic fog, corrosive liquids, and similar hazards. 4. Reverse Bloodlock special at the instant of being pierced by a blade, precise muscle control clamps the weapon, using the enemy's withdrawal force to complete a counter-thrust. 5. 100 Bones Resonance passive through bone conduction vibration. Senses biological movement within 20 meters, maintaining combat advantage in darkness or smoke. 6. Crimson Fury active converts accumulated metabolic waste in the body into explosive energy, boosting muscle output by 50 for 3 seconds. Which one should I choose? Lin Chen's pupils gleamed with excitement. With the ability to select 2 skills at once, the dilemma felt much more manageable. Shadow Step and Steel Bristle Breathing leaned more towards support, while the current situation demanded destruction and lethality. After a moment's hesitation, 4 offensive-defensive skills surfaced in his mind: Mountain Crushing Force, Reverse Bloodlock, 100 Bones Resonance, and Crimson Fury. Finally, his gaze settled on Mountain Crushing Force and Crimson Fury. A flash of crimson swept through the depths of Lin Chen's pupils as his blood and chi boiled like molten lava. When both skills activated simultaneously, crack, 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 his bones erupted in a chain of explosive sounds. His originally robust muscles contracted and condensed at a visibly rapid pace, his shoulders narrowing by a third, his waist and abdomen becoming more streamlined. His entire form seemed reforged. Under magnification, each muscle fiber could be seen tightly coiled like tempered steel wire. Interesting. He clenched his fist. The air exploded with sharp, crackling sounds. Though his frame had shrunk by a size, his muscle density had increased several-fold. Just lightly flexing his fingers sent piercing air bursts shooting through the gaps. The more dramatic changes occurred in his meridians. His blood and chi circulation patterns were reconstructed, forming countless microscopic vortexes. Under Crimson Fury's drive, these vortexes spun at high speed, transforming metabolic waste into violent energy. His explosive power instantly surged at least 3-fold. Pretty good. Don't need to be too bulky. Just enough power will do. After all, I'm not into bodybuilding. Looking down at his increasingly perfect physique, he exhaled softly. He craved strength, but didn't want to become a muscle monster. This was exactly what he had in mind. The remaining 6.0 free attribute points all into Spirit again. Spirit, 27.333.3. The moment the attributes were infused, the fog in his mind completely cleared, and the world suddenly became crystal clear. The movement patterns of the beast soldiers below, the rapid heartbeats of the Special Forces members, even the falling arcs of dust particles in the air, all were perfectly visible. An invisible sense of control emerged, and Lin Chen's lips curved into a dangerous smile. The me from 3 minutes ago. He stared at his fist, murmuring to himself, I could take on 10 of him now. Boom. An explosion suddenly erupted from downstairs, interrupting his thoughts. Through his enhanced perception, he saw a Special Forces member pinned to the wall by a beast soldier's bone spike, blood gushing from his abdomen. However, in Lin Chen's eyes, all these dangerous beast soldiers were nothing but experience points. Downstairs, the battle had spiraled completely out of control. Lu Shua's Special Operations team had expected this to be a routine sweep, but when the shooting started, they realized how catastrophically wrong they were. These Phase 2 biosoldiers couldn't be taken down with conventional firepower. Lu Shua roared retreat orders, but it was too late. 3 biosoldiers lurking in the shadows had flanked them, cutting off their only escape route. Bone blades sliced through the air, whip-like appendages cracked, and curved claws shrieked as they carved through space. The team's bulletproof vests tore like paper under a knife. In just over 10 minutes, 7 or 8 bodies lay scattered across the ground, blood seeping into the gray-white tiles outside the building. Lu Shua's left arm was pierced by a bone spike, blood dripping steadily through his tactical gloves. Gritting his teeth, he snapped off the protruding tip and pressed himself against the rubble, his face deathly pale. 4 silver-level fighters, crushed without any chance to fight back by a few Phase 2, Wolf class, bio-soldiers weren't getting out of this. On the 30th floor corridor, beside the shattered floor-to-ceiling windows, Lin Chen looked down at the chaos below. A superhero-style leap of faith from 30 meters up would certainly make for a spectacular rescue scene. He considered the height and quietly dismissed the thought. Never mind, taking the elevator makes more sense. As he turned to leave, a trembling female voice called out behind him. Please wait. Lin Chen turned back to see Xiao Yanlan leaning against the wall, barely standing. Her female secretary had collapsed nearby, while the usually commanding Xiao remained pale but composed. She had just witnessed Lin Chen tear apart creatures that seemed like nightmares to her with casual ease. Even more shocking was how this young man had restrained his presence after the fight, appearing like any mild-mannered college student next door. Who are you? What were those things? She took a deep breath, her voice still shaking. Lin Chen considered for a moment, then replied lazily. Special ops. As for those things, theory not human anymore, anyway. Xiao Yanlan wanted to step forward and thank him, but her legs gave way and she nearly fell. The next second, a warm, strong arm caught her. The emergency exit is over there. Lin Chen nodded toward it. Get out of here quickly. You don't want to die in this place, do you? With that, he headed toward the elevator. Passing the company logo wall, he caught sight of the gold lettering Tianjin Biological Pharmaceutical Research Center. A biopharmaceutical company? No wonder New Era targeted them. He muttered, raising an eyebrow. The elevator doors slowly closed, swallowing Lin Chen's figure behind the metal. Xiao Yanlan finally collapsed to the floor, drained. Her shirt, already soaked with cold sweat, clung to her body, her striking curves unnoticed in the moment. Ring ring ring, her phone suddenly rang, startling her. Seeing Xiao Rou on the screen, she managed to steady her emotions and answered with trembling fingers. Mom, where are you? Are you done with work yet? Ever since her husband's death, she had been barely holding it together these past few years. Hearing her daughter's voice, Xiao Yanlan suddenly covered her mouth as tears finally burst forth like a broken dam. First floor. The elevator doors slowly opened, and a wave of acrid, burnt smell mixed with thick, metallic blood scent rushed in. Lin Chen squinted slightly, letting his eyes adjust to the dim light before surveying his surroundings. The first floor lobby was completely unrecognizable. Load-bearing columns were snapped in half. The ceiling had collapsed, leaving gaping holes with exposed steel beams, and thick cables hung down to the ground, occasionally sparking with crackling electricity. Oddly enough, the elevator behind him was still functioning perfectly. He silently marveled at his luck today. Hey, catch! A dark figure suddenly darted out from behind the rubble, raising his hand to toss a metal briefcase. The case landed heavily in Lin Chen's palm, the impact making his arm tremble slightly. Black Rhino Team 1 has already trapped those small fries from the Special Operations Group. We can finish them off in 5 minutes at most, the figure said in a hoarse but commanding voice. You take the samples back to base first. Leave this to us. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. His mission was precisely to retrieve the stolen genetic samples, and here someone was delivering them right to his doorstep. What a good Samaritan. He chuckled inwardly and casually opened the briefcase. Inside the shock-absorbing foam lay 3 sealed test tubes. The one in the center was crimson like molten lava, with what appeared to be flames dancing within the solution, the crimson flame Earth Dragon genetic sample. On either side, one tube glowed with an eerie purple light, while the other was shrouded in icy blue mist, with strange crystals forming on the tube walls. Lin Chen drew in a sharp breath. It seemed there were bonus prizes, likely belonging to other mist creatures. What are you doing? The man who had delivered the case finally sensed something was wrong. In the dim light, he could now clearly see Lin Chen's face, definitely not one of their own. Who are you? Hand over that case. Before he finished speaking, he was already on full alert. His skin rapidly became keratinized, and bone spikes burst through his shirt from his spine, standing upright like inverted bone blades. Snap! Lin Chen closed the briefcase and raised an eyebrow. My stuff. Why should I give it to you? You're asking for death. The man roared, his right arm instantly mutating into a 3-meter-long bone whip that lashed out with a piercing whistle. Boom. Lin Chen struck first despite moving second. His punch condensed with mountain-crushing force, shattering the bone whip completely. The remaining momentum of his fist drove straight through the man's chest. The beast soldier looked down in bewilderment at the massive hole blown through his chest, his exoskeleton crumbling like shattered glass. What the hell? His voice faded to barely a whisper before he collapsed straight down. Weak, too weak. Lin Chen shook his head. The man was slightly stronger than those upstairs, but after his breakthrough, crushing such opponents was like cutting vegetables. He flicked the blood droplets off his fist, picked up the briefcase, and headed toward the exit. Fighting sounds could still be heard in the distance. The Special Operations Group was clearly struggling, though the noise was gradually weakening. He estimated that if he had been 5 minutes later, that group probably wouldn't have held out. Your profession, silver level fighter. Experience 100. Creature killed, beast soldier. Free attribute points 2.0. Mental power 33.335.3. I'm in a hurry, so I won't play with you guys. Lin Chen stepped out of the building, carrying the briefcase. The street had long since become ruins, filled with smoke and dust. Shattered concrete blocks and twisted metal debris littered the ground everywhere, while explosions and screams echoed endlessly. He had barely taken a few steps when weak but furious cursing came from ahead. You bastards! Even if I die here today, I'll never let you go, not even as a ghost. Lin Chen looked up to see Lu Xuan kneeling on the ground, covered in blood, with several team members beside him whose fate was unclear. 7 beast soldiers surrounded them in a semicircle, their faces twisted with cruel amusement. One of them sneered, "A ghost? With your pathetic skills, you'd just be a useless ghost, even in death." The other two seemed intent on toying with Lu Xuan, but the lead beast soldier cut them off with a cold voice. "Stop playing around. Make it quick." Lu Xuan gritted his teeth and struggled to straighten up against the wall, his chest heaving violently. The last trace of defiance in his eyes flickered like a flame in the wind. "Come on then. Even if I die, I'm taking one of you bastards with me." Just as he braced himself for a desperate final stand, a calm male voice drifted from behind the rubble. "All right, backup's here. You don't have to die." Lu Xuan froze and whipped his head around. Through the broken concrete slabs, Lin Chen stood casually in the distance, one hand in his pocket, the other carrying a worn but clean metal case. "Lin Chen." Lu Xuan stared for a moment. Then his face lit up with joy. "Backup's here. Haha, there's always a way out. Where are the others?" Lin Chen shrugged. "Just me." Hope deflated like a punctured balloon. Lu Xua's face turned ashen again as he cursed under his breath. "Damn it. Are you insane? Get out of here and call for reinforcements." The beast soldiers nearby first swept the area warily, confirming there was no ambush before their laughter turned mocking. "That's it. The Special Operations Bureau's backup." One beast soldier bared his razor-sharp teeth in a sneering grin. "Looks like someone's eager to die faster." The mockery didn't last long. The lead beast soldier's pupils suddenly contracted as he fixed his gaze on the case in Lin Chen's hand. "Wait, the genetic samples. How did they end up in your hands?" The other beast soldiers' expressions instantly froze, their eyes all focusing on the black combination lock in Lin Chen's fingers. Lin Chen hefted the case with casual indifference. "Found it on the road." He opened the glowing lid, revealing 3 pale blue vials lying quietly inside, swaying gently with his movement. "Sorry, but they're mine now. You're dead." The lead beast soldier roared as chitinous exoskeleton erupted from his neck and spread outward, his spine bulging segment by segment into sharp bone spikes. "Where's that useless old Sue? Get those samples back." The remaining beast soldiers sent debris flying as they lunged toward Lin Chen. Lu Xuan closed his eyes in despair. "We're finished." Boom. A crimson shockwave exploded outward, sending rubble and dust swirling backward. Lin Chen's figure blurred through the air, and in the next second, he was standing behind the beast soldier who had charged ahead. Crack. Blood mist suddenly bloomed as the wolf-class beast soldier's head shattered like a watermelon struck by a sledgehammer, his body toppling straight down. "Sorry." Lin Chen flicked the blood droplets from his fingertips, his gaze ice-cold. "I didn't catch that. What did you say you wanted to take?" A system notification appeared in the depths of his vision. "Your profession silver-class fighter gains 100 experience. Beast soldier eliminated, 2.0 free attribute points gained. Mental, 35.337.3. The shattered skull clanged hollowly against the rebar, and the battlefield fell into deathly silence. Lu Xua's pupils dilated sharply, his gaping mouth nearly forgetting to close. The wolf-class beast soldier who had been so arrogant moments before was now just a headless corpse, while Lin Chen had appeared 3 meters away, as if by teleportation. In the dim light, the chitinous armor covering his entire body reflected a cold metallic gleam. This form looked nothing like the common bio-beast soldier technology of the new era, but rather some unknown combat state. The remaining 6 beast soldiers stood frozen in place. Their earlier mockery stuck on their faces. They understood their comrade's strength better than Lu Xuan did. That was a second-tier Tiger-class predator, and it didn't even have a chance to react. "The case is in his hands?" One of the beast soldiers' voice trembled. "Does this mean old Sue is dead?" The 6 beast soldiers exchanged glances, reaching a consensus with just a looks around and kill. The leader suddenly roared skyward, thick bone spikes bursting through his skin with crackling sounds as he prepared to strike. Lin Chen's eyes sharpened, excitement nearly spilling from his pupils. Experience points. Come to me. Crimson Fury, activated instantly, red patterns crawling up his skin along his blood vessels. His right arm muscles bulged as the shockwave of mountain-crushing force quietly gathered at his fist. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next second, all six figures suddenly retreated, scattering like exploding fireworks in six different directions. Damn it! Lin Chen was stunned for half a second, then cursed furiously. They ran faster than rabbits. He never expected that the earth-shaking roar was just a bluff. By the time he came to his senses, they had already scattered and fled over 100 meters away. Boom. The ground exploded beneath his feet as he shot out like a cannonball, targeting the nearest one. Enhanced by Crimson Fury, his steel-like fist pierced through the beast soldier's back and out the front. Creature eliminated, beast soldier. Class, Silver Rank Fighter, Experience 100. Free attribute points 2. Without hesitation, Lin Chen dumped all 6 free attribute points he'd just gained into the hardest to improve mental attribute mental. 37.339.3. But the other 5 beast soldiers had already vanished without a trace through the gaps between ruins and buildings. Damn it, the duck that was in my hands just flew away. He shook the blood off his fist, his face dark as he returned to the ruins. The chitinous armor receded like a tide, revealing his originally handsome features. Lu Shua remained in his previous half-crouched position, frozen like a statue, his eyes filled with disbelief. Those monsters that had routed the special task force had actually been scared into fleeing by Lin Chen alone. You? Lu Shua's Adam's apple bobbed, but he could only squeeze out one syllable. I got the genetic samples back. Lin Chen waved the metal case in his hand, cutting off his stammering directly. What are the casualties? Only then did Lu Shua snap back to reality. Looking around at the special task force members lying scattered everywhere, his voice was hoarse. 6 dead, 4 severely injured. This operation deployed 4 silver rank fighters, but besides me still standing, of the other 3, 2 are dead and 1 injured. The brutal reality of the Special Task Bureau lay before them. Not everyone was as abnormally powerful as Lin Chen. Thinking of this, Lu Shua's expression became even more complex. He remembered how he'd previously considered Lin Chen a romantic rival and had even secretly contemplated sparring scenarios. His heart instantly filled with 10,000 galloping horses that would have been like tap dancing in front of the King of Hell. Lin Chen stood in the center of the ruins, a stifling frustration building in his chest as his fists clenched silently. He glanced down at his attribute panel. The experience bar had indeed risen a notch, but was still frustratingly far from the threshold of gold rank fighter. What a huge loss. He cursed under his breath. If those 6 beast soldiers hadn't escaped, his experience would be at least halfway there. Once he broke through to gold rank, the class evolution would be a qualitative leap. With the opportunity slipping away like this, his regret was so intense he wanted to travel back a few minutes and slap himself. Should have pretended to be weak, lured them closer, then harvested them all. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed his emotions. Forget it. Let me report to Xiao Yu first. Half an hour later, sirens tore through the night, sharp and urgent. Xiao Yu led the reinforcement troops to the scene, searchlights and gun barrels crisscrossing as they entered the devastated battlefield. The ground covered in rubble and bloodstains was shocking to behold. Her delicate face instantly paled. Lin Chen. She hurried over, her gaze sweeping across both men before finally settling on Lin Chen. Lowering her voice, she asked, "Are you two all right?" Lu Shua had lost too much blood by now, his face as pale as waterlogged paper, his lips even tinged with a bluish-purple hue. Yet he still forced himself to stay upright, giving Xiao Yu a brief report of what had happened. Halfway through his account, his legs gave out and he pitched forward, only to be caught by medical personnel who rushed over and lifted him onto a stretcher. Even as the stretcher was being raised, the team leader stubbornly raised his trembling hand, pointing at Lin Chen with a finger that shook as he forced out words in a voice so hoarse it was nearly broken. He, alone, drove back 7 of them. Before the last word could fully escape his lips, he had completely lost consciousness. Shock flickered in Xiao Yu's eyes as she whipped around to stare at Lin Chen. "You alone. Just got lucky." Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, his tone so casual it was as if he'd just finished some trivial task. His mind was entirely occupied with thoughts of all that experience points that had flown away, leaving him with no interest whatsoever in claiming credit. Xiao Yu suppressed her amazement, took a deep breath, and spoke with a note of apology in her voice. "I'm sorry. Our Special Operations Bureau's intelligence was flawed this time." As she spoke, she unconsciously bit her bright red lips. "Don't worry, I'll make sure you're compensated." Her expression quickly turned grave. "We underestimated them. New Era didn't just attack here. The Martial Arts Association, biological research institutes, even several institutions cooperating with the military were all hit simultaneously. They deployed at least 30 second-tier Wolf-class beast soldiers and made off with most of SH City's new genetic samples." Lin Chen's brow furrowed. "That brazen? Aren't they afraid of being hunted down afterward?" "That's exactly what makes it so unsettling." Xiao Yu shook her head, meeting Lin Chen's gaze as they both arrived at the same possibility. Unless, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, they're planning to disappear completely after this raid? Once these people went underground, his original plan to rapidly boost his strength by farming experience would be cut short, and the thought made him even more frustrated. However, he still had questions. Why had the enemy only deployed second-tier beast soldiers? The battlefield lay in ruins, sparks dancing amid the pervasive smell of charred flesh. Lin Chen looked down at the corpses of the beast soldiers he'd slain, watching as their dark gray skin cracked apart, and their flesh rapidly dissolved into foul-smelling viscous fluid. If the 60-year biological beast soldier system was truly as the intelligence suggested, the enemy could have easily deployed higher-tier forces. Seeming to sense his confusion, Xiaoyu lowered her voice. The higher-ups in these organizations have always valued their own lives above all else. She gestured toward the hazy outline of a distant base. The 6 tiers of biological beast soldiers: hound, wolf, tiger, elephant, ghost, dragon. Each tier represents a qualitative transformation. When she mentioned tiger class, her tone grew noticeably heavier. 3rd tier tiger class equals a gold-level fighter and represents a metamorphosis of life itself. She made a slashing gesture. So those puppet masters would rather sacrifice hundreds or thousands of low-tier cannon fodder than expose their high-tier combat forces. 1st and 2nd tier beast soldiers are nothing more than expendable scouts to them. Lin Chen's heart sank, his brief moment of victory feeling as though it had been doused with cold water. Xiaoyu suddenly added, 3rd tier tiger class beast soldiers can single-handedly eliminate class mist creatures. She looked at Lin Chen meaningfully. The reason District 7 fell last month was because a tiger class beast soldier broke through the defenses and killed the gold-level fighter stationed there on the spot. Lin Chen's breath caught that powerful? You have to understand, once Chuhi breaks through to gold-level fighter, he'll be qualified to become a chief instructor. Platinum and diamond-level fighters are already considered masters of their craft, while tiger level is merely the 3rd stage of bio-beast soldiers. If what attacked today hadn't been these 2nd-tier wolf-level creatures, but rather a 3rd-tier tiger-level beast, would he have been able to hold his ground? Lin Chen's mind immediately answered no, then just as quickly rejected that rejectiono. He simply needed more time. As his thoughts churned, Xiaoyu's gaze fell on the metal case in his hands. Lin Chen lifted one corner of the lid, and dark red fluorescent light seeped out from 3 gene sample vials, casting both their faces in a faint crimson glow. You actually got the samples back? Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow, surprise evident in her tone. Yeah, they delivered them personally, Lin Chen replied flatly. Xiaoyu stared for a few seconds, then suddenly chuckled softly. They were meant for you anyway. Returning them to their rightful owner saves everyone a lot of trouble. That single comment completely dispelled any thoughts Lin Chen had of turning them in. Beyond the Crimson Earth Flame Dragon sample, those 2 rare serums were equally valuable finds. This mission hadn't just recovered the gene sample, but also gained substantial professional experience and seen his attribute points rise significantly. As for cleanup, that was the Special Operations Bureau's job. He couldn't be bothered with all that paperwork. The moment Lin Chen left, alarms were still wailing throughout the building. As Xiaoyu directed her team members to evacuate civilians, she suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure in the crowd. Sis! Her pupils contracted sharply as she rushed over in 3 quick strides. Xiao Yanlan was leaning against the wall, moving with difficulty. Hearing the voice, she looked up, and joy spread across her pale face. Xiaoyu? What are you doing here? Xiaoyu grabbed her wrist, her fingers unconsciously tightening. Are you hurt? She quickly scanned her sister's body and only relaxed slightly after confirming there were no visible injuries. I'm fine. Xiao Yanlan managed a weak smile, sweat plastering loose strands of hair to her forehead. Just a bit dizzy. What are you doing in this building? Weren't you supposed to be at the financial center? As soon as the words left her mouth, Xiaoyu's voice involuntarily rose. Isn't your company in the downtown financial district? Xiao Yanlan smiled bitterly. The company hasn't been doing well these past 2 years. We moved here 6 months ago. The rent is 2/3 cheaper. I meant to tell you, but you've been so busy, and there was never a good time. The sisters indeed hadn't seen each other in months. This place is too dangerous. I'll have someone escort you home first. Xiaoyu raised her hand to call over a team member, but her sister grabbed it. Wait, Xiaoyu, I need to ask you something. Xiao Yanlan's face grew even paler. I just saw monsters. Her voice trembled. Those things, they weren't human at all. Xiaoyu's movements stiffened as she slowly turned back to meet the lingering fear in her sister's eyes, her heart sinking. Her sister had, by sheer coincidence, moved into this building and witnessed the bio-beast soldiers firsthand. Nearly lost her life. Sis, let me explain. Just as Xiaoyu was about to speak, she saw Xiao Yanlan suddenly grab her arm. Don't tell Xiao Ro. Xiao Yanlan's eyes suddenly became unfocused. She's still young. She can't. Before she could finish her words, her body suddenly collapsed softly. Sister! Xiaoyu cried out, stepping forward and catching Xiao Yanlan, who had nearly lost consciousness. Her arms trembled slightly from the effort, yet she held her sister firmly. The chaotic scene was filled with the crackling of communicators, the harsh scraping of stretcher wheels against the ground, and medical personnel running in all directions. Xiao Yu suppressed the panic in her heart and shouted loudly, "Medical team! Someone come quickly!" Her voice cut through the cacophony with sharp clarity, drawing several gazes. As she bent down to check Xiao Yinlan's pulse, a terrifying thought flashed through her mind. If the New Era people discovered her sister's abnormality, would they turn their attention to them? Xiao Yu gritted her teeth, not daring to think further. At midnight, Lin Chen finally returned to his apartment. The moment he closed the alloy blast door, he pressed his back against it and let out a long, weary breath, then collapsed into the sofa as if all his strength had been drained. Exhaustion flooded over him like a tide. He closed his eyes to rest for a moment before dragging his heavy steps into the bathroom. Cold water cascaded from above, washing away the smell of blood and sweat from battle, forcibly stripping away the sticky aftermath of combat. After changing into loose loungewear, he walked back to the living room while casually toweling his damp short hair. His gaze fell once again on the gray-silver metal case on the coffee table. Lin Chen took a deep breath and gently opened the clasps. Under the soft lighting, 3 gene serums of different colors emanated an eerie glow: crimson red, deep blue, and dark purple, like warning lights concealing danger. His fingertip traced across the case lid, finally stopping on the crimson serum in the center, the gene sample of the scorched earth flame dragon. Flames seemed to surge within the test tube. Lin Chen carefully lifted it out, feeling the faintly restless energy within. He murmured softly, "Class mist creature. Just how powerful could it be?" As soon as the thought arose, a translucent system panel suddenly appeared. Talent skill, Monster Codex activated. Class mist creature, scorched earth flame dragon. Collection progress, 30. Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply. He had requested these gene samples to study the genetic characteristics of mist creatures, hoping to develop tactics against beast soldiers in advance. He never expected the system could directly catalog them, advancing progress with just samples. 30. Meaning he didn't need to personally kill the scorched earth flame dragon. Just collecting enough gene samples could unlock the corresponding monster skills. His chest pounded like drums. He quickly picked up the second blue serum. The system panel flickered again. Class mist creature, frostbone giant python. Collection progress, 28. Lin Chen sucked in a sharp breath. Another class. He looked up at the final dark purple serum, his fingertips trembling involuntarily, yet still lifted it out. The system notification was even more shocking than before. A class mist creature, thunder prison sky owl. Collection progress, 10. His breathing nearly stopped. A class mist creatures. The Federation classified them as terrifying existences equivalent to platinum-level fighters. When the mist first descended, humanity's unpreparedness led to several cities being destroyed by such creatures, tragedies that remain red warnings in military textbooks to this day. In a single night, tens of thousands of residents became monster fodder. Now, the sample was in his hands, and the system had already recorded it. This time, he had truly struck gold. However, Lin Chen quickly regained his composure. After all, what he had obtained were merely cold vials of genetic samples, and the absorbed dosage was far from sufficient. The Crimson Flame Dragon and another grade genetic sample combined could only unlock less than half of the corresponding genetic locks. That priceless grade, Thunder Prison Sky Owl, was even more ridiculous, advancing only 1/10 of the progress. To truly master the abilities of these mist creatures, he would need dozens or even hundreds of times more samples. Lin Chen stroked his chin, rapidly weighing his options. In the past, obtaining genetic samples from high-tier mist creatures was nearly impossible. But now the situation had changed. Almost all samples in SH City were monopolized by New Era, stored in a single warehouse. The problem was, he neither knew the coordinates of their headquarters nor could ignore the fact that such places were undoubtedly guarded by Tiger class or even higher tier beast soldiers. Rushing in recklessly would be suicide. I still need to build up my strength first. He sighed softly. More realistically, the God of Combat tournament would begin in less than 10 days, and he had to focus his main energy on preparation. There was no need to rush, though. After New Era's failed operation, the Special Affairs Bureau and other factions would never let it slide. When chaos erupted, he could easily fish in troubled waters and extract more experimental materials from those forces. The next morning, 6:30 a.m., Lin Chen stepped into the White Crane Martial Arts Training Facility right on time. Morning light poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow on the wooden floors of the dojo, while the air carried a faint scent of pine. He changed into his training clothes and immediately threw himself into his daily routine: basic boxing techniques, footwork, breathing methods, each move executed like precisely programmed actions. Real combat training really does yield the fastest progress. Your professional skill: fierce crane breathing technique, experience 28. Your profession: silver grade fighter, experience 22. After several hours of high-intensity training, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. He planned to rest briefly at noon, then spend the afternoon as Sun Ying's sparring partner. But just before leaving, a sudden thought made him stop in his tracks. If sparring with one person could gain experience, wouldn't training with multiple people simultaneously make leveling up as fast as riding a rocket? With this hypothesis in mind, he headed straight to the Class B training area and immediately spotted Zhao Xiaodao practicing basic punches. Xiaodao, come spar with me. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he had already grabbed the lanky student and placed him on the training mat. Huh? Senior Lin? Me? Spar with you? Zhao Xiaodao hadn't even processed what was happening before being pulled into the sparring circle. The next half hour became a hellish experience for Zhao Xiaodao. Lin Chen deliberately slowed his pace, so his opponent could barely keep up, but every throw and joint lock left him dizzy and disoriented. Dozens of throwing techniques and submission holds took turns, leaving Zhao Xiaodao battered and confused until he finally collapsed on the ground like a rag doll, his voice hoarse as he wailed. I can't take it anymore. Senior Lin, I really can't. Lin Chen frowned, his gaze falling on the interface panel where his sparring profession's experience bar hadn't budged an inch. Disappointment was written across his face. Apparently, only specific targets could trigger experience gains. That made sense. This profession had only been activated through Sun Ying's storyline quest. If shortcuts really worked, he could livestream aerobics and have 100,000 people follow along for instant profession maxing. After a moment's thought, he casually pulled out 200 yuan bills from his wallet and tossed them onto Zhao Xiaodao's chest. Thanks for the hard work. Go buy some supplements. Several students happened to pass by and saw Zhao Xiaodao sprawled on the ground like mush alongside the fluttering bills. They stood stunned, their expressions gradually becoming increasingly strange. So, senior brother Lin has that kind of taste? 200 yuan? Isn't that price a bit too low? Is that really the point here? The point is that Zhao Xiaodao actually. These fragmented exclamations spread among the trainees like ripples from a stone dropped in water, quickly evolving into several different versions. Version 1. Zhao Xiaodao got thoroughly worked over by senior brother Lin, but Lin still had some conscience left and gave him 200 yuan for medical expenses. Version 2. Zhao Xiaodao got worked pretty hard, but only received 200 yuan in compensation. Version 3. The most shocking rumor: Zhao Xiaodao got used by senior brother Lin for free and didn't even get any money out of it. The rumors grew more outrageous with each telling, but the conclusion was unanimously agreed upon. From that moment on, Zhao Xiaodao earned himself a new nickname, 200 Guy. At 1 p.m. sharp, Lin Chen pushed open the gate to Zhuge Xiong's small courtyard. Sun Ying had already changed into her training clothes and was stretching in the yard. When she heard the gate creak open, she immediately turned around, beads of sweat from her warm-up glistening on her forehead in the sunlight. Her eyes held both nervousness and anticipation. Let's begin. Lin Chen glanced at his watch and spoke calmly. Ever since the incident with Sun Ying's training enthusiasm had skyrocketed. Whenever he stood on the sidelines, this girl acted like she was on steroids. She never delayed her training schedule and even voluntarily added extra sessions. A simple, not bad, you're improving from Lin Chen would instantly unleash new reserves of energy in her. Even during rest periods, she pondered the key points of movements, as if binge-watching training videos like a TV series. Today we'll do basic reaction training. Lin Chen tossed her a pair of specially designed gloves. Remember, it's not about being as fast as possible. It's about making the right response at the right time. Sun Ying answered eagerly, her eyes sparkling. I watched the tutorial video you gave me 10 times last night. Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. A 2-hour video watched 10 times? This was truly hardcore dedication. After 2 hours of intense training, Sun Ying's practice clothes were completely soaked with sweat. She collapsed on the ground, gasping for air, her arm muscles trembling like leaves. Experience points kept flashing on his interface. Your professional combat training partner experience 16. Your professional combat training partner experience 19. Lin Chen crouched down and asked, can your body still handle this? No problem. Sun Ying gritted her teeth and tried to stand, but her wobbly legs made her sit back down. I can still. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly and handed her a towel and water bottle. That's enough for today. Looking around the empty courtyard, he finally asked, Elder Zhuge didn't come today? Sun Ying shook her head, clearly unaware of the situation. Seeing this, Lin Chen didn't press further and packed up the training equipment. Rest well, see you tomorrow. As he left, Sun Ying watched his retreating figure and couldn't help biting her lip. Both of them had tacitly avoided mentioning the Sun Yin group chat incident. Though Lin Chen seemed completely unbothered, she secretly clenched her fists. She absolutely couldn't let him down again. Leaving the courtyard, Lin Chen walked along the path toward the pharmacy. Suddenly, his interface showed more experience gains. Your professional combat training partner experience 14. Your professional combat training partner experience 11. This girl is secretly doing extra training again. He chuckled and shook his head, but also calculated silently. At this rate, before the fighting tournament preliminaries, his combat training partner profession would likely achieve its second breakthrough, boosting his attributes once more. In that case, training must train her ruthlessly. As early as yesterday, Lin Chen had made an appointment with old Zhou to learn 2 new techniques from the void-splitting style. So right after finishing his sparring session with Sun Ying, he headed straight to the pharmacy. As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw Deacon Zhou's face dark as thunder, his old flip phone creaking under the pressure of his grip, looking like it might shatter at any moment. The other end of the line was filled with static and heated arguments. Bullshit. When I was slaying a rank mist creatures, you guys were still playing in the mud. What's Zhuge compared to that? If it weren't for that bone-corroding thorn stuck in my meridians, when would it ever be his turn to steal the spotlight? Listening to Deacon Zhou's furious rant, Lin Chen could roughly guess what was happening. Zhuge wasn't at the academy today, probably because there was some major operation within the martial academy, involving even elder-level figures, most likely related to the new era. There was obviously a reason why Deacon Zhou wasn't assigned to participate. The old injuries from his deep ventures into the mist and battles with rank creatures had prevented him from breaking through to diamond rank. Otherwise, he and Zhuge wouldn't be in the situation where one was an elder and the other still just a deacon. Old Zhou caught sight of Lin Chen's arrival and angrily hung up the call, cursing, "You little brat. What took you so long? Waiting for you. My hemorrhoids are about to flare up again." Lin Chen wisely kept his mouth shut to avoid becoming a punching bag. "All right, follow me." Old Zhou was hot-tempered and didn't waste words, getting up immediately. The two walked along the stone path behind the mountain, the slope getting steeper and steeper. After about half an hour, they reached their destination. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Lin Chen would never have believed that behind the training base lay such a vast wilderness, lush with vegetation like a deep mountain forest. "Old Zhou, how exactly do we start?" Lin Chen asked. Deacon Zhou suddenly turned around, a mischievous cold light flashing in his eyes. "Ever heard of violent ape courtship?" Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lin Chen felt his collar tighten as he was hurled into the air. Wind howled past his ears as he quickly twisted his waist to adjust, barely managing to land in a crouch, only to step into something sticky and gooey. In the morning light, the stuff was still steaming ape dung. "Damn it," Lin Chen cursed. 30 meters away, Deacon Zhou crouched on a treetop, his laughter drifting over. "Welcome to the Back Mountain VIP training ground. These little darlings eat bananas mixed with magnetite, or, so even their shit is magnetic." The forest suddenly fell silent, and Lin Chen felt a chill down his spine as he slowly turned around. More than a dozen pairs of crimson eyes glowed from behind the bushes. He instinctively tried to circulate his chi and blood, only to discover that the energy in his meridians moved like frozen honey, at least 10 times slower than usual. What the hell is going on? A whooshing sound approached as the first projectile flew straight at his chest. Lin Chen barely managed to dodge by rolling and crawling. The dark object smashed against a rock, sparking with metallic flashes. Forgot to mention, Deacon Zhou somehow produced a handful of sunflower seeds and was cracking them cheerfully. There are 3 tons of magnetic storm cores buried under this mountain. The chi and blood you can mobilize now. Well, it's about equivalent to an 80-year-old granny. The second wave of projectiles came more densely, and Lin Chen scrambled behind a tree in embarrassment, the excited shrieks of the violent apes rising and falling around him. The training is dodging shit. The next instant, a sneak attack came flying, and Lin Chen performed a lazy donkey roll to dodge the ambush. Under the magnetic field's oppression, every muscle fiber cried out in agony, yet became extraordinarily sensitive as a result. The old man was doing this on purpose, wasn't he? However, almost simultaneously, with his professional silver-level fighter experience, 22 agility, 3 1.8 physique, and 3 constitution, his current physical condition had reached a critical threshold where ordinary training could barely yield any improvement. But now, after just 10 minutes of being chased by ape dung, watch your head. Steward Zhou's warning from the cliff accompanied the camera shutter sound. Lin Chen executed a perfect iron bridge backbend. The dark projectile whizzed past his nose tip. The stench carried a strange metallic tang. From the corner of his eye, he glimpsed the old man holding up his phone with a wicked grin. The camera even gave the dung projectile a close-up shot. This wasn't some VIP training ground, it was Zhou's prank livestream. Just as Lin Chen was about to curse, he suddenly realized his breathing rhythm had automatically switched to the fierce crane style's breathing technique. Under the magnetic field's pressure, each breath felt like swallowing molten lead. Your professional skill white crane breathing technique experience 47. Your professional skill white crane breathing technique experience 51. Lin Chen's breathing technique had already reached the grand mastery surging tide realm. Yet the final internal tempering remained elusive. Because internal tempering required breathing to drive the organ's vibration, subtly strengthening the 5 viscera and 6 bowels until they became as tough as cast iron, turning the active into instinct. The ultimate goal of breathing techniques was boiling blood. With sudden enlightenment, Lin Chen switched from evasion to offense. What should have been fluid boxing became slow motion under the magnetic field. Every muscle fiber screamed in tearing agony. But this almost masochistic sluggishness allowed him to clearly perceive the flaws in each muscle group's force generation for the first time. Lower your stance 3 more inches. Steward Joe's voice rang out again. The fierce crane soul-severing style requires ultimate speed, and right now, you're crawling like a turtle. Angry curses continued. This old man must have been frustrated elsewhere and wanted to take it out on him. However, officially, this back mountain was indeed a VIP training ground. Even elite class members weren't qualified to come here. Only the core circle of senior disciples had access. So while the old man was nasty, he truly wasn't harming him. Exhale, inhale. Lin Chen's muscles suddenly tensed, then explosively released. Your professional skill fears crane soul-severing style experience 50. The moment the system notification exploded in his mind, 3 violent apes suddenly pounced from different angles. The most robust silverback stood a full 2 meters tall. Its steel needle-like black fur bristled. Its exposed fangs were longer than daggers. Most terrifying were those blood-red eyes. The pupils looked like torn wounds, oozing crimson light. Only then did Lin Chen notice their claws weren't made of keratin at all, but some kind of gleaming metal. It's called magnetic burst acceleration. Old Joe explained. They have magnetic glands in their feet that can instantly repel against underground mineral veins. Holy crap. Watch your crotch. Lin Chen instinctively spun and leaped. To his amazement, he completed a standard crane spin despite the magnetic field's restraint. Though he barely cleared 20 centimeters, his airtime was 3 times longer than normal, enough to clearly see each ape's attack trajectory. Huh, this kid adapted so quickly. Steward Joe pocketed his phone, surprise flickering in his eyes. He had originally wanted to see Lin Chen covered in ape dung, but that seemed unlikely now. This old man's eye for talent remains sharp. This kid's natural ability is truly exceptional. Still, he continued barking orders. Now try reducing your breathing rate to 4 times per minute. Lin Chen nearly choked. The fierce crane breathing technique normally required 12 breaths per minute. Was this old man trying to suffocate him? But when he actually attempted it, he discovered that his magnetically suppressed lungs created a vacuum effect. Each breath felt like forging his internal organs. Gah! The lead silverback suddenly reared up, pounding its chest with a war cry. Only then did Lin Chen notice the ape pack had stopped their dung bombardment, switching entirely to close combat. Come on, you beasts! Lin Chen charged toward the ape pack, deliberately showing an opening. When the silverback's claws were just 10 centimeters from his throat, he suddenly reduced his breathing rate to the absolute minimum. The world seemed to freeze. He saw himself reflected in the ape's pupils' eyes like lightning, assuming the opening stance of the fierce crane style's ultimate technique, bloodbeak. Over the next several hours, Lin Chen endured the stench while maintaining intense focus, beginning his frenzied experience grinding. Through 10,000 monkeys he passed. Not a speck of dung touched him. 2 hours later. Your professional skill fears crane bloodbeak style experience 62. Professional skill fears crane bloodbeak style. Beginner level achieved. Professional skill fears crane soul-severing style. Beginner level achieved. Lin Chen stood in the center of a battlefield that looked like a disaster zone. The muddy, unidentifiable stains mixed with a putrid stench hit him like a wall, but his mood was surprisingly exhilarated. He had actually grasped the fundamentals of the 2 fierce crane-style techniques in just half a day. Under normal circumstances, even a genius would need 10 days to half a month, but the magnetic field suppression combined with the violent ape siege had pushed his body to its limits, allowing him to comprehend the most demanding force techniques ahead of schedule. Awesome! Lin Chen burst into laughter, only to have a mouthful of foul stench poured down his throat, nearly making him retch on the spot. He looked down to survey his handiwork. The violent apes that had been hurling feces like projectiles were now scattered and fleeing, screeching in distress. A few turned back to bare their teeth defiantly, but most showed clear fear. These monkeys had been thoroughly intimidated by him. Of course, he hadn't exactly come out unscathed either. The entire training ground had become a veritable sea of dung. The ground, tree trunks, and rocks were all covered in dark, sticky residue from their projectile weapons, with waves of stench rolling through the air, making every breath feel like a test of human endurance. Lin Chen's stomach churned as he cursed the old man. Zhou 800 times over. This cultivation method came at too steep a price. Just then, Elder Zhou, who had been watching the show from the cliff, finally jumped down with a banana he'd produced from somewhere dangling from his mouth, wearing a satisfied grin. You little brat, your talent is barely passable, he approached with a teasing tone. Don't get cocky. These violent apes in the outer area are just the bottom feeders of their tribe. If you've got real guts, charge deeper in and give their boss, the violent ape king, a beating. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. The violent ape king? The name alone screamed trouble. If these dung-flinging monkeys on the periphery were this difficult to handle, how terrifyingly powerful must their leader be? Elder Zhou was chuckling and about to continue his provocation when Lin Chen suddenly tensed up and raised his hand in warning. Watch out. There's a big pile right in front of you. Elder Zhou paused mid-step, glancing at him suspiciously with a sly smile. Kid, Trying to trick me into going around? That's where the real mess is, isn't it? No, you're overthinking it. Lin Chen replied with an innocent expression. The old man snorted coldly and confidently took a step forward. Splat! His boot landed squarely in a sticky, steaming pile of ape dung. Elder Zhou's face instantly turned green as vegetables. The air froze for half a second. You little brat. The old man roared, violently shaking his boot and sending filth flying in all directions, his eyes blazing with fury. You did that on purpose. I really did warn you. Lin Chen shrugged, though he knew perfectly well that no matter which direction the old man had chosen, he would have stepped in something. This place had been transformed by the monkeys into a biological weapons testing ground with nowhere safe to step. But seeing the old man's misfortune still gave him secret satisfaction. That's for tricking me, for hitting me, for forcing me to fight monkeys. Now you get to taste it too. Elder Zhou's good mood evaporated instantly. With a dark expression, he shook his foot, the stench dripping from his boot. Finally, he glared fiercely at Lin Chen and turned away with a flourish of his sleeve. Follow me. We're coming back tomorrow. After saying that, he casually peeled a banana and munched on it as he walked, muttering, stinking monkeys, eat a lot and crap a lot. Though this banana is pretty sweet. Lin Chen silently followed behind, his nostrils filled with a strange fishy sour stench. He calculated inwardly. If he had to deal with this smell every day, wouldn't he eventually turn into a pickled old fish? Returning to the martial arts hall, Master Zhou immediately covered his nose in disgust upon seeing him and backed away 3 meters. You reek. Go take a shower right now. He waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away flies. After training, it's best to soak in a medicinal bath to nourish your muscles. Otherwise, with such intense training, you'll develop internal injuries sooner or later. With that, he shuffled away with his hands behind his back. Lin Chen dragged his exhausted body to the medicine room to collect herbs. He dumped the entire package of medicinal herbs into a large wooden tub, then poured in scalding hot water. The herbal fragrance instantly filled the entire bathroom, finally overpowering that awful monkey stench. He quickly rinsed off the grime, then plunged headfirst into the medicinal bath. Also good. The scalding medicinal liquid enveloped his skin, both scorching and gentle, like countless warm hands massaging between his muscle fibers. The soreness visibly dissipated, leaving only a tingling comfort. The medicinal power seeped through his muscles into his bones, healing the internal injuries caused by both the violent ape's iron fists and the chaotic magnetic field. An ordinary person would need at least 2 hours of soaking to barely absorb half the medicinal power. But thanks to his professional talent, Lin Chen drained every bit of medicinal essence from the tub. In just half an hour, the water became so clear, it was almost reflective. If I had to buy these herbs myself, it would cost thousands. He mused as his attribute panel appeared. Strength, 31.832. Agility, 31.832.1. Constitution, 32.833.2. Strength, 0.2. Agility, 0.3. Constitution, 0.4. Not bad. Lin Chen climbed out of the tub, shaking water droplets from his hair tips, increasingly convinced. Having backing is sweet. Master Zhou provided the training ground, Zhuge Xiong paid for the medicinal materials, and Sun Ying could provide additional experience points. Each was indispensable. To train quickly, he needed to keep all 3 connections smooth. Just as he was pondering how to continue flattering the 2 old men, he suddenly noticed his combat sparring experience had stopped increasing. This Wooden-Do experience meant strength, and strength meant survival. He quickly dried himself, changed into clean clothes, and sniffed his collar carefully. After confirming the monkey stench was completely gone, he pulled out his phone and messaged Sun Ying. Let me recommend some healthy recipes that are great for recovering stamina. The message included a detailed nutritional plan, with foods that promote muscle recovery, thoughtfully highlighted in red. Within seconds, Sun Ying's reply popped up. Wow. Thank you, Senior Lin. I love sweet things. This honey oat combination looks amazing. So touched, JPG. This was followed by a barrage of adorable emojis. System notifications instantly flooded the screen. Your profession combat sparring experience 13. Your profession combat sparring experience 17. Just as I thought. Lin Chen was in high spirits. He pocketed his phone, looked up at the night sky, and his lips curved into a satisfied smile. Woman, become my experience points. After finishing his day of training, Lin Chen left the martial arts hall. The night breeze carried the scent of sweat as it hit his face, and he pulled out his phone to call Xiaoyu while walking. Beep. The call connected, and urgent breathing came through the receiver first, then was torn apart by chaotic static. Hello? Lin Chen. Xiaoyu lowered her voice, as if speaking while running. Lin Chen got straight to the point. Any new developments with New Era? Those lunatics. Xiaoyu nearly ground her molars to dust. Not only did they steal the city's latest mist creature genetic samples, but they also detonated 3 underground laboratories during their retreat. Just cleaning up the scene. A sharp burst of static suddenly interrupted, and the brief silence left both ends of the call quiet for half a second. Lin Chen frowned slightly. I'm afraid quite a few people died this time. Yes, and worst of all, many civilians were caught in the crossfire. Xiaoyu took a deep breath. So now the entire city is under martial law. That's not all. She smiled bitterly. The Martial Arts Association, all the major factions, and your martial arts halls have all begun mobilizing for a comprehensive crackdown on New Era. Lin Chen added naturally, except New Era has done exactly what I predicted, grabbed what they wanted and gone completely underground. Exactly. Xiaoyu sighed helplessly. They vanished without a trace. In the brief silence before hanging up, Lin Chen's mind raced. New Era was a massive organization capable of cultivating large numbers of bio-beast soldiers, definitely backed by financial conglomerates, otherwise they would have been eliminated long ago. Stealing so many genetic samples, they were almost certainly developing stronger beast soldiers in secret. The strongest beast soldier he'd encountered was only second-tier wolf class. Tiger class could match a gold-level fighter, so what about elephant class, demon class, or dragon class? If he ever faced those, his only option would be to run. Fortunately, with New Era now being hunted by multiple factions, they'd likely lay low for a while. The only downside was that he couldn't farm experience points from these monsters for the time being. Xiaoyu suddenly spoke up. You've made another major contribution this time, and I've already reported it. The leadership wants to bring you on as official personnel with excellent benefits. What do you think? Joining the Special Operations Bureau would give Lin Chen access to more intelligence and genetic samples, but official status meant constraints. He pondered for a few seconds. Let me think about it. By the way, is there a reward this time? Of course there is. Xiaoyu's voice remained weary but carried a hint of amusement. Once things settle down here, let's meet up and discuss it properly. I'll notify you immediately if there are any new developments. All right, Lin Chen responded and hung up. On the other end, Xiaoyu rubbed her throbbing temples. The chaos stirred up by New Era loomed like storm clouds over the city. City was destined for unrest. She had been fighting continuously for 24 hours, her eyes bloodshot. Taking a deep breath, she quickly arranged the scene cleanup, then dragged her heavy feet toward the Special Operations Bureau's dedicated medical ward. Pushing open the door, under the soft white lights, her sister Xiao Yanlan was sitting up in bed drinking water. The moment she saw her, Xiaoyu's anxious heart finally settled. Sis, how are you feeling? I'm fine, just a bit tired. Xiao Yanlan showed a gentle smile. The doctor said it's just shock and physical exhaustion. Xiaoyu pulled a nurse into the hallway to carefully confirm all the medical indicators. Everything was normal, and only then did she truly relax. The chair scraped softly as she sat beside the bed, suddenly remembering last night's dangerous situation. By the way, sis, it was so dangerous yesterday. How did you? Xiao Yanlan set down her water cup. A young man from the Special Operations Bureau saved me. Someone from the Special Operations Bureau? Xiaoyu frowned. Yesterday's operation team suffered heavy casualties, but who was it? I didn't get a chance to ask for his name. She nodded to herself. Whoever it was, she had to thank him in person. Can you describe what he looked like? Xiaoyu lowered her voice. About 6 feet tall, short hair, quite handsome. Her sister on the hospital bed recalled. Xiaoyu's expression gradually froze. That build, that hairstyle. Why did it seem so familiar? It couldn't be Lin Chen. She suddenly stood up, the chair legs scraping against the polished floor with a harsh metallic sound. Huh? Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Nothing. Sister, you should rest first. Xiaoyu forced herself to stay calm. The building has surveillance cameras. I'll go check who exactly saved you. All right, I'll have to thank him properly when the time comes. Walking out of the hospital room, she pulled out her phone, originally intending to call Lin Chen directly, but held back from dialing. Could it really be such a coincidence? Better check the surveillance first. After all, there were so many people in the building last night, and Lin Chen practically saved the entire building. Plus, he didn't know her sister, so he might not even remember her. In the surveillance room, Xiaoyu commanded sternly. Pull up all the building's surveillance footage from last night immediately. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was preparing to go to the club as usual to grind his secondary profession experience. His phone suddenly rang. The words "mother" made him pause. At this time, Wang Wanqing usually wouldn't call. Mom. Xiao Chen, have you eaten yet? The familiar opening line came through the receiver. I was just about to go eat. Why are you calling at this time? The other end went silent for a few seconds. Your grandfather passed away. The cremation is in 3 days. I think we should still go see him. Grandfather? That title had almost faded to a shadow in his memory. Lin Chen closed his eyes and searched. At his 5th birthday, a white-haired old man secretly slipped a pack of milk candies into his hand. That winter when he was 7, at his father's funeral, the old man's eyes were red as he tried to hug him, but was pushed away by relatives. After that, his mother held him and his sister as they left the old house amid curses and insults. Mom, it's been so many years. His father had died in an accident years ago. Before his death, he had once broken through to gold-level fighter with remarkable martial arts talent. Wang Wanqing had spent all their savings to find a master for her son to learn martial arts. But his father's family took the opportunity to spread rumors that she was a husband killer, even causing scenes at the old house. actually wanting to seize the property in the old district. If his father hadn't transferred the property deed to Wang Wanqing's name before his death, the house would have been long gone, resulting in a complete falling out between both sides, leaving the mother and her two children to depend on each other until now. I know, Wang Wanqing sighed. But blood ties can't be severed. Besides, back then only your grandfather spoke up for us. Lin Jiangwo was a typical henpecked husband with virtually no say in family matters. His father was the eldest son, and the house was originally meant for elderly care, but when the eldest son died early, grandmother encouraged the second and third uncles to cause trouble. I understand. Lin Chen sat up straight. Send me the time and location, I'll be there on time. Let's make it tonight. I'm heading over now. You just need to go take a look. He thought of those two convenient uncles who had made money in business and used to lord it over him during his useless period. Now, Lin Chen chuckled softly. What about sister? I already called you Qing earlier. She'll go over after work. All right. To save time, Lin Chen took a taxi directly to his destination. The taxi screeched to a halt right at the entrance of the funeral home, hugging the curb so closely that the seatbelt was still swaying as Lin Chen pulled out his phone to scan the payment code. The driver couldn't help but steal a few glances at him. This young man radiated an edge, like a blade ready to be drawn at any moment. Feeling chatty, the driver chuckled and struck up a conversation. Hey kid, got a girlfriend? Uncle can set you up. My daughter just turned 26. She's 5 feet tall, weighs 180 pounds, a little plump, brings good fortune, you know? She's pretty and caring too. How about we exchange contact info? Lin Chen casually shot back. Uncle, which number was her height? That one line left the driver speechless, his face darkening as he awkwardly waved them off. As the car door opened, Lin Chen immediately spotted his mother and sister standing on the steps. Wang Wanqing wore an elegant black dress, while Lin Yuqing was dressed in a sharp business suit, constantly checking her watch. Xiao Chun, both women called out almost simultaneously. Lin Yuqing rushed down the steps with Wang Wanqing close behind, flanking him on both sides. The mother and daughter had never hidden their adoration for Lin Chen. The old Lin Chen had taken this for granted, but now with a different soul inhabiting the body, he felt somewhat awkward, though he still nodded politely. Mom, sis. Since his transmigration, he hadn't seen Wang Wanqing yet. In just a month or two, he had completely transformed. Wang Wanqing stared at her son, hardly believing her eyes. How had he suddenly lost so much weight? She reached out to squeeze his arm, her fingertips encountering solid muscle, and froze. This is... Lin Yuqing raised an eyebrow smugly. Mom, I wasn't lying, was I? Little brother is different now. Wang Wanqing's eyes immediately welled up as her fingers traced a faint scar. This wound. Got it during training, Lin Chen said matter-of-factly. To outsiders, Wang Wanqing, nearly 50, still possessed her charm. If not for the few gray hairs she'd gained from worrying about her former son, her age wouldn't show at all. That previous version of her son had squandered the family's money chasing after some so-called goddess. Lin Chen cursed inwardly. What a waste. Mom, how's your health? I'm fine. Mom just feels sorry for you. Come on, let's go in. Lin Chen quietly agreed, naturally taking the bag from his mother's hands. This simple gesture left Wang Wanqing slightly stunned. Her son had never offered to help before. Warmth filled her heart. Perhaps he really had changed. The three walked through the funeral home's long corridor. Under the cold white lights, paper chrysanthemums and wreaths lined both sides. Halfway through, Wang Wanqing suddenly gripped her son's arm tightly, her nails pressing through his sleeve. No matter what they say later, don't take it to heart. If those aunts and uncles cause trouble, Mom will handle it. Mom, Lin Yuqing snorted coldly. After how they treated us back then? If it weren't for Grandpa's sake, we wouldn't even bother coming. Lin Chen listened silently, his gaze sweeping over the wreaths on both sides. Just as they were about to enter the memorial hall, a sudden commotion erupted from inside. I told you that husband-cursing woman would show up, bringing those two burdens with her, probably here to claim a share of the old man's inheritance. The old man was still thinking of them even on his deathbed. The harsh mockery pierced through the funeral music and into her eardrums, causing Wang Wanqing's body to stiffen as her palms turned ice cold. Lin Yuqing was about to rush out and confront them. She had always been the first to charge forward, while the former Lin Chen would cower and retreat. Mom. Lin Chen suddenly stopped, and under the surprised gazes of the mother and daughter, gently moved them behind him. Let me handle this today. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unquestionable firmness. As the curtain of the mourning hall was lifted, over a dozen gazes fell upon them in unison: contempt, disgust, and mostly disdain. Lin Chen remained composed, looking directly at the portrait in the center. The old man in the photo still bore traces of his father's features. He stepped forward, lit 3 incense sticks, and placed them in the bronze burner, then casually straightened his clothes. From the corner of his eye, he saw a wrinkled old woman being supported by relatives as she tremblingly approached. Her triangular eyes narrowed to slits, and her withered lips trembled as she spat out 2 words: bad luck. Oh, sister-in-law is here? The short, fat second uncle approached with a fake smile, his greasy face full of hypocrisy. Little Chen is here too? I heard you've been doing quite well at the martial arts gym lately. The deliberately emphasized words drew snickers from the surrounding relatives. The dark-faced third uncle directly blocked their path. The old man's body is barely cold, and you're already thinking about dividing the inheritance? Wang Wanqing gritted her teeth, her voice trembling. We're just here to see the old man off one last time. See him off? The old woman shrilly interrupted, her branch-like finger almost poking Wang Wanqing's face. Wasn't it enough that you cursed my son to death? Now you come to offend my eyes again. Jinx. The second uncle quickly assumed a peacemaker's stance. Mom, don't get angry. Little Chen, it's not that your second uncle is criticizing you. I heard you joined a martial arts gym and get into fights all the time. You're still my big brother's blood. How can you be so worthless? Come, let me introduce everyone. He suddenly pulled over a slick-haired young man. This is my son Lin Yao, who just passed the White Crane Martial Arts Gym assessment. The instructor said he has exceptional talent and will join the elite class soon. Elite class? That's practically a warrior. The relatives immediately swarmed around him with flattery. Lin Yao proudly lifted his chin, his gaze lingering on Lin Yuqing. Cousin, you're getting more beautiful. Want to add me on WeChat? I'll protect you from now on. Get lost. Lin Yuqing slapped his phone away. You piece of trash spouting garbage. How dare you? The third uncle roared, raising his hand to slap her. Crack. The sound of breaking bone exploded. Everyone stared in shock as Lin Chen had somehow grabbed the third uncle's wrist, twisting the hand with its bulging veins to an unnatural angle. The third uncle screamed and collapsed to the ground. Lin Chen pulled out a handkerchief and methodically wiped his fingertips. I said we came to pay our respects. But if anyone seeks death, I don't mind obliging. The morning hall fell dead silent. The old woman's eyes nearly bulged out. This is rebellion. Seize them. The second uncle, unable to maintain his fake smile any longer, roared angrily. You brat. My son has been training at the martial arts gym for months and is about to join the elite class. Just because you're jealous doesn't mean you should embarrass yourself. Yaoer, teach him a lesson. Lin Yao stepped forward and coldly declared. Trash. I've already reached a rank. I am a black iron level fighter. You're nothing but an ant before me. I'll make you understand. Before he could finish, Lin Chen's figure suddenly vanished, leaving only an afterimage. Bang! A heavy punch struck Lin Yao's abdomen with a sound like beating drums. The young man's face, still wearing a lewd smile, instantly contorted as his eyes bulged and saliva mixed with cold sweat flew from his mouth. His entire body shot backward like a broken sack, flipping over several rows of chairs before crashing into the wall, creating spiderweb cracks in the white surface, finally collapsing into a heap of mush. Worthless trash. Lin Chen withdrew his fist, his tone indifferent. Utterly pathetic. The morning hall fell into deathly silence, with only Lin Yao's agonized groans echoing through the air. My son. Second uncle cried out in despair, stumbling forward and crashing heavily to his knees on the cold floor. His trembling hands lifted his son's limp right arm, which was bent at a grotesque angle clearly shattered by Lin Chen's single punch. This is impossible. Second uncle's face turned ashen, his lips quivering uncontrollably. Yaoer had already passed the Martial Arts Academy assessment and officially became a ranked fighter. He's a genius. How could this? Dad, my hand. Lin Yao weakly opened his eyes, tears and snot streaming down his face. I can't feel my hand anymore. Nearby, third uncle clutched his broken wrist, his face deathly pale as he cowered in the corner, trembling. The triangular-eyed old hag completely lost control at this sight, shrieking hysterically. You damned beast. She threw away her walking stick, her withered fingers shaking as she pointed at Lin Chen's family. You cursed family. Wasn't it enough that you brought death to my son? Now you're harming my grandson too. Vile curses poured from her wrinkled mouth like venom from a snake. Lin Chen's eyes turned ice cold. He bent down and grabbed the wailing third uncle from the floor, his voice eerily calm. Old fool, continue. Slap. You bastard with no proper upbringing. Slap. How did the Lin family produce such a slap? Each crisp slap accompanied the old woman's curses. Within moments, third uncle's face swelled like a pig's head, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, several teeth scattered across the floor mixed with blood. The old hag finally fell silent, staring in terror at her most beloved youngest son beaten beyond recognition. Second uncle's eyes turned bloodshot as he charged forward. I'll fight you to the death. Lin Chen sneered coldly and gave a gentle squeeze crack. Third uncle's other hand snapped instantly. Ah! The pig-like scream froze second uncle in his tracks. Come on then. Lin Chen released the unconscious third uncle, tossing him aside like garbage, and beckoned to second uncle with his finger. Weren't you going to fight to the death? Second uncle trembled all over, but still managed to shout defiantly. You just wait. Lin Yao is a key talent being cultivated by the Martial Arts Academy. You've injured him. The Academy won't let you get away with this. At this moment, the surrounding relatives finally snapped out of their daze, whispering among themselves. That's right. Those martial artists from the academy are not to be trifled with. Lin Chen has really stirred up big trouble this time. Let's see how he handles this. Amid the commotion, the morning hall doors suddenly burst open. A burly man wearing a white Crane Martial Arts Academy uniform strode in, the instructor's badge on his chest particularly conspicuous. Instructor Zhou. Second uncle saw him like a savior, crawling over desperately. You've come just in time. This thug injured Lin Yaohe. Hearing Instructor Zhou, the old hag instantly perked up like she'd been injected with adrenaline, her wrinkled face contorting into a sinister grin. Huh? Your whole family is finished. Instructor Zhou from White Crane Martial Arts Academy is here. She slapped her thigh and cackled loudly. Let's see how you die now. Wang Wanqing and Lin Yuding stood nearby, quickly reaching out to restrain Lin Chen, fearing another death might occur. However, Lin Yuding couldn't help but feel secretly pleased over the years. She and her mother had endured enough cold mockery and sarcasm from these so-called relatives. Now that her brother had become capable, he could finally stand in front of her and their mother as their protector. For a moment, her eyes filled with gratification as she looked at Lin Chen. As for Wang Wanqing, she had spent her entire life thinking of her two children, and now with second uncle's threats looming over her, she still gripped Lin Chen's hand nervously, her voice trembling. Xiao Chen, you need to leave now. Mom will handle this. Mom, don't worry. Before he could finish, second uncle had already scrambled on hands and knees to Zhou Chong outside the morning hall, his cries hoarse and desperate. Instructor Zhou, you must seek justice for me. This thug has crippled my son. But my son is a genius disciple at the Martial Arts Academy. I donate hundreds of thousands to the academy every year. You can't just stand by and do nothing. Zhou Chong frowned as he pushed through the door, about to assess the situation, but his gaze froze the next second. Lin Chen? Coach Zhou, long time no see. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Second uncle's wailing came to an abrupt halt. He stared wide-eyed at the two men shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. This. Zhou Chong surveyed the morning hall, his gaze moving from Lin Yao collapsed on the ground to Lin Chen, then nodded in realization. Both surnamed Lin. So your family? He patted Lin Chen's shoulder. Family matter? Does the academy need to get involved? I can handle it myself. Lin Chen's tone was calm. Zhou Chong immediately turned to second uncle, his voice suddenly cold. Mr. Lin, your son's admission to the academy was already approved as an exception. Now it seems that decision needs reconsideration. Second uncle was thunderstruck, staggering back 2 steps. Instructor Zhou? But we donated 500,000, right? Zhou Chong interrupted impatiently. Want it back? Come find me yourself. Hearing this, the old woman simply collapsed to the ground, slapping her thighs and wailing loudly. There's no justice. The Martial Arts Academy is bullying common people. The piercing cries made Zhou Chong's temples throb. He leaned closer to Lin Chen, lowering his voice. Kid, you're quite the rising star at the academy now. I heard you've already made contact with the inner circle. Impressive. The academy's hierarchy was strict, and only strength could open that door. To ordinary people, high-level fighters could crush them like ants. In this broken world, physical power was far more useful than political power. Lin Chen's powerless relatives clearly couldn't make any waves. Lin Chen simply nodded modestly. Zhou Chong slapped his thigh in amazement. Back in the apprentice class, I thought you wouldn't amount to much. Who would have thought? In his view, Lin Chen entering the inner circle was only a matter of time, and he would never offend a future pillar of the academy for the sake of Lin Yao, who had only bought his way in. Second uncle listened with his scalp tingling. His face a shinth instructor he had spent a fortune to curry favor with couldn't even hold his head up in front of Lin Chen. Even more terrifying was that Lin Chen was really about to enter the inner circle. His last remaining leverage had instantly become a joke. Let's go. He tried to slink away while helping the unconscious Lin Yao. Stop. Lin Chen's icy voice exploded behind him like a massive boulder crashing to the ground. Second uncle's legs felt like they were filled with lead, frozen in place. He mechanically turned around to meet Lin Chen's star-cold gaze. Kneel down. Lin Chen said each word deliberately. Apologize to my mother. The entire funeral hall fell silent in an instant. So quiet you could hear a pin drop. Second uncle's face turned the color of liver, his lips trembling, yet he couldn't utter a single word. The old lady shook with rage, her bony finger pointing at Lin Chen. Before she could finish, her eyes rolled back violently, and she toppled backward like a withered tree trunk. Mom! Second uncle screamed as he lunged forward. White foam bubbled from the old lady's mouth, her ashen complexion sending chills down everyone's spine. He tremblingly checked for her breath, then let out a heart-wrenching cry the next second. Mom! The funeral hall erupted into chaos. Some pressed her pressure points, others dialed emergency services, while more stood in stunned disbelief the old lady had actually been angered to death. Well, now we can have the funeral right here on the spot. What a tragedy. If you ask me, they brought this on themselves. The relatives who had been coldly watching from the sidelines suddenly found their righteousness, chattering accusations at second uncle's family. Lin Chen came here out of kindness to pay respects to Grandpa, and you attacked him with harsh words right away serves you right. I've been disgusted by them for ages. Lin Chen coldly surveyed these fair-weather friends, a mocking smile playing at his lips. He walked step by step towards second uncle, who was slumped on the ground, each step making the man shudder. Looking down at second uncle from above, ready to apologize now. Second uncle looked up, tears and snot streaming down his greasy face, collapsing to his knees like a man whose spine had been ripped out. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I was blind, I was foolish. Please spare me. Thud, thud. His forehead struck the marble floor heavily, blood quickly seeping out, yet he dared not stop, as if this was the only way to save his life. Wang Wanqing turned her face away, softly pleading. Xiao Chun, that's enough. Lin Chen remained motionless until second uncle had kowtowed 10 times, then coldly uttered a single word. Scram. As if granted amnesty, second uncle crawled away, dragging the unconscious Lin Yao with him, not even caring about his own mother's corpse. Only then did Wang Wanqing come to her senses, grabbing her son's hand with a trembling voice. Xiao Chun, what exactly? Lin Yuqing proudly linked arms with her brother. Mom, didn't I tell you? Little brother is incredibly powerful now. Zhou Chong took his cue to leave. Lin Chun, let's get together another day. I'll head out first. Need any help cleaning this up? Lin Chen shook his head. Just jumping clowns, no need. After seeing Zhou Chong off, he glanced back at Grandpa's portrait, and no one dared make another sound. Those scattered relatives secretly vowed never to provoke this harbinger of doom again. Walking out of the funeral home, the sunset was just right. Lin Yuqing excitedly chattered about replaying the scene, while Wang Wanqing kept looking at her son with disbelieving eyes. Mom, sis. Lin Chen suddenly stopped, his gaze determined. From now on, no one will be able to bully our family anymore. Tears burst from Wang Wanqing's eyes as she hugged her son tightly. Years of grievances pouring out in this moment. Evil people meet their match in other evil people, and all of this was what they had brought upon themselves. If it weren't for Lin Chen gaining strength today, he would still be the one suffering humiliation. Without a trace of pity, he turned to comfort Wang Wanqing. Mom, you don't need to worry anymore. I've almost gathered enough for the surgery. With that, he handed over a brand new bank card. There's about 80 to 90,000 in here. Please take it. This money came from record-breaking bonuses from his athlete side profession. Though he had spent some of it earlier, around 80 to 90,000 remained. While still far from the 300,000 needed for surgery, he insisted on giving it to his mother first. Wang Wanqing was startled by the card in the past. It would have been a miracle if Lin Chen didn't ask the family for money when going out, let alone bringing money home. Xiao Chun, where did you get so much money? She couldn't believe it. Lin Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and could only explain about the prize money. Lin Yuqing chimed in from the side. Mom, just accept it. Xiao Chun is successful now, and we'll have to rely on him to support us in the future. Unable to argue further, Wang Wanqing reluctantly accepted. I'll keep it for you then, and save it for when you get married. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged. I'm never getting married. You silly child, what are you saying? I'm still waiting to hold my grandchildren. On the surface he appeared calm and indifferent, but inwardly he chanted. Becoming stronger is the only true path. Emotions are just obstacles on the road of cultivation. Yet his thoughts still wandered. Su Xiaoro wasn't bad, well-proportioned figure, wide hips, good for childbearing. What about Sun Ying? Should he pursue her to make her sister Sun Yin jealous too? If he really wanted to live off a woman, the neighbor Su Miao seemed viable, too skilled and versatile. As they say, young girls arch their backs, young wives bend at the waist, quite valuable indeed. Then there was Xiao Yu, cool and confident, impressive to be seen with, though she was a workaholic. Why am I thinking about this? Lin Chen shook his head vigorously. Women only slowed down my sword-drawing speed. But another voice whispered in his heart. What if the sword is fast enough? All right, Mom. After all this commotion, I'm hungry. Let's go out to eat, my treat. He changed the subject. Great, great. My son has made it big, so today we'll have a feast. Wang Wanqing, never wanting to spoil the mood, immediately agreed. After dinner, it was already 21:30 when he parted ways with his mother and sister. Under the heavy night sky with streetlights casting mottled shadows, Lin Chen ran all the way home. Cold wind brushed past his ears, sweat soaked his clothes. Yet he focused only on regulating his breathing and feeling the surge of qi and blood within. Professional skill, long-distance running experience, 23. Profession, intermediate athlete experience, 43. Long-distance running has reached mastery level. To break through further, I need a different path. He pondered while running. With the fighting tournament approaching, endurance alone wasn't enough. Explosive power, flexibility, reaction speed each required extreme training. The side profession advancement could wait. He arrived home at 1:30 a.m. After a cold shower that somewhat relieved his muscle soreness, he collapsed into bed. Ding! Before dawn, his phone screen suddenly lit up. Lin Chen's eyes snapped open as he grabbed his phone. Coach Chen had sent a message. Come to the martial arts hall immediately. Internal mission, the elder specifically requested you. Perform well, and you'll enter the inner circle directly. Those few short words instantly dispelled Lin Chen's drowsiness. The inner circle? He sprang up from bed like a carp leaping out of water, threw on his clothes in seconds, grabbed his backpack, and rushed out the door. The morning streets were empty and silent, the cold wind cutting across his face like a blade. Yet he felt his blood surging in his chest finally. A chance to reach the true core of the martial arts school. Lin Chen had heard the term inner circle countless times, but only now did he truly grasp its weight. A minute ago, Instructor Chun had explained the situation over the phone in clipped sentences. The iron rule within the fierce crane style. The elite class was merely a reserve force. The school used the elite class to screen potential students and maintain overall standards. But even among geniuses, there were different levels. Many spent their entire lives trapped in the elite class, ultimately fading into obscurity. True masters had to cross that invisible threshold and graduate from the elite class to become official disciples of the fierce crane style. Official disciples were the core strength of the fierce crane style. Stepping into this tier meant resources, opportunities, and privileges would be completely transformed. Take the back mountain training ground that old Joe had once brought him to normally. Only official disciples could enter. The fierce crane style had many similar facilities, and some areas were so classified that even elite class instructors had no right to know about them, because instructors were also just reserves. Stronger techniques, more advanced facilities, more abundant resources, more formidable opponents, everything existed within the core tier. The most obvious example was Chu He, who was an official disciple of the fierce crane style. 5 a.m., at the entrance of the training facility. Instructor Chen leaned against the wall smoking, white vapor swirling in the cold air. Seeing Lin Chen, he nodded and stubbed out his cigarette. Let's go. I'll explain on the way. The two walked briskly through the internal corridors of the martial arts school. Along the way, Lin Chen lowered his voice. What exactly is this mission? Even the elite class instructors didn't know about it beforehand. An elimination mission. Instructor Chen rubbed his hands against the cold, his voice extremely low. It shouldn't have been your turn, but an elder specifically requested you. It's both a test and an opportunity. Succeed, and you enter the inner circle. Fail, and it'll be hard to get another chance like this. Make the most of it. Lin Chen's heart tightened. In the center of the venue, the atmosphere was thick as molten lead. Besides the familiar elite class instructors, Lin Chen also saw 4 unfamiliar faces, 3 men and 1 woman. Though young, their auras were as deep as the ocean, standing there like unsheathed blades. Chu He was among them. Having already sensed Lin Chen's arrival, he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a knife's edge. Lin Chen met his stare without backing down. After a moment, Chu He's lips curved into a mocking smile before he closed his eyes again to rest. Lin Chen remained secretly alert. Were those people beside Chu He all from the inner circle? The sound of steady footsteps approached, and the entire venue fell silent instantly. Zhuge Xiong entered with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping over everyone like lightning. Is everyone here? His eyes cut through the crowd like a blade, finally settling on Lin Chen. Boy, do you know why I called you here? In an instant, all eyes focused on Lin Chen, some even carrying a hint of coldness. Lin Chen's nerves tightened. To be honest, there were 2 distinct groups present. On one side were the seasoned instructors from the martial academy, each possessing considerable strength after years of dedication to the fierce crane style. On the other side were the formal disciples from Chu He's inner circle, every one of them a true elite. This 11-member squad carried both the responsibility of extermination and served as a brutal selection process. But what about Lin Chen? He had only been in the elite class for a mere month. What right did he have to stand alongside these people? While he was still pondering this question, Zhuge Xiong coldly uttered 3 words. New era. Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply. So this was an assassination mission targeting the New Era organization. Zhuge Xiong's gaze locked onto him like a cold blade. And you happened to get caught up in their schemes. Lin Chen instantly understood. Not long ago, he had slain several second-tier, wolf-class, beast soldiers in that building, and the Academy's leadership knew everything. Combined with his earlier solo kill of a class mist creature, this rapid and mysterious growth in power had already caught the attention of many old-timers. Bringing him here now was to test him face-to-face, to see if he was qualified to enter the inner circle. Realizing this, he clearly felt the gazes directed at him from all sides, doubt, hostility, and scrutiny woven together into sharp pressure. Chu He wore a cold sneer filled with contempt, as if telling everyone, this kid doesn't belong. But Lin Chen didn't care. With opportunity right in front of him, he would never retreat. The new era had struck at the fierce crane style, and the Academy would respond with bloody vengeance. Low-tier beast soldiers were just cannon fodder. The real targets were the big fish, hiding in the shadows. He quickly scanned the group. Most elite class instructors remained at the silver fighter level. Chu He and the other core disciples had likely stepped into gold. As for Blood Crane Zhuge Xiong, he was a genuine diamond-level powerhouse. With such a lineup, they definitely wouldn't be facing mere first or second tier small fry. This mission's starting point was Tiger Class. Tiger Class B soldiers could slay gold fighters. Further up were Elephant Class, Ghost Class, and even Dragon Class, any of which could easily crush the current Lin Chen. No wonder many faces had turned pale. The mortality rate for this kind of trial was notoriously terrifying. What's wrong? Scared? Shuyi suddenly sneered. It's not too late to quit now. Young talents like you who die on missions, there are way too many of them. 80 or 90%, in fact. Several core disciples chuckled quietly, the air thick with mockery. Yet Instructor Chun and the others looked increasingly grave. Though he was being sarcastic, he wasn't exactly exaggerating. Don't worry. Lin Chen stared directly at He, speaking each word clearly. I'll definitely outlive you. Two blade-like gazes clashed in midair, almost audibly sparking. Enough. Zhuge Xiong smiled and raised his hand to stop them both. If you want to compete, you'll have plenty of chances soon. He glanced down at his tactical watch. We depart in 3 minutes. Remember, this isn't a drill, but real combat with blood and steel. Rumble. Thunder split the night, and the oppressive heat that had lasted for days finally broke. Fat raindrops hammered the concrete pavement, exploding into dense splashes as the entire city of Shanghai was instantly swallowed by the downpour. Street lamps cast dim yellow halos through the curtain of rain, and the streets were completely deserted. 5:30 a.m. normally the time for dawn's first light, but the heavy clouds made the sky darker than midnight. Move out. The moment time was up, Zhuge Xiong barked the command. 11 figures shot out of the academy gates like phantoms. Cold rainwater streamed down his combat suit as Lin Chen's muscles tensed slightly. He squinted through the blurry curtain of rain ahead, with only the roar of the storm filling his ears. The torrential rain poured down relentlessly, and within the curtain of water, an eerie grayish-white mist spread throughout, completely devouring the entire town. Lin Chen and his companions stood at the perimeter, gazing up at the surging wall of fog that rolled like ocean waves, their expressions instantly turning grave. This is genuine mist. Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply, his breath catching. In the archives, he had read countless records about the mist, mysterious, unknown, fraught with danger, but facing it in person was a first. No one knew how the mist appeared, nor had anyone uncovered its deepest origins. Now, the town housing the New Era research facility had been invaded by the mist. If word got out, it would be enough to trigger panic in SH City, one of the Federation's safest metropolises. After all, the mist was supposed to exist only in the forbidden wilderness zones. Huh, what's there to panic about? He snorted coldly, surveying the group before his gaze settled on Lin Chen, his tone mocking. This is just elementary mist with low mutation levels, still within controllable parameters. His voice darkened. We just need to kill everything alive inside. Zhuge Xiong was already prepared and wasted no words, raising his hand to command. Execute the plan. Everyone quickly dispersed and stepped into the fog wall. Whoosh. The moment Lin Chen's toes crossed the boundary, the sounds of rain, wind, and his teammates' footsteps, everything instantly died away, replaced by a heart-stopping silence. Visibility compressed to less than 10 meters. He spun around abruptly. No one behind him. His companions had all vanished. As expected, the mist interfered with perception, and entering it brought immediate anomalies. Lin Chen took a deep breath, his blood and chi surging within as he activated the fierce crane breathing technique at full power, the white vapor from his nostrils quickly dissipating into the gray mist. Rustle, rustle. Grass blades trembled ahead. Lin Chen's muscles tensed, both fists guarding his chest, his gaze sharp as lightning as he locked onto the source of the sound. Lin Chen. A familiar call rang out. Through the mist, Instructor Chen's figure emerged. He paused momentarily, then sighed in relief, hurrying closer and lowering his voice. Once you enter the mist, teams are always randomly scattered. It's a normal phenomenon. The principle remains unknown. The original scenery within the mist won't change in the short term, maintaining stability for months or even years before beginning to expand or contract, like a piece of land being repeatedly stretched and compressed from a God's eye view. Lin Chen looked Instructor Chen up and down, confirming nothing was amiss before relaxing his guard and nodding in acknowledgement. I see. Instructor Chen unfolded a waterproof map, his fingertips sliding across the markers. According to the original plan, the town has 5 key locations. The abandoned church, the old clock tower, the red building in the town center. We'll clear them one by one, then converge at the center. Following this route will reduce the probability of getting lost. Lin Chen nodded, meeting his gaze for a moment before both men crouched low, hugging the shadows of dilapidated eaves as they stealthily advanced toward their first target. At the town's edge, a massive gray warehouse stood silently under the setting sun, its rust-stained metal walls reflecting dark red patches of light, while weeds grew wildly through the cracks, making it look like a forgotten industrial relic. But beneath the ground lay a complete research facility. Flickering yellow lights cast eerie shadows over rows of cylindrical cultivation tanks that stood like a steel forest. Colorful nutrient fluids churned violently, suspending grotesque organs pulsing crimson hearts, spine segments bristling with barbs, and scale-covered giant eyes that made one's skin crawl with revulsion. In the central control room, a well-dressed young man lounged half-sprawled on a leather sofa, arms wrapped around scantily clad models on either side. Red wine trickled from his fingertips onto a woman's collarbone, eliciting giggles and coquettish laughter. Around them, researchers in white coats moved with tense urgency, their faces strained as they frantically typed and recorded data on holographic screens, parameters jumping like erratic heartbeats. The entire facility buzzed with frantic activity and oppressive tension, yet this young man alone indulged in decadent luxury. Young master, we have a problem. The laboratory doors burst open as a black-suited man wearing sunglasses rushed in, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The alarm at base 3 has been triggered. Sumion's broken in. Not far away, a massive cultivation tank commanded attention. Purple nutrient fluid roiled violently, suspending a menacing black exoskeleton armor within. Occasional arcs of electricity danced across its surface, as if it might burst free at any moment. The young man looked up with a mocking laugh, swirling his wine glass. What's the panic? The demon god is nearly complete. Once I achieve fusion, I'll break through to elephant class directly. His eyes narrowed, voice turning ice cold. When that happens, whoever dares to intrude will die. Send all the cannon fodder below second tier. Let them buy us as much time as possible. He couldn't care less how many would die, his eyes gleaming with increasingly manic excitement. This world is fake. Flesh and pain. Humans like grains of sand lasting barely a century. The secret of the mist, the arrival of the true world, is within reach. When that time comes, I will be God, I will be immortal. Meanwhile, at the town convenience store entrance. Bang! Blood erupted like a fountain, splattering across shattered glass and toppled vending machines. Lin Chen's fist, carrying violent winds like a cannonball, slammed into the wolf-class beast soldier's chest. The predator, having just completed its transformation with barbed bioarmor gleaming coldly in the moonlight, had its ribcage crushed and spine shattered by a single blow. Ah! The beast soldier screamed in agony, blood foam spraying from between its fangs and spattering across Lin Chen's stern face. Without even blinking, he followed with a reverse hand chop, and the wolf's head exploded like an overripe watermelon, gray brain matter mixed with dark red blood splattering across the welcome sign. Instructor Chen's mouth twitched. You really have a bloodthirsty streak. Lin Chen's strength was already shocking enough, but his brutal methods were even more terrifying. No wonder the elder had specifically requested to bring him along. All those outside rumors about pulling strings now crumbled without merit. Instructor Chen's brow furrowed sharply. We've been discovered. Someone else might have attacked the base first. He surveyed the empty streets and entire town of tens of thousands without a single civilian in sight. Something's wrong. If we encounter trouble ahead, stay alert. The two moved through streets reeking of blood, the abandoned church spire looming ghost-like through the red mist. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the shadows. Over a dozen men in security uniforms burst from a side door, followed by a group of people dressed as local wealthy elites and officials, their suits and evening gowns stained with filth. Among them, a middle-aged woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses spotted Lin Chen and his companion and screamed desperately, "Help us! Please, I'm begging you." The scream acted like a starting gun, causing over a dozen security guards to turn their heads simultaneously. Their eyes gleamed with a savage, beast-like ferocity. Stop right there. Their bodies began to violently contort and transform. A bone-chilling crackling sound emanated from beneath their skin, as if countless bone spikes were growing just below the surface. Within 3 seconds, these men had nearly doubled in size. Their uniforms tore apart into strips of fabric, revealing torsos covered in blue-gray biological armor-all wolf-class beast soldiers. The ones on the left are mine, Lin Chen said, a cruel smile curving his lips. Without waiting for Instructor Chen's response, he launched himself into the enemy ranks like a cannonball. His right fist, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, slammed into the head of the first beast soldier to complete its transformation. The grotesque skull, covered in bone spikes, exploded like a watermelon, splattering red and white matter across the face of a noblewoman behind it. Your profession, silver level fighter experience 100. Beast soldier eliminated. Free attribute points 2.0. Exhilarating. The metallic taste stimulated his nerve endings. Lin Chen couldn't contain his excitement. This was real combat. No need to hold back. No need to worry about collateral damage. Pure killing ecstasy coursed through his spine like electricity. Roar 3 beast soldiers lunged at him in a triangular formation, their razor-sharp bone blades cutting vicious arcs through the air. Lin Chen neither dodged nor retreated, allowing those blades capable of slicing through steel platesto strike his shoulders. Yet the moment they touched his skin, Spiderweb cracks appeared across their surfaces from the rebound force. He grinned savagely as he grabbed the nearest beast soldier's forelimb. His bulging arm muscles suddenly exerted tremendous force. Rip with a nauseating sound of tearing flesh and sinew. The armored limb was torn clean off. Dark green blood gushed from the wound like a fountain. The beast soldier let out an agonizing howl. Lin Chen wielded the severed limb as a weapon, sweeping it horizontally. The barbed bone blade plunged directly into another beast soldier's eye socket, pulverizing half its skull. Your profession, silver level fighter experience 100. Beast soldier eliminated. Free attribute points 2.0. Instructor Chen had just finished snapping the neck of his second beast soldier when he turned and was stunned by the scene before him. Lin Chen was literally tearing open a beast soldier's chest cavity with his bare hands, his slime-covered fingers crushing its still-beating heart. Even more terrifying, the kid was actually smiling. Damn, this kid. Does he have some kind of psychotic tendencies? But he's perfectly suited for the fierce crane style. It couldn't even be called a battle, it was more like a dissection performance. When the last howl faded into the air, Lin Chen stood in the center of a wreath made of severed limbs and body parts. His form-fitting combat suit had long since been soaked into a bloody garment. He shook the chunks of flesh from his hands, looking toward the depths of the church with lingering satisfaction. There should be more inside. Only then did Instructor Chen realize his tactical dagger was still embedded in the first beast soldier's eye socket. He had only taken down 4, while Lin Chen had killed 6. Combined with the 2 he'd eliminated earlier at the convenience store entrance, that translated to a full 800 experience points, plus 16 free attribute points. Strength, 3,234. Agility, 32.134.1. Constitution, 33.235.2. Spirit, 39.349.3. Strength 2, Agility 2, Constitution 2, Spirit 10. Haha. Instructor Chen heard the low chuckle beside him and gave Lin Chen several rather unsettled glances. Let's go in and loot the place, Lin Chen said. Without waiting for Instructor Chen's response, he strode directly into the depths of the church. His figure was quickly swallowed by the darkness, leaving only the stench of blood lingering in the air. Instructor Chen had initially wanted to pursue him, but was held back firmly by a group of well-dressed survivors. The men's suits were wrinkled yet still recognizably made from expensive fabrics, while the women's gowns, though torn, still displayed luxury brand labels. Some even wore million-dollar watches that gleamed coldly in the dim light. Don't leave us behind. Please take us out of here. Those monsters will kill us. Their desperate pleas rose one after another as they clung to Instructor Chen's arms and clothes like drowning people grasping at their last lifeline. Instructor Chen frowned, irritation building inside him. He surveyed the crowd, their attire clearly out of place in this remote town shrouded in mist. You're not locals? He asked, suppressing his anger with obvious confusion. The group exchanged glances, stammering incoherently. Instructor Chen's patience ran out, his tone turning ice cold. Tell me the truth, or I'm leaving right now. Finally, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses broke down sobbing. We're investors. New Era deceived us. Investors? Instructor Chen's eyes darkened. So this group consisted of wealthy merchants, powerful elites, and even a few celebrities. They had been lured by New Era's promises of genetic enhancement, investing enormous sums hoping to easily gain extraordinary powers. After taking their money, New Era turned on them, tricking them into coming to this experimental facility to serve as live test subjects. We were just a bit too curious. Who knew they'd be so ruthless? Wailed a heavily made-up woman, her tears ruining her makeup. Instructor Chen sneered. You knew they were experimenting on living people, yet you still invested for profit? The crowd turned pale and fell silent. Instructor Chen shook off their grasping hands. If you want to live, escape on your own. I have no obligation to protect you. But these people knew that without protection in the mist, they were as good as dead. How could they let him go? No, you can't abandon us. A bald tycoon wrapped his arms around Chen's legs, his face streaked with snot and tears. Having pieced together the whole story, Instructor Chen found it absurd. Technically, these people were New Era's accomplices, but they were ultimately just ordinary civilians. Too lazy to deal with them further, he turned to leave. Seeing that neither threats nor pleas worked, these pampered elites panicked completely. Accustomed to solving everything with money and connections, how could they tolerate being ignored? We've already swallowed our pride to beg you. The middle-aged man who had first spoken now looked vicious as he suddenly pulled out his phone, hands trembling as he unlocked it. I know New Era's top executives. One phone call from me and your location will be exposed immediately. Then you won't be facing just a few beast soldiers, but the entire organization hunting you down. Hearing this, the others' eyes lit up as they pulled out their phones, shouting threats. That's right. We're not people to mess with. Dare to abandon us, and you'll regret it. You've killed so many people. Did you think you could escape? Instructor Chen's face darkened, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected these people to threaten him right after begging for their lives. Have you forgotten who saved you from the beast soldier's jaws? His voice was low but carried deadly intent. Fear and rage had clouded their judgment completely. They couldn't hear reason anymore. The man with gold-rimmed glasses pressed the dial button, sneering. Last chance, take us with you. Or else. Boom. Before he could finish, a black shadow exploded from the depths of the church like a cannonball. The middle-aged man didn't even have time to turn around before the tremendous force struck his chest. He felt his bones and flesh shatter as a scream tore from his throat. The next second, his body snapped in half midair, blood, flesh, and organs raining down like drops. His intestines hit the ground with a wet slap, still twitching. When his remains crashed down, fresh blood splattered across everyone's faces, and the scene fell into instant silence. Through the dust and smoke, Lin Chen walked out slowly, the freshly dialed phone crushed between his fingertips. His knuckles tightened crack. The metal casing was crushed to pieces, components scattering everywhere. Thud. The heavily made-up woman's legs gave out as she collapsed to the ground, her pants soaked through. The others turned ashen, trembling all over, not daring to even breathe loudly. Lin Chen shook the blood off his hands. His icy gaze swept over the group of nobles collapsed on the ground before finally settling on Instructor Chen, tinged with faint disappointment. Instructor Chen, I finally understand why you've never made it into the inner circle all these years. His voice wasn't loud, but each word cut through the air like a blade. Silver-level strength, gold-level talent. And yet you let yourself be threatened by a bunch of trash with phones. Instructor Chen's expression stiffened, his fists instinctively clenching before slowly relaxing. He opened his mouth to defend himself, but ultimately fell silent. Excessive mercy was simply foolishness, especially when these people were accomplices to begin with. Lin Chen snorted coldly, too lazy to say more. He glanced down at his watch, his brow furrowing slightly. He hadn't found any other beast soldiers in the church, and too much time had been wasted. Looking up at the darkening sky, his tone grew somber. Nights in the mist are no joke. We need to pick up the pace. As for them, keeping them alive will always be a liability. He swept his gaze over the group of nobles again, his killing intent almost tangible. In the suffocating air, a man in an expensive suit with a brutish face spoke up tremblingly. You can't kill us. So many people, are you really going to silence us all? Lin Chen smiled, a grin that made one's scalp crawl. Now that's a good point. Splurred amid gasps of shock. The man's throat erupted in a spray of blood as a broken steel rod pierced clean through his neck. His eyes bulged in disbelief as he collapsed. Before the screams could spread, Lin Chen had already transformed into a ghostly shadow, charging into the crowd. The sounds of shattering bones, tearing flesh, and desperate wails filled the air. In just 5 seconds, the world fell silent. Standing in the center of the blood pool, Lin Chen shook his hands again, his expression filled with disgust. A bunch of trash that doesn't even give experience points. He looked at the pale-faced Instructor Chen and delivered the final blow with a casual tone. Now there are no more liabilities. At the same moment, several other target locations were equally drenched in blood and carnage. The formal disciples of the inner circle struck with ruthless efficiency, with Zhuge Xiong being the most ferocious, having already ventured alone into the deepest parts of the mist. After finishing at the church, Lin Chen headed to the next stronghold with Instructor Chen. Along the way, Instructor Chen's mind was still in turmoil. Though he acknowledged Lin Chen's judgment, perhaps he should change his approach. Lin Chen gave him an encouraging look, causing Instructor Chen's mouth to twitch. You little brat, you're more like an instructor than I am. What came into view was a massive industrial warehouse. Something's not right. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. The air carried a faint scent of blood, but there was no trace of living presence. The two cautiously surveyed the area. The enormous warehouse held only cold silence, with stacked shipping containers looming like slumbering beasts. Did the new era people withdraw? Instructor Chen frowned. Lin Chen didn't answer, his gaze fixed on a hidden door in the corner. Upon opening it, a spiral iron staircase led straight underground. Let's go down and take a look. At the bottom of the stairs, the space opened up, dramatically harsh white lights, equipment everywhere, and sealed chambers arranged in neat rows. This was actually a fully equipped underground research facility. Under the pale lighting, the first room was immediately visible. Dozens of cultivation pods stood in rows, emitting an eerie blue glow, with semi-transparent cultivation fluid containing unconscious beast transformation test subjects floating inside, bubbles constantly rising, as if silently reminding everyone of the cruelty of this place. The two had barely taken a few steps when intense sounds of combat and screams suddenly erupted ahead. Lin Chen and Instructor Chen exchanged glances and rushed forward almost simultaneously. The scene before them was truly shocking. 3 figures were surrounded by dozens of beast-transformed predators, yet they moved like tigers among sheep, with blood and flesh flying everywhere in an instant. Those grotesque monsters were as fragile as toys in their hands, torn to pieces at the slightest contact. They're from the Marshall Hall, Instructor Chen whispered. Lin Chen's gaze quickly locked onto a familiar figure among them, Chu He. The other two were a man and woman. The man was around 25 or 26, with a cold, stern face and ruthless strikes, each punch precisely crushing the beast soldiers' skulls. The woman was in her early 20s, agile in form, her slender legs sharp as blades, severing enemies' throats with sweeping motions. Dozens of wolf-level beast soldiers couldn't contain them at all, and the three even seemed somewhat playful. Gold level. Lin Chen's pupils contracted. Within just a few minutes, the battle was over. Mangled corpses littered the ground, with thick blood nearly reaching their ankles. Lin Chen and Instructor Chen didn't even get a chance to intervene. The three powerful fighters also noticed them, casting cold glances their way. Instructor Chen stepped forward first to introduce them. This is 5th senior brother from the fierce crane style's inner circle Yao Li. Beside him is his sister, 6th senior sister Yao Yu. Lin Chen nodded, but his gaze remained fixed on Chu He. The other man also noticed him, and their eyes clashed in midair, sparks flying. TSK, this kid actually didn't die? Chu He sneered, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. After a brief reunion, Instructor Chen clasped his fists, senior brother, senior sister. The three only nodded slightly, their attitude cold. The others got separated. Yao Li said in a deep voice, "Let's quickly clear this stronghold, then head to the town center." With that, he and Yao Yu flashed forward, already darting toward the depths of the research facility, disappearing into the dark corridor in the blink of an eye. However, Chu He stopped in his tracks, leaning casually against the corridor entrance, a playful cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, his gaze locking onto Lin Chen like a venomous snake. He didn't move, and Lin Chen didn't move either, the air instantly freezing. Instructor Chen stepped forward nervously to mediate. "Senior brother Chu, this underground research facility is full of dangers. We should first." "Junior brother, why are you looking at me like that? Do you look down on me?" Chu He smiled without warmth, directly interrupting. "If that's the case, I'll just beat you to death right here, and no one will know, right?" Instructor Chen's face changed dramatically. He knew the two had old grudges, and if they really fought, Lin Chen probably wouldn't have much chance of winning. Thinking of this, he quickly stepped between them. "Senior brother Chu, junior brother Lin didn't mean it that way." Chu He suddenly turned around, cold light flashing. "Do you have a say in this? Get lost." This humiliation made Instructor Chen, who was 7 or 8 years older, turn ashen. Lin Chen reached out to stop him, stepped forward slowly, facing Chu He directly, the corner of his mouth also curling into a cold smile. "Senior brother wants to beat me to death? Feel free to try, but who dies is still uncertain." "Good. Very good." Chu He laughed in extreme anger, his whole body tensing up, the aura of a gold-level fighter crushing down like a mountain. "Today I'll let you know." Boom. A deafening explosion interrupted his provocation. The entire research facility shook violently, dust falling from the ceiling, piercing alarm sounds suddenly blaring, and crimson warning lights bathing the space in blood red. "What's happening?" Instructor Chen cried out. All three looked toward the source of the sound. The metal wall at the end of the research facility had been completely blown away. Through the billowing smoke, several huge, menacing figures slowly emerged. These were definitely not ordinary beast soldiers. They stood over 3 meters tall, covered in dark red biological armor, with bone spikes protruding from their backs and serrated bone blades trailing from their limb joints. Most terrifying were their eyes pupillus, just a murky dark yellow, with cold, fierce light. With this kind of presence, tiger-level beast soldiers, Instructor Chen's face had completely changed. What was even more terrifying was what lurked behind this monster. Dozens of beast soldiers in various forms were pouring through the passage like a bursting dam, surrounding Lin Chen, Instructor Chen, and Chu He in a deadly trap within the blink of an eye. Third stage, Tiger-class abyssal beast. Secondary biological core forms within the body, nurturing embryonic mist creature larvae. Subcutaneous muscle fibers reorganize into shock-absorbing gel, reducing physical damage by 70. Host and beast soldier genes begin to merge, dramatically enhancing regenerative abilities. And this was merely the baseline capability of a Tiger class. Information about Tiger class beast soldiers flashed through Lin Chen's mind like lightning. The monster before them stood over 3 meters tall, covered entirely in dark red biological armor, with muscle fibers coiled like steel cables. Its crimson pupils locked onto its prey as it bared serrated fangs in a twisted grin, a low laugh rumbling from its throat. "I'll crush you rats." Before it could finish speaking, dozens of wolf-class beast soldiers charged forward with savage roars. Lin Chen's gaze hardened as his form became lightning itself, his fist whistling through the air to explode a wolf-class's skull, bone fragments and black blood scattered everywhere. Instructor Chen bellowed in fury, his silver-level blood energy erupting like a volcano as he kicked an approaching beast soldier's chest cavity into collapse. "Brother Chu, quickly notify Brother Yao and the others to return." Instructor Chen shouted while fighting. Against a tiger class, neither of them was certain of victory. However, Chu He stood at the rear, a cold smile curling his lips. Not only did he refuse to help, But while the other two were entangled with the beast horde, he suddenly struck the metal door behind them with his fist. Clang clang. The mechanisms inside the door snapped, and the heavy iron gate began to slowly descend, sealing off the passage. You. Instructor Chen's eyes blazed with fury, only managing to catch sight of Chu He's figure disappearing at the far end, those eyes filled with mockery and cruelty. The man clearly intended to use the Tiger-class beast soldier to eliminate Lin Chen and bury him in the process. Lin Chen drove his fist through the chest of the last wolf-class beast soldier, shaking off the blood with bone-chilling coldness. He had anticipated from their first meeting that he would eventually make his move. Roar. The Tiger-class beast soldier finally attacked. A bloody shadow flashed, moving too fast for the naked eye to follow. Before Instructor Chen could raise his arms, his chest took a devastating blow. Bang! He flew backward several meters like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood gushed from his mouth. At least 3 ribs were broken. His internal organs were damaged, and his vision darkened as he nearly lost consciousness. This very impact had thrown him to the other side of the metal door. Rumble. The research facility's ceiling collapsed with a thunderous crash, concrete debris raining down like a storm, completely burying the passage. Instructor Chen struggled to his feet, roaring, Lin Chen. Only swirling dust and the distant howls of wolf-class beast soldiers answered him. Gritting his teeth, he turned and sprinted in the direction he had fled, with only one thought: get reinforcements, or Lin Chen would surely die. Within the dust-filled ruins of the research facility, Lin Chen slowly straightened up. Now, only he and the Tiger-class monster remained. Well, just my luck, he muttered with self-mockery, his gaze instantly turning cold and hard. Escape? The passage was narrow, the exit sealed, and the Tiger-class's speed far exceeded that of Wolf-class beasts. Turning to run would only result in being torn to shreds. Since escape was impossible, he would face it head-on. He locked onto the Tiger-class beast soldier not far away, the fierce crane breathing technique circulating frantically within his body. Hot white vapor erupted from his nostrils as his blood and chi boiled like molten lava throughout his body. Roar. The Tiger-class beast soldier looked down at Lin Chen with the same interest a cat shows when toying with a mouse. Seeing him advance instead of retreat, taking a combat stance, it sneered with malicious glee. Pathetic fool who doesn't know his place. The next second, its massive form exploded forward. Its giant fist rose with white steam, carrying lava-like heat as it descended like a burning meteor. What Tiger-class beast loved most was crushing enemies into pulp with absolute power. Boom. The punch shattered the ground, cracked walls, and sent electric sparks flying like scattered stars. Just as dust clouds filled the air, the Tiger-class's pupils suddenly contracted. That massive fist was firmly blocked by a grotesque claw covered in hardened keratin. What? Through the smoke, Lin Chen slowly raised his head, his eyes blood-red with killing intent more intense than the Tiger-class's. Dark crimson bioarmor emerged across his skin, muscles swelled, and his finger bones extended into gleaming claw blades. He looked like a humanoid beast that had just awakened. Are you one of us too? The Tiger-class gasped. Lin Chen didn't answer, only bared his teeth in a savage grin and suddenly exerted force. Boom. 2 figures collided like cannonballs, fists and claws clashing, blood and flesh splattering. In just over 10 seconds, they had exchanged over 100 blows, each impact cracking the ground like a spider web. The longer they fought, the more alarmed the Tiger-class became. Lin Chen's combat instincts were no less sharp, perhaps even more savage. This is just a silver rank kid. How is this possible? Void Ren. Lin Chen seized an opening, his claw blades slashing like a knife, tearing open the Tiger-class's chest as dark red blood mist sprayed. Roar. The Tiger-class howled in pain and struck back, its massive claw leaving a bone-deep gash across Lin Chen's chest. Both fighters retreated violently. Damn. This kid. The Tiger-class's chest wound healed at a visible rate, while Lin Chen's wound continued bleeding. The Tiger-class's expression immediately relaxed as it burst into wild laughter. Ha! You can't kill me. Silver rank trash. No matter how much you struggle, I'll grind you to death. Indeed, Lin Chen's recovery was far inferior to the Tiger-class's. If this continued, his defeat was certain. But Lin Chen smiled. Grind me to death. He flicked the fresh blood from his claw blades, the crimson in his eyes growing more intense. Then before you grind me to death, I'll tear you apart first. With those words, he ripped off his tattered combat suit, exposing steel-like muscles to the air. As his muscles contracted, the savage wound on his chest temporarily stopped bleeding, dark red scabs forming like beast scales. The Tiger-class let out a piercing laugh. Struggle all you want. Your blood will run dry soon enough. But the laughter stopped abruptly. Thump, thump. Your professional skill, fierce crane breathing technique experience 38. Your professional skill, fierce crane breathing technique experience 43. Breakthrough. Fierce crane breathing technique, mastery perfection. Strange sounds suddenly emerged from deep within Lin Chen's chest, first like a babbling brook, then instantly transforming into a rushing rivulet was boiling blood and chi roaring through his meridians. What is this? The tiger class's pupils contracted. On Lin Chen's chest, a drop of blood thick as amber was condensing. Then a second drop, a third. This kid broke through. The tiger class was first stunned, then furious. He's using me as a stepping stone. A strong sense of unease flashed through it, and it hesitated no longer. It had to take the risk and kill with one strike. After all, it could regenerate. But the moment it took a step, Lin Chen moved simultaneously. Just as the third half-formed blood drop was condensing. Pop! The first blood drop exploded. Boom! Violent heat waves swept outward with Lin Chen at the center, his skin instantly turning crimson as blood-colored flames rose. Metal equipment within 3 meters glowed red and began to soften from the heat. Lin Chen's figure suddenly vanished, and when he reappeared, 3 inches of blood-colored radiance had condensed at his fingertips, not chi energy, but highly compressed boiling blood and chi. Fierce crane style, blood beak. Thud. The blood spike pierced through the tiger class creature's chest without any resistance. Blood erupted as the tiger class was sent flying by the impact before it could even react. Before its body hit the ground, Lin Chen had already followed like a shadow, his right arm surging with blood energy. Bang, 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 bang. 5 devastating punches struck the exact same spot with pinpoint precision. The tiger class's prized bioarmor shattered instantly, leaving 5 bullseyed bloody holes punched clean through its chest. Roar! The fear of impending death drove the tiger class into a frenzy. It suddenly detonated its left arm, transforming flesh and sinew into hundreds of crimson spikes that whistled toward Lin Chen. This desperate, suicidal assault finally forced Lin Chen to retreat half a step. Gasping in agony, the tiger class breathed heavily, its eyes filled with both terror and rage. Looking down at the gaping wounds in its chest, its expression turned completely green. A mere ant from the past had actually wounded it. Seizing the moment when Lin Chen retreated, it grabbed a wolf-class beast soldier and stuffed it into its mouth. The sounds of cracking bones, chewing, and splattering blood mingled together. Horrifyingly, the wounds in its chest began healing at a visible rate, and its exploded left arm started regenerating. It's useless. The tiger class spat out half a wolf bone and sneered. I can regenerate infinite. That's the difference between you and me. You'll never be able to kill me. Lin Chen breathed slightly heavily, but smiled coldly. He raised his finger and gestured. Watch closely. I'll show you a magic trick. Are you insane? Snap. The crisp sound of fingers snapping echoed, and the tiger class's smile froze instantly. Bang, 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 bang. 5 muffled explosions erupted from within its body in sequence. The 5 previous wounds burst open again as the Crimson Fiend mountain crushing force combined with boiling blood power rampaged through its body, instantly grinding organs, bones, and muscles into scalding pulp. Pos Cybele. This was the tiger class's final vision. Lin Chen, drenched in blood, approaching step by step. The 3-meter body lost all support and collapsed like building blocks, turning into a pile of steaming flesh scattered across the ground. Lin Chen stepped on the still twitching head. No, don't kill me. I can be your dog. I'll tell you anything you want to know. I'll obey you completely. Lin Chen scoffed. Sorry, I only like female dogs. The next second, the head was crushed to pieces. Your profession, silver level fighter experience 500. Killed tiger class bio-beast soldier. Gained free attribute points 10.0. Your profession skill fierce crane soul-breaking style experience 132. Blood dripped from between his fingers as system notifications appeared one after another. The tiger class's experience made power surge through Lin Chen's body, and combined with the soul-breaking style bonus, he was just one step away from becoming a gold-level fighter. Just need to kill a few more. He surveyed the wolf-class corpses scattered everywhere and casually punched the nearest head to pieces. Killed wolf-class beast soldier, experience 0. What? Lin Chen was stunned, the cold notification hitting him like ice water. The wolf-class creatures that once provided decent experience were now worthless. Experience decay? Or have I outgrown them too much? He clenched his fists, knuckles cracking. His plan to level up through grinding had just fallen apart. Just as disappointment set in. Your profession missed explorer experience 67. Your profession skill monster encyclopedia is breaking through. First generation demon crane, drank. Skull devourer 100 protective membrane, brank. Crimson flame earth dragon 30 pending, brank. Frostbone giant python 28 pending, a rank. Thunder prison sky owl 10 pending fusion, demon crane. The attributes listed behind it were clearly those of mist creatures. Could this actually be a set of bioarmor formed through fusion? Lin Chen stood frozen, taking a long moment to regain his composure. He had studied bio-beast weapons extensively. Typically, a warrior could only implant one type of monster gene at most, as adding more would cause mutual rejection and collapse. Yet this armor had forcibly merged genes from 4 different lineages. I am different from them. The system prompt scrolled through his mind. You can absorb residual monster genes from deceased biobeast warriors, and multiple genes will not conflict within your body. Immediately, the prompt updated. Rank Crimson Flame Earth Dragon, 3080-50. It had jumped by a full half in one go. So the dominant gene of this Tiger class armor was the Crimson Flame Earth Dragon, but the previous user had utilized it extremely poorly. This meant he no longer needed to painstakingly search for specialized gene serum she could evolve naturally by hunting sufficiently high-level targets. However, to advance the progress further, he would need to eliminate enemies of Tiger class or above. More importantly, didn't have to abandon martial arts for this. Genetics and martial arts could coexist. At this thought, Lin Chen couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt, joy nearly overflowing from his chest. There are still 10 free attribute points. He had originally planned to invest them all in mental power, but the heat still churning in his chest reminded him otherwise. Of the 3.5 amber-colored blood droplets, one had been consumed, leaving 2.5 still circulating slowly through his meridians, radiating tremendous energy. Lin Chen closed his eyes to sense them, quickly grasping the underlying logic. Strength determines blood droplet burst intensity. Agility affects blood droplet condensation speed. Constitution determines blood droplet capacity limit. Verification: Strength 3437. Agility 34.137.1. Constitution 35.239.2. Strength 3.0. Agility 3.0. Constitution 4.0. Buzz. His blood and chi suddenly boiled. The depleted blood droplet rapidly reformed, more solid than before. Even the half-droplet remnant began slowly expanding, showing signs of breaking through to become a 4th droplet. As expected, Lin Chen mused silently. As long as his 3 basic attributes climbed, the boiling blood technique could trigger consecutively. Once the blood droplets accumulated to 5, 6, even if he encountered higher-level monsters, he could face them heated. But accompanying this was the subtle tearing sensation of muscle fibers being stretched. His physical limits were already showing warning signs. If his 3 attributes couldn't keep up, the boiling blood backlash would directly destroy his foundation. Only 2 paths remained to advance to gold rank. 1. Hunt more powerful targets. 2. Chu He. Thinking of that senior brother, who had fled from battle and even sealed off their escape route, cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He pulled out a military ration pill and bit it down. As the medicinal power dissolved, the depletion in his body was slightly replenished. I must have a proper feast when I get back. Just as he was about to leave, his peripheral vision caught sight of a research lab that had been overturned by the shockwave. The heavy blast door lay askew on the ground, and documents scattered inside emitted a faint blue glow. New Era Experiment Report. Lin Chen strode in quickly and picked up a page. The moment he saw its contents, his usually calm expression showed rare astonishment. In the deeper recesses of the dark underground research facility, Chu He, Yao Yu, and Yao Li stood in the chaotic experimental area. Shattered cylindrical cultivation tanks lay scattered everywhere, with residual nutrient fluids still steaming, indicating the test subjects had just been moved. Research personnel corpses littered the ground, each with a precise bullet hole in the forehead. The execution method was clean and efficient. We're a step too late. Yao Yu kicked aside an empty syringe at her feet, her tone cold and hard. New Era was more decisive than we thought. Yao Li crouched down, dipping his finger in the warm liquid, his brow furrowed tightly. They evacuated less than 10 minutes ago. He surveyed the surroundings. And moreover what? Chu He crossed his arms, his expression indifferent. Too clean. Yao Li stood up, his gaze sharp. Equipment and data all destroyed, not a single person left alive. This doesn't look like a hasty escape, more like a prearranged cleanup. The air instantly grew tense. Just then, Chu He, a hoarse, furious roar echoed from the end of the corridor. Everyone turned to see Instructor Chun stumbling toward them, covered in blood. His left arm hung limp, his chest bore vicious claw marks. Clearly, he had just survived a brutal battle. You murderous bastard. Instructor Chen's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Chu He. To poison your own sect brothers like this, are you even human? Yao Li and Yao Yu frowned simultaneously, exchanging glances before signaling for Instructor Chun to explain himself clearly. Instructor Chen's chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath, pouring out the entire sequence of events. How Chu He had deliberately destroyed the retreat passage, trapping them in the center of the beast tide. If not for Lin Chen using his own flesh and blood to block a Tiger-class beast soldier, he would never have been able to break through. By the end, his voice trembled with rage and terror. If Lin Chen hadn't fought to the death to stop that Tiger-class beast soldier, I never would have escaped. Upon hearing this, Yao Yu's gaze suddenly sharpened as she fixed her eyes on Chu He. Junior brother Chu, care to explain? Chu He's expression remained unchanged, even letting out a scoff. Instructor Chen, you can eat carelessly, but you can't speak carelessly. It was clearly junior brother Lin who was arrogant and disrespectful to me, his senior brother. I simply chose not to argue and left early. Bullshit. Instructor Chen roared. If Lin Chen truly disrespected you, you could have disciplined him on the spot. Why resort to such underhanded methods? Chui's eyes darkened. Where's your proof? Instructor Chen froze. That passage had completely collapsed, and only he and Lin Chen had been present at the time. Now there was no one left to testify. Yao Li and Yao Yu weighed the situation silently. Lin Chen, personally selected by Elder Zhuge as a new disciple, had been making quite a name for himself at the martial hall recently. If this extermination mission had gone smoothly, he would have entered the inner circle with unlimited prospects. But now he was actually dead? Enough. Yao Li spoke up, interrupting their confrontation. The priority is completing the cleanup mission. If Lin Chen truly met with misfortune, the martial hall will investigate. The implication was clear. There was no time now to deal with personal grudges, and besides, who would speak up for a dead man? Instructor Chen's face instantly turned ashen, his knuckles turning blue from excessive force. He understood. Although Yao Li and Yao Yu harbored suspicions about Chu He, they would never tear off the mask for the sake of a dead sect brother. No evidence, no witnesses, even the body buried under rubble. Dead men tell no tales. Chu He wore a faint, cold smile at the corner of his mouth, as if silently mocking. What can you do to me? Instructor Chen suppressed his rage and turned to plead. Senior brothers and sister. Lin Chen might still be alive. I beg you. Yao Yu frowned, about to speak, when a piercing alarm suddenly tore through the corridor. Beep. Beep. The entire research facility shook violently, sealing debris raining down as crimson warning lights flashed frantically. A mechanical female voice repeated emotionlessly, self-destruct sequence initiated. Countdown, 300 seconds. Damn it. Yao Yu's expression darkened. New era is going to blow this place up. Chu He immediately rushed toward the emergency escape passage, tossing back a cold taunt. Risk your lives for a dead man? If you want to go, go yourselves. The people in the stronghold evacuated long ago anyway. Without hesitation, he dove into the escape tunnel, his figure quickly disappearing into the dim red glow. Watching Chu He's retreating figure, Yao Yu was filled with contempt. She had never liked his cold, calculating way of handling things. Yao Li also frowned deeply, but ultimately looked at Instructor Chen's ashen face and made his decision. Yao Li grabbed Instructor Chen's arm. But Lin Chen, my brother and I will go find him. Thank you, senior brother and sister. Instructor Chen exclaimed with joy. Just as he offered to lead the way, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. The metallic taste flooded his throat as Instructor Chen's body trembled uncontrollably. Yao Yu furrowed her brow and said coldly, You're too badly injured. Following us will only slow us down. Go. He endured the excruciating pain, gritting his teeth until they nearly cracked, and nodded in agreement. Though his steps were unsteady, he still forced himself to charge out of the underground passage. The mist was cold as a blade, striking his face and sealing his throat. The moment Instructor Chen reached the surface, he was choked into coughing up blood again. 20 meters away, a tall figure stood silently in the shadow of the tree's Chu He. He leaned against the rough bark, his serpentine eyes locked firmly on his prey. Instructor Chen. His voice was ice cold, as if pinning the man in place. In the next second, he exploded into action, pushing off with his toes and leaving ghostly afterimages in the mist. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance. His coarse fingers clamped around Instructor Chen's throat like iron pincers, pressing him into the cold mud. I hate it most when people run their mouths. Chu He chuckled darkly, his killing intent becoming tangible. So tell me, do you think you still have any reason to live? The air seemed drained, leaving only Instructor Chen's labored gasps and broken breathing. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, dim overhead lights flickered, casting cold reflections off the metal examination tables. Lin Chen braced himself against the table's edge, his fingertips brushing over scattered report pages. Chaotic data covered the surface, as if someone had hastily abandoned them in panic. A stack of disordered experimental records filled with genetic modification data and mutation indices lay before him, the handwriting so messy it was nearly illegible. Lin Chen suddenly stopped at a list hundreds of names, each followed by a date and a series of cryptic codes. He flipped through quickly, discovering dozens of identical pages. These names, are they the town's original residents? Lin Chen's Adam's apple bobbed as his stomach churned. No wonder there isn't a single living soul outside. They were all used as live specimens for genetic experiments. An entire town, tens of thousands of people. To make them disappear in such a short time without the outside world knowing meant the power behind this was terrifyingly vast. He continued searching and pulled out a black journal deliberately hidden in the shadows beneath the examination table. The first page was scrawled in red ink. Selection criteria: type O blood, Rh negative, genetic sequences that resonate with the gate. Resonance. Gate. Lin Chen repeated in a low voice. The rough texture of thick paper brushed against his fingers as he noticed a yellowed photograph tucked inside the journal. In the image, hundreds of people stood orderly in the town square's center, expressionless with hollow eyes. Researchers in white coats surrounded them. On the photo's back was a line of crooked writing. Seventh batch of qualified subjects, sent to the gate of the true realm. Gate of the true realm? What does that mean? The more he read, the more his spine chilled. Turning to the journal's final pages, an unusually neat report caught his eye. The title prominent. Comparative Study of True Realm and Present World Matter. The report detailed the air composition and gravitational constants of two worlds, even basic particle structures, precise to 6 decimal places. But in the final paragraph, the scientific terminology suddenly ceased, replaced by text resembling religious scripture. When flesh crosses boundaries, when souls resonate with the true realm, the gate shall open, and two worlds shall become one. The new era will not be transformation, but replacement. Lin Chen froze. The entire document seemed like research, yet more like a carefully planned ritual. The entire town became a sacrifice, he murmured, his fingers turning to the final page where red letters stabbed at his eyes. Prepare to welcome the arrival of the true realm. What exactly is the true realm? His temples throbbed as he forced himself to stay calm, yet couldn't suppress the growing terror in his mind. The power to make tens of thousands vanish instantly was no ordinary experiment. A terrifying hypothesis flashed through his mind. Could the true realm be that all-devouring mist? Is New Era ostensibly researching genetic modification and bio-beast soldiers, but actually controlling the mist? If the mist wasn't a natural disaster, but an invasion from another world? If those mutant beast soldiers weren't weapons of war, but adaptations for a different environment? Beep beep. A piercing alarm shattered the silence as all overhead lights turned blood red. Warning. Self-destruct sequence initiated. All personnel evacuate immediately. A piercing alarm suddenly blared. Red warning lights flashed frantically across the ceiling and corners, as if someone were hammering against Lin Chen's nerves. He jerked his head up to see the heavy metal door at the laboratory entrance slowly closing, hydraulic systems emitting deep clicking sounds. Without time to think, he pulled out his tactical watch, quickly scanned several critical experiment reports, then bolted toward the exit. The moment he burst out of the underground facility's ventilation shaft, he didn't pause for a second. His legs coiled like taut springs, instantly exploding with maximum speed as he sprinted across the slippery gravel. Just minutes later, boom. The ground beneath his feet shuddered violently. A blinding pillar of fire erupted from the research facility's location, the scorching blast wave turning the fog within a 100-meter radius an eerie orange-red. Debris was hurled skyward by the shockwave, then rained down like a storm, clattering against the ground around him. Several sharp metal fragments grazed his cheek, leaving burning, bloody scratches. As the aftershock subsided, he turned back to look. The original building had completely collapsed, leaving a massive crater over 50 meters in diameter torn into the earth. The concrete edges looked like cookies crushed by a giant's hand, with twisted steel rebar jutting out chaotically. The thick fog couldn't hide the black smoke billowing upward. The rolling mushroom cloud was visible from kilometers away. The New Era people are absolutely insane, Lin Chen muttered, wiping the blood from his cheek. Only then did he notice that night had completely fallen, and the fog-shrouded darkness was terrifyingly quiet. He whispered to himself, time to head to the rendezvous. After confirming his map coordinates, he set off toward the town center. About an hour and a half later, he reached his destination. Along the way, he encountered several groups of wolf-class cannon fodder beast soldiers, taking considerable effort to shake them off. In the past, when he could still gain experience, he would have relished such encounters. Now, with the system offering no experience points, killing them felt merely tedious. Am I too late? The temporary gathering point at the town Centera church, converted into a stronghold, now lay in ruins. The Gothic spire was embedded upside down in the rubble pile like a broken sword. The stone walls were covered with tearing claw marks and fist-sized craters. Most conspicuous were 3 blood trails extending from the main entrance, each over 10 meters long, as if some massive beast had been forcibly dragged away. Lin Chen lightened his steps and found 3 cold corpses near the collapsed column base in the northwest corner. There are people. 3 members of their 11-person squad were lost, 2 instructors, and 1 formal disciple from the core circle. Just as he was about to examine the bodies more closely, footsteps sounded behind him. He instantly tensed his muscles and spun around defensively. The approaching figures came into view. Was Yao Li and Yao Yu, the 2 formal class disciples he'd encountered earlier in the underground laboratory, followed by 2 blood-soaked instructors. One was deathly pale with his entire arm severed at the shoulder. The other had a bull's-eyed hole torn through his chest, his gait unsteady, his injuries horrifying to behold. Before Lin Chen could speak, the wariness in their expressions crumbled the moment they recognized him. Yao Yu's eyes widened as she exclaimed, Lin Chen, you're not dead? Both her and Yao Li's pupils contracted simultaneously clearly. Instructor Chen had told them Lin Chen was trapped by a tiger-class beast and likely doomed. Yao Yu's tone turned slightly cold. We didn't find you in the ruins, so we thought you were finished. You actually escaped on your own. Her gaze swept him up and down with scrutiny. To get away from a tiger-class bestiary, quite good at staying alive. Lin Chen showed little reaction to Yao Yu's sarcastic tone. In the martial academy's inner circle, strength was everything. Lin Chen had fallen to the back of the group earlier, essentially holding everyone back. Now he stood with a calm expression, uttering only one sentence. Where is Instructor Chen? Hey, senior sister is asking you a question. Are you deaf? Yao Yu's face darkened. Lin Chen turned his head, his gaze sweeping over her indifferently, without a single word in response. Since joining the core disciples, Yao Yu had never been subjected to such cold treatment. Remembering how everyone had risked their lives to rescue Lin Chen, fury surged to her head as she raised her hand to strike. Enough. Yao Li grabbed his sister's arm, saying in a low voice. He was with Chu He. You delayed too long and missed the final sweep. Yao Yu snorted coldly, her eyes full of contempt. In her view, Lin Chen could only participate in the assessment thanks to Elder Zhuge's connections. Now that people had died in battle while he remained perfectly fine, he had probably been hiding in the shadows. In the martial path, luck alone wouldn't take you far. Lin Chen ignored her mockery, piecing together the full battle situation from the siblings' words. The outpost had erupted in fierce combat, with nearly 100 second-tier, wolf-level beast soldiers attacking. During the battle, one beast soldier temporarily broke through to elephant level, directly causing the deaths of 2 instructors and 1 core disciple. Elder Zhuge was present but got entangled with some entity deep in the mist. The elephant-level monster escaped severely wounded, and Zhuge Xiong pursued it into the mist, not returning since. Elephant level, the final big fish. Lin Chen frowned. Logically, Elder Zhuge shouldn't have let it escape, but Yao Li added in a low voice. When we arrived, the bloody scent on him was terrifyingly strong. His tone carried undeniable gravity. The sweep was nearly over, but the words true realm kept circling in Lin Chen's mind. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the mist. Chu He. Almost instinctively, Lin Chen's gaze locked onto him, killing intent sharp as a blade. With no sign of Instructor Chen around, he directly questioned, Where is Instructor Chen? Chu He's lips curved into a mocking smile. I'm not his babysitter. Why should I care if he lives or dies? You're all so concerned and tell me you had something going on? It's normal for weaklings to die here. Don't treat the sweep like a vacation. Lin Chen's eyes became terrifyingly calm, and the calmer they grew, the more intense his killing intent became. You shouldn't have provoked me. His voice was low and cold. You've picked the wrong person. As his words fell, he had already transformed into a black shadow lunging forward. Chu He had originally thought Lin Chen would just go crying to Zhuge Xiong, sneering inwardly. No one can prove I killed Instructor Chen. When I get the chance, I'll eliminate this kid too. He never expected Lin Chen to attack on the spot. A mere silver level dares challenge me. Chu He's shock quickly turned to furious laughter as his gold level blood energy erupted, seeking death. Their fists collided in an instant, tearing through the air. Chu He's eyes flashed with cruel excitement, perfect opportunity to personally crush this annoying thorn in his side. Yao Li frowned and moved to intervene, but Yao Yu held him back. Brother, don't interfere. Let this silver-level fool learn his place. She sneered, disdaining both men in her heart. One treacherous, one arrogant, men really were all worthless. I'm a man too. Yao Li felt collateral damage from his sister's comment, but decided to step back after consideration. He wasn't a peacemaker by nature, and with the timing not right, he chose to watch coldly from the sidelines. The other 2 instructors had long been beaten into submission and didn't dare even speak up. After the earlier bloody battle, they remained severely wounded, one even missing an arm, while among the core disciples, Yao Li and Yao Yu had only sustained minor injuries. This was the difference. Fists fell like rain, legs swept like blades. In the center of the ruins, 2 figures churned through rubble and dust, each collision thundering like hammers striking drums, deep and deafening. In Chu He's eyes, Lin Chen was merely a silver-rank nobody he could crush with a flick of his wrist. Recently, the Martial Academy had been buzzing about some prodigy named Lin Chen from the elite class, but they seemed to forget that the most dazzling talent had always been him. Chu Hin naturally, the stronger one. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds of flesh meeting flesh rang out in rapid succession. Both fighters unleashed savage punches and kicks, their speed escalating relentlessly, yet neither employed breathing techniques or martial arts forms, only raw, primal strength in brutal collision, clearly intent on crushing the other's pride completely. In just half a minute, they had exchanged hundreds of blows, the scene resembling 2 ferocious beasts tearing at each other. Rage and killing intent burned without restraint across the wasteland. Finally, a flicker of surprise crossed Chu He's eyes. Lin Chen had actually endured this long through sheer physical prowess, showing no signs of weakening. This meant Lin Chen's foundation was astonishingly solid. 137 moves. From the sidelines, Yao Li counted quietly, his frown deepening. Yao Yu crossed her arms, her red lips pursed. Brother, what are you surprised about? Chu He is clearly toying with him. No. Yao Li shook his head. Chu He is already fighting seriously. In the arena, Lin Chen's expression remained calm, his breathing perfectly steady. Though Chu He's assault grew increasingly ferocious, Lin Chen never chose to flee, his lightning-fast movements nearly creating afterimages. 300 moves, someone in the crowd gasped. Chu He's expression finally changed dramatically, his confidence in bringing Lin Chen to his knees within 10 moves had been shattered. Not only had Lin Chen not fallen, but he fought with growing vigor. What infuriated him most were those eyes, terrifyingly calm throughout, as if silently mocking. Is this all you've got? Want to kill me? Come on then. Lin Chen suddenly erupted, landing a punch capable of piercing steel plates on Chu He's shoulder, forcing him back. The air seemed to freeze as all eyes locked on the scene. Chu He retreated half a step, and when he raised his head, his eyes blazed with murderous intent this time. He was completely serious. Who could have imagined that Lin Chen could actually force Chu He back, even if Chu He hadn't used his full strength yet? Boy, now I really want to kill you. Chu He roared, his aura transforming dramatically. Scorching white vapor burst from his nose and mouth, like blade winds slicing through air with piercing shrieks. His chest heaved violently, his breathing rhythm strange and sharp, like a predatory bird gathering strength. Fierce crane breathing technique, perfect mastery. Two instructors' pupils contracted sharply. Perfect mastery of the fierce crane breathing technique. Lin Chen is finished. The one-armed instructor smiled bitterly. He understood the vast chasm between formal disciples and themselves. His previous battle had nearly shattered his martial heart. The gap was that despairing. Yet just as Chu He's aura reached its peak, whoosh, Lin Chen also expelled refined white vapor from his nose and mouth, the airflow coiling like a dragon. No less impressive. Perfect mastery breathing technique. What? Yao Yu's mouth fell open, her face filled with disbelief. How is that possible? How long has he even been in the elite class? Mastering the fierce crane breathing technique was practically standard for every formal disciple. But truly cultivating it to perfection required at least several years. Even core disciples were no exception. Now, a young man who had been in the elite class for less than 2 months had achieved it, causing an instant uproar around the arena. Yao Li's gaze turned cold as iron. This kid, he's been hiding his true strength. Chu He was also stunned for a moment, but then he grinned with a vicious smile. Perfect mastery? Is this your trump card? No matter how strong your breathing technique is, it won't save you. Before his words finished, his body suddenly swelled, muscles bulging as if about to burst through his skin, blood-red patterns rapidly spreading along his arms. The boiling blood technique. The moment his blood began to boil, he transformed into a crimson shadow, shooting toward Lin Chen like lightning. Wind-rending claws. His 5 fingers curved into hooks, claw tips wrapped in razor-sharp airflow capable of tearing through steel plates and shredding a class missed creature alive. Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply. He pushed the fierce crane breathing technique to its limit, but facing Chu He's storm-like assault, he was still forced to retreat repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. Claw shadows rained down continuously, slashing his arms, shoulders, and chest in succession, blood spattering everywhere. Chu He laughed maniacally. Is this all you've got? Where's that arrogance from before? Lin Chen's expression remained impassive, but the fighting spirit in his eyes burned ever brighter. The extreme pressure made his blood boil even more intensely, and notifications flashed wildly on his status panel. Your silver level fighter profession experience 56. Your silver level fighter profession experience 47. Your silver level fighter profession experience 61. The breakthrough threshold was within reach, and Chu He before him was the perfect experience machine. To onlookers, however, he had already fallen into a passive position. With each collision, his bones trembled, and his blood traced crimson trails across the ground. Lin Chen is going to lose, came low cries from the stands. Yao Yu snorted softly, her red lips curving upward. Arrogant fool, he's bound to lose. Brother, are you really going to watch him get beaten to death? Though she wouldn't stand by and watch someone die, she scorned Lin Chen's reckless advance. However, the resilience the young man displayed was gradually changing her opinion. Yao Li stared intently at the arena. Something's not right. His breathing hasn't faltered at all. Indeed, despite appearing battered, Lin Chen's breathing rhythm remained steady as a metronome, clearly waiting for the moment of breakthrough. Boom. After another heating clash, Chu He's right claw struck like lightning toward the throat. Kneel before me. Lin Chen barely dodged by turning sideways, but still received a bloody gash on his neck. Dodging? Let's see how long you can keep it up. Chu He roared, his form accelerating again, the bloody afterimage trailing several yards behind him. Wind-rending claws skull splitter. His 5 fingers shrieked through the air, diving straight for Lin Chen's crown. It's over. Many hearts tightened with dread. However, just as the claw wind was about to strike, Something inside Lin Chen seemed to snap, like chains breaking simultaneously. Boom! Violent blood energy exploded outward. Brilliant golden patterns appeared on his skin surface, and with each breath, the surrounding air began to spiral like a vortex, waves of energy rolling outward. Gold-level fighter breakthrough achieved. Smoke and dust billowed as debris scattered through the air. Chewie stood at the edge of the crater on higher ground, gazing down with ice-cold eyes. His fingers slowly clenched into a fist, knuckles cracking crisply like the premature tolling of battle bells. Foolish creature, he sneered, his voice indifferent. A mere silver dares to challenge gold? Not far from the crater, Yao Yu crossed her arms and muttered under her breath. What a show-off. Despite her distaste, she had to admit that Chewie strength was truly terrifying, which was precisely why he could squeeze into their inner circle. Given time, he might very well possess the qualifications to challenge them. In comparison, while Lin Chen could also be considered exceptionally talented, attacking Chu He at this moment was laughably impulsive. Because of this foolishness, he had already paid the price. Since Lin Chen struck first, according to sect rules, they would only preserve his life. If he were to be crippled, they absolutely wouldn't intervene. Such was the law of the jungle. Yao Li frowned slightly, casting his gaze into the deep crater. He had originally held some expectations for Lin Chen, but now it seemed the gap was still a gap. What a pity, he sighed softly, then lifted his foot, preparing to end this one-sided crushing. Just as his toe touched the ground, thump! A muffled sound echoed from underground. Thump! Thump! The rhythm grew increasingly urgent, as if some fierce beast had torn free from its restraints. Yao Li abruptly stopped, his pupils contracting sharply. Chu He's expression also darkened as he leaned forward to peer into the crater, showing confusion for the first time. Boom! A roar accompanied a pillar of dust shooting skyward as a black shadow burst forth like a cannonball, tearing through the air. What? Chu He cried out in shock, hastily raising his arms to block. Bang! A rough, massive palm struck down without any flourish. Crack! The collision of bone and flesh produced a sound like clashing metal and stone. Chu He grunted, the ground beneath his feet cracking like a spider web as he staggered back several steps before regaining his balance. As the dust settled, Lin Chen stood tall and proud, covered in bloody wounds, yet his aura had multiplied several times over. Faint golden patterns rippled across his skin's surface, his breathing like a swimming dragon with airflow coiling around his body gold rank. The entire scene fell deathly silent. All the core disciples held their breath, Yao Yu's expression frozen, and Yao Li's shock was undisguised. He broke through. Everyone present was a genius, yet this scene was still like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Chu He's face darkened, killing intent surging. Even if you've broken through to gold, you're still getting crippled today. The moment of breakthrough brought a sharp pain to Lin Chen's abdomen, his vital energy seemingly drained. Without hesitation, he pulled out a pitch-black military ration pill and popped it into his mouth. Crack! Crack! The sound of the pill breaking was particularly jarring in the silent arena. Sweat and blood trickled down the grooves of his bulging muscles, but before they could hit the ground, they were vaporized into wisps of bloody mist by his body's intense heat. At this moment, Lin Chen resembled an awakened furnace, the muscle fibers beneath his skin constantly twisting and reforming like red-hot steel cables. Rumble, the thunderous roar from within his body, grew louder and louder. This was the thunderbone tempering phenomenon, which only appeared in those with constitutions far beyond ordinary people. Yao Li's expression instantly froze, while Yao Yu's eyes widened in shock, her voice trembling. Brother, he still has the appetite to eat. Lin Chen stood motionless like an iron tower, arms hanging at his sides, his knuckles slowly clenching. Professional breakthrough. Level, Silver Tier, 3 Gold Tier 1. Strength, 3747. Agility, 37.147.1. Constitution, 39.249.2. Spirit, 49.359.3. Strength 10. Speed 10. Constitution 10. Spirit 10. So much improvement. The onlookers gasped in amazement. Cracksnap. His joints popped in succession as Lin Chen's frame seemed to inflate suddenly, shooting up to over 2 meters tall in the blink of an eye. Iron-red muscles coiled around him like red-hot steel wire contracting violently, their edges gleaming with metallic light under the sun. Whooshis! A stream of white vapor shot from his nose and mouth, creating visible whirlpools in the air. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Chu He with deadly focus. The 3 blood droplets that had been floating above his chest condensed into 5 under the violent aura, glowing a piercing crimson. Pop! All 5 blood droplets burst simultaneously, transforming into scarlet mist that wrapped around his body. His combat boots hit the ground, instantly cracking the surface as debris was pulverized by the shockwave. Lin Chen felt every cell in his body roaring with fury, the surging power making him feel as though he could tear mountains apart with his bare hands. Fierce crane-style blood beak. He formed his fingers into a beak shape, a streak of bloody energy trailing 5 afterimages that distorted even light itself. This strike was more vicious than Chu-Hee's wind-rending claw, designed not just to tear flesh, but to shatter bone. Chu-Hee hastily raised both arms in defense, the bone-chilling crack making everyone's teeth ache. He realized in horror that the novice he had been suppressing moments ago now delivered punches heavy as mountains. The blood beak shifted from stabbing to slashing, carving 5 deep grooves across his chest that exposed bone. Fierce crane-style soul-severing. Lin Chen gave no respite, spinning to deliver a whip kick that tore through the air with a crane's cry. Chu-Hee's blocking arm instantly bent at an unnatural angle, muscles spiraling apart. Only then did the observers realize. After his breakthrough, Lin Chen matched Chu-Hee in strength, speed, and bone density. A tide had completely turned. And what he was displaying was the most lethal branch of the Skyrift style, the fierce crane style. In the martial hall's history, all masters of this style had earned fearsome reputations. Zhuge Xiong had achieved the title Blood Crane through it. Chu-Hee's face contorted with rage, unable to accept being devastated by Lin Chen. Everyone expected him to make a desperate counterattack, forcing Yao Li and Yao Yu to intervene. Whoosh! The air shrieked as Lin Chen became a blood-red shadow crossing 10 meters. Everyone only caught a glimpse of the afterimage before Chu-Hee was already caught by those hands wreathed in bloody energy, gripping his throat. The sound of grinding bones made everyone's scalp crawl as Chu-Hee's Adam's apple was instantly crushed. At the brink of death, he unleashed all his potential, his claws flashing with ghostly blue light as he desperately struck at Lin Chen's heart. The ultimate technique of wind-rending claw. Wind shatter. Squelch. 5 fingers plunged deep into Lin Chen's chest, blood gushing forth. Yet Lin Chen didn't even furrow his brow, his grip on Chu-Hee's neck bones showing no sign of weakening. 2 streams of blood mist intersected in the air like a demonic ink painting. Bang! With a muffled sound like a watermelon exploding, Chu-Hee's head along with a section of spine was brutally torn from his body and hurled skyward. The headless corpse remained frozen in its heart-piercing pose for several moments before collapsing like rotten wood, the splattered brain matter refracting eerie rainbows in the sunlight. Chu-Hee was dead. The entire ruins fell into a deathly silence. Among the broken bricks and rubble, everyone's gaze was fixed on the center of the scene there. A headless corpse lay sprawled in a pool of blood, while Lin Chen stood drenched in gore, crimson drops falling from between his fingers. Chu-Hee was dead. A core disciple, a gold-level fighter, the newly appointed chief instructor whom the stewards and elders regarded as a future pillar of the sect, now reduced to nothing but a corpse. What made it even more chilling was that his head had been blown apart on the spot, and even his spine, that lamb scorpion, had been brutally ripped out by Lin Chen, spraying blood everywhere. The 2 instructors swallowed hard but couldn't utter a single word. Earlier, they had thought that even if Lin Chen won, he would barely manage to hold his own. Who could have imagined he would crush his opponent in such a savage manner? Yao Li and Yao Yu's faces turned ashen in unison. As members of the core circle, they knew Chu-Hee's strength and methods better than anyone. This ruthless character, who could walk sideways through the martial hall, had been beaten to death by Lin Chen in public, and they hadn't even had time to intervene. Lin Chen's movements were too fast, too vicious, giving no one any chance to react. Yao Yu's fingers trembled slightly as she stared at the ghastly bloody hole in Lin Chen's chest, her throat tightening. Originally, in her eyes, Lin Chen was just some loser who had gotten in through connections, but now he seemed even more dangerous than Chu-Hee. Are you alright? Yao Li took a deep breath and stepped forward first. The weakness following his breakthrough washed over him, and Lin Chen's slightly labored breathing tugged at his chest wound. His body, which had swollen to over 2 meters, gradually shrank back to normal human size. He shook his head, his voice hoarse. I won't die. After hesitating for a moment through gritted teeth, Yao Yu pulled a bottle of pills from her waist and tossed it over. Swallow this, it'll stop the bleeding temporarily. Lin Chen thanked her quietly, popped the cork, and poured out a pill that dissolved instantly upon contact. The cooling medicinal power spread immediately, forcibly stemming the blood flow. Yao Li glanced sideways at his sister, secretly alarmed. Knowing Yao Yu as he did, she would never voluntarily show kindness to someone she had previously despised, which showed that the strength Lin Chen had just displayed had completely changed her attitude. After a few moments of silence, Yao Li finally spoke. You shouldn't have killed him. Oh. Lin Chen looked up, his gaze terrifyingly calm. He tried to kill me repeatedly. Why shouldn't I be able to kill him? Killing fellow disciples. The martial hall's rules won't let this slide easily. Yao Li frowned. Rules? Lin Chen sneered coldly. When Chu-Hee forced me into a death match, why didn't anyone mention the rules? When he secretly killed Instructor Chen, who cared then? Yao Li's pupils contracted sharply. You're certain Instructor Chen was killed by Chu-Hee? Just a guess. Lin Chen's tone was flat. But I'm probably right. The siblings exchanged glances, their silence speaking volumes. They knew full well the ruthless things Chu-Hee had done in the shadows over the years. It's just that no one wanted to dig deeper. Today, He had finally kicked an iron plate. Not only had Lin Chen survived, but he had killed Chu He in return. With Chu He dead, the victor naturally became the new core disciple. Yao Li looked deeply at Lin Chen and sighed. We'll help explain this matter to the higher-ups. But you yourself, better be prepared. Lin Chen nodded, his expression still calm. He knew that killing Chu He would bring plenty of trouble. But so what? Since the enemy wanted him dead, he would strike first and crush them completely. Yao Yu stared at Lin Chen for a long moment before speaking in a low voice. You're much stronger than I imagined. Lin Chen curved his lips slightly, but remained silent. The facts spoke for themselves. Ish had proven his strength with a perfect victory. From this day forward, no one in the martial academy would dare underestimate Lin Chen, for he had stepped into the inner circle over Chu He's corpse. Night fell deep, and mist quietly shrouded the wilderness. The campfire flickered in the wind at their makeshift camp, sparks occasionally bursting forth. Lin Chen leaned against a broken stone tablet, his upper body wounds hastily bandaged, the metallic scent of blood still lingering in the air. The few surviving disciples remained mostly silent, none daring to meet his gaze, yet unable to resist stealing glances. Chu, he was dead, and Lin Chen had become the new core disciple. But he paid no attention to their stares, his focus entirely absorbed by the profession panel materializing before his eyes. Golden Tier Fighter Profession Talent 6 options, with dark gold characters pulsing in his vision, each ray of light representing terrifying potential to transcend human limits. 1. Dragon Bone Suppression Sinews Bones Absolute Defense Damage Reflection. Upon activation, dark gold dragon patterns emerge across all bones, entering dragon bone state. When struck, sinews and bones vibrate, reflecting part of the impact force. Bones can withstand higher intensity attacks, nearly impervious to bladed weapons. 2. Instant Hell Limitless Flash Agility Ultimate Burst. Perfect coordination between muscles and bones enables near teleportation speed over extremely short distances. 3 directional changes within 0.1 seconds, enhancing assault and evasion capabilities, especially suited for high-speed combat in confined spaces. 3. Immortal Fury Blood Constitution Blood, like mercury. Blood condenses into mercury-like fluid flowing with thunderous rumbling. Muscles automatically contract to stop bleeding when injured. Even when pierced by blades, muscles can compress to slow blood loss. During intense combat, boiling blood and soaring body temperature allow temporary immunity to pain. 4. Divine Illumination Mystic Eye Spirit Anticipating the Enemy. Drastically concentrated mental power enables prediction of opponents' next moves by observing muscle tremors and breathing patterns. In high-speed combat, dynamic tracking ability greatly increases, even capable of following bullet trajectories. 5. Celestial Breathing Core Condensation Breathing Technique Blood Transformation. Evolved breathing technique where each breath seems to absorb heaven and earth's essence, condensing blood cores within the lungs. During combat, blood cores can be instantly detonated to double the power of punches and kicks. The more solid the cores, the more terrifying the explosion. 6. Nirvana Blood Armor Constitution Death's Door Counterattack. When severely injured, enters a death-like state with drastically reduced heartbeat and blood retreating into the body. Remaining blood prioritizes healing critical wounds, restoring 70% combat effectiveness within 3 minutes for renewed battle. Lin Chen's breathing quickened slightly. The 6 talents covered strength, agility, constitution, and even spirit, each one enough to drive ordinary martial artists to madness. But at this moment, he could only choose one. After carefully reviewing all the information, Lin Chen pondered for a long while before beginning to analyze the advantages and disadvantages of these abilities. Dragon Suppressing Bone. The bone recoil effect would be perfect if I didn't already have Steel Bone. But now that I've mastered Steel Bone, the recoil advantage of Dragon Suppressing Bone has become redundant. Instant Prison. Endless Flash. Not bad either, but Lin Chen's agility is already approaching 50 points. A single step can tear through the air, and his explosive power far exceeds others at his level. His speed is more than sufficient. Immortal Berserker Blood. Blood like mercury? That's the tactic of blood tank fighters raised by financial conglomerates. Sure, they can take a beating, but for a lone wolf like him, prolonged combat with enemies would only invite complications. Divine Sight, Mystic Eye, prediction, perception, rhythm control practically tailor-made for assassins. But Lin Chen has always relied on overwhelming force. Against absolute strength and defense, technique becomes merely the cherry on top. That left only 2 options: Celestial Breathing, Core Formation, and Nirvana Blood Armor. The former could allow his fierce crane breathing technique to evolve once more. The latter would provide a life-saving trump card when near death. The feigned death state of Nirvana Blood Armor lasted a full 3 minutes. Lin Chen frowned. 3 minutes was too long. 3 seconds might be feasible. That left only Celestial Breathing, Core Formation. The lingering burning pain deep in his chest grew clearer. The fierce crane breathing technique had long reached perfection, with virtually no path forward. Without the blood droplets condensed through that perfected breathing method, he wouldn't have been able to kill Chu He so decisively. This showed just how significant an improvement in breathing techniques could be. The virtual panel before him glowed with an eerie light, reflecting crimson in his pupils. Lin Chen took a deep breath and finally reached out to make his selection. This was it. He closed his eyes tightly as the blood within his body boiled like magma. Boom. The fierce crane breathing technique operated at maximum capacity. The white mist from his nose and mouth instantly tinged with blood, heating the surrounding air until it distorted. In his empty chest cavity, a blood droplet suddenly formed. Drip. The first one took shape. Drip. The second followed immediately. In just 3 breaths, 5 amber-like blood droplets floated in his chest cavity. But this time, instead of glowing individually, they attracted each other and began rotating in orbit. The 5 droplets suddenly collapsed inward, fusing into a crimson pill blazing like Phyrea blood chi core. Lin Chen's eyes snapped open, blood flames seeming to burn in his pupils. He could clearly sense that the energy contained in this single core far exceeded the combined total of 5 blood droplets. 5 droplets became 1 core. He clenched his fist, knuckles cracking. If he could condense 5 more blood cores, that would equal the explosive power of 25 blood droplets. Such a qualitative change represented a terrifyingly massive improvement. Ordinary gold rank fighters reached their limit at 10 blood droplets. Even platinum-level powerhouses managed only 15. As for those who could compress their blood chi to the core realm, they were as rare as phoenix feathers in the entire martial arts world. Beyond this, breaking through to gold rank also allowed him to select 1 talent from those learned at silver rank for enhancement. Lin Chen wasn't surprised by Shi had suspected as much before attempting his gold breakthrough. At silver rank, he had upgraded 3 skills: Iron Shirt, Crimson Malice, and Mountain Crushing Force. Looking at them now, only Iron Shirt was the most compatible, as it was the only skill that could synergize with Steel Bone and his protective skin membrane. Lin Chen's gaze locked onto the Iron Shirt technique, and without hesitation, he chose to enhance it. In an instant, his dantian roared to life as chi and blood surged through his limbs like a tsunami. His exposed skin took on a dark golden metallic sheen, and his muscle fibers contracted and twisted, producing a faint buzzing sound like countless alloy threads weaving beneath his skin. Then clang. A clear metallic resonance erupted from deep within his bones, signaling the completion of the enhancement. New text appeared in his consciousness. Golden Bell, Shield Gold Tier. Special effect. Rebound intensity increased by 50. When struck, can reverse a portion of impact force and blood chi back into the enemy's body. Special effect. Chi resonance when receiving attacks beyond tolerance limits. Consume 1 blood chi pill to instantly deploy a 360 protective barrier lasting 30 seconds. Another synergy? And an additional special effect. Lin Chen murmured, excitement flickering in his eyes. He pressed his fingers together and lightly flicked his arm dong. The sound resonated like a bronze bell. Then he suddenly threw a punch at his own chest. Bang! The moment his fist contacted his chest, visible golden ripples spread outward, and the rebound force shot back to his knuckles, making his hand tingle. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. If I encounter Chu He again, I probably won't even need to activate boiling blood technique. The rebound alone would give him plenty to handle. The others were startled by his sudden act of self-harm, collectively gasping in shock. What's this guy up to now? Maybe Brother Lin is under too much pressure, worried about the martial hall's punishment? If you ask me, with his talent, even if he killed Chu He, the martial hall wouldn't bear to truly punish him. In the corner, 2 instructors whispered among themselves. The instructor with the severed arm had taken the martial hall's special medicine and temporarily reattached his limb, now wrapped in bandages and remaining silent. Elsewhere, Yao Li noticed his sister Yao Yu's gaze fixed on Lin Chen and couldn't help teasing. What? Taken a fancy to that boy? Yao Yu licked her lips, her eyes burning with fighting spirit. Yes. It's been ages since I've met such an exciting man. I really want to spar with him. Am I not strong enough for you? Yao Li raised an eyebrow. You? Too familiar. Fighting you would be boring. Yao Yu waved dismissively. Yao Li could only shake his head in exasperation and fall silent. As dawn approached, everyone took turns resting. When the last disciple on night watch extinguished the fire, everyone was shocked to discover the fog shrouding the small town was slowly dissipating. Impossible. Lin Chen's pupils contracted. According to official records, once fog appeared, it never dispersed and would eventually drag the entire area into a forbidden zone. The scene before them completely defied common knowledge. Just as everyone looked up in amazement, whoosh, a figure from the distance swept over like crimson lightning, bringing with it an overwhelming stench of blood that made people nauseous. The newcomer was Blood Crane Zhuge Xiong, his towering frame like a moving iron tower, each step making the ground tremble slightly. Elder Zhuge, the Yao siblings immediately approached. Zhuge Xiong frowned deeply and asked in a low voice, "How long was I away?" 1 day and 1 night, Yao Li replied. Zhuge Xiong's expression shifted, but he didn't probe further. He casually swept his gaze around, then suddenly focused on a mangled corpse in the corner, his pupils contracting slightly. Was that Chu-He? The moment he confirmed the identity, his expression turned strange. He restrained his murderous aura and solemnly surveyed everyone. How did Chu-He die? The air instantly froze. Everyone's gaze fell upon Lin Chen in unison. Facing the crowd, Lin Chen couldn't avoid it and stepped forward expressionlessly. I killed him. What? Zhuge Xiong's pupils contracted sharply as he exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chu-He just broke through to gold rank recently. And you a mere silver rank, how could you possibly kill him? Halfway through his words, Zhuge Xiong suddenly sensed something was wrong. Focusing his perception, he felt the aura within Lin Chen surging like raging flames. Wait, you've broken through? Gold rank. He looked Lin Chen up and down, his shock turning to amazement. Good lad. Reaching gold rank so quickly, this old man truly misjudged you. There wasn't a hint of reproach in his tone. Instead, it carried appreciation, even with a subtle intention of taking him as a disciple on the spot. The others exchanged bewildered glances. Wasn't this reaction somehow off? Chu-He was a core disciple and a key cultivation target of the martial hall, backed by a bunch of deacons and elders, someone whispered. And he just became a stepping stone? That's quite bold. Zhuge Xiong also knew he couldn't show favoritism publicly, so he cleared his throat and put on a stern face. Chu-He was your fellow disciple and senior brother after all. Why did you strike so ruthlessly? He wanted to kill me, Lin Chen replied calmly. So I killed him. That's all. Do you have evidence? Zhuge Xiong's eyes widened, speaking even more urgently than Lin Chen. If you do, bring it out quickly. The Yao siblings and the two severely injured instructors were stunned. This attitude, it seemed like even without evidence, they'd have to find a way to produce some. Lin Chen nodded and pressed his tactical watch. A projection instantly unfolded. In the footage, Chu-He sneered as he blocked the escape route, trapping Lin Chen and Instructor Chen in the center of the beast horde. Everyone's hearts jolted, but they hesitated. This only proved Chu-He's ambush, not necessarily grounds for killing. Zhuge Xiong stroked his chin thoughtfully. Not enough to convict. Let this old man think of a way for you. Beep beep beep. Everyone's tactical watches lit up with notification sounds simultaneously. The mist had gradually cleared, and communications were restored. A delayed recording frantically refreshed the data stream. The projection opened again. Chu-He's face was twisted with malice as he gripped Instructor Chen's throat with one hand. Dare to report me? Seeking death. Blood splattered as Instructor Chen's agonized scream pierced the silence. The entire scene fell deathly quiet. It was the recording automatically sent before Instructor Chen's death, completely confirming Chu-He's crime of harming fellow disciples. It turned out both had kept a backup plan, each preserving evidence of Chu-He's murderous acts. Zhuge Xiong breathed a long sigh of relief. These youngsters had far more cunning than he did in his youth. With this, there was no need to find excuses for Lin Chen Chu. He had harmed fellow disciples first, and Lin Chen merely cleaned house. He laughed heartily and patted Lin Chen's shoulder. Well killed. Such traitors deserve to be purged. One sentence sealed the verdict. Yao Li's mouth twitched. Chu-He wasn't just crushed in martial prowess, but his intelligence was also ground to dust. He probably never dreamed that Lin Chen had already started recording as a precaution, much less that the mist would dissipate. The tactical watch regained its signal, and the murder footage could finally be transmitted. Zhuge Xiong raised his hand and waved, his voice piercing everyone's eardrums like nails. Collect the bodies of our fallen comrades and prepare to withdraw. He turned his head, deliberately raising his voice as he looked at Lin Chen. You're badly injured. Come with me. The two instructors exchanged glances, their eyes filled with envy. A private audience with an elder was a clear signal of being groomed for greatness. Lin Chen's entry into the inner circle and formal discipleship was practically guaranteed. As for the two instructors, their prospects were far less certain. After leaving the noisy crowd, Zhuge Xiong finally dropped his pretense. His massive hand, like a palm fan, slapped heavily on Lin Chen's shoulder, making his wounds throb with pain. Good lad. Breaking through to gold rank in the heat of battle. And you even ripped out that villain's spine. His eyes blazed with excitement. Using the void-rending style technique, ruthless. Lin Chen's shoulder ached under the weight, but his expression remained unchanged. This junior doesn't enjoy fighting and killing, but when someone provokes me, I can only rest easy after beating them to death. Ha! Zhuge Xiong burst into laughter. Your killer instinct is even fiercer than mine was in my youth. His laughter stopped abruptly as he lowered his voice. Chu-He was rising rapidly among the younger generation. With many people backing him, was also the strongest disciple of the third elder's wind-tearing style lineage. Now that you've killed him, I'm afraid many will harbor grudges against you, even target you. Lin Chen's eyes flickered with dark light, lost in thought. Zhuge Xiong suddenly changed the subject, squinting as he studied him. Boy, have you ever thought about taking a master? With backing, no one would dare bully you. Master. Before the words had fully left his lips, Lin Chen had already called out decisively. This reaction's speed left Zhuge Xiong momentarily stunned. Then he burst into laughter, his wrinkled face smoothing with joy. Good. You're a clever one. He patted Lin Chen's shoulder repeatedly, growing more satisfied the more he looked. Decisive in killing, amazing talent, an understanding of worldly affairs such a disciple was impossible to find even with a lantern. We'll hold the formal apprenticeship ceremony after returning to the martial hall. I already gave you my token earlier. Since you're my disciple now, your privileges need upgrading. Zhuge Xiong raised his hand, making a one gesture with a smug smile. The first benefit from now on, when you go to the medicine hall, use my quota however you please. Seeing Lin Chen's eyes light up, the old man grew even more excited, explaining in greater detail. You've broken through to gold rank, so by rights you should undergo bone and sinew refinement to stabilize your foundation. Ordinary disciples can only get basic refinement. Core disciples enjoy advanced refinement. But elder privileges, he deliberately drew out the words, grant access to supreme refinement. Lin Chen's heart shook. Bone and sinew refinement was a crucial step after breaking through to gold rank, with quality directly determining future potential. Supreme refinement required multiple century-old spirit herbs and was extremely precious. Even core disciples had to perform great deeds to earn one session. Yet Zhuge Xiong was giving him his own quota? This old man only gets 3 quotas per year. Zhuge Xiong waved his hand. But you're worth it, boy. How about item I generous, or what? Seeing his expectant expression that practically screamed, praise me, Lin Chen understood perfectly. He immediately gave a thumbs up and launched into a string of flattery that had the old man beaming with joy. Almost simultaneously, dozens of kilometers away, an old man surnamed Zhou suddenly sneezed violently. Damn it, who's thinking about me? The two had temporarily established their master-disciple relationship. Zhuge Xiong raised his hand to stop Lin Chen's polite words before they could leave his lips, his tone suddenly turning serious. Since you're calling me master, there are some things you should know. Boy, do you know how long I was actually gone? This abrupt question caught Lin Chen off guard. He tried to recall. Zhuge Xiong had chased that elephant-class beast soldier into the mist yesterday morning and hadn't returned until the fog cleared this morning. Surely, it must have been a full day and night? Wrong. Zhuge Xiong's voice dropped low, a strange light flickering in his eyes. I wasn't gone nearly that long. From the time I entered the mist, fought my way deep inside, and came back out less than an hour total. 1 hour. Lin Chen's eyes widened, almost suspecting the old man was joking. But Zhuge Xiong's expression was grave, without a trace of humor. I didn't dare mention this in front of everyone earlier, didn't want to cause panic. Zhuge Xiong continued. Inside the mist, time flows at a completely different rate. Only then did Lin Chen realize. If time was truly distorted, with a day and night of external time corresponding to just 1 hour inside, then that mist was far from ordinary. Zhuge Xiong's gaze swept over the distant streets now illuminated by sunlight, his voice dropping even lower. I chased that elephant-class beast soldier deeper and deeper, until I finally stopped before a gateway. A gateway? Lin Chen instinctively swallowed. Yes, a massive black gate standing in the wasteland deep within the mist. Zhuge Xiong turned and gestured to indicate its height, the outline instantly forming in Lin Chen's mind black as ink, its edges carved with patterns he'd never seen before, radiating an indescribable sense of oppression. That place seemed to have moved far beyond the town's boundaries. He had wanted to approach and investigate, but stopped dozens of meters away. 3 mist creatures were lurking outside the gate, each one giving me cause for concern. Lin Chen drew a sharp breath. For creatures to concern someone of Zhuge Xiong's caliber, they had to be at least class monsters, terrifying beings capable of destroying any prefecture-level city in the Federation. Master, I've seen references to the true realm in Research Institute reports. Lin Chen recalled key terms from the documents. Spatial distortion, matter annihilation, and observational records of gates. Could the gate in those reports be the same one you saw? Zhuge Xiong nodded, his expression more grave than ever. If what you're saying is true, then that gate is likely an entrance to the true realm. Lin Chen felt a chill, as if the ground beneath his feet had suddenly become unstable. The town's mist had dispersed, and the massive gate had vanished with it, but the town's nearly 10,000 residents were nowhere to be found, all swallowed by the fog. His mind flashed through recent reports of anomalous incidents. Their frequency was increasing, their scope expanding. Master, if the true realm really exists, if there truly is another world beyond that gate. He was so shaken by the thought that he couldn't finish the sentence. Zhuge Xiong suddenly raised his hand and clapped it heavily on his shoulder, the force making Lin Chen stagger back a step. It's too early to worry about all that. What matters now is improving your strength. A fierce light blazed in the old man's eyes. When that gateway appears again, we master and disciple together might just be able to venture inside and investigate. Fear and anticipation intertwined as Lin Chen could clearly hear his own rapid heartbeat. The sound was like drum beats, pounding into his chest, exploring the true realm. Around 11 in the morning, the group returned to the White Crane Martial Arts Academy's training grounds in silence. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere hung in the air. No one spoke. Only the sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the empty courtyard. On the surface, their raid operation could be considered successful after all. They had destroyed an important stronghold of the New Era organization. However, the price they paid was difficult to accept. The news had been deliberately suppressed, but some people's disappearance couldn't be hidden. Moreover, Chuhi's death would inevitably cause shockwaves within the academy. Chuhi had just become the head instructor, and now that position was vacant again. Junior brother Lin, I have high hopes for you, Yao Li said, patting Lin Chen's shoulder. Now that he had entered the inner circle, they would inevitably have more dealings in the future. Chuhi was originally the 7th core member. I'm the 5th, and my sister is the 6th. Since you defeated him, you're now the 7th core member. Lin Chen nodded slightly, a thoughtful gleam flashing in his eyes. So that means, aside from you two siblings, there are 4 others ahead of us who are even stronger? I wonder what level these 4 senior brothers and sisters have reached. Lin Chen couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked directly. The answer he received was within his expectations. As expected, they were all at least gold-level fighters. Especially the eldest senior brother, Cheng Yinha, was just 1 step away from platinum level. Platinum-level fighters already held executive positions, and such a rank carried considerable social status throughout the entire federation. As Yao Li continued his introduction, Lin Chen grew increasingly amazed. Each of the core disciples above had different specialties. Some excelled in speed, others mastered raw power, and some specialized in unconventional techniques. Without exception, they were all incredibly strong. These senior brothers and sisters are usually out on missions. They'll return to the academy eventually, so you'll have chances to meet them. As for Chu He, with his death, the head instructor position is now vacant. Junior brother Lin, you might have a chance to compete for it. On the surface, Lin Chen's recently achieved breakthrough made him appear the weakest. However, both Yao siblings knew that Lin Chen's strength couldn't be measured by conventional standards. I really don't understand you men and your love for power struggles. Lin Chen, when are you going to fight me? Yao Yu examined Lin Chen's muscles with excitement, even licking her lips. Tone it down a bit, Yao Li said helplessly. Junior brother Lin's injuries haven't healed yet. Fine, we'll talk when you're better. Let's exchange contact info first. What can arrange something when you're free? Lin Chen naturally couldn't refuse and took out his phone to add both siblings on Feifei. Instructor Chen's body was discovered after the mist cleared. He was buried in the cemetery behind the academy, alongside other fallen comrades. Lin Chen stood before the grave in silence for a long time. The cold stone tablet bore the name, and when the wind blew, it carried a few withered leaves that gently settled before the headstone. After death, people become nothing more than a handful of dust. Instructor Chun had died because he hadn't understood deeply enough how cruel this world could be. But at least Lin Chen had avenged him. Yet if one day his own strength proved insufficient, he might be the one lying here, with his family and friends standing in this very spot. At this thought, his eyes suddenly turned cold. Sigh, worrying is useless. Better to train ruthlessly and improve my strength. In the small courtyard, Sun Ying was drenched in sweat. Under the blazing sun, her breathing was labored, and her fair cheeks were flushed crimson from intense exertion. As soon as Zhuge Xiong returned, he publicly announced that he was taking Lin Chen as his disciple. The news caused an uproar. When Lin Chen stood before Sun Ying and respectfully called her senior sister, she nearly felt dizzy, her heart pounding wildly as her cheeks instantly burned red. She had harbored unspoken feelings for Lin Chen, but after just one day, they had become senior and junior disciples. This sudden shift left her mind completely blank. Before she could recover, formal sparring had begun with thunderous intensity and at maximum difficulty from the start. Again, Lin Chen's voice was deep and commanding. His footwork was like a tiger pouncing on prey, his punches whistling past her face without showing the slightest mercy for her being a girl or his senior sister. Your professional combat sparring experience 27. Your professional combat sparring experience 18. Your professional combat sparring experience 19. System notifications kept flashing as Lin Chen's attacks grew increasingly fierce. Sun Ying gritted her teeth, blocking and dodging as her stamina rapidly depleted. Her legs grew weak, her arms numb, and even her breathing carried a metallic taste. Ugh! After one heavy blow, she was forced to retreat several steps, nearly falling. But Lin Chen didn't let up, pressing forward again. Sun Ying's vision blurred as sweat dripped from her hair, her training clothes completely soaked, yet she bit her lips stubbornly. I can't retreat. I absolutely cannot let him look down on me. She forced herself into a defensive stance, though her movements were noticeably sluggish. Finally, after another violent collision, she lost her balance and fell backward. Thud! The expected pain never came. Lin Chen swiftly reached out, wrapping his arm around her slender waist and steadying her firmly. That's enough, rest now. His voice remained calm, though his gaze softened slightly. Sun Ying collapsed against his chest, gasping heavily, her body completely drained, her heart racing as if it might burst from her chest. She marveled silently. Lin Chen was so intense, so rough. yet she felt no resistance, even. She secretly lifted her eyes to look at his resolute profile, her heartbeat growing even more erratic. Occasionally, disciples passed by the courtyard entrance, but none dared even step on the threshold. Someone peeked in and whispered, "Holy crap, those sounds. What are they doing in there? In broad daylight. Are they really going that wild?" Everyone exchanged bewildered glances before quickly scurrying away. At 3 in the afternoon, training officially ended. Lin Chen's muscles twitched slightly throughout his body, but his eyes gleamed brightly. Today's sparring had earned him tremendous experience. Your professional Golden Fighter experience 16. Your professional Golden Fighter experience 23. He could gain experience just from sparring, and when Sunning broke through, he could earn even Murray calculated silently. Wiping his sweat and turning around, he saw Sunning slumped on the ground, still breathing heavily, and his lips curved into an encouraging smile. "Senior sister, you performed well today. Keep up the good work." Sunning was too exhausted to speak, but her eyes immediately lit up at the praise, and she nodded vigorously. "Yes, I will." She had no idea she had become Lin Chen's experience treasure, secretly vowing to work twice as hard so he wouldn't leave her too far behind. Lin Chen left the courtyard satisfied, but just a few steps out, a disciple rushed toward him in panic, shouting with alarm, "Senior Brother Lin! Quick, go check it out. Elder Zhuge and Steward Zhou are fighting." "What?" Lin Chen stopped in his tracks, and Sunning rushed over with worry written all over her face. The two exchanged glances, and without another word, picked up speed and headed straight for the training ground. Before they even got close, they could hear thunderous collision sounds rolling toward them, mixed with vigorous cursing from the two elders. "Zhuge Xiong, you old bastard. Stealing women when you were young, stealing disciples when you're old. Are you even human? Bullshit. I'm taking on disciples based on my own merit. You got a problem with that? If you don't like it, bite me. Kill me if you can. I'm going to beat you to death today. Come on then. Like I'm scared of you." Boom. In the center of the training ground, two figures collided violently. Their punches created gusts of wind, making the ground tremble slightly. Zhuge Xiong's power flowed like a dragon with domineering punches, while old Zhou, though a head shorter, used vicious and cunning moves. The two went back and forth, evenly matched for the moment, shaking the entire base with their battle. Even more ridiculous was the fact that the perimeter of the training ground was already packed with a dense black circle of people craning their necks, but not daring to get too close, afraid of being knocked over by the aftershocks. Holy shit. The Elder and Steward are really going at it. Steward Zhou's cursing is brutal. Elder Zhuge stole his woman when they were young? Explosive. Who would have thought the Martial Hall's leadership had this kind of grudge? Chill. Keep it down. Don't let them hear you. Lin Chen finally squeezed through the crowd, and before he could figure out what was happening, he heard someone shouting at the top of their lungs. "Senior Brother Lin is here." Whoosh. Over 100 pairs of eyes that had been focused on the spectacle instantly turned toward him in unison. "Lin Chen." Zhao Xiaodao emerged from the crowd, looking excited, and whispered gossip in his ear. "Senior Brother Lin, you're amazing. Elder Zhuge and Steward Zhou are fighting overtaking you as their disciple." Lin Chen finally understood news of Zhuge Xiong wanting to take on a disciple had reached old Zhou's ears, and old Zhou was furious enough to come settle the score with Zhuge Xiong. The gazes of the surrounding students completely changed. Shock, envy, and admiration intertwined. Two high-ranking officials fighting over him. Yesterday, he was just an elite class student. Today, he becomes a personal disciple? That's too crazy. If an elder took notice of me, I'd laugh myself awake in my dreams. Listening to the chatter, Lin Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Two old men publicly fighting over a disciple. This plot was too outrageous. Although he knew the two had a grudge from their youth over a woman. Should he try to mediate? "Stop fighting. Please stop fighting. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Life is hard for everyone." Lin Chen thought to himself. Just then, the punches in the center suddenly stopped. Zhuge Xiong and old Zhou turned around simultaneously, their sharp gazes pinning Lin Chen like knives. "Lin Chen, come here. Kid, make it clear. Who are you acknowledging as your master?" Lin Chen's temple twitched. This is bad. He should have known better than to join the crowd. But with two gazes locked onto him, it was too late to slip away. He could only steel himself and walk step by step toward the center. Zhuge Xiong crossed his arms and squinted coldly, as if saying, "Try saying the wrong thing." Lin Chen's mouth twitched, and finally he raised his voice and called out, "Master." "Haha, good, good disciple." Zhuge Xiong immediately beamed with joy, and when he looked at old Zhou, his smugness was practically sparking. "I won." Old Zhou's face instantly turned red, veins bulging on his forehead, almost exploding. "Why? I was clearly the first one to recognize Lin Chen's talent. I was already training Lin Chen when this old fool Zhuge Xiong was still hesitating. He had originally planned to temper Lin Chen's character a bit more, waiting for the right moment to make the boy willingly accept him as master. But now, Zhuge Xiong had beaten him to it and stolen his prize. That bastard. Lin Chen, Old Zhou gritted his teeth, glaring daggers at the young man. Tell me honestly, did that old fool force you into this? Lin Chen's mind went blank with a buzz. Holy crap. How was he supposed to answer that? Zhuge Xiong stood right beside him, eyes narrowing dangerously as his knuckles cracked ominously. He swallowed hard and forced a dry laugh. No, it was my own choice. Old Zhou was thunderstruck, his entire body freezing in place as his face alternated between pale and flushed. Zhuge Xiong burst into laughter, raising his hand to give Lin Chen's shoulder a heavy pat. Good disciple. Well said. Then he shot a provocative glance at Old Zhou, grinning widely. Old Zhou, did you hear that? My disciple said it was his own choice. So stop being so shameless and obsessing over him. Zhuge Xiong, go to hell. Old Zhou completely lost it, letting out a furious roar. Tremendous energy erupted instantly as he lunged forward. Boom. The two men clashed once again. Fists and feet collided, energy waves surged, and cracks spread across the floor. Lin Chen's eyelid twitched as he quietly stepped back, secretly planning his escape when immortals fight. Mortals suffer. Better to retreat while he could. But just as he turned around, a steady, resonant voice thundered down. Enough. The voice wasn't loud, yet it carried an invisible pressure that instantly silenced the entire training ground. Even Zhuge Xiong and Old Zhou, who had been fighting fiercely, simultaneously stopped and turned to look. Everyone followed the sound to see an elderly man walking slowly toward them. He had a square face with stern features, an aura as steady as a mountain, yet tinged with scholarly refinement, a stark contrast to Zhuge Xiong's wildness and Old Zhou's volatility. When the students recognized his face, they immediately cried out, "The director! It's the director! My God! Even the director has been disturbed." This was none other than Tao Yixian, the current director of White Crane Martial Arts Academy, and one of the Federation's peak fighters most likely to break through to Grandmaster level. The venue fell silent as everyone held their breath. Tao Yixian's calm gaze swept over the crowd before finally settling on Zhuge Xiong and Old Zhou. He said quietly, "You two, have you made enough of a scene?" Tao Yixian was a diamond-level peak fighter who had once joined forces with several top-tier warriors to slay an actual glass mist creature. He practiced the White Crane Academy's most advanced technique, extreme shadow crane style, renowned as the fastest in the world. Rumors even suggested that once he broke through to Grandmaster level, he might be able to tear through space with his physical speed alone. Such credentials instantly diminished Zhuge Xiong and Old Zhou's momentum by half, though they refused to back down verbally. Quick as lightning, Zhuge Xiong grabbed Lin Chen's arm, while Zhou followed suit, seizing the other side. The two men flanked Lin Chen as they rushed before Tao Yixian, demanding he settle their dispute. "Director, you be the judge. This old geezer intercepted my disciple halfway through." "Bullshit. You're the one being shameless, Old Zhou. Lin Chen willingly chose to become my disciple." "Not convinced, huh? Let's fight. Come on, you think I'm scared of you? I'll beat you to death, you old fool." In the vast training ground, two old men with a combined age of nearly 200 were shouting and pointing at each other like elementary school children, their faces flushed red, robes fluttering wildly, leaving the surrounding students utterly dumbfounded. Tao Yixian stood on the steps, feeling a throbbing headache. As the master of White Crane Martial Arts Academy, with over 100 students watching, he couldn't directly scold the two elders of the academy. He could only shift his gaze away from the two red faces and focus on the young man instead. "You must be Lin Chen?" The master actually called out his name directly. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. He quickly composed himself, stepped forward, and cupped his fists in salute. "Disciple is here." This response seemed to explode in everyone's ears, causing the surrounding students to gasp in shock. The master actually remembered Lin Chen's name. What this meant hardly needed explanation. Being noticed by someone like Tao Yixian, a top-tier powerhouse of the Federation, meant that not only within White Crane Academy, but even throughout the entire SH City and the Federation's upper echelons, one could walk with confidence. Tao Yixian looked Lin Chen up and down, a flash of satisfaction in his eyes. Then he withdrew his gaze and looked coolly at the two elders who were still arguing. "You two, fighting publicly over a single disciple, what kind of behavior is this? Martial arts inheritance focuses on guidance. Why obsess over the formalities of lineage?" Zhuge Xiong and Old Zhou's mouths twitched, their shouting ceased, and traces of shame appeared on their faces. True. After all, he's a disciple of our White Crane Academy either way, so why argue? Sigh, but I just can't swallow this insult. This old fool Zhuge Xiong always likes to steal things. But indeed, we've lost our composure, especially with so many people watching. Just as the two were reflecting on their behavior, Tao Yixian suddenly changed his tone. "Since you two can't reach an agreement, why don't we have Lin Chen temporarily train under me? I'll personally guide him. Lin Chen, why don't you bow and acknowledge me as your master?" The air seemed to be instantly sucked out. Complete silence filled the venue. Holy crap, what's happening? The shame on Zhuge Xiong and Old Zhou's faces froze like masks, and they both exploded simultaneously. "Tao Yixian, you old fox. Bah, So this was your plan all along. The two old men stepped forward in unison, pointing at the master and cursing him out with united indignation. Want to steal our disciple? No way. Exactly. You're even more shameless than us. Tao Yixian's eyebrows twitched from the scolding, but as the academy master, he couldn't engage in a public shouting match. He could only maintain a stern expression and rebuke. Nonsense. I'm thinking of the academy's future. Bullshit. You just want to intercept him. That's right. Lin Chen is my disciple. The scene descended into chaos again. Three top-tier powerhouses whose mere footsteps could shake the Federation were arguing fiercely over a single young man. Lin Chen stood caught in the middle, his expression stiff, the corner of his mouth twitching. What kind of surreal plot is this? Should I just slip away now? The moment the thought arose, three sharp gazes locked onto him simultaneously. Lin Chen, you tell us. Who do you want to learn from? Here we go again. Lin Chen took a deep breath, veins bulging at his temples, with only one voice echoing in his mind. I choose death. The situation spiraled completely out of control. In the center of the training ground, Zhuge Xiong, Old Zhou, and Master Tao Yixian unleashed their true essence. The violent energies surged like a chaotic storm of blades, cracking the solid ground with countless fissures. Even from dozens of meters away, the students could feel the bone-chilling waves of power. Everyone stood there dumbfounded. Holy crap, wasn't the master supposed to break up the fight? How did he end up joining in? Sun Ying was frantic with worry and was about to rush forward when Lin Chen grabbed her arm. He whispered urgently, don't go. At this level of combat, just getting close will get you hurt. Sun Ying stamped her foot in frustration. But how can we let them keep fighting like this? Don't worry, they know their limits. They won't actually try to kill each other, Lin Chen said helplessly, spreading his hands. The other students didn't dare interfere either. They could only retreat to a safe distance. Their blood boiling with excitement. A three-way battle between diamond-level masters was a once-in-a-lifetime sight. Finally, Tao Yixian forced both men back with a single palm strike and shouted sternly, enough. We're all people of standing. What kind of example are we setting if we continue this chaos? Zhuge Xiong and Old Zhou glared at each other for a few moments before reluctantly withdrawing their power. But their minds were racing, and they quickly reached a new understanding. Since they couldn't settle this through combat, they'd compete with offers instead. Old Zhou was the first to speak, his words absolutely shocking. Lin Chen, if you become my disciple, I'll retire immediately and give you my position as executive. The entire crowd erupted in amazement. Old Zhou's executive position was for life, ranking just below the master and elders. He becoming head instructor in his 30s was already record-breaking, and now Lin Chen, barely in his 20s, was being offered a direct path to executive status? The resources, the power, the temptation was absolutely mind-blowing. Zhuge Xiong's mouth twitched as he silently cursed the old man's shamelessness, then countered with a cold smile. Lin Chen is my disciple, so naturally, I'll give him my full support. His tone shifted as his gaze fell meaningfully on Sun Ying. Why let good fortune flow to outsiders when we can keep it in the family? How about Sun Ying marries you? That would make us truly one family. Sun Ying. She had been worried about the three men fighting too intensely, but now her ears turned bright red all the way down to her neck. Marry Lin Chen. They were senior sister and junior brother. A forbidden romance? This was way too intense. The students went wild. Holy crap. Elder Zhuge is going all out. Sun Ying is the academy's #1 beauty, and he's just handing her over to Lin Chen? I'm so jealous. Why can't it be me? The White Crane Academy had few female disciples to begin with, and most of them were muscle-bound combat maniacs. Sun Ying, with her rare combination of beauty and strength, was usually impossible to even catch a glimpse of. Now with just one sentence, she was being promised to Lin Chen? Everyone felt their hearts bleeding. Lin Chen was equally stunned and instinctively looked towards Sun Ying. Their eyes met, and Sun Ying was so embarrassed she nearly fainted. She frantically lowered her gaze, wringing her hands nervously, completely at a loss. Seeing the two old men getting more and more outrageous, Tao Yixian finally rubbed his forehead in exasperation. You too? Do you think this is some kind of martial arts tournament for a bride? Old Zhou and Zhuge Xiong simultaneously snorted coldly. Mind your own business. Tao Yixian. Lin Chen. Tao Yixian cleared his throat lightly, completely exasperated by the two stubborn old men. After all, although he was the current master of White Crane Academy, his position was higher than both Zhuge Xiong and Old Zhou. When it comes to seniority and contributions, these two are absolute veterans of the martial arts school. Back when the White Crane Academy was on the brink of collapse, Zhuge Xiong and Old Zhou fought tooth and nail through countless brutal battles. Their reputation as the sky-splitting duo echoed throughout the martial world, striking fear into rival factions who would often retreat without even engaging in combat. Old Zhou, in particular, would likely have already secured a position among the elders if not for the severe injuries he sustained in that devastating battle, which left him with lingering wounds and stagnant cultivation. In short, both he and Zhuge Xiong are heroes who bled and risked their lives for the White Crane Academy. It was precisely because neither man had any interest in power that the position of Academy Master fell to Tao Yixian. Even in his high position, Tao Yixian always maintained respectful courtesy toward these two predecessors. Seeing them locked in a standoff over taking on a disciple, he straightened his robes and suggested in a deep voice, "Since you both belong to the sky-splitting style, why not teach Lin Chen together and accept him as your joint disciple?" His words caused an uproar in the hall. Zhuge Xiong immediately glared. "Absolutely not. Lin Chen is already my disciple. Sharing a disciple meant giving up half his territory. How could he accept that?" But upon reflection, he realized he had indeed intercepted first today, and if he insisted on monopolizing the situation, old Zhou would surely turn hostile. After weighing his options, he grudgingly forced out a single word with a darkened expression, "Fine." Old Zhou snorted coldly. Though unwilling, he knew this was the most reasonable compromise, his tone still harsh. "Very well. Since we'll be taking turns providing guidance," his sharp gaze swept toward Zhuge Xiong. "We're both of the sky-splitting style, but I focus on soft techniques and redirecting force, while you pursue fierce and lethal approaches. Let Lin Chen choose which style suits him better, then formally become that person's disciple." "Old Zhuge, do you dare compete?" Zhuge Xiong narrowed his eyes, contemplating for several moments before nodding in agreement. "You think I'm afraid of you? Fine, it's settled." Seeing both parties finally reach an agreement, Tao Yixian let out a long breath of relief. But suddenly, both men turned toward him in unison, eyeing him warily. "Master, you're certain you won't interfere? No poaching behind our backs." Tao Yixian put on an expression of complete righteousness. "Do I look like that kind of person?" Yet inwardly he was secretly pleased. "You two are fighting over a disciple on the second floor, while I, the Academy Master, am already in the stratosphere. As long as Lin Chen remains at the White Crane Academy, he naturally counts as my student. Why should I compete with you for empty titles?" At this thought, the corners of his mouth lifted in an almost imperceptible smile. Meanwhile, Lin Chen watched as the three masters finally settled their division of spoils agreement, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least he wouldn't be torn in half on the spot. But immediately after, he realized he would be receiving instruction from two top-tier experts simultaneously, and his psychological pressure skyrocketed. The watching students were green with envy, and Zhao Xiaodao whispered in anguish, "Senior brother Lin's luck is absolutely heaven-defying. Two top-level masters fighting to teach him? What kind of treatment is this for a mere mortal?" You could say that with two powerful backers supporting him, Lin Chen would be able to walk sideways through the martial arts academy from now on. Standing nearby, Sunning thought about Zhuge Xiong's earlier words, "I'll betroth Sunning to you." And her cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Her heart raced as she couldn't help but let her imagination run wild about the future. The commotion over stealing disciples finally came to an end. Academy Master Tao Yixian stood with his hands clasped behind his back and waved dismissively. Everyone disperse. Seeing how enthusiastically his disciples had been watching the spectacle, he smiled slightly and delivered a casual blow. "Since you all seem so idle, triple your training today." "What? Master? Please no. We were wrong." Wails of despair immediately echoed throughout the training grounds. Tao Yixian just stood there with a cheerful smile, showing no intention of retracting his order. This Academy Master truly had a mischievous streak in his bones. Meanwhile, Lin Chen found himself flanked by Zhuge Xiong and Old Zhou on either side. The two had temporarily ceased hostilities as Zhuge Xiong spoke up. "Boy, the premium bone and sinew refinement I promised you has been arranged. You've just broken through to gold rank and your foundation isn't stable yet. This matter cannot be delayed. Premium refinement. A treatment that ordinary disciples wouldn't even dare dream of." Lin Chen's eyes flashed with burning anticipation. Upon hearing the words "broken through to gold rank," Old Zhou's eyes instantly widened. He darted forward and began pressing and examining Lin Chen's shoulders, elbows, and knees with both hands. Crack, crack. His bones made crisp sounds. The more he examined, the more astonished he became. Then he threw back his head and laughed heartily. "Excellent, excellent, excellent. I never expected you to break through again after just one trip." He glanced sideways at Zhuge Xiong with satisfaction. "Good thing I didn't let this old fool monopolize you." Zhuge Xiong snorted coldly, too lazy to respond. Without further ado, Old Zhou pulled out an ancient wooden box from his robes and snapped it open with a pop. Instantly, medicinal fragrance filled the air. Inside the box lay a pill that was completely crimson red with faint crane patterns visible on its surface. "Since we're going to refine you, let's establish a solid foundation once and for all. The fierce crane bone forging pill. I prepared this for you long ago." Zhuge Xiong immediately exploded. "Old Zhou, have you lost your mind? The fierce crane bone forging pill has domineering medicinal properties. Even third-stage gold ranks wouldn't dare consume it carelessly. He just broke through. Are you trying to kill him?" Old Zhou scoffed in retaliation. "What do you know? This boy's bones and sinews are different from ordinary people. He must have triggered some phenomenon during his breakthrough, making now the perfect time to use this pill to reshape his foundation." Lin Chen's heart jolted. Old Zhou had deduced the thundering bones phenomenon from his breakthrough with just a few probing touches. His insight was truly sharp. What does this pill do? He asked curiously. Old Zhou chuckled. Ordinary gold ranks only need common body tempering paste to refine their bones and sinews. But the fierce crane bone forging pill is a premium medicine used when third-stage gold ranks attempt to break through to platinum. After consuming it, your bones and sinews will be torn apart and reshaped, as if by a fierce crane equivalent, to cleansing your meridians and marrow. This value was no less than the premium refinement Zhuge Xiong had promised. Even elder-level practitioners wouldn't use such things lightly. Lin Chen immediately bowed respectfully with cupped fists. Thank you both, masters, for your generous gifts. Zhuge Xiong and Old Zhou exchanged glances, then both snorted simultaneously. These two old rivals, precisely because they were competing with each other, ended up giving Lin Chen a huge advantage. Of course, he wouldn't miss such an opportunity. All right, enough chatter. Zhuge Xiong waved his hand dismissively. Let's head to the tempering pool first. Old Zhou also urged. Hurry up, don't waste time. Lin Chen took a deep breath, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Premium tempering combined with the fierce crane bone forging pill this time, his strength would undergo a qualitative transformation. The group passed through the training ground and weapon storage, reaching the medicinal bath chamber in the deepest part of the martial hall. The moment they pushed open the door, scorching mist mixed with rich herbal fragrance hit them like a wildfire wave. In the center of the chamber stood a waist-high oak barrel, bubbling and churning. The crimson medicinal liquid was as thick as magma, with bubbles constantly forming and bursting, splashing scarlet droplets that created wisps of medicinal vapor in the air. This barrel, Zhuge Xiong pointed at the liquid with a complex tone, cost me 3-century-old blood ginseng roots and 2 mist-hidden lingji mushrooms. Lin Chen leaned closer and gently stirred with a wooden ladle. From the bottom of the liquid, several incompletely dissolved herbs floated to the surface, some resembling crane wings, others like dragon whiskers, soft yet still radiating intense spiritual energy. Each piece came from rare spiritual plants deep within the mist, worth hundreds of thousands in the outside world. His heart trembled as the pungent herbal fragrance filled his nostrils, his pores involuntarily opening, almost able to hear his body's greedy cry for the medicinal power. Go ahead and get in, Zhuge Xiong patted his shoulder. The medicinal power is fierce. Ordinary people need at least 5 sessions to absorb it all. If you can't handle it, come out immediately. Old Zhou rarely nodded in agreement. Right, if you really can't take it, do it in stages. You'll lose some medicinal effect at most, but don't damage your foundation. Lin Chen nodded solemnly, though he knew in his heart that medicinal baths required completing in one goth. First round was the purest, and the longer it dragged on, the worse the effects. 5 minutes later, the chamber door closed, sealing in the residual heat. Only Lin Chen remained with that barrel of crimson magma. He removed his clothes, his steel-carved muscles clearly reflected in the churning medicinal liquid. Splash! The moment he entered the water, Lin Chen's entire body tensed as if thrown into molten lava, with millions of red-hot steel needles simultaneously drilling into his pores. His already repeatedly strengthened flesh now had every inch of skin crying out in agony. Worse still, the medicinal power burrowed into his bone crevices like living creatures, bringing an itch that penetrated to his very marrow. Hiss! He gritted his back teeth and immediately activated the fierce crane breathing technique. His chi and blood surged wildly in special rhythms, his meridians pulsing as if about to burst through his skin. Without hesitation, he then activated his professional talent martial Tao Enlightenment. In that instant, the world's flow seemed to slow down. The spiritual energy hidden within the medicinal liquid transformed into visible crimson light points, frantically pouring into his body. With his talent enhancement, the absorption efficiency of these medicinal properties increased several times over. Crack! Pop! The scalding medicinal liquid seeped into his bone marrow, and Lin Chen's entire skeleton crackled like popping beans. He slightly rotated his shoulders, and his whole spine exploded in succession like firecrackers. Sweat barely emerged from his pores before being evaporated by the intense heat, and his skin surface was instantly covered with a layer of grayish-black viscous fluid, traces of impurities being forcibly expelled from deep within his bone marrow. The excruciating pain stretched his perception of time, as if a century had passed. When he opened his eyes again, the crimson medicinal liquid in the wooden tub had faded to pale pink. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, and that white mist actually condensed in the air without dispersing, shooting straight for 3 feet before dissipating. The time had come. His tongue pressed hard, and the fierce crane bone tempering pill held in his mouth instantly shattered. Boom! Medicinal power 10 times more violent than the medicinal bath exploded in his mouth. If the previous medicinal bath was like a gentle stream, what now surged through his body was a bursting flood. The pill transformed into blazing fire lines, rushing from his throat straight to his dantian. then exploding into countless streams of scorching warmth that surged along his meridians to impact his limbs and bones. Ugh, he let out a low roar. But pain, the more pain, the better. Pain meant the medicinal power was reshaping his muscles and bones. In the corridor outside the secret chamber, Zhuge Xiong was playing chess with old Zhou when he suddenly felt his heart tremble and his fingertips uncontrollably crushed a chess piece. Taking the pill so soon? This kid has a death wish. He shot to his feet. Old Zhou pressed down on his shoulder, his eyes bright as cold stars. Don't rush, listen. From within the heavy stone door came strange sounds, not wails of agony, but crane calls. Clear, resonant cries mixed with deep thunder rumbles. The two elders looked at each other, both wearing expressions as if they'd seen ghosts. The thunder sound of muscles and bones accompanied by crane calls. The last time this appeared was with the Hall Master 30 years ago. Strength, 4,749. Agility, 47.149.1. Constitution, 49.25, 3.2. Strength, 2.0. Agility, 2.0. Constitution, 4.0. His attributes surged again, with Constitution improving the most reasonable, since medicinal baths were meant to temper Constitution. However, the surprises didn't end there. Professional skill, fierce crane blood beak style, experience 89. Professional skill, fierce crane soul severing style, experience 91. Both major skills achieved minor mastery. As the medicinal bath ended, Lin Chen's face was full of joy. This harvest far exceeded expectations. Looking down, his originally bronze-colored skin now gleamed with a faint metallic luster, his muscle definition clear as if forged through countless hammerings. With a light clench of his fist, clang, a metallic tremor actually resonated between his muscles and bones. He called up his professional panel, and in the status bar that had remained unchanged for so long, a line of golden text had appeared. Vajra body elementary. Constitution strength 30. Hard skill cultivation speed 50. Muscle and bone toughness greatly enhanced. Resistance to blunt force damage increased. He had actually directly obtained a special constitution? Lin Chen's heart trembled with shock. Over the past 2 months, his status bar had shown almost no movement except for the initial weakness. And in martial arts cultivation, special constitutions were 1 in 10,000, with the Vajra body being called one of the most compatible constitutions for aggressive martial styles. Combined with his already formidable muscles and bones, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Splash as Lin Chen stepped out of the medicinal tub. The water droplets on his body rolled off instantly, just like water falling on a lotus leaf. Through the lamplight, Lin Chen could see a faint luminous film flickering across his skin's surface, causing water drops to fall away upon contact without lingering. He changed into his training clothes and stepped out. Outside the door, Zhuge Xiong and old Zhou had been waiting anxiously. The moment the door hinges creaked, both men rushed forward in unison. How did it go? No problems, right? Old Zhou asked while his hand was already reaching toward Lin Chen's shoulder. Crack as his knuckles made contact. Old Zhou's entire body jolted as if electrocuted, his eyes widening. Holy shit. He yanked his hand back as if he'd touched a red-hot branding iron. Diamond body? Zhuge Xiong curled his lip and snorted dismissively. Ah. Old fool getting all worked up. Can't you stay calm? But before he finished speaking, he too leaned in and extended his hand. The moment his fingertip touched the skin, his expression changed instantly, even more dramatically than old Zhou's. Holy fucking shit. How is this possible? Without any regard for propriety, he grabbed and pulled open Lin Chen's collar. Under the dim lamplight, golden patterns faintly visible on the chest came into view. The fingers of this diamond-level powerhouse actually trembled slightly. It's really. The two old men looked at each other, wild joy simultaneously flashing in their eyes. They'd struck gold. Diamond body, such a special constitution naturally suited for martial arts, had actually fallen into their hands. Zhuge Xiong was the first to regain his composure, pressing down on old Zhou's shoulder and lowering his voice. Old fool, this must be kept secret. No shit. Old Zhou shook off his hand and glared at him furiously. This is my disciple too. You think I'm as brainless as you? He pointed at the gradually fading golden patterns on Lin Chen, his tone unusually serious. Kid, remember, never reveal your constitution in front of outsiders, especially these diamond patterns. No second person can ever see them. If enemy forces learn that White Crane Martial Hall has produced a diamond body, they'll stop at nothing to eliminate you. Even if other old fools in the hall find out, won't they fight over you? He changed his tone, rubbing his hands together with a wrinkled smile. Tomorrow morning, come to the Martial Scripture Pavilion. With a diamond body, not practicing a few hard techniques would be against heaven's will. Zhuge Xiong rarely refrained from arguing, instead adding, the 3rd floor of the Martial Scripture Pavilion has a manual called Immovable Wisdom King Body, which would be perfect. Bullshit. Old Zhou immediately exploded. The 8 Extremes Iron Mountain Lean is the top choice for building foundation. The two men bickered noisily, the tension growing thicker. Lin Chen quickly interjected. Masters, this disciple thinks, his gaze sharp as lightning. Why not learn both? The air instantly froze. Both old men turned their heads in unison, staring at him like he was some kind of monster. After a long moment, old Joe suddenly burst into laughter, patting his shoulder. Good. Ambitious. Zhuge Xiong narrowed his eyes in warning. Cultivating two top-level hard techniques simultaneously will be like shedding a layer of skin. Lin Chen didn't even lift an eyelid. I couldn't ask for more. Having obtained this golden body, he would forge it to perfection. Just as he was making this silent resolution, old Joe suddenly revealed a fox-like mischievous grin. Kid, take off your pants. This old man is curious to see if that thing down there under your diamond body is also diamond hard. Lin Chen. At 7 p.m., Lin Chen finally waved goodbye to the two old men who were still bickering and walked out of the White Crane martial arts training facility. The night breeze carried a hint of coolness, neon lights flickered along the street, and he stuffed his hands into his pockets, slowly making his way home. His mind kept turning over the three words, martial arts archive. Tomorrow he would finally be able to browse through ancient martial arts texts, and he couldn't contain his anticipation. Not only did the White Crane martial arts school have the fierce crane style, but it also housed various lost ancient martial arts techniques. With the fighting tournament just days away, he wouldn't miss any chance to gain even the slightest boost in combat power. While lost in thought, his phone suddenly vibrated. He pulled it out and saw Xiao Yu glowing on the screen. Hello, what's up? Lin Chen, you made a great contribution during that New Era incident last time. I'm planning to cook personally to reward you. Come over now, I'll send you the address. You, cooking personally? Lin Chen almost thought he'd misheard. Xiao Yu can cook? It won't be some culinary disaster, will it? How about we eat out instead? A light snort came from the other end of the line. Don't believe me? Today I'm definitely going to show you what I can do. All right, I'll be right there. After hanging up, he hailed a taxi based on the location Xiao Yu had sent. 20 minutes later, the taxi stopped at the entrance of an upscale villa district. The European-style wrought iron gates gleamed golden, and inside, independent villas were arranged in perfect harmony, with gardens manicured like works of art. Lin Chen clicked his tongue in amazement. A place here probably starts at 10 million, right? Who would have thought that woman lived in such a place? Definitely a wealthy lady. Following the house numbers, he stopped in front of a three-story villa with a small garden and pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. The door opened quickly, but it wasn't Xiao Yu. What greeted his eyes was a sexy woman in her early 30s wearing tight yoga clothes, with snow-white skin and damp hair, sweat still glistening on her neck. Her gaze swept from Lin Chen's face to his solid chest muscles, then lingered on his well-defined arms. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and her lips curved into a satisfied smile. Oh my, the quality is quite good this time. As she spoke, she grabbed Lin Chen's wrist, trying to drag him inside with a familiar tone. Come in quickly, don't stand outside. Several thoughts flashed through Lin Chen's mind simultaneously. Did I go to the wrong door? This plot doesn't seem right. Just as he was about to explain, a familiar voice suddenly came from the neighboring yard. Lin Chen, over here. Turning his head, he saw Xiao Yu leaning against the door next door, waving at him. So he really had gone to the wrong door. Lin Chen smiled awkwardly at the woman. Sorry, wrong door. The woman paused for a moment, then showed a disappointed expression. Her gaze circled around his body once more before she called out teasingly to Xiao Yu. Oh my, Xiao Yu, bringing your boyfriend home? It's a misunderstanding, Sister Han, just a colleague. Xiao Yu waved her hand with a smile. The woman immediately threw a flirtatious glance at Lin Chen. Handsome boy, do you have a girlfriend? If not, would you like me to introduce you to someone? Not at the moment. Lin Chen responded stiffly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiao Yu pulled him into the neighboring villa. Sister Han reluctantly closed her door, but a pair of seductive eyes still peeked through the crack. Once inside, Lin Chen had barely steadied himself when Xiao Yu crossed her arms and looked at him, her lips curved in amusement. So, how does it feel to be noticed by a wealthy lady? Lin Chen's mouth twitched. What was her deal? Xiao Yu shrugged and lowered her voice. The lady next door is a real sugar mama. I heard she regularly hires male escorts, changes them faster than she changes clothes, and pays extremely well. A vein pulsed at Lin Chen's temple. Holy crap, so that woman just mistook him for a gigolo. Did he really have the potential to be a male model? He recalled the male model profession he'd recently awakened and fell into brief contemplation. Seeing his silence, Xiao Yu chuckled and patted his shoulder. All right, stop sulking. Let's go eat. The two entered the house one after another. The aroma of hot food hit them like a wave, and Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Hadn't expected Xiao Yu to actually cook, and it smelled quite appetizing. Have a seat, it'll be ready soon. Xiao Yu pointed to the living room sofa and headed into the kitchen. Lin Chen looked around. The villa's decor was simple yet elegant. White walls adorned with ink-wash landscape paintings, a coffee table with fresh flowers, spotless wooden floors, nothing like what you'd expect from a single woman's home. Click-clack, light footsteps echoed from the kitchen doorway. An elegant woman in her mid-30s wearing a light gray apron emerged carrying a steaming dish. Her skin was smooth, her smile gentle. She looked up and met Lin Chen's gaze, her eyes immediately lighting up. Mr. Lin, you're finally here. Her voice was soft and genuinely warm. Lin Chen studied her, feeling she looked familiar but unable to place where he'd seen her. Noticing his confusion, the woman prompted, "Don't you remember me? When the building was attacked last time, you..." The memory clicked. That day, while pursuing the gene serum stolen by New Era, Lin Chen had fought his way through the commercial building, incidentally rescuing several trapped employees, including the woman before him. "Oh, it's you." Lin Chen nodded. "I'm Xiao Yanlan, and she's my younger sister." The woman gestured toward the figure in the kitchen. "We owe you our lives from that day." Lin Chen's eyes widened. What a coincidence. Just then, the door lock clicked. From the entrance, a familiar female voice complained while changing shoes. "Auntie, I told you not to set me up on blind dates. I already have someone I like." Lin Chen turned to see Su Xiaoro standing at the door in a fitted pink tracksuit, her face scrunched up in annoyance as she muttered complaints. Mid-sentence, she looked up and locked eyes with Lin Chen, instantly freezing. Lin Chen? What are you doing here?" Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow with a mischievous smile. "So, Xiaoro, this is the blind date I arranged for you. Are you satisfied?" Su Xiaoro's brain short-circuited. For the past 2 days, her aunt had been determined to set her up, but with Lin Chen already occupying her thoughts, she'd refused outright. She'd come home planning to intimidate this so-called blind date, never expecting. "Auntie, you." Su Xiaoro stamped her foot in embarrassment, stealing glances at Lin Chen before quickly looking away, her delicate fingers twisting the hem of her clothes. So Lin Chen was the blind date her aunt had arranged? Should she agree, or agree? Lin Chen stood frozen in place, his mind struggling to process what had just happened. Ed had only come over for a free meal, so how had he suddenly been cast as Su Xiaoru's blind date? He looked up to catch Xiao Yu's mischievous grin that screamed, "Let the show begin," and immediately understood. This woman had definitely done it on purpose. Xiao Yanlan sensed the awkward atmosphere and frowned slightly, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. "Xiao Yu, what are you up to now?" called out. Xiao Yu stuck out her tongue with a playful smile. "Just kidding around." She bounced over to Lin Chen's side, patted his shoulder, and began counting off on her fingers. "First, Shara met you at the club. Then I found you through her, and we became colleagues at the Special Operations Bureau. And then you saved my sister." She paused here, amused by the convoluted chain of events. This plot is more melodramatic than a TV drama. Lin Chen's mouth twitched as he thought to himself. "I knew she was up to no good." Xiao Yu then deliberately winked at Su Xiaoru, her eyes clearly saying, "I could tell you liked him all along," making the young woman blush to the tips of her ears. "Actually, my sister was the one who wanted to treat you to this meal," Xiao Yu explained smoothly. Xiao Yanlan nodded, her voice gentle. "That day at the hospital, when I described my rescuer, Xiao Yu figured out it was you. I've been wanting to thank you in person, so I asked her to invite you over." As for the blind date setup, she shot Xiao Yu an exasperated look. That was purely this girl's mischief. Only then did Su Xiaoru realize what had happened, and she stamped her feet in frustration, causing her ample chest to bounce, which made Lin Chen's eyelids twitch. She glared at Xiao Yu in embarrassed anger. "Auntie, you've gone too far." With the whole situation finally cleared up, Lin Chen felt awkward but didn't take it too seriously, only making a mental note. This woman needs to be taught a lesson. I'll have to find a way to get her back. "All right, everyone stop standing around." Xiao Yanlan smoothed things over, guiding everyone toward the dining table. "The food's getting cold. Let's sit down." The table was set with 8 dishes and a soup, all perfectly prepared. Braised pork ribs glistening with sauce, steamed fish garnished with fresh green scallions, and several seasonal vegetables that looked crisp and inviting. "Did you make all of this?" Lin Chen asked in surprise. "When I heard you were coming, I specially prepared some home-cooked dishes." Xiao Yanlan smiled and nodded. "Try them and see if they suit your taste." He picked up a piece of pork rib, and the meat was tender and flavorful, perfectly balanced between salty and sweet. He couldn't help but praise sincerely. "This is delicious." Xiao Yu swayed proudly. "My sister's cooking is exceptional. I usually can't even get her to cook for me. Wait, I haven't brought out my fried chicken wings yet." Before she'd even finished speaking, she dashed toward the kitchen, returning moments later with a large bowl of completely black objects. The air seemed to be sucked out of the room. Lin Chen stared into the bowl, seeing no golden crispy skin or tender meat, just thoroughly carbonized black chunks where even the wing shape had been consumed by the charred shell. He would have believed these were grenades. They even had crispy cracks around the edges. Yet Xiao Yu puffed out her chest and delivered the classic line of the cooking challenge. "They might not look good, but they taste amazing." Before he could finish speaking, the acrid smell of overheated oil invaded Lin Chen's nostrils, sharp and pungent, like burnt plastic mixed with thick grease, making his stomach churn violently. Smells great, ugh." At the center of the dining table, the overly dark fried chicken wings had become the target of everyone's avoidance, while the stir-fried pork with green peppers and scrambled eggs with tomatoes were devoured so quickly that only oil remained in their plates. Only the chicken wings lay there forlornly, as if collectively forgotten. Xiao Yu glared at Lin Chen indignantly, watching him demolish the other dishes with gusto before finally bursting out. Why aren't you eating what I made? Lin Chen swallowed his rice without changing expression and replied leisurely. I don't eat fried chicken wings anymore. I quit. When did you quit? Just now. This set Xiao Yu off completely. She wanted nothing more than to strangle him. Usually, she could brush off comments about her looks or figure, but anyone daring to criticize her cooking would instantly hit a nerve. Ignoring her fury, Lin Chen continued his assault on the table. He picked up a piece of braised pork. The perfectly marbled meat melted at first bite, the sweet and savory sauce exploding on his tongue, making him unconsciously reach for another piece. Aunt Zhao's cooking is absolutely amazing. As he spoke, he scooped up some mapo tofu. The silky tofu, numbing and spicy, made him polish off half his bowl of rice in an instant. Xiao Yinlan watched in amazement as the dishes visibly diminished before her eyes, quickly reminding him, slow down, don't choke. Did I not make enough? Should I stir-fry a couple more dishes? No, this is plenty. Lin Chen mumbled with his mouth stuffed full, though his chopsticks never stopped moving. Listening to Lin Chen's endless praise for her mother's cooking, Su Xiao bit her lip in regret. She should have learned to cook from her mom. Then she would be the one receiving compliments. After all, as the old saying goes, to capture a man's heart, first conquer his stomach. When Lin Chen finally reached about 80% full, his pace began to slow. Only then did Xiao Yinlan smile and ask, Xiao Lin, do you have a girlfriend? What type do you like? Should Auntie introduce you to someone? Mom, Lin Chen doesn't need help finding a girlfriend. Su Xiao suddenly raised her voice, startling everyone. Realizing her outburst, her face flushed red. Xiao Yinlan froze, her gaze shifting between her daughter and Lin Chen. You two know each other well. She had heard from Xiao Yu that they were in the same club, but wasn't clear on the specifics of their relationship. Xiao Yu, who had been watching the drama unfold, finally couldn't contain herself. Sis, they don't just know each other, they're really close. Someone even calls out Lin Chen's name in her sleep. Auntie, stop talking nonsense. Su Xiao, both embarrassed and annoyed, rushed over with a red face to cover Xiao Yu's mouth. Xiao Yu nimbly dodged, and the two began chasing each other around the living room. Lin Chen nearly choked on his food. Su Xiao, about 5'3" in her simple athletic wear, had curves that were accentuated by the fabric. As they tussled, the bouncing motion made both her upper and lower assets jiggle enticingly. Though Xiao Yu wasn't as well endowed as her niece, her height of over 5'7" and long, shapely legs were particularly striking in her casual shorts. The inadvertent glimpses revealed during their scuffle made Lin Chen's heart race. Holy shit. Red, lace, and it looks like a thong? Xiao Yinlan suddenly realized what was happening. So when Xiao Ro mentioned she was dating someone, she meant Xiao Lin. She covered her mouth in amazement at how small the world was, then immediately turned to Lin Chen with warm eyes. It's wonderful that you young people are in love. I made quite the mistake earlier. Looks like I don't need to set you up with anyone after all. Her tone shifted as she put on a stern face. But you'd better not bully her, you hear me? Mom, Su Xiao, still catching her breath from roughhousing with Xiao Yu, immediately protested. Lin Chen doesn't bully. Mei was telling you not to bully Xiao Lin. Xiao Yinlan couldn't help but laugh. Su Xiao pouted, her cheeks puffing up like a little pufferfish. I'm not that violent. Not violent when you're being human? Little aunt, I'm definitely going to get you today. Xiao Yu pretended to pounce, but Su Xiao turned and pinned her down, and the two started wrestling again. Amid the laughter and chatter, the meal came to an end. As they cleared the dishes, Xiao Yinlan shot Xiao Yu a meaningful look. You, come help your sister wash the dishes. Huh? But I wanted to. Xiao Yu started to protest, but was silenced by her sister's glare. She reluctantly headed to the kitchen, making a face at Lin Chen on her way out, clearly still wanting to cause more mischief. Naughty little aunt. Lin Chen, let's go to my room to talk. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and followed Su Xiao upstairs. She pushed open the pink and white door, and a faint jasmine fragrance wafted out. The room was predominantly pink, with stuffed animals piled on the bed. By the window, a white grand piano gleamed softly under the warm yellow lights. I never would have guessed you had such a girly side, Lin Chen said, taking in the celebrity posters on the walls and the crystal music box on the nightstand. He took a deep breath, the jasmine scent growing stronger. This fragrance. He instinctively sniffed again. What are you doing? Su Xiao punched him in embarrassment, her face instantly turning red. Just trying to figure out if it's your natural scent, Lin Chen shrugged. Pervert. She stamped her foot, though she couldn't suppress the smile tugging at her lips. She quickly walked over to the piano and sat down, her slender fingers poised over the keys. Want to listen? You can play piano too? Lin Chen asked in surprise, settling cross-legged on the carpet. Of course. Su Xiao lifted her chin proudly, her fingers dancing across the keys as she began playing, Just Because You're So Beautiful. The melody flowed beautifully. Lin Chen closed his eyes to listen, watching the girl's profile look soft and lovely in the lamplight as she swayed gently with the rhythm. When the piece ended, she lifted her hands and said softly, I pick things up quickly. I just learned piano casually and got the hang of it. She looked at Lin Chen and added, though I usually only stay interested in things for about 3 minutes. She paused mid-sentence, silently adding to herself, except for you. Why did you stop playing? Lin Chen was about to open his eyes when he felt a weight settle on his waist. His eyes flew open to find himself face-to-face with pink athletic wear and those proud, prominent curves Su Xiaoro had straddled him directly. The girl's face was as red as a ripe apple, but her eyes were unusually determined. Su Xiaoro braced her arms on either side of Lin Chen's head, hovering over him, almost close enough to breathe the same air. Lin Chen, do you like me or not? At such close distance, Lin Chen could clearly catch her trembling eyelashes and those big eyes filled with stubbornness. Lin Chen had just opened his mouth, but Su Xiaoro suddenly leaned down. I don't care whether you like me or not, because I like you. Before her words finished, her soft lips had already sealed his mouth. The sweet fragrance of strawberry lip balm rushed straight to his brain, and Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply, his mind going blank for a moment. He was actually being kissed by Su Xiaoro. The girl's kiss was inexperienced and clumsy, yet all the more alluring for its innocence. She awkwardly tried to explore further, her tongue darting around like a startled little animal. Lin Chen's Adam's apple bobbed as he took control, one hand cupping the back of her head, the other wrapping around her slender waist, guiding her with rhythm. Between their entangled lips and tongues, he finally confirmed that the faint jasmine scent in the room was indeed her natural fragrance, and his breathing grew heated. The large hand originally resting on her waist unconsciously slid upward, and through the thin fabric, the warmth of the girl's skin came through clearly. MMM. Su Xiaoro let out a kitten-like whimper, wanting to push away but too weak to exert any strength. Only able to clutch his collar tightly and let him conquer her territory. Her rational mind reminded her this was wrong, but her body honestly responded, even craving more. She unconsciously twisted her slender waist, and Lin Chen sharply drew in a breath, his arms tensing. Don't move. His husky voice carried a dangerous warning if this continued. He feared he'd completely lose control. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open. Xiaoro, your mom asked me to see what you two want to drink. Xiao Yu stood frozen in the doorway with a tray, her words cutting off abruptly. Ah! Su Xiaoro sprang up as if electrocuted, frantically smoothing her wrinkled dress, her face burning red. Aunt Xiao, why didn't you knock? Coming to her senses, Xiao Yu deliberately drew out her words. Oh, looks like I came at the wrong time. Should I leave so you two can continue? Xiaoya. Su Xiaoro grabbed a pillow and hurled it at her in embarrassment, but Xiao Yu easily dodged it with a sidestep. Lin Chen cleared his throat softly, discreetly adjusting his sitting position. He glanced at the mortified Su Xiaoro, then at the grinning Xiao Yu, and sighed helplessly. Miss Xiao, peeping at others will give you styes. Who was peeping? Xiao Yu righteously placed the juice on the table. I came to bring drinks, okay? She glanced at Su Xiaoro and continued teasing. Not bad, Xiaoro. Didn't expect you to be so forward. You shut up. Su Xiaoro wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She stole a glance at Lin Chen, only to find him leaning casually against the bedside with a knowing smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, as if he had already seen right through her thoughts. Su Xiaoro felt heat rushing all the way to her toes, wishing she could disappear into the floorboards. At the doorway, Xiao Yu crossed her arms with a mischievous grin, slowly backing away step by step. All right, I'm leaving, she said, deliberately raising her voice. But remember to lock the door next time. And she drew out the words with raised eyebrows. Stay safe. Little auntie. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, and the room fell into sudden silence. Su Xiaoro hung her head, her voice barely a whisper. I don't usually act like this. Before she could finish, slender arms pulled her into an embrace. Lin Chen leaned down, his low laughter tickling her ear. Now you're shy? Where's all that courage from when you kissed me just now? His warm breath brushed against her earlobe, making Su Xiaoro shiver as she buried her face in his broad chest, protesting in a muffled voice. Don't mention it. Lin Chen gently stroked her long hair, his laughter deep and rich. The next second, his expression suddenly turned serious. But we need to talk. Su Xiaoro's heart tightened, and when she looked up, her eyes were already slightly red. Huh? You're not going to take it back, are you? We already kissed, so if you dare say. Lin Chen pinched her soft cheek. What are you thinking? I mean, we need to set some ground rules. He glanced meaningfully at the door. From now on, when we're alone, remember to lock the door. Su Xiaoro stared blankly for a moment, then realized what he meant and blushed furiously, her small fists pounding his chest. If I lock the door, won't you just take advantage of me? Lin Chen laughed heartily, catching her hands and pulling her firmly into his arms. How about we continue then? My aunt is still outside. Her unfinished words were sealed against her lips. But Xiao Yu's earlier interruption had indeed broken the mood, and the intimate atmosphere quickly dissipated. Moments later, Lin Chen calmly straightened his collar and walked out of the room. In the hallway, Xiao Yu leaned against the wall with a teasing expression, a half-smoked cigarette between her fingers. Finished so quickly? You're a bit fast, aren't you? The smoke curled into pale white wisps under the lights, carrying her playful mockery. Lin Chen remained unfazed. Team leader Xiao is overthinking. We were just chatting. Huh, like hell I believe that. Xiao Yu rolled her eyes, silently cursing his thick skin, calling it chatting when their lips were practically glued together. She stubbed out her cigarette and jerked her chin toward the balcony. Let's talk on the balcony. The night breeze was cool, stirring the loose strands of hair across her forehead. Xiao Yu leaned against the railing, her expression growing serious as her tone suddenly turned grave. Lin Chen, you've passed my sister's test. But if you ever treat Xiao badly, she narrowed her eyes with a soft snort. You know the consequences. Lin Chen merely smiled faintly before changing the subject. You wanted to discuss business? Xiao Yu nodded, pulling an encrypted file from her coat pocket and handing it over. You saved my sister and our special operations colleagues last time. That was a major contribution. Headquarters has decided to reward you, and you can name your conditions. She paused, her tone losing some of its playfulness and gaining solemnity. Also, I personally owe you a favor. Lin Chen flipped through the file. Xiao Yu continued. The leadership wants me to formally invite you to join the Special Operations Bureau. That's my intention too. SH City has been peaceful in the past, so our station forces weren't particularly strong. But after these heavy losses, the Bureau is planning to increase military investment and recruit more capable individuals. Joining now would come with the most generous benefits. Lin Chen pondered. He did need the Special Operations Bureau's intelligence network and genetic serums, but ultimately shook his head. Let me finish the fighting tournament first. The fighting tournament. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow, surprise and excitement flashing in her eyes. You actually signed up for that? The attention generated by the fighting tournament was practically nationwide. Plus, this year's fighting tournament is being held in Shanghai. If you don't even know that, you're basically a fake fan. Xiao Yu scrolled through her phone, grinning from ear to ear with excitement. I'm a diehard fan of the fighting tournament. Want me to get some people together to be your cheerleading squad? Free of charge. Then she changed her tune, wagging her finger at Lin Chen. But still, talking about money hurts feelings, so you've got to show some appreciation, right? Lin Chen thought for a moment and said flatly, 30. I'm personally showing up and you're only giving me 30? You're way too stingy. Xiao Yu puffed out her cheeks indignantly. Lin Chen sighed helplessly. You misunderstood. You give me 30. Xiao Yu nearly lunged at him, but Lin Chen suddenly turned his head, his gaze drawn past the fence to the commotion at the neighboring villa. In the adjacent courtyard, several workers were unloading paintings from a truck. Wooden crates, foam boards, and craft paper wrapping were scattered across the ground. One partially exposed canvas was particularly striking, a pitch-black doorway, standing alone in a barren, withered landscape, covered in blood-red patterns that looked sinister and eerie. It was almost identical to that mysterious door deep in the mist. Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply. What's wrong? Xiao Yu followed his gaze. Are you into art too? Lin Chen shook his head and quickly recounted every detail of his encounter in the mist. That door. Xiao Yu's expression grew serious. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Absolutely certain. Logically, only Elder Zhuge and I should know about this. Lin Chen's tone was somber. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Xiao Yu immediately turned and headed upstairs. I'm going to the study to use the Special Task Force's internal access to look up information. Wait for my news. The study door closed, and after a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen decided to go take a look himself. He walked toward the neighboring villa's front gate. In the courtyard, Han Baitao, wearing a beige dress and high heels, was directing the painting movers. When she saw Lin Chen enter the yard, her eyes lit up, and her voice became so soft it could drip honey. Oh my, handsome boy. She tossed her wavy hair and curved her red lips into a seductive smile. Looking for your big sister? Lin Chen responded with a polite smile. Sister, I'm very interested in art, especially that piece. He pointed toward the black door painting. Could you tell me where it came from? Instead of answering, Han Baitao looked him up and down carefully. His broad shoulders, narrow waist, and smooth muscle lines honed through martial arts training, combined with his steady yet sharp gaze, made her eyes burn with intensity. She sauntered closer, her fingertip lightly tracing his arm as she whispered, Spend one night with your sister, and I'll give you this painting. How about it? A faint rose fragrance wafted over, not cheap and cloying, but subtly sweet. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and chuckled inwardly. It seemed his current physique really did attract mature women easily. Sister, you're joking. I just want to know who the artist is. Rejecting me so quickly? Han Baitao blinked, her voice growing even softer. Why don't you come inside so we can chat slowly? We could have an in-depth exchange about art. The workers moving the paintings exchanged glances, trembling with fear. Like they always say, when boys go out, they really need to protect themselves. Generally speaking, Lin Chen would never enter a strange woman's home. Unless, of course, there was truly some art to discuss. The room was filled with the faint scent of jasmine. On the leather sofa, Han Baitao reclined against the armrest, her winered lace nightgown sliding toward her elbow as she raised her arm. Her rounded shoulders and the hint of her collarbone gleamed like pearls under the warm yellow light. Wet strands of hair occasionally dripped water droplets that traced down her neck and disappeared into her collar. She had clearly just bathed. But Lin Chen was oblivious to this scene. His gaze was fixed on a painting on the wall. Through swirling gray mist stood an ancient gateway, its frame covered in blood-red runes that seemed to pulse and breathe, like living things exactly as Zhuge Xiong had described. Had enough of looking? Han Baitao said with mock reproach, walking barefoot to his side. Her fingertips, painted with bright red nail polish, lightly traced his arm. Is the painting prettier than me? Only then did Lin Chen snap back to attention, meeting her smiling eyes. Up close, he could smell the sweet, cloying mixture of her body wash and expensive perfume filling his nostrils. This painting, where did you get it? He kept staring at the canvas, his tone probing. Han Baitao pouted and bumped his shoulder. So unromantic. I'm standing right here, a living, breathing woman, and all you care about is some old painting. She sighed dramatically, twirling a strand of wet hair. Are you even a man? Lin Chen grinned, showing his canine teeth. Sister, we agreed to discuss art first. He pointed at the painting. Such a realistic gateway, the artist must have seen it in person, right? Probably. Han Baidao shrugged. A girlfriend gave it to me. There's actually a gathering tonight. She glanced at the painting, her interest immediately waning, and instinctively went to pour wine. When she handed him the glass, her fingertips lightly scratched his palm, making his heart flutter. Women at 30 are like wolves, at 40 like tigers. How true that was. Want to come with me? She narrowed her eyes. Sure. Lin Chen nodded readily. Can you contact her in advance? I'm getting a bit impatient. That eager? Han Baitao laughed so hard she bent over. Can't one sister satisfy you? She picked up her phone. Fine, since you're so adorable. She walked onto the balcony to make the call, keeping her voice low. Lin Chen's hearing was far superior to most people's, and he caught every word. Lily, I'm leaving now. Listen to me. I found you a chosen vessel. Yes, that kind of feeling. You'll know when you see him. Chosen vessel? Lin Chen felt a chill down his spine and cursed silently. They're not really going to make me a male model, are they? The balcony door opened and closed as Han Baitao returned to the living room, now wearing a cocktail dress. Lin Chen took the opportunity to pull out his phone and send a message to Xiao Yu via instant messenger. Lin Chen, I've run into a situation here and need to go out. Please let Xiao Ro and Aunt Xiao know. A reply came quickly. Xiao Yu. Okay, stay in touch. I haven't found the gateway you mentioned yet. It'll probably take more time. Let's go, little brother. Han Baitao raised an eyebrow at him. You really dare to come with me? Aren't you afraid I'll sell you off? Lin Chen smiled faintly. Sister, you're beautiful and kind-hearted. You wouldn't be that type of person, would you? Han Baitao giggled and threw him a flirtatious glance over her shoulder. However, he saw Lin Chen wearing an ordinary tracksuit. That won't do at all. Han Baitao glanced at him dismissively. Lin Chen looked down and patted his dull gray athletic top. I think it's quite comfortable. Comfortable. Han Baitao covered her mouth with a light laugh. Darling, tonight's party isn't the kind of occasion you can get away with just being comfortable. With that, she clicked across the floor in her stilettos, the sharp tapping echoing as she turned toward the walk-in closet. I went through a lot of trouble to get that invitation. Come with me. Lin Chen followed her inside, and the scene before him left him momentarily stunned. An entire wall of custom suits arranged by color from light to dark, each hanging quietly in transparent garment bags, the metal hangers gleaming coldly under the lights. Han Baitao's slender fingers glided between the hangers, finally stopping at a pure white suit. Try this one. White will flatter your figure. Absolutely stunning. Lin Chen frowned. Too flashy. His gaze swept to the far end, pointing to a pure black suit. That one will do. Han Baitao pouted helplessly but still took down the black suit and handed it to him. In less than 2 minutes, Lin Chen emerged from the dressing room. The sharply tailored suit accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, the slightly open shirt collar revealing hints of his collarbone, the black fabric gleaming softly under the lights. Han Baitao's initial dissatisfaction instantly transformed into heated appraisal as she lightly licked her lips. God, you wearing tracksuits is such a waste. Lin Chen adjusted his cuffs in the mirror, noticing how the suit fit like it was made to measure. You said this was a sample? Han Baitao couldn't help but run her hand down his chest. I'm in fashion design, so I have lots of samples at home. But this suit was definitely made for you. Half an hour later, a black luxury sedan stopped at the dock. In the deep night, the 3-story white yacht, Europa, blazed with lights, floating quietly on the water. Along both sides of the gangway, waiters in tailcoats stood in formation, holding invitation lists and metal detectors. All guests had to pass through the metal detector first, then have their hands checked under UV light. Lin Chen asked quietly, security this tight? Tonight's crowd is nothing but the wealthy and powerful. Han Baitao smiled mysteriously, pulling a black card with gold embossing from her purse. Don't worry with me here. She took Lin Chen's arm as they walked toward the gangway. The waiters stepped aside to clear a path, not even checking their invitation. A middle-aged man who appeared to be the head steward bowed slightly. Miss Han, your friends are already waiting for you over there. Once aboard, the forward deck had been converted into an open-air party venue. Crystal chandeliers hung from the masts, illuminating the deck like daylight. A champagne fountain sparkled beside the central fountain. Guests in elegant attire whispered in small groups. The distant sea was black as ink, making the yacht's opulence even more striking. Don't just stand there. Han Baidao pinched Lin Chen's arm. Come meet my friends. Be careful, me girlfriends might just eat you alive. Peach, where's the man? A shrill female voice called out first, tinged with tipsy excitement. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.